Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 4KK Chapter 121 Joy Boy Resurrection Boom. A shocking explosion was heard directly. On the Nine Snake Island, Empress Hancock and others watched from afar across the sea. Hundreds of huge white beam cannons hit the sea where Luffy was, forming a huge ball of light that expanded. The explosion seemed to happen right next to their ears, causing everyone on Nine Snake Island to hear a sharp buzzing sound in their ears, and everyone covered their ears in pain. So, this is the kind of attack that the destroyer faced? Thinking of Luo Fan, who killed more than a dozen celestial dragons in a live broadcast, Empress Hancock realized that it was not because the marine army was too weak. Uranus, if this cannon really hits Nine Snake Island, the entire Nine Snake Island, including everyone including the Empress, will be blown to pieces. It's just that Luo Fan is too strong, which gave everyone the illusion. Suddenly, everyone looked towards the center of the explosion with worried eyes. Luffy, this time, Uranus's beam bombardment did not last long. Apparently, the mastermind behind Uranus only fired this cannon specifically at Luffy, instead of intending to attack the entire Xuanwu Island like last time. Even so, it lasted for dozens of seconds, as the explosions gradually subsided. Dozens or hundreds of white beams of light that fell from the sky onto the sea also continued to shrink in size until they completely dissipated. The expansion and collapse of the light beam caused a final violent explosion, and then the entire surging and roaring sea surface finally calmed down. Buzz buzz buzz. After firing a shot, Uranus, hidden in the clouds, left again. The sky, which was once covered with dark clouds, finally saw the sun again. After a while, plop, Jinbei suddenly emerged from the sea and wiped the water off his face. Because Luffy inflated his body and directly blocked the beam cannon bombarding from the sky, Jinbei was not actually hurt by Uranus's attack. Jinbei picked up Luffy, who was sinking in the sea, his face filled with deep remorse and worry. At this time, Luffy's entire body was covered with severe burns left by the bombardment of the Uranus beam cannon. His skin was almost intact, and the blood gushed out, almost turning Luffy into a bloody man, and dyeing the surrounding seawater red. Being held in Jinbei's arms, Luffy's body, which had been bombarded and soaked in seawater, was emitting white steam. His breathing was weak, and his heart could not be felt. He was dying. Advertisement. It seemed as if his life would end completely in the next moment. Luffy, wake up, don't fall asleep, Jinbei said with tears in his eyes. You said you wanted to be the king of pirates, so you can't fall down here. Wake up. Holding Luffy's body that was on the verge of destruction, Jinbei stood in the sea in grief, not even daring to make any big movements for fear of causing more serious harm to Luffy. In the distance, the ships of the Nine Snake Pirates were heading towards this side. The small boats escorting the main ship soon arrived around Jinbei. Margaret, Everlandra and other Nine Snake female warriors who had a close relationship with Luffy were immediately horrified when they saw Luffy covered in blood, seriously injured and dying. Luffy! A large group of beauties from Nine Snake Island instantly surrounded Jinbei and Luffy. Empress Hancock looked nervous and even wanted to take Luffy away from Jinbei's arms, but was stopped by Grandma Nu. Mrs. Nu, what are you doing? Hancock asked dissatisfiedly. The Straw Hat Boy's body was almost shattered by that terrible bombardment. If it weren't for his rubber body, you wouldn't even be able to see a whole person now. If you touch him now, he will really die, Granny Nu said with a solemn expression. After hearing Granny Nu's warning, Margaret and the others who wanted to pick up Luffy were so scared that they retracted their hands and burst into tears. Mother Nu, please save him, Margaret pleaded, crying. Oh. Granny Nu sighed and shook her head. It was already a miracle that he was not destroyed on the spot under an attack of that magnitude from Uranus. The look in Granny Nu's eyes when she looked at Luffy was full of regret and pity. The Straw Hat Boy, who always smiles, eats meat with big mouthfuls and shouts loudly that he wants to be the king of pirates, seems to be just a short-lived and dazzling meteor? Boom. Boom. Just when everyone present thought that Luffy's life was about to end and they kept sobbing and mourning. Suddenly, a faint vibration sound reached Jinbei's ears. Jinbei raised his head suddenly and looked at Luffy in his arms in disbelief. Listen. Advertisement. What? Boom, boom boom. Boom boom boom. An incredible dong 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 sound was heard from Luffy's body, and as the dong sound continued, it became louder and louder. Jinbei, Grandma Neo and others listened carefully and realized that the twanging sound was like that of a drum. But how could the sound of drumming come from Luffy's dying body? Everyone present looked at each other and saw the disbelief on each other's faces. What shocked Jinbei and the others even more was that as the sound of the drums grew louder and louder throughout the sea, Luffy, who was covered in wounds and blood, actually began to glow. The light is shining, yet full of softness and warmth. Jinbei witnessed the miraculous changes in Luffy with his own eyes, his pupils constantly vibrating in astonishment. What on earth is going on? As the drumming sound and the burst of light came from Luffy, far away in the sea at the back half of the Grand Line, an elephant as big as a mountain or an island was walking slowly. It is the Zoan Island that Kizaru used for comparison when he landed on Genbu Island. At the same time, there is another more shocking name. Elephant Lord. As the oldest giant elephant that has survived in the world for more than 2,000 years, the elephant owner has been walking aimlessly on the Grand Line, as if waiting for something. But today, at the moment when Luffy's body was undergoing abnormal changes, the pair of green eyes in the Lord of the Elephant's deep eye sockets, which had always been old and lifeless, suddenly shone brightly for the first time. The 4 huge legs of the Elephant King came to a stop on the sea surface. Immediately, the elephant owner slowly changed direction and walked in another direction. As he walked, the elephant owner raised his long and thick trunk and let out a deafening roar towards the sky. To ordinary people's ears, it is just the sound of elephant chanting. However, that was the deep call that the Elephant Lord had been waiting for hundreds of years. Joey Boy is back. Chapter 122 Shanks, you all will be my little brothers. With the help of the awakening skill, Holy Soil, the traces left by the battle between Marine and 4 emperors on Xuanwu Island were quickly refreshed and restored to their original state. Xuanwu's majestic body floated quietly on the water, and at Luo Fan's instructions, it stopped moving. On its back is a vast land surrounded by lush mountains and waters, completely forming another new continent on the sea. And this entire continent belongs to Luo Fan alone. Kill celestial dragons. Repelled the massive attack of the Marine government. Even Kaido and Big Mom, 2 of the 4 emperors, returned empty-handed. Such a brilliant and outstanding record has completely conquered the whole world, and all forces are watching the movements of the Holy Land of Mariajoy. However, since the Marine's embarrassing retreat, the Holy Land of Mariajoy and the world government have remained silent. There is no further action against the destroyer, which undoubtedly sends a subtle signal to the whole world. The world government is helpless against the destroyer. The whole world was shaken, and everyone understood that this meant the emergence of another powerful force on the sea. Xuanwu Island has completely become the focus of the whole world. Cheers! Countless wine glasses clinked together in cheers, and the wine overflowed. The Whitebeard pirates, Red Hair pirates and Morgan's Nami all gathered together and were having a celebration party. Compared with the Marine who was gloomy and suffered heavy losses, the people on Xuanwu Island must be drinking and eating mead to celebrate the victory of the battle. In the Whitebeard pirates, Ace Marco and others were so happy that they couldn't stop smiling. Although the main credit for defeating Marine this time was due to Luo Fan, it still made the Whitebeard pirates feel extremely happy. In the Battle of Marineford, Whitebeard and Ace were almost killed, and there was revenge for the deaths of so many brothers and comrades. Today I finally paid it back double. The Marine has been basically crippled this time. Let's see if they dare to plan to wipe out our Whitebeard pirates again in the future. It's unknown when those Marine admirals will recover from their injuries. Today, they saw their dad returning to his youth and killing everyone. I guess they are almost P********* D off. What do you call this? This is called being proud, ha ha ha. Advertisement. Everyone teased the embarrassed Marine government and burst into laughter. Yamato and Nami sat not far from a group of older men, grilling around a bonfire. The 2 of them turned their eyes towards Luo Fan from time to time. Luo Fan, Whitebeard and Red Hair were sitting on the ground. Among the 3, Luo Fan is the youngest, not even more than 20 years old. But no one present would question Luo Fan's qualifications to be on equal footing with the 4 emperors. The light from the bonfire illuminated Luo Fan's handsome profile, revealing a faint golden glow. The faint smile while talking to the 4 emperors and the pair of bright eyes that twinkled like stars made Yamato and Nami feel their heartbeats quicken and the capillaries on their faces dilate. Suddenly, their cheeks turned red. Nami tried to calm herself down by taking deep breaths, and caught a glimpse of Yamato staring at Luo Fan with his chin supported by his hand, forgetting to close his mouth. Nami suddenly felt a little unhappy when she recalled that Yamato and Luo Fan had hugged each other several times and were very intimate with each other. There was a faint sour smell in the air. How did this guy become so powerful at such a young age? If our captain meets him, his dream of becoming the king of pirates will be a little difficult. Nami sighed. Luo is very strong. Yamato smiled affirmatively. At first she was very angry because Kaido had arranged a marriage for her, but now her attitude towards Luo Fan has completely changed 180 degrees. Growing up, Yamato has never known what it feels like to fall in love for the first time. But at least she knew, it's right to follow Luo Fan. It's just that such an outstanding man actually has a fiancé. It's a pity that the 2 of us probably have no chance. Nami felt regretful and shook her head. By the way, I heard that his fiancée is the daughter of 4 emperors Kaido. Have you heard about that? Hearing Nami's curious question, Yamato, who was originally looking at Luo Fan intently, turned his head. She recalled that when Kaido arranged for her to marry Luo Fan, she was so angry that she wanted to kill Luo Fan. However, she ended up eating ramen with him and was teased by him instead. Yamato laughed and pointed at himself. I am Luo Fan's fiancé. Advertisement. Nami. Degree. Instantly, the whole air was filled with someone's resentment and the sour smell of jealousy. Brother, can't my rejuvenation effect last a little longer? By the campfire, Whitebeard, who had turned back into an old man because his experience card expired, squeezed next to Luo Fan and asked. The feeling of returning to youth and having all his strength restored to its peak state was something Whitebeard relished. You are so handsome as a young old man. It would be great if you could keep that look forever. Whitebeard looked nostalgic. Just be content. Luo Fan rolled his eyes. Those kinds of things are hard to come by, and I'm making a profit by using them on you. If there are any more in the future, I will continue to use them on you. Good brother, it's a deal. From now on you are my Whitebeard's brother. Whitebeard directly held Luo Fan's hand tightly and said with a burning look in his eyes. Luo Fan got goosebumps and quickly broke free from Whitebeard's hand. The red-haired man who was sitting across from the two of them patted his pants and stood up. Although the Marines suffered a loss, the world government has been able to stand firm for hundreds of years, and it is definitely not just the means it has now. The redhead said, "My friends and I will leave first. I believe we will have the chance to meet again in the future. I'm looking forward to seeing how far you can go in the future. Please don't let me down. Brother Luo Fan, you are alone and weak. Why don't you just join my pirates group?" Whitebeard patted his chest and sincerely invited Luo Fan to board the ship. Luo Fan shook his head. Luo Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled. "Since you are so looking forward to it, wouldn't it be better for you to stay and witness it with me?" "What?" Looking at the confusion in Whitebeard and Redhead's eyes, Luo Fanshin pointed forward. "My purpose is not just to sail my ship across this sea, to search for so-called treasures or to yearn for freedom and fight against the rule of the world government and celestial dragons. If we're going to do it, let's do it big. I own this vast piece of land under my feet. I can completely ignore the world government and establish my own kingdom." Luo Fan looked at the red-haired man with a meaningful smile. "How about joining me in building a country on this island?" Chapter 123 Another Divine Beast, Founding a Country? The red-haired man's eyebrows suddenly jumped, full of surprise. "Yes, I plan to build this place into a new ideal country." Luo Fan nodded. Luo Fan stood up with a calm smile on his face. "Look at the endless land on Xuanwu Island." After cooperating with the Morgans, Luo Fan asked all Morgans to live on Xuanwu Island as a condition of shelter for the cooperation. From that time on, Luo Fan had this plan in mind. "You are confronting the world government head-on, but the world government will not recognize you. The world today is still ruled by celestial dragons. Even if you establish a country, you will be oppressed by the world government and other forces in the future. The state apparatus is different from the individual." Red Hair was not very optimistic about Luo Fan's idea of establishing a country. "If you become king, maybe you will sink into power and pleasure like the celestial dragons in the future?" The red-haired man smiled and expressed his doubts in a joking tone. "Who said I'm going to be king?" Luo Fan raised his head and laughed. Whitebeard and Shanks looked at each other, not understanding what Luo Fan meant. Marco and the others who were celebrating their victory, bragging and drinking around the bonfire, all came over curiously when they heard what was said. "The moonlight is clear. The bonfire is blazing. The country I want to build does not need a king or slaves." Luo Fan raised his fist and looked around. "There won't be any celestial dragons standing high and mighty here, nor will there be any racial discrimination. Murlocs and humans are all ordinary civilians in this country. They don't have to worry about being caught at auction and sold as slaves. Don't worry about other pirates who only enjoy burning, killing and looting taking over your property and home. There is no need to worry about unscrupulous capitalists squeezing their time and working hard every day while deducting their wages. Everyone can earn their own wages through their own labor and sweat. Everyone can have enough food to eat and have fun after work." Advertisement: "You don't have to pay protection money to the pirates, you don't have to pay celestial dragons gold like other countries do, and you don't have to worry about being oppressed, because I will provide them with shelter and I won't take a penny. You have all seen the defense of Xuanwu Island, and I have enough power to defend it. I don't care about becoming the so-called king or even higher power. I just simply hate celestial dragons. Everyone can afford to eat, and everyone lives equally as the ideal country I want to build." The core theme is just 24 words. Prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, patriotism, dedication, integrity, and friendliness. As soon as the 24-character motto of the socialist core values came out, everyone around Luo Fan fell into inexplicable shock. Everyone looked at Luo Fan blankly. Luo Fan glanced at everyone and smiled secretly in his heart. "You little bastards, all you guys have in your minds are various autocratic systems of monarchy supremacy. Setting up a world government is just to serve the celestial dragons class. Just experience the iron fist correction of my socialist values." As early as the beginning of Luo Fan's speech, Morgans, with his keen sense as a news reporter, directly turned on the video Den Mushi and recorded the video. Morgans recorded Luo Fan's remarks word for word. Once this report is published, it will be a real hit. Morgans held the transcript in his hand, shaking with excitement. Does such a country really exist? Ace opened his mouth slightly, looked at Luo Fan and swallowed. "You have been oppressed for too long. Even if you escape to this free sea, you have not completely escaped the shadow of the world government and celestial dragons. Just because you haven't seen such a country doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Don't you want to join me in building this ideal country and witness its existence on this sea?" Luo Fan's question was like a musket bullet, slamming into the hearts of everyone present. Luo Fan's words were like sunshine that completely dispelled their long-standing confusion. The ideal country described by Luo Fan gradually overlapped with the life they had long imagined and became clearer in everyone's mind. "Gulala, I didn't expect Brother Luo Fan to have such a broad mind and ambition." Whitebeard was the first to laugh. "It seems that my ship really can't accommodate you. Then let me help you build this country." Luo Fan's words completely moved Whitebeard, and he chose to stand firmly by Luo Fan's side. "Dad, we want to join you." Marco and other captains raised their hands. Advertisement: "I followed my father to sea as a slave. How could I be left out in the establishment of such a country? Yes, and me too. For a moment, the Whitebeard pirates had their eyes burning with excitement, and they all shouted that they wanted to follow Whitebeard and join Luo Fan's founding team. So handsome, worthy of being the man I like. Yamato smiled with pride and admiration. Nami, who had a not-so-good growing experience in the past, was also deeply moved by the country described by Luo Fan. Captain, we. Lakilu looked at the cheering group of people, grabbed the leg barbecue and turned to look at the red-haired man. The red-hair pirates also have great interest in the country mentioned by Luo Fan. Ah, the red-haired man sighed softly, with a helpless smile of admitting defeat on his face. I think anyone would be moved by the theme of this ideal country. We will stay too, and hope you will not break your promise and let us really witness it. I promise you. Luo Fan and the red-haired man smiled at each other. Since then, the second 4 emperors at sea has joined Luo Fan's team. Luo Fan's speech about his ideal country gave everyone on Xuanwu Island a shot of excitement, and the celebration party lasted for 3 full days and 3 nights. Everyone is looking forward to the establishment of this country. After everyone had finished having fun and went to rest, Luo Fan found a remote and deserted place on the island. After making sure that there was no one around, Luo Fan smiled and rubbed his hands ready to go. It's time to open the can. After spending 1 billion shock points, Luo Fan exchanged for 10 holy jars again. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a large recovery crystal 1. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 white tiger fragment. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 white tiger fragment. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining rejuvenation pill, *1. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 white tiger fragment. Ouch. Luo Fan's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw that the first 5 holy jars actually opened 3 white tiger fragments. Could it be that this wave is going to produce the next divine beast? Chapter 124 Summoning the White Tiger, Major Recovery Crystal. After using the crystal, all friendly troops within the range can be instantly restored to their peak state, curing all injuries and negative effects. The crystal can be used 0/3 times. Rejuvenation Pill. Originally intended to make an elixir that would keep you young forever, but because the alchemist was not skilled enough, it was only a defective product. Those who take the pill can maintain their youth for 50 years, and the effects of the pill can be stacked. Seeing the effect description of the rejuvenation pill, Luo Fan couldn't help but twitch his lips, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Could it be that Whitebeard's obsession was so strong that it affected the results of his own draw? Not long ago, he was pestering me to regain my youth, and now I have drawn the rejuvenation pill. 50 years of validity is enough to satisfy Whitebeard's wish. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for getting Senzu Bean 1. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Phoenix Fragment 1. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 white tiger fragment. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 white tiger fragment. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Hui's Divine Bow, *1. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Luo Fan excitedly put his hands on his hips and shouted to the sky. Who said I'm not the European Emperor? This wave of 10 consecutive draws of the Holy Jar is so fruitful that Luo Fan is so happy. Hui Divine Bow. A weapon left over from the ancient war period, it can absorb the light of the rising sun and condense arrows. It ignores distance and has the ability to lock onto the target with 100% accuracy. Under the blazing sun, a golden longbow fell directly from the sun and hovered in front of Luo Fan. Compared with the imposing dragon-slaying sword when it appeared, Hui's magic bow seemed incomparably light. The 2 ends of the bow are like the spread wings of a bird, and 9 3-legged golden crows of different shapes are carved on the bow, shining with golden light. With the help of Hui's magic bow, Luo Fan will no longer be afraid of those bird-like opponents who will take to the sky when they cannot defeat them. If Uranus dares to show up again next time, then I'll just shoot it. What made Luo Fan even more overjoyed were the 5 white tiger fragments that were opened from the holy jar. After the mythical beast Xuanwu, he can finally summon another mythical beast. Advertisement: White Tiger Fragments. Collect 5 pieces to summon the mythical beast White Tiger. Handsome boy, are you ready to become the king of all beasts in the world? Compared to the warm reminder when summoning the mythical beast Xuanwu last time, this time when collecting the fragments of the White Tiger, Luo Fan was no longer reminded to find an open place. So Luo Fan confidently put the 5 pieces of the White Tiger together. Clang! The 5 fragments merged into one, forming a milky white ball of light. A column of milky white light shot up from the sphere, piercing through the sky with a deafening buzzing sound, stirring the clouds into a concave Uzumaki. The light was so bright that it attracted the attention of everyone on the island. Xuanwu, lying quietly on the sea, sensed the breath of the other 4 divine beasts and immediately raised its head and made a response. Roar! Between heaven and earth, a majestic roar of a beast suddenly sounded. Within a few hundred miles of Xuanwu Island, all the birds and beasts trembled in fear under the suppression of the roar. Luo Fan raised his head and looked far away. He saw a huge white tiger made of milky white light in the clouds, with wings on its back, running towards him with fangs and claws bared. On the white tiger's forehead, the mark of the character, Wang, King, symbolizing the king of beasts shines brightly. After a few breaths, the white tiger's two huge and sharp front paws appeared in front of Luo Fan. Before Luo Fan could dodge, the white tiger formed by the gathered light directly hit Luo Fan's body. Roar! Along with the roar of the white tiger, the illusory body of the white tiger directly merged into Luo Fan's body. The milky white light continued to gather and eventually turned into a white tiger fur coat with black stripes, which was worn by Luo Fan. Ding dong! Host and white tiger have signed a contract successfully. The reminder sound of Luo Fan and white tiger signing a contract rang in his mind. Luo Fan raised his hands and looked at the tiger fur coat on himself, feeling a little surprised. I didn't expect the mythical beast, the white tiger, to be in this form. The summoned mythical beast, the white tiger, was directly attached to Luo Fan's body in the form of clothing. It was not noticeable, but the skills and effects of the four mythical beasts were terrifying. Name, White Tiger. Gender, female. Age, 9,999. Advertisement. Attack power, 99,999,999,999. Defense, 80 million. Awakening skills, White Tiger Sky Wings, White Tiger Armor, White Tiger Tier, White Tiger Command, Beast Soul Fighting Will. Take off, as expected, all the mythical beasts have 5 awakening skills. Compared to the Xuanwu, whose defense value is amazing, the White Tiger is at the other extreme, with an attack power that can kill instantly. White Tiger Sky Wings, when attached to the White Tiger, can be shared to grant the host a pair of wings, giving the host the ability to fly. White Tiger Armor, when attached to the White Tiger, it can be transformed into a life armor, giving the host super high mobility and speed plus 9999999. White Tiger Tier, the White Tiger is a very ferocious divine beast. Its claws are so sharp that they can easily tear apart anything in the world, even space. White Tiger Command. This is a command from the King of Beasts. The White Tiger can directly command all creatures on land and grant this power to the host. Beast Soul Fighting Will. Coming from the King's will, when the White Tiger is attached, the morale and fighting will of the host's own forces will be doubled, entering a fanatical fighting state without fear of life or death. Compared to the Guardian Beast Xuanwu, the White Tiger's awakening skill is more like the power of a king. The White Tiger gave Luo Fan powerful attack power and speed, and he could also command all creatures on land to add buffs to his own forces. This ability to command living things is even more terrifying than listening to the voices of all things. Because it is simply not open to rejection. I wonder if those people whose devil fruit ability is to transform into animals are within the scope of the White Tiger order? Luo Fan stroked his chin and thought seriously. He really wanted to see if he could use the White Tiger command on Kaido and make him dance or something. After all, Kaido is not a real dragon, and he should be affected by the White Tiger's command even in dragon form. With such powerful and terrifying attributes, Luo Fan only needs to turn the White Tiger into a tiger fur coat and wear it on his body to make it work, which is a huge profit. Moreover, wearing this tiger fur coat, Luo Fan looks even more powerful. His already handsome face, against the backdrop of the White Tiger fur coat, reveals the majesty of a superior. If he were to be surrounded and beaten by the Marine Admiral again, Luo Fan would have the absolute confidence that he could pin everyone to the ground and beat them easily. With this knife plus several nines of attack power, can you withstand it? Chapter 125 Joyboy and the Giant Elephants gather soon. Morgans demonstrated his professional ethics as a journalist and polished Luo Fan's passionate speech and published it. Wherever the seagulls fly, countless newspapers fall all over the world like snowflakes. All the news headlines state the topic in the largest font. Shocked, the destroyer actually said such a thing. Everyone is equal. The ideal country on Xuanwu Island. The world is fair. Will it destroy the world or save it? In a live broadcast not long ago, seeing that the Marine and the world government were unable to do anything to the various forces of the destroyer, ordinary civilians, as well, were still in a panic. Seeing the headlines about the world destroyer appearing in the hot newspapers, everyone was terrified. However, after seeing Luo Fan's words about building an ideal country in the press release, most people fell silent. How could such a country possibly exist? Someone was standing on the street, holding a newspaper in his hand and shaking his head, and the expressions of the passers-by around him were the same. This must be another plot by the destroyer. I don't think he's any different from those celestial dragons. Eliminating discrimination? No slaves? Everyone is equal? He said it sounds really nice. But he did kill celestial dragons. That's right. If there really is such a country, I would definitely be happy to live there. Some people were sarcastic, while others were furious. Some people are skeptical, while others are secretly looking forward to it. On this day, countless people stared at the words on the press release, with all kinds of emotions surging in their hearts. The sea area near Nine Snake Island is also not peaceful. After enduring the bombardment of Uranus, Luffy's severely injured and dying bodies somehow burst into dazzling golden light. In this light, there were bursts of drumming sounds. This incredible scene made everyone, including Jinbei and Empress Hancock, stare wide-eyed. As they stared in shock and confusion, Luffy, who was originally held in Jinbei's arms, was suspended in the air. Luffy? Jinbei wanted to reach out, but the dazzling golden light blinded him. Advertisement: a golden ball of light surrounded Luffy's body, suspended in the air, and continued to expand. Boom boom boom. The ball of light continued to expand, and from it came a drumming sound that resounded through the sky, full of rhythm like a heartbeat. Ha ha ha. Following a loud laugh, a huge figure stepped out bathed in golden light. That figure was Luffy, whose body had grown to an incomparably gigantic size. The horrific scars on Luffy's body left by the bombardment of Uranus had now disappeared without a trace. After becoming gigantic, Luffy's black hair turned into a dazzling golden color like the sun, condensing into a soft liquid rubber-like hairstyle, like a burning flame. Even his eyebrows were the same. The white clouds were like fairy silk ribbons, wrapping around Luffy's arms. A pair of bright eyes, like two bright suns. The voice calling out to Joy Boy in his mind directly unlocked a certain power hidden in Luffy's body after Luffy was seriously injured and lost consciousness. Joy Boy, be awakened. Luffy, who became Joy Boy in the Power Awakens, looks like a giant god, bathed in golden light. Zhang Yang's laughter continued to echo across the entire sea. Luffy, no, it should be said that Joy Boy had a big smile on his face and walked directly in the air with his legs spread out. Thump thump thump. Seeing Luo Fan walking in the air and going away into the distance, everyone, who had been in shock throughout the whole process, stood there in a daze. Is that really Luffy? Why did it suddenly become like this? Straw Hat Boy. Everyone looked at Luffy's back as he walked away step by step in the sky, feeling unbelievable. Jinbei couldn't help sweat dripping down his cheeks as he thought about the name Luffy had told him before that was calling out to him in his mind. Could it be that, Jinbei said with a complicated expression, that is Joey Boy? Joey Boy. Hearing the name, Mother Nu was so frightened that she almost collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, Hancock's two sisters supported her in time. Grandma Nu, what is Joy Boy? The female warriors of Nine Snake Island were puzzled. Granny Nu took a deep breath and said, that was a person who was active in the Void Century, 800 years ago. Advertisement. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. No matter what it is, I will go to Luffy to get it back. Hancock, who had calmed down, gritted his teeth, pointed his slender hand in the direction where Luffy was flying away, and ordered the ships of the Nine Snakes pirates to set out immediately to chase him. Calm down, Snake Princess. Granny Nu stretched out her hand to stop him, but Jinbei was faster than her and stood in front of Hancock. Jinbei, what are you doing? Calm down, Hancock. We all saw that Luffy's injuries have healed. At least his life is definitely not in danger now. We are still not sure what happened to him. If he is unconscious, we might be attacked by him if we chase him now. Jinbei shook his head. If Straw Hat Boy's current situation is really related to Joy Boy 800 years ago. Perhaps this world is really about to usher in the biggest change in history. Luffy transformed into Joy Boy and walked freely above the sea. Not long after, the giant elephant Zoe appeared in front of him, also walking towards him. After becoming gigantic, Luffy's size is almost the same as that of a giant elephant walking on the sea. A man and an elephant met on the sea. The giant elephant's eyes, deep in its eye sockets, suddenly burst into light, and its trunk was raised high. After hundreds of years of traveling and anticipation, the excitement and joy of finally meeting again at this moment directly turned into a series of elephant chants. The loud chanting echoed through the sky. On its towering back, the giant elephant carries a country. Fur tribe. The Fur tribe are an ancient sub-human race that evolved from furry animals into human form. They live on the back of the giant elephant Zoe all year round and never come into contact with humans from the outside world. They live an isolated life. For dozens or hundreds of years, the giant elephants have been walking quietly on the sea, and there has never been such a violent fluctuation as today, which surprised the Fur tribe. And when they saw with their own eyes a huge human being, as big as an elephant, walking towards them on the void. Everyone's eyes suddenly widened to the size of a full moon. They had been living a peaceful life on the backs of giant elephants, but their outlook on life suffered a critical blow for the first time. Who is that? Is it a god? Chapter 126. Attack on the Holy Land of Mariajoy. Deep within the holy city of Pangu in Mariajoy, a huge magic circle formed by 20 ice coffins constantly flashed strange light. Im's tall figure disappeared into the darkness, activating the magic circle. Buzz buzz buzz. Low voices calling for Joy Boy continued to come from the 20 ice coffins, sending out signal waves like radar. Attracted by this signal, after meeting the giant elephant Zoe, Joy Boy seemed to have received some kind of order. One man and one elephant walked towards the holy land of Mariajoy again. Soon, people spotted Joy Boy walking in the air with the giant elephant. Wherever he passed, everyone looked up in shock at the huge figure that was like the rising sun. The world government soon discovered that Joy Boy and the giant elephant on the sea were heading towards the holy land of Mariajoy. When the 5 elders heard the news, they were really nervous and shocked at first. Marine just suffered a setback on Xuanwu Island, and they have not yet discussed the next strategy against the destroyer. Could it be that the destroyer took the initiative to attack the holy land of Mariajoy? Big courage. Before they could order the world government to launch a blocking operation against Joy Boy and the elephant, the 5 elders received orders from Yim. The command is just one short sentence. Holy land Mariajoy, do not hinder the arrival of Joy Boy. Joey Boy. The 4 words, Joey Boy, were like a thunderclap that made the 5 elders dizzy. The 5 elders looked at each other, beads of sweat dripping down their foreheads. That wasn't 800 years ago. As expected of Lord Yimu, he is able to revive such a being. The five elders did not dare to speculate how Yim had resurrected Joy Boy. But at least the order has made it clear that Joy Boy's power belongs to the world government. After the recent battle, the destroyer's ambitions have expanded to the point where he wants to establish a kingdom. He will definitely attack Joy. This should be the reason why Lord Yimu summoned Joy Boy. It seems that Lord Yimu intends to extinguish this lamp. The bald old man Madara among the five elders had a solemn expression on his face. I suggest that all existing forces be assembled in Joy and a buster call be deployed. If the destroyer and the pirates dare to attack Joy. Advertisement. Kill without mercy. Second. It is suspected that Joey Boy has revived and appeared. Marine gathered all its forces and stationed them in the holy land of Joy. These two pieces of information quickly caused great shock in countries around the world. Even a fool could realize that the world, which had been dominated by the world government for 800 years, was about to face another final battle. This war is inevitable, but it is not clear which side will be the winner. Everyone was looking up. On Xuanwu Island, Luo Fan and his companions also saw the news that Joy Boy had resurrected and was heading to the holy land of Joy, and that the world government had assembled all its forces to guard the holy land of Joy. I didn't expect that Joy Boy was also controlled by the world government. Looking at the familiar face of Joy Boy in the newspaper even after it had grown to a gigantic size, the red-haired man sighed deeply. He had bet his future on Luffy. It turns out that Luffy is the Joy Boy that Shanks thought he would be, but he didn't expect that Joy Boy's power is actually in the hands of the world government. Luffy. Nami also recognized Luffy who had turned into Joy Boy, and his face was full of worry. Whether it's Joey Boy or Joey Boy 2, we have to face it. Luo Fan looked calm as he looked around at everyone. Since we want to completely overthrow the haze above our heads and rebuild a new system and an ideal country, we must put an end to all this. The Holy Land Joy has controlled the forces of Joy Boy, so we will go and liberate him. The Marine has gathered all its forces, so we will rush and defeat them. We've fought so many battles. Don't tell me you haven't thought about going to the Holy Land of Joy and killing celestial dragons. Luo Fan grinned wickedly, and almost made a hee-hee sound. Gulala, my life has a second spring because of you, I am willing to fight for you. Whitebeard responded with a big laugh. After pestering Luo Fan to take the rejuvenation elixir, Whitebeard has regained his youthful state, and this time it can last for 50 years instead of just one day. In the past, when he was in his 70s and had a heart attack and was receiving intravenous drips, he dared to get Marineford. Now that he has regained his youth and become a handsome man in his 20s, he can get the Holy Land Joy. How can I be missing? The members of the Whitebeard pirates standing behind Whitebeard also raised their arms and shouted, each of them was full of fighting spirit. Advertisement. Yes, keep fighting them. Hit the Holy Land Joy. Kill all the celestial dragons. Take their bird positions. Captain, it looks like we're on a pirate ship. Beckman looked at the excited crowd and then looked at the red-haired man. That's great, let's go join in the fun. Young men are more passionate, not steady at all. The red-haired man shook his head and smiled helplessly at Luo Fan who was held under the armpit by Whitebeard's big hand. However, there was also a warm current surging in his heart. As for you, why don't you go back to Wano Kuni? Luo Fan said to Yamato. Although this girl likes to smear herself with facial cleanser every time, Luo Fan doesn't hate Yamato. Now he is about to fight against the Holy Land Joy, and he may not be able to take care of Yamato at that time. This girl is a good fighter, but she's not as strong as her dad. No, I will follow you wherever you go. Don't you dare not take me with you when you go to a fight. Yamato put his face directly in front of Luo Fan, looking angrily. If anything happens to you, Kaido will beat me to death, right? Then why don't you call him over to fight together? Oh, why didn't I think of this? A word of enlightenment woke Luo Fan up, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Thinking of Kaido who was pestering him every day to be his cheap father-in-law, Luo Fan had an idea in his mind, and he rubbed his chin with his fingers and laughed evilly. Under Luo Fan's command, Xuanwu, which had been stationary on the sea, finally moved slowly again. The majestic body was like a vast black continent, moving towards the red line. Although Xuanwu's steps were slow, they were full of unstoppable momentum, and every step he moved was a distance that the ships could not catch up with. As for Morgan's, his eyes were shining throughout the whole process, and the quill pen he was using to write down the press release was almost smoking. The second of the four emperors follows the destroyer and proudly fights against the world government. Ride the giant turtle and head straight to the red line. The ultimate battle of the century is about to begin. The new hot headline, I'll take it. Chapter 127 Storm Before the War. The news that Luo Fan led the Whitebeard and Red Hair Pirates groups, riding giant turtles to fight against the world government and heading straight for the Holy Land of Joy also caused an uproar. Wano Kuni, inside Onagashima's base camp. Kaido, who had returned empty-handed, had a body as strong as a mountain, and was half lying on the bed, drunkenly. With his black hair spread out behind him, Kaido casually placed his mace at his side, burping while tilting his head back to pour the wine gourd into his mouth. In front of Kaido, Quinn was reporting the news about the confrontation between Luo Fan and world government. Hiccup. This kid is really capable of making trouble. He even wants to fight all the way to Joy. He is indeed someone that Lousy has taken a fancy to. Boss Kaido, But if Master Yamato follows that guy, and something unexpected happens. Quinn was hesitant to speak, shaking his fat flesh. Kaido's expression suddenly changed and he slapped Quinn. What the hell, how could anything go wrong if I follow Lousy's good son-in-law? Quinn could only look sad and dare not make any noise. Pop, pop, pop. At this moment, the Den Den Mushi woke up and made a sound. Kaido, half drunk and half awake, took out his Den Den Mushi and pressed the answer button. Hey, Kaido, Luo Fan's voice came from the other end of the Den Den Mushi. You little brat, you actually dared to call your father-in-law like that, are you thinking about eating Lousy's thundering 8 trigrams? Stop talking nonsense, are you coming to my fight with the world government? Come on, you braid. Kaido yelled directly at the Den Den Mushi, shocking Quinn so much that he touched the braid on the back of his head. You want to drag Lousy into the fight against the world government, right? Whitebeard and the red-haired gang are following you, go find them. Kaido took another big gulp of wine, and his words were full of resentment. You don't think of me, your father-in-law, when you have a little benefit, but you come to me when you want to break up a fight. No way, I just want to regain my youth. If you help me fight, you will have a share in the future. Good son-in-law, how can you leave your father-in-law out for such a thing? Lousy will go and lend you a hand right away. Advertisement. Kaido, who was originally drunk, suddenly had a gleam in his eyes, and his whole body aura surged with excitement, almost knocking Quinn over. Oh, who said that the son-in-law is inhumane? Isn't this a good thing? It takes me, his father-in-law, into consideration. Kaido, who had just emotionally rejected Luo Fan's attempt to interfere in the battle, suddenly accepted it. Holding the mace in one hand and the wine gourd in the other, Kaido looked completely drunk. He bent down and kicked through the roof, transforming into a dragon and flying towards the holy land of Mariajoy. In the base camp where the roof beams collapsed, Quinn was the only one left with a look of wanting to cry but no tears. Inside the world government's headquarters, the army commander-in-chief, Kong, sat in the commander-in-chief position with a solemn look on his face. Sitting at other positions on the command table were Marine Marshal Buddha's Sengoku, Admiral Fujitora, Aokiji, Kizaru, and Akainu. Outside the command center, all officers and soldiers below the rank of Marine Admiral have assembled and stationed throughout the holy land of Mariajoy, ready for battle. At the command table, the Marines headed by Sengoku all looked extremely unhappy. After the 8-hour effect of the S*X changing potion wore off, Aokiji had long since returned to his original state, much to his relief. Fortunately, she didn't become a woman forever, otherwise Aokiji would probably die of grief. Kizaru was whipped live in front of the whole world. Although he did not suffer fatal injuries and has mostly healed, his reputation after years of slacking off and working as a waiter can no longer be restored. As for Akainu, he should be the one who hates Luo Fan the most among all the people present. Half of his cheek had been completely disfigured and could not be restored to its original state, making him look even more hideous. Half of his body was wrapped in bandages. Luo Fan's Blue Lotus Earth core fire suppressed his lava fruit, making Akainu unable to transform into an element. In the battle on Schwangu Island, half of Akainu's body was burned by the strange fire and he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. It was Vegapunk's technological advances that saved Akainu's life on the operating table. The half of his body that was burned by the strange fire had completely lost its functions, but in order to get revenge, Akainu asked Vegapunk to inject him with a potion that overdrafted his vitality and forcibly enhanced the ability of the devil fruit, so that he was able to repair his broken body. Although he retained 80% of his strength, Akainu also paid the price of shortening his future lifespan. All the new and old grudges were blamed on Luo Fan. I never thought that one day our marine would be forced to this point by someone. Sengoku said bitterly. Advertisement. Marineford, Schwangu Island, Marine has lost to Luo Fan twice. Even the most vicious Rocks pirate decades ago had never made Sengoku and his gang so passive. I will tear him to pieces. Akainu's voice was hoarse due to his burned vocal cords, and his eyes were sinister. This time we are not just facing the destroyer alone. Whitebeard, Redhead and their pirates have also joined the destroyer team. Kong said, crossing his arms in front of his chest. We must achieve the final victory, annihilate the destroyer and these pirates in one fell swoop, and maintain world stability. They are coming to attack the holy land of Mariajoy, so we will wait here. Leave the destroyer to me. Aokiji clenched his fists until his knuckles crackled, and he was filled with fighting spirit. He's mine, Akainu interrupted. Humph, what are you trying to grab? The last punch must be mine. A voice as loud as a bell suddenly came from outside the command room, and then the door of the entire command room was kicked open from the outside by a big foot. Garp, wearing his vice admiral uniform and with his hair and beard all covered with a layer of white frost, walked into the command room as if nothing had happened, grabbing Senbei with his big hands and popping them into his mouth. Garp. Sengoku stood up and slammed the table in excitement and surprise. After seeing Luo Fan use mysterious means to trick Garp into disappearing on Schwangu Island, Sengoku always thought that his old friend would never come back. When others saw Garp returning, their faces were filled with surprise and disbelief. Where on earth have you been? Nothing. I was just exiled to the far north. I wanted to swim back, but halfway through I stole a pirate's ship and made it back in time. Garp sat down at the Karakura seat on the command table, chewing on a senbei and answering expressionlessly. Everyone was speechless. There are potions that can make people feel virginal, rejuvenate, and even change their gender, nuclear bombs that can destroy Marineford, and even doors that can transport people to other places in an instant. Luo Fan's strange tricks are simply impossible to guard against, which makes Sengoku and the others angry and headache just thinking about it. At this moment, Marine Vice Admiral Chatten walked into the command room in a hurry. Report to the Commander-in-Chief, report to the Marshal. Chapter 128 Breaking the Red Line. Report to the Commander-in-Chief. That giant turtle is approaching the red line. Chatten reported. Coming so soon. Kong frowned. Everyone walked out of the command room and came outside the building. The Holy Land of Mariajoy is located at the highest peak of the red line, with an extremely broad view. Everyone stood on a high place and looked into the distance. They could vaguely see a black mountain range looming on the sea level. There, it is the basalt that is constantly moving towards the Holy Land of Mariajoy. The Xuanwu summoned by Luo Fan was so huge that it was almost a continent of its own. The giant elephant Zou brought by Joey Boy was not enough to be killed by Xuanwu with one claw. In just less than a few days, Xuanwu approached the red line. Sengoku and the others couldn't help but feel shocked as they felt the overwhelming aura between heaven and earth getting closer. I really don't know where he found this huge creature. Now is not the time to think about this. Kong folded his strong arms across his chest with a serious expression. Since the destroyer has arrived, we should be ready to fight. All troops, be on high alert and get ready for battle. We must not let them land in Mariajoy. Yes. Under Kong's unified command, all marine units took quick action. In front of the Red Line coastline, the sea leading to the Holy Land of Mariajoy is densely packed with marine warships. All the warships, gun barrels were pointed at the distant sea level. Behind the marine fleet is the Red Line, which is like a natural moat, crossing the four seas and forming a barrier between the Holy Land of Mariajoy and Luo Fan and his group. On the deck, all the marine officers and soldiers stared ahead with grim expressions. The black mountains above the sea level are rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, the entire appearance of Xuanwu's majestic body appeared in everyone's sight. And gradually came into the fleet's artillery range. All ships ready. Advertisement. Artillery fire. Bang. Bang bang bang. Amidst the billowing dust and smoke, countless black shells were fired into the sky from the muzzles of hundreds of warships, forming a large, dense black barrage. Accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, the artillery fire covered the entire sea surface ahead like a rainstorm. The horrific shells continued to fall on the sea like raindrops, falling on the vast surface of the basalt mountains. Deafening explosions sounded one after another, and flames raged in the billowing smoke produced by the explosions. The overwhelming artillery fire from thousands of warships is enough to destroy any pirate group, and it is even possible to blow up a small island. However, all the Marines' faces were still filled with tension and alertness. They had already witnessed Xuanwu's terrifying defensive power and understood that this ordinary artillery attack could not hurt the opponent at all. However, they could only use such attacks to hinder the opponent's progress. Really, Xuanwu's figure slowly passed through the smoke, bathing in Marine's attack as if nothing had happened, and continued to move forward. The artillery fire continuously washed over the protective shield on the surface of the Xuanwu, only splashing out specks of light. The silhouette of people on Xuanwu Island can be seen through Marine's high-powered telescope. Luo Fan, wearing a white tiger fur coat and looking majestic, stands alone and proudly on the head of Xuanwu, with the dragon-slaying sword on his back and Hui's magic bow in his hand. Whitebeard, Red Hair, Yamato and the others are all standing on the island behind Xuanwu. Among the group, there are even the Straw Hat Pirates who received Nami's message and rushed to help after learning that Luffy had turned into Joy Boy, as well as Jinbei Hancock and others. Luo Fan's team is constantly growing. These scenes, along with Morgan's video Den Den Mushi, were once again broadcast live to the eyes of the whole world. The decisive battle finally began as everyone waited with bated breath. How terrible. Do they really want to rush to the Holy Land of Mariajoy? Can the world government really stop it this time? Why, I actually hope they can beat Mariajoy. The civilians who had always been very supportive of the Marines' crackdown on the pirates were now watching the live broadcast with shock on their faces, but they also began to have some vague expectations. Maybe, if the destroyer wins, the reign of the celestial dragons will really come to an end. Everyone was confused as to which side they should support. Advertisement. Come on. Luo Fan stood steadily on the top of Xuanwu, his starry eyes seemed to penetrate the layers of warships deployed on the sea and stopped on the red line. The Holy Land of Mariajoy is at the top of this continent. Humph, a group of people who boast of their noble bloodlines. You built the Holy Land at the top, but I will pull you down from the clouds. Luo Fan raised Hui's magic bow, pulled the bowstring, and suddenly a ray of golden sunlight turned into an arrow and appeared on the bow. Luo Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and raised the divine bow high towards the sky. Xuanwu, knock this continent off your feet for me. I will follow the master's orders. Xuanwu raised his head and spoke human words that penetrated the sky. An arrow like the rising sun whizzed out from Hui's divine bow, and its tail feathers dragged dozens of meters of flames across the sky like a missile. In just a few breaths, the arrow shot towards the Holy Land of Mariajoy and accurately hit the command building where Sengoku and his men were. Boom! With a loud bang, the top of the command building collapsed directly due to being shot by arrows. Such an obvious provocation made Kong and others furious. At the same time, Xuanwu, who received Luo Fan's order, directly accelerated. The majestic body, which was as big as the continent, simply ignored the marine fleet which was like ants on the sea, and rushed forward recklessly, invincible. The marines on the warships could only watch in despair as Xuanwu rushed through them. Some warships that did not have time to dodge were directly smashed into pieces. Then, under the wide-eyed gaze of everyone, Xuanwu's body bravely collided with the entire red line. Boom boom boom. The terrifying roar made everyone dizzy and dazed. The whole world was in violent turmoil, huge waves of dozens of meters high kept rising on the sea, the earth kept cracking under the horrific explosions, and huge red rocks fell into the sea in rolling dust. Tsunami and landslide. In this earth-shaking situation that seems like the end of the world. In the eyes of everyone who was shocked and terrified. A huge gap appeared in the red line, which was like a natural moat across the sea. At that moment, a gap opened up in everyone's worldview and it completely collapsed. The red line was actually broken. Chapter 129 Bullet devours red line. Hundreds of years ago, the red line was like a natural barrier, holding up the celestial dragons and the holy land of Mariajoy high in the clouds. On this day, in full view of the public, it was broken in half, leaving a huge gap. OMG. A marine soldier witnessed this horrific scene and murmured. The black tortoise that knocked red line down in the middle even just raised its head with disdain and threw off the red soil, without leaving any marks of the impact. Breaking off a continent is a piece of cake for Xuanwu. Everybody, let's get started. Luo Fan raised his arm and called out, and Whitebeard and the red-haired people immediately rushed down from Xuanwu Island. In such a simple and crude way, they directly crossed the marine fleet's fire blockade and successfully landed on the red line. The target is the holy land of Mariajoy. Standing between Mariajoy of the Holy Land and Luo Fan and his men was the entire force of the world government led by Kong Sengoku. Headed by all the marine admirals including Kong Sengoku. Behind them were the vice admiral and generals below him, countless soldiers armed with live ammunition, and hundreds of pacifists, developed by Vegapunk. Standing in front of the pacifists were 7 figures who looked exactly like the former 7 warlords of the sea, but they all had gray hair and looked like children. These 7 are the latest humanoid weapons developed by Vegapunk based on the factors of the 7 warlords of the sea. Seraph, we must not let these villains set foot in Mariajoy. Stop them. Kong gave the order in a cold voice, and made a gesture of execution with his big hand. The Buster Call has been issued to all terrorists who attack the holy land of Mariajoy, including Luo Fan. Kill them all without mercy. The Marines behind him roared and rushed forward. Marine and Luo Fan's group engaged in a fierce battle directly at the foot of the holy land of Mariajoy. The Destroyer. Several shouts filled with anger reached Luo Fan's ears. Buddha Sengoku, Garp the Fist, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru and other admirals angrily attacked Luo Fan. Advertisement. Several of the strongest fighters made Luo Fan their priority target for elimination. Sengoku, your opponent is me. The young Whitebeard wielded Kusuga no Kiri, and the blade light was attached to the awakened armament haki, like a black moon constantly cutting towards Sengoku. Why can't you die? Sengoku was furious when he saw Whitebeard Toshiro's youthful appearance. The red-haired man pulled out the griffin from his waist and rushed into the pacifists. The sword light and the laser light shot by the pacifists weaved a beautiful light net. In an instant, several pacifists were chopped into pieces by red hair. Marco Ace and others also faced off against the marine officers. The sound of explosions, the impact of various abilities of Devil Fruit, the flash of swords and laser beams constantly intertwined on the battlefield. In an instant, the battlefield became a mess and chaos. Roar. A dragon roar was heard from the sky, and Kaido, who had transformed into a green dragon, appeared with astonishing pressure, rushing towards the ground with his fangs and claws bared. Halfway through the flight, Xinglong transformed into Kaido, a half-human, half-dragon. The dragon's horns are ferocious, its whiskers are fluttering, and the green dragon scales covering its body are shining. Kaido held the mace high in his hand, and haki kept wrapping around the mace, with lightning flashing. Good son-in-law, your father-in-law is here. Thundering 8 trigrams. An attack came from the sky, directly creating a vacuum zone on the battlefield. Kaido of the beasts, why did he get involved too? Marine was horrified. Leave him to me. Kong swung his iron fist and suddenly appeared in front of Kaido. His fist collided with Kaido's mace, causing an astonishing shock wave. Old man, you're not dead yet. Kaido grinned. Humph, stop talking nonsense. Kong is still as skilled as ever. As a senior who once guided Sengoku Garp's generation, his strength should not be underestimated. The two of them fought with bang bang bang. The remaining marine admirals all kept a close eye on Luo Fan. Akainu, in particular, has become increasingly gloomy and violent since the battle on Xuanwu Island. From the moment he saw Luo Fan, Akainu bit Luo Fan like a mad dog. Advertisement. Meteor volcano continued to fall from the sky, and Akainu did not stop even if it hurt Marine's own people. Die, die, die. Akainu continued to roar with resentment. Wearing the tiger fur coat transformed from the white tiger, Luo Fan had a speed bonus, and only a bunch of afterimages were left when he dodged, and he easily avoided the attacks of several marine admirals. Suddenly, the blue-black conqueror's haki shockwave came directly towards Luo Fan from a distance. Luo Fan, who was keenly aware of the sudden attack, opened his eyes slightly. The top-level Conqueror's Haki also burst out from Luo Fan's body and collided with the opponent's Conqueror's Haki. Between the two waves of Conqueror's Haki attacks, some marine soldiers were affected by the area impact and fell unconscious on the spot. Luo Fan looked closely and found that the person who released Conqueror's Haki was not from the marine, but a burly man with headphones on and a naked upper body. Douglas Bullet, the Devil's Descendant, who escaped from Impel Down chase directly to the red line. Wahahaha, Destroyer, fight with me. I will kill you all. I am the strongest man in the world. Douglas Bullet rushed into the battlefield like a crazy fighter. Seeing the other party running towards him while howling, Luo Fan was immediately furious. Brother, this seems to be the first time we meet. What's the point of you coming here to fight? What are you doing? Marine recognized Bullet as a prisoner from Impel Down, and immediately sent part of his forces to besiege Douglas, but was directly defeated by Douglas. Such a chaotic war made everyone watching the live broadcast terrified. Through the screen, even though they were not in the scene themselves, they subconsciously held their breath and dared not breathe heavily, their hearts pounding. Try my fusion. Bullet shouted loudly, pressing his hands directly on the ground. The awakening ability of the fusion fruit was activated, and the entire ground began to shake again. As Bullet's veins bulged and he roared, the red line under everyone's feet began to melt, and the red clay stones were constantly being absorbed and changed by Bullet. This is the awakening power of the fusion fruit. Even the inorganic matter in this red line can be absorbed and fused into Bullet's weapon. The ground that was gathering towards Bullet was covered with black armament Haki, which finally expanded and swelled up, directly combining on the battlefield to form a giant soldier 100 meters high, wrapping Bullet inside. Bullet's eyes were fanatical, and the giant soldier's iron fist was wrapped with armament Haki, smashing down towards the entire area with tremendous force. Die. Large Bullet form. Chapter 130 The Birth of 20 Kings. You're so noisy. Two sword lights shot out from Luo Fan's deep eyes. The tiger fur coat fluttered in the wind, and Luo Fan, with the speed bonus of the white tiger, left a trail of afterimage on the spot. The next second, the iron fist of the giant Bullet soldier smashed the ground where the afterimage was, leaving a huge dent. Luo Fan's figure appeared lightly on the soldier's arm. He drew out a 3-meter-long dragon-slaying sword with one hand, covered with armament Haki, and chopped it hard on the giant soldier's arm. After fusing this land, my form is indestructible. Bang! The next second, a deafening roar hit Bullet's shouting face hard. A blade of light that was 40 meters long easily cut across the joint of the giant soldier's right arm. The iron arm wrapped around armament Haki was instantly cut off and fell to the ground with a bang. My sword has a 9-digit attack power. Are you afraid? Luo Fan held up the dragon-slaying sword and laughed. Do you think that the white tiger that can only be summoned by gathering 5 holy jars is fake? Hey little brother, look, I'm going to dismantle this fake Gundam of yours. White day tiger armor. Luo Fanjong shouted angrily, and the tiger fur coat he was wearing suddenly glowed white. As the white light faded, Luo Fan was transformed into a fully armed suit of snow-white armor with ferocious edges and a roaring white tiger head carved on the breastplate on his chest. Luo Fan shook slightly, and a pair of 10-meter-long wings spread out behind him. White tiger sky wing. The wings shook, making a sonic boom in the air. A long and narrow blade light flashed across, directly cutting a huge gash on the soldier's chest, but it was immediately repaired by Bullet using the fusion fruit. The ultimate cannon. Bullet continued to compress his huge left arm, and armament Haki continued to wrap around it, and then he launched a full-strength attack on Luo Fan. Luo Fan did not dodge this time, but faced Bullet's huge fist head-on. The golden light curse possessed him, the dragon-slaying sword made a clanging sound like a dragon, and Luo Fan's sword collided with Bullet's iron fist. The collision of metal and iron produced a harsh sound and sparks flew everywhere. Advertisement. The terrifying power of the iron fist pushed Luo Fan away, but the mere vibration of its wings blocked the impact and did not hurt Luo Fan at all. The soldier's left arm had been cut into pieces by the dragon-slaying sword. Die. The angry Bullet repaired his left arm and punched down like a hammer. One is a white armored destroyer flapping its wings and flying in the air. One is a giant steel soldier that is 100 meters tall. Everyone opened their mouths wide, staring intently at Luo Fan fighting the giant soldier. The shock in their hearts could no longer be described in words. Although Akainu and other marine admirals wanted to intervene in the attack, they could not hit Luo Fan because he had wings. Even Kizaru, who prided himself on his speed, began to doubt his life at this moment. Luo Fan, with the bonus of White Tiger, was so fast that even he had a hard time catching up with him. His light speed kick could not even reach the corner of Luo Fan's clothes. Bullet, who had merged the red line under his feet into a giant soldier, was confident that he could suppress the destroyer. Now, after actually fighting with Luo Fan, there was only surprise and fear on Bullet's face. In the Battle of Xuanwu Island, Luo Fan could only parry against the marine admirals, and his defense was terribly weak. Luo Fan now doesn't even need to actively defend himself. His attack power and speed alone are enough to beat Bullet. How did he cultivate in such a short time? Is it a monster? Is it a monster? Bullet cursed and muttered to himself while controlling the soldiers to attack Luo Fan. At this time, Luo Fan had easily cut off all of the soldiers' limbs. The cost of fusing and maintaining such a large combined soldier cannot be underestimated. Seeing that Bullet was still trying to use the awakening ability of the fruit to absorb the land and recreate limbs to attack, Luo Fan directly seized the flaw, raised the dragon-slaying sword and chopped at the soldier fiercely. Roar. The illusory figure of the roaring white tiger leapt out as Luo Fan swung the dragon-slaying sword, and the roar of the beast king shocked everyone. The knife light struck the soldier directly in the center, and the white tiger phantom opened its sharp claws and fiercely tore open the giant soldier's iron body. Bullet, who was hiding inside the combined body, directly exposed his original form. In front of the white tiger's sharp claws, everything in the world can be easily torn apart. The knife light directly opened a bloody wound on Bullet's chest, causing Bullet to scream in pain. Before Bullet could merge back into the soldier's body, Luo Fan had already stepped on the center of the soldier's iron body, grabbed Bullet with one hand and pulled him out. Advertisement. Luo Fan kicked Bullet in the heart, sending him flying. Without Bullet, the fruit ability user, as its core, the giant soldier formed by the fusion of the red line under his feet collapsed. Ah! Bullet staggered to his feet, letting out an unwilling roar. The next second, a rising sun arrow pierced Bullet's forehead, splashing a few drops of blood. Bullet's face was filled with anger, reluctance and confusion, and then his sturdy body fell straight backwards. Boom! The devil's descendant, the man called the most evil by Marine, died. Taking back Hu Yi's divine bow, Luo Fan shook his head speechlessly. If I hadn't summoned the white tiger, maybe you would have actually fought me. I've already got the attack speed and armor-piercing equipment, it's useless for you to grow bigger. So stupid. Turning his head to look at Akainu and others, Luo Fan hooked his finger and said, "Come on, let's continue fighting." At the same moment when the battle broke out at the foot of the holy land of Mariajoy, the 5 elders were anxiously waiting among the flowers, but they never waited for Im to appear. At this time, Yim was standing under the starry cross, waiting for the last step of the magic circle to be completed. Yim poured the bowl of blood in his hand onto the starry cross. That was Joyboy's blood. After Joyboy was prompted to come to the holy land of Mariajoy, Im took Joyboy's blood. This is also the last link. Finally, as the blood is thoroughly absorbed, all the inscriptions and patterns on the magic circle burst into strange light, and the entire starry sky cross shattered. In this secret space deep in Pangu City, an ancient and cold atmosphere began to spread. The tops of the 20 ice coffins lying quietly in the magic circle exploded at the same time with a loud bang. 20 corpses of the ancestors of celestial dragons sat up from the ice coffins with expressionless faces, their pupils dilated into white, and they walked to Im with empty eyes, obeying Im's orders. Each of them exuded an aura of coercion that was comparable to the strength of a marine admiral. 800 years ago, the original 20 kings of the celestial dragons race were summoned back from the long river of death. Chapter 131 Akainu dies. The killing begins. Everyone be careful, this guy has become stronger again. Seeing that Bullet had awakened the power of his fruit but was killed by Luo Fan in just a few strokes, several marine admirals suddenly became more vigilant. I thought it would be easier to deal with Luo Fan after he got off the giant turtle with amazing defense, but I didn't expect Luo Fan's attack and speed to be so terrifying. Doesn't this guy have any shortcomings? Before Aokiji and the others could think of a countermeasure, Akainu's fiery figure had already rushed towards Luo Fan. Hot magma continued to shoot out from Akainu's fist. Light shot out from Kizaru's fingertips, and countless yellow laser beams flew after Luo Fan. Luo Fan quickly dodged the lava fireball and laser beam by turning around. Fujitora pointed his staff sword high into the sky, and 10 times the gravity instantly enveloped the entire space. Under the pressure of gravity, Luo Fan's body fell to the ground, but soon dived out of the area under the vibration of white tiger sky wings. Luo Fan's eyes hidden behind his helmet scanned the battlefield. Right now, Marine was fighting with Whitebeard and all the others, and the situation was very stalemate. It seemed that the 2 consecutive defeats had filled the Marines with blood and anger. Coupled with the scientific research weapons sent by Vegapunk, the Marines actually slowed down the progress of Whitebeard and Red Hair. The strength of those 7 Seraph weapons was almost at the level of Marine Admiral, and their various abilities caused a lot of trouble to Whitebeard and his men. After dodging Akainu's meteor volcano again, Luo Fan retracted the white tiger sky wings behind him and fell to the ground with a bang. Beast Soul Fighting Spirit. Luo Fan activated the white tiger's awakening skill. White light continued to pour out from the armor, outlining a lifelike shadow of a white tiger behind Luo Fan. The white tiger raised one of its front paws, looked up and let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. The white light vibrated in all directions like sound waves. After being radiated by the white light, all the people who followed Luo Fan suddenly felt a burning desire to fight in their bodies. Not only did the pain after being injured ease, but they also felt full of strength and urgently needed to burst out. This is the effect of the white tiger's beast soul fighting will, which is equivalent to stacking a bunch of war buffs for all members of one's own forces. For a moment, Whitebeard and others suddenly turned their offensive as if they had taken stimulants. Seeing that Marine was being suppressed and was about to be forced to retreat, Sengoku and the others immediately realized that this was Luo Fan's doing again. Advertisement. Several Marine admirals rushed towards Luo Fan without regard for the consequences, trying to attack Luo Fan and interrupt the influence of this strange ability. Although he does not have the protection of the Black Tortoise, Luo Fan now relies on the various abilities of the White Tiger to kill decisively, and is completely capable of fighting against the Marine Admiral. Where did you take Green Bull? Don't worry, your colleague is still doing well as a leak. Boom. Garp's iron fist smashed the air and shattered the ground. Luo Fan dodged the punch, stepped lightly on Garp's back and jumped up. He used his dragon-slaying sword to block the ice spear thrown by Aokiji, and flew into the sky with wings behind him fluttering in the wind. Switching the dragon-slaying sword in his hand to Hui's magic bow, Luo Fan drew the bow and shot 3 arrows in a row, all hitting Akainu. With the lock-on attribute that never misses, Luo Fan can shoot whoever he wants with his eyes closed. Akainu's teeth were almost broken by the kite flying. You be ****************, D, come down and fight me to the death. What did you say? Luo Fan's eyes suddenly turned murderous, and his face turned cold. If you want to die, then go ahead and die. Sengoku, Aokiji and other Marines stared over here in disbelief. The people in front of the live broadcast were so shocked that they couldn't close their legs. However, Luo Fan never thought of retreating. The war broke out and the first Marine Admiral fell. The golden light spell on his body was shattered by Dark Hound, but Luo Fan didn't care. Armament Haki instantly covered Luo Fan's body, blocking Akainu's bear hug. Luo Fan, holding the dragon-slaying sword, personally went to find Akainu. The legendary observation Haki is activated. White Tiger Tear. The White Tiger can easily tear apart everything in the world. And in the battle with Bullet just now, he directly used his ability to absorb the giant soldier that Bullet transformed into after awakening his ability and devoured it completely. The whole place fell into an eerie silence. Before attacking the Holy Land of Mariajoy, Luo Fan had already harvested a large amount of sell value from Green Bull. Advertisement. Just as the two of them were about to put some distance between themselves, Luo Fan spread out the White Tiger sky wings behind him and swung them backwards, and under the reaction force, he rushed towards Akainu. Blood mist spurted from Akainu's chest, sizzling under the blazing temperature of the magma. Luo Fan, who had predicted all of Akainu's attack trajectories, found the optimal solution. He took a small step lightly to the upper right corner and passed through Akainu's fists with ease. It took a long time for everyone to react until Akainu knelt down in front of Luo Fan in pain, covering the huge bloody hole in his chest. His head drooped weakly, and he was completely lifeless. This crazy fighting method is obviously out of control. Compared to Akainu's ruthless iron hand that was transformed from magma, Luo Fan's arm covered with the white tiger armor was like a tiger claw, with the black armament Haki attached, and it suddenly reached out to Akainu's chest. At this time, Luo Fan's fruit ability has approached the awakening level, and he only needs the finishing touch. Akainu endured the severe pain and transformed his body into elements, and stretched out his big hands to hug Luo Fan directly. The hand that pierced through the chest was tightly holding Akainu's still beating heart, and as the 5 claws closed, it was directly crushed. 4 more Luo Fans appeared on the field, and 5 figures folded their wings and dived towards the ground like arrows. With a whoosh, Luo Fan's claws pierced into Akainu's chest and went straight through his back. Luo Fan now has a total of 50 trillion cells in his body. Akainu's resentment and hatred towards Luo Fan had already reached the point of a volcanic eruption. Seeing Luo Fan blocking the attack, he continued to punch and launch Dark Hound, trying to pierce Luo Fan's chest. Cell division. Blood mist splattered. Bionics. Dark Hound. Luo Fan also leaned forward, raised the blade of the dragon-slaying sword diagonally from Akainu's side, and slashed it across his chest. He wanted to burn Luo Fan to death with the magma that had turned his whole body into elements, so that he could feel his own pain. These cells affected by the devil fruit can continuously connect and burst out the energy of the small sun and microcosm. Armament Haki exploded with a buzzing sound, wrapping around the fists that had turned into magma. Akainu hammered down at Luo Fan with all his might, and at the same time summoned a large number of meteors to fall from the sky, cutting off Luo Fan's escape route. With a loud bang, the 4 Luo Fans attacked Garp and Aokiji respectively. Armament Haki's hands suddenly clamped Akainu's fists to block Dark Hound's attack. Luo Fan used a whirlwind kick to force Akainu to take a step back. Each of his clones was able to retain 80% to 90% of its own strength, and several admirals were secretly frightened after just a short fight. Chapter 132 Admirals fall one after another, kill like crazy. The sound of ding ding dong dong indicating the shock value has been received kept ringing in my mind. Obviously, the death of an admiral in the Marine Corps had a strong impact and shock on everyone. Luo Fan shook off the blood on his hands and walked over Akainu's kneeling body without a care in the world. The other 4 clones then jumped to Luo Fan's real body. 5 identical figures stood side by side on the battlefield. Well done. Akainu is finally dead. The Whitebeard pirates cheered when they saw Akainu was killed. Kill him for me. Seeing an admiral killed in battle, Kong and Sengoku were furious, and the other Marines were also filled with grief and anger. A group of Marines surrounded Luo Fan. The Marines below Vice Admiral simply rushed forward to get killed, and the double wings behind Luo Fan directly created a hurricane on the spot. Invisible wind blades shot out in all directions, directly cutting down a large number of Marines. Kizaru, who possesses the ability of sparkling fruit, took the lead and was the first to appear in front of Luo Fan. A dazzling golden light burst out from Kizaru's body, causing Luo Fan to subconsciously close his eyes. Kizaru spotted the flaw, condensed the lightsaber, aim no Kursakumo, in his hand, and stabbed Luo Fan in the chest. Bang! A strong wind blew around, and Kizaru's sneak attack on Luo Fan's Ama no Kuzan sword was kicked away by Luo Fan's clone. The 4 clones directly blocked Luo Fan's real body and Kizaru. Kizaru's eyes behind his sunglasses flashed with displeasure, and he kicked out a laser at the speed of light, while he used the ability of the fruit, Yata Mirror, to retreat backwards using the speed of light refracted by the mirror. A strong wind blew up and cut Kizaru's cheek. Kizaru's eyes suddenly widened when he saw Luo Fan appearing in front of him. How is this possible? Kizaru's heart was beating wildly. I have predicted your prediction. Luo Fan slashed down the dragon-slaying sword. Want to run away after the fight? Asked the dragon-slaying sword in my hand. Kizaru reacted quickly and shot laser beams from both hands at Luo Fan's knife. The laser collided with the blade, causing a violent impact with a loud bang. Advertisement: with the help of the impact force caused by the laser explosion, Kizaru retreated violently and avoided Luo Fan's attack. Luo Fan wanted to press on with his victory, but attacks from several other marine admirals followed closely behind. Ice air covered Luo Fan, a layer of ice formed on the ground, and sharp ice spikes rose from the ground and stabbed towards Luo Fan. Blocked by Aokiji's ice spikes, Luo Fan lost the best opportunity to chase Kizaru. Dozens of times the gravity directly increased on Luo Fan, and the terrifying burden immediately made Luo Fan's knees bend. Luo Fan thrust the dragon-slaying sword into the ground with the blade facing downwards, supporting his body so that it would not be crushed to the ground. In front of him, Garp was furious, swinging his iron fist covered with armament hockey towards Luo Fan's face. Bang! Fists bumped together. The sound of fists hitting flesh was like muffled thunder. Everyone on the battlefield turned their eyes to Luo Fan and Garp. The 2 men's fists, wrapped in armament hockey, collided with each other, and their strength was surprisingly equal. As the hero of Marine, Garp has mastered armament hockey to perfection, and has defeated the likes of Golden Lion with his iron fists. Luo Fan is so young, but his hockey has already reached this level. This scene once again made everyone more wary of Luo Fan. You are simply a demon in cultivation, Garp commented. If you join the Marine Corps right away, you'll probably be promoted to Admiral in a few years. Thank you. Luo Fan smiled. My own grandson has now been transformed into a joy boy and is being controlled by the world government. Instead of putting up a fight, you're helping the celestial dragons to deal with me? I don't want to be this kind of Marine. Luo Fan gathered all his strength into his fist against Garp, knocking Garp down with one punch. Wind slash. With nearly half of the blade stuck vertically in the ground, Luo Fan grasped the handle of the dragon-slaying sword and swung it with force in an upward position. The blade of the dragon-slaying sword was swung upward, forming a huge arc, as if it was going to pierce through the sky and the earth. The blade flashed forward, causing a howling wind wherever it passed, and directly knocked hundreds of Marines away, sending them flying backwards screaming. Luo Fan, who was invincible, was totally unmatched. Seeing that the human wave tactics were completely ineffective in defeating Luo Fan, it instead caused even greater casualties. The Marine admirals did not bother to guard against Luo Fan's strange methods and once again engaged Luo Fan in close combat. Advertisement: the gravity knife, ice spear and lightsaber stabbed at Luo Fan from 3 directions at the same time. Luo Fan did not dodge at all. Although the white tiger armor on his body did not have the terrifying defense value of the black sky armor, it was still able to block the attacks of the Marine admirals. The shadow of the white tiger enveloped Luo Fan and let out a loud roar. The ice spear shattered, freezing the armor with a thick layer of ice crystals. The gravity knife hit Luo Fan's back, leaving a crack on his armor, which was then repaired by white light. Luo Fan took the attacks of the 2 admirals with an expressionless face, and his dark left hand covered with armament hockey firmly grasped the Kusanagi sword that was stabbing in front of him. Draw the sword and slash. Although there was no scabbard, Luo Fan still pulled out the dragon-slaying sword from the height of his waist with his right hand tightly grasped. The dark blade light wrapped in hockey flashed with lightning, and he performed the sword skill, sword draw and slash. In an instant, a shrill scream was heard, followed by a blood mist flying between heaven and earth. Kizaru collapsed backwards in pain. From his left shoulder collarbone to his right chest, the Dragon Slayer sword cut a long and deep wound that was visible to the bone, almost cutting Kizaru's upper body in half. Aokiji secretly cried out in alarm, and pressed his hands on the ground to activate the icy energy to condense into a huge ice wall that pushed Luo Fan out, and he flew to rescue the seriously injured Kizaru. In the blink of an eye, a small green lotus with a faint glow appeared in the hands of Luo Fan's 4 clones at the same time. 4 blue lotus earth fire petals gently fell and turned into faint flames burning the surroundings. The abnormally high temperature directly melted Aokiji's ice wall and evaporated it into water vapor. It's that kind of flame again, get out of the way. The surrounding Marines were suddenly horrified and fled in panic, not daring to touch the flames of the blue lotus earth core fire. Even a Kainu admiral with the power of lava fruit can be burned by this flame, they don't want to be cremated so quickly. You want to save people? Dream on, you'll be in trouble if I do this? Luo Fan spun around on the spot, swinging the dragon-slaying sword in the direction of Kizaru Aokiji. The knife light swept away with the strong wind, rolling the faint flame of the green lotus earth core fire into a fire dragon, rushing towards the 2 of them. Kizaru was severely injured by the sword-drawing attack. The wound on his chest was horrifying and he almost fainted. When he regained some consciousness, before he could transform into an element and escape from here, he felt a stinging heat on his skin. The yellow sunglasses melted directly in the scorching heat, revealing a pair of eyes filled with fear and despair. A dark fire dragon opened its bloody mouth and completely swallowed Kizaru in an instant, and its remaining power swept out dozens of meters again. Kizaru's body was vaporized instantly without even a trace left. Chapter 133 No one can stop me. The fire dragon rushed out under the urging of the strong wind. Kizaru was engulfed by the strange fire and turned into ashes on the spot. The flaming lotus of the green lotus earth core fire was taken back by Luo Fan, and one of the 4 clones that Luo Fan split out was directly shattered into light fragments. The release of this move of green lotus earth core fire drained all the cell value of Luo Fan's entire clone. The effect is also very significant. A charred figure stretched out his hands in front of him and half knelt on the ground that had been engulfed by the Qinglian earth core fire. Plop. Aokiji's entire body was burned to charcoal by the flames, his face was unrecognizable and he fell to the ground with black smoke coming out of him. Aokiji, who was planning to rescue Kizaru, was also affected by the blue lotus earth fire. Although he was at the critical moment of life and death, the frozen fruit ability was extraordinary, and his whole body elements turned into an Iceman, and he also used the Ice Age to create a solid ice wall defense around him. However, under the engulfment of the blue lotus earth core fire, Aokiji's ice only lasted for less than a few seconds before melting. Compared to Kizaru, who was vaporized instantly, Aokiji was lucky enough to save his life in the blue lotus earth core fire. But this state of being burned to charcoal is basically worse than death. 2 veteran admirals were killed and 1 was seriously injured. This result was a heavy blow to the Marine, which had always been invincible. In front of the live broadcast, all major forces and people all over the world who had watched the whole thing from beginning to end were shocked beyond words. What did they see? How could the 2 Marine admirals fall so quickly? How could the destroyer be so powerful? Can world government really defeat such an opponent? The Marine, who had been full of fighting spirit just now, began to tremble in his heart and was obviously thinking of retreating. The destroyer. Sengoku's extremely angry voice rang out. A golden light flashed, and seeing 2 of his capable admirals, Akainu and Kizaru, being killed one after another by Luo Fan, Aokiji managed to save his life but was almost on his last breath. The angry Sengoku transformed into a giant golden Buddha several dozen meters tall. Sengoku ignored Whitebeard's obstruction and rushed towards Luo Fan with his golden body. Golden shockwaves shot out from the palms of both palms, taking the initiative. Advertisement sensing the terrifying aura behind him, Luo Fan didn't even turn his head and shot out, leaving behind several faint afterimages on the ground. After several consecutive backward jumps, Luo Fan easily dodged Sengoku's attack. Above his head, a meteorite with a tail of flame hit Luo Fan's head under the pull of gravity. Luo Fan swung out hundreds of blades in 1 second, weaving a huge spider web that covered the meteorite, directly cutting it into hundreds of pieces that scattered to the ground with a roar. After chopping the meteorite into pieces, Luo Fan vibrated the white tiger sky wings behind him, and his figure instantly approached Fujitora. The perception of observation haki made Fujitora feel uneasy. He only had time to put his staff sword across his chest before he was hit in the chest by a huge impact force, and flew backwards with blood spitting out of his mouth. Fujitora, who was knocked flying by Luo Fan, crashed into Xuanwu's huge body with a loud bang. The next second, Xuanwu's tortoise-like feet, as big as mountains, pressed down heavily on Fujitora's head. Fujitora released the power of the gravity fruit, trying to change the gravity to block Xuanwu, but he didn't expect that the power of the gravity fruit was completely ineffective against Xuanwu. How terrible! Fujitora looked up at the sky with his blind eyes and smiled bitterly. Next second, a tremendous force swept down, instantly suppressing Fujitora under his feet. I don't want to kill all of you. I only want to deal with the celestial dragons and the mastermind behind the scenes in the holy land of Mariajoy. If you still insist on your fake and ridiculous justice, don't blame me for taking real action. Luo Fan's words were not fierce, but they were full of absolute confidence and composure. The 4 Marine admirals have all been suppressed by Luo Fan. Hearing this, some Marine soldiers on the battlefield swallowed their saliva, and hesitation was visible on their faces. On the battlefield, the Marines' advantage is gradually weakening. Vegapunk's pacifist army was torn to pieces by Red Hair. The high-level combat forces were tied up, and the other Marine officers were in a melee with the best pirates like Marco, and were attacked from all sides and were badly beaten. Don't retreat. This is a war, a fight to the death. Sengoku glared at all the soldiers on the battlefield and clapped his 2 large hands together. Strong winds blew in all directions, and thick shock wave beams shot towards Luo Fan. The beam of light covered an area within 10 meters, directly charring the entire ground. The smoke cleared, but Luo Fan was nowhere to be seen. Advertisement few. The sword light was like a bright moon, cutting through the void. Sengoku's incarnation of the Golden Buddha subconsciously raised his hands that were splattering blood, with an expression of unbearable pain on his face. The huge palms of both hands had been cut off by Luo Fan at the wrists, leaving only neat cuts on the wrists, which were constantly gushing blood. What a fast speed! Whitebeard's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but sigh. They didn't even see when Luo Fan made the move. There was a flash of light, and everyone saw that Sengoku's hand was cut off. Without his hands, Sengoku's strength was greatly reduced. Whitebeard activated the shock fruit ability, shaking the space to push the injured Sengoku back and restrain Sengoku again. Without his hands, Sengoku was no match for Whitebeard in his injured state and was defeated. On the other side, the commander-in-chief of the army, Kong, was also hit by Kaido's mace and turned into a cannonball and shot backwards with a bang. His burly body covered in blood crashed into the wall of the Holy Land of Mariajoy. Dust and smoke billowed, stones tumbled, and Kong, who was deeply embedded in the city wall, lowered his head and lost consciousness. Kong, who was already old, was eventually defeated due to lack of physical strength. Ha 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 ha, is there anyone else who wants to fight lousy? Kaido slung the mace across his shoulder, wiped bloodline from the corner of his mouth, and laughed wildly with his head raised. Haki kept looking at the Marines present, but no one dared to attack Kaido. The situation took a turn for the worse in an instant. The commander-in-chief of the army, Kong, was seriously injured and unconscious. The marshal, Sengoku, was wounded. 2 Marine admirals were killed, 1 admiral was seriously injured, and even the remaining vice-admirals were mostly injured to varying degrees, and the casualties of other Marines were countless. On the other hand, among Luo Fan and his team, almost none of the powerful warriors were killed. Long before the war started, Luo Fan had already given the large recovery crystal to Whitebeard for use. Compared to recovery potions that are only effective for the user, recovery crystals can quickly heal teammates within a certain range, which can be called a group healing technique. The battle has continued until now, and Whitebeard has used the large recovery crystal on everyone twice. The Marines watched their opponents, who were already vomiting 3 liters of blood and on the verge of collapse, not fall under the healing light, but instead became more energetic as they vomited more blood. Marines had only one thought in mind: immune to death's opponents are so damn hopeless. Chapter 134 Killing Celestial Dragons, take it for me. Whitebeard roared, opened his hand and punched down. The awakened armament Haki turned into dark fist shadows, which shocked Sengoku in midair, leaving him covered in wounds and mentally exhausted. Buddha Sengoku was no longer able to defend himself, and his golden body shrank back to its original form, with his head firmly pressed to the ground by Whitebeard's big hand. This situation is just like when Sengoku suppressed Garp and prevented him from killing Akainu impulsively during the Marineford incident. The last high-level combat force of Marine, the dignified Marine Marshal, was captured directly. The atmosphere on the entire battlefield suddenly became tense and heavy. In front of the live broadcast, some people covered their mouths in disbelief, while others were petrified in shock. In the Holy Land of Mariajoy, the celestial dragons collapsed to the ground in panic. You lose. Luo Fan walked up to the panting Sengoku with a knife in hand. Sengoku laid face down on the ground, gritting his teeth but unable to struggle free. Sengoku looked unwilling. I just lost, Marine hasn't lost yet. All Marines, continue the attack. Sengoku roared with all his might. Garp led the remaining Marine troops to guard the last line of defense before the Holy Land of Mariajoy. Seeing Sengoku being captured, Garp was furious, but he could do nothing. The remaining Marines could only look at Luo Fan and his men angrily, not daring to act rashly. Attack quickly. Sengoku gritted his teeth. Don't waste your troops. Why would a bunch of laborers risk their lives for a slave owner? Luo Fan shook his head and sighed. The Marines are indeed men, but Luo Fan's purpose of attacking the Holy Land of Mariajoy this time is not to fight to the death with the Marines. Even if all the Marines were killed, it would not be of any benefit to Luo Fan. Thinking of this, Luo Fan decided to make a quick decision. Carrying the 3-meter-long dragon-slaying sword on his back, Luo Fan walked calmly towards the last line of defense of Marine. Marine had countless eyes fixed on Luo Fan, who was walking towards them, and was extremely nervous. A huge white tiger shadow appeared as Luo Fan walked, its eyes full of majesty and imposingness. The white tiger armor covering Luo Fan's body emitted a bright white light, and the various armor parts were constantly disassembled and flew into the air, attaching to the white tiger's phantom. Advertisement: it was visible to the naked eye that the white tiger turned from virtual to real, and finally became a huge white tiger covered with armor, with wings on its back, and exuding a majestic aura that made people shudder and want to kneel down. The white tiger raised its head and let out a roar that shook the earth. White Tiger Order. This is an order from the King of Beasts. The white tiger can directly command all creatures on land. Invisibly, a will from the king directly enveloped the heaven and earth. Although no one knew what had happened, their hearts began to beat wildly when they heard the majestic roar of the white tiger. An ominous premonition came over Marine, in an instant. The entire ground began to vibrate continuously and at a high frequency, and clouds of smoke and dust rose above the red line. Above the sky, a dark shadow that could not be seen was spreading from afar. So many ferocious beasts. Is that a bird? The sharp-eyed person exclaimed in disbelief and pointed into the distance. On the red line, all kinds of ferocious beasts formed a terrifying tide that had no end in sight, as if waves carrying dust and smoke from afar were rushing towards the Holy Land of Mariajoy. In the sky, there were countless birds flapping their wings and swooping down to the ground like a swarm of locusts. This is the will of the white tiger, the king of all beasts. Under the command of the king of beasts, all creatures on land will obey unconditionally. The surging beast tide and overwhelming birds rushed directly into the Marines from both the red line and the air, throwing the unprepared Marines into chaos. In an instant, Countless soldiers screamed and fled in panic as they were chased by birds and beasts. The number of beasts and birds far exceeded that of the marines, and they were directly submerged. Seeing that Luo Fan was able to command all the animals to form a beast tide to attack the Holy Land of Mariajoy, the whole world was shocked again. This ability, in the Kingdom of Dragon Palace, King Neptune stood up from the throne in shock. His beloved daughter, Princess Shirahoshi, also has the ability to communicate with Sea Kings, similar to Luo Fan, which is a secret he has always guarded. But Luo Fan's ability is obviously much more terrifying than Princess Shirahoshi, or even than the legendary ability to hear the sounds of all things. The only person who can command and drive the creatures on land with his own will is someone with only one identity. Advertisement: True King. Seeing the beast tide overwhelming and drowning the remnants of the marine, the last 3 seraphim who were left behind by Red Hair and his men attacked the marine fearlessly and turned around decisively, abandoning the marine and the world government and leaving the battlefield. Vegapunk is the smartest person. He only cares about whether there is funding to support him in completing his scientific research results. He is not loyal to any force. Seeing the decline of world government and marine, Vegapunk chose to backstab and abandon them without hesitation. Anyway, even if the world government wins in the future, it will still have to rely on its own scientific research and technology and dare not pursue it. Ignoring the Vegapunk who backstabbed the marine, Luo Fan ordered countless creatures to attack the remnants of the marine while pointing at the huge gate of the Holy Land Mariajoy. Everyone, follow me to charge to the Holy Land of Mariajoy and kill the celestial dragons. Slaughter the celestial dragons. Kings, princes, generals, and ministers are all of different species. Celestial dragons, prepared to die. Luo Fan and his gang raised their weapons high, with high fighting spirit, and rushed to the Holy Land of Mariajoy through the gap after Xuanwu smashed the city gate with one claw and rushed over the city wall. Looking at the live broadcast of Luo Fan and his team successfully rushing to the Holy Land of Mariajoy, countless civilians clenched their fists in shock. Charge, charge, the voices rang out in 2s and 3s and then spread like waves. Go. Come on. Defeat the celestial dragons. The long-oppressed blood began to boil, and people all over the world who had been oppressed by the celestial dragons for a long time shouted loudly, supporting Luo Fan and others through the live broadcast screen. Holy Land Mariajoy. The 5 elders looked as ugly as if they had eaten shit. They sat helplessly on the sofa, watching the Holy Land of Mariajoy being broken into and destroyed by Luo Fan and Whitebeard and his group. Outside the palace, the celestial dragons' nobles could already hear the cries of killing coming from far away, and they all behaved in ugly ways. Help! Help! Where's Marine? Help me, run away! The celestial dragons' nobles, who once looked down upon all living beings as lowly ants, both men and women, are now crying for their parents. G their pants, scrambling for the first place, and running away in all directions, totally disregarding their image. What appeared before them were countless weapons flashing with cold light. The revenge against the celestial dragons has begun. Chapter 135. Xuanwu Cannon launched. Once upon a time, a fishman named Fisher Tiger also went to the Holy Land of Mariajoy, burned the slave house under the noses of celestial dragons, and liberated the imprisoned slaves. And now, the entire holy city of Mariajoy is burning in flames. The pirates who rushed to the Holy Land of Mariajoy wantonly destroyed the luxurious buildings of the celestial dragons' nobles, destroying everything they saw as if venting their anger. The entire Holy Land of Mariajoy was in chaos. The fleeing celestial dragons, the slaves who were trafficked and taken to the Holy Land of Mariajoy, and the guards and marines who were protecting the celestial dragons, all collided with Whitebeard and his men who were coming towards them. The celestial dragons' nobles who were fleeing in all directions completely lost their minds after learning that the destroyers and the pirates had attacked the Holy Land of Mariajoy. Everyone was in a panic, totally ignoring their own pride and arrogance as pure-blood nobles, and only wanted to escape from this holy place. However, what greeted their horrified gazes was the ruthless slaughter by Whitebeard and others. Throughout the Holy Land of Mariajoy, the miserable wails and cries of the celestial dragons could be heard. Hundreds of years of oppression were now completely released as flames of revenge. Seeing the celestial dragons' nobles being hunted down, some of the slaves imprisoned in the port and outside the Holy Land of Mariajoy just stared blankly without moving. You are free. Take up arms, fight against the celestial dragons. Red-haired Shanks drew his sword and killed the guard who wanted to attack him, and pointed his famous sword griffin at the slaves who were stunned. Gradually, the dull eyes of this group of slaves, whose spirits had been tortured to the point of numbness, began to shine again. More and more civilian slaves were rescued by Whitebeard and his men. Some of them ran out of the Holy Land of Mariajoy without looking back, and some even took up weapons and followed Whitebeard and the others. Scenes of celestial dragons being hunted and slaves being liberated were projected onto the live screen. After seeing with their own eyes so many of their compatriots being chained and shackled in inhumane facilities and treated as slaves worse than pigs and dogs, everyone's heart was filled with astonishment, suspicion, sympathy, anger, and all sorts of other emotions. It turns out that what the destroyer said was true. If we don't fight, perhaps we and our children will be captured and made slaves of the celestial dragons. Are the pirates evil or is the world government evil? No matter what, kill all the celestial dragons. Kill them. All over the world, people are outraged. Advertisement: the Whitebeard pirates, the Red Hair pirates, the Amazon Lily warriors led by Empress Hancock, the Straw Hat pirates, Jinbei and others all followed Luo Fan and continued to advance towards Pangu City, located in the center of the Holy Land of Mariojoy. Wherever they passed, the territories belonging to the Celestial Dragons were constantly destroyed. Even Kaido, who was deceived by Luo Fan with benefits, was now happily destroying everything in the Holy Land of Mariojoy. The Marines who were blocked by the Beast Tide fought desperately to break through the encirclement of the beasts and return to defend the Holy Land of Mariojoy, but they were unable to save the situation. Under the attack of various fruit abilities, the entire Holy Land of Mariojoy almost collapsed and was destroyed. Viewed from the red line, this holy place standing at the top of the mountain has completely changed beyond all recognition. The celestial dragons that survived, under the protection of the CP department and the 5 elders, retreated to the inner area of the Holy Land of Mariojoy, but they were only barely alive. Luo Fan, Whitebeard and others are unstoppable. They kill gods and Buddhas. It only takes a little time to destroy the entire periphery and attack the core area of the Holy Land Mariojoy. At this critical moment, the 5 elders could only keep asking Yim for instructions, asking Yim to take action to suppress Luo Fan and others. Buzz buzz buzz. A giant shining with golden light like the rising sun was walking in the air, slowly appeared in front of Luo Fan and others, blocking their way. The person who came was Joy Boy, who was controlled by IM and revived 800 years ago. The gigantic incarnation of Joy Boy, who was nearly 100 meters tall, stood in the air like a god. His pupils had turned blood red surrounded by black circles, and were filled with indifference. Luffy, in the marine, Garp who was returning to defend the Holy Land of Mariojoy saw Joy Boy's face and stumbled back weakly. The so-called cloak of justice behind him suddenly felt extremely heavy. Is that Joy Boy? Whitebeard's face was serious. He once made a significant contribution to the history of the world 800 years ago, but became a legendary figure in a blank period in later generations. Joy Boy symbolizes free will. Now it stands on the opposite side of freedom. No, Luo Fan shook his head, that's not Joey Boy's will, he has been controlled. From those blood-red pupils, it was obvious that IM was controlling Joey Boy's actions. Lord Yim has taken action. The 5 elders heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Joy Boy appear. Advertisement. The 5 elders stared at Luo Fan with satisfied eyes, as if they had foreseen the miserable end of Luo Fan and Whitebeard. If it weren't for the purpose of protecting the surviving Celestial Dragon's bloodline, they would have personally taken action to suppress Luo Fan and others. Following Joy Boy, the resurrected corpses of 20 Celestial Dragons' ancestors appeared, and the pupils of each king were black circles and blood red. The 20 kings exuded an aura of pressure comparable to that of an admiral. What is that? Does the world government have so many experts hidden inside? Could it be? Seeing the zombie-like figure of the 20 kings appear next to Joy Boy, everyone gasped. Master Yimu resurrected the 20 kings. The 5 elders' expressions suddenly became indescribable. Even the Celestial Dragons were shocked. That was their ancestor, the 20 kings 800 meters ago. Why did they dig out all the ancestors to support the event? Luo Fan whispered with Whitebeard and others. Although there was worry and hesitation on everyone's faces, they finally looked deeply at Joy Boy and the 20 kings, and quickly turned around and evacuated. Soon, only Luo Fan was left facing Joey Boy and the 20 kings. Are you going to fight my might alone without help? I am, sitting on the void throne of Pangu City, muttered to himself. However, the next second, Im's pupils suddenly dilated, as if he saw some shocking scene. Xuanwu. Where's your G Italian cannon? The Xuanwu outside the Holy Land of Mariojoy, under the instruction of Luo Fan's thoughts, suddenly opened its huge mouth like a black hole. Dark light particles continued to gather in Xuanwu's mouth, directly condensing into a terrifying black light ball emitting dark light. Awakening skill, Basalt Cannon. Activated. The target locked onto by the Xuanwu cannon is. Chapter 136. Beating up Joey Boy. The destructive ball of light continued to collapse, squeezing and deforming the surrounding space. Following Luo Fan's order, Xuanwu brazenly fired the Xuanwu cannon towards the entire Holy Land of Mariojoy. The huge ball of light condensed and compressed by the black light directly turned into a black light column with a diameter of hundreds of meters, which instantly penetrated the entire Holy Land of Mariojoy from the mouth of Xuanwu. Buzz buzz buzz. Wherever the beam of light passed, all matter was annihilated, and a buzzing sound of burning energy was heard. The Holy Land of Mariojoy, located at the top of the red line, was swept through by a huge beam of light from the basalt cannon from 1/3 of its height. Countless buildings were destroyed in an instant, and the mountain was directly cut off by the energy beam. Such an earth-shattering shot stunned everyone. The Marines in the outer area of the Holy Land of Mariojoy, as well as Whitebeard and others who evacuated quickly, felt the bombardment of the Xuanwu's light column at a close range, which was almost at the level of a star destroyer, and they felt the hairs on their bodies stand on end. If they were within the range of the basalt cannon, they would be instantly annihilated into dust in the universe. Even now, feeling the residual power, some people are so frightened that their legs go weak. As for the Celestial Dragons in the core area of the Holy Land of Mariojoy, their fate was not so lucky. As one of the 4 sacred beasts that can only be summoned by exchanging 5 holy jars, Xuanwu's natal cannon is its only attack skill and also its most terrifying ultimate move. 2/3 of the entire Holy Land of Mariojoy was covered by the light beam of the basalt cannon, and most of it was directly annihilated. The surviving Celestial Dragons and 5 elders, who were hunted down by Luo Fan and his companions and had to hide in the core area, happened to be within the range of the basalt cannon's beam. Just by seeing the deep black light passing through their eyes, the 5 elders and the remaining celestial dragons were beaten into the most primitive particles and turned into ashes. Boom boom boom. Deafening explosions rang out one after another, and the sanctuary of Mariajoy, which had been destroyed and pierced through, collapsed in full view of the public, accompanied by the continuous rolling of boulders. Most of the holy land of Mariajoy fell from the top of the red line and slammed heavily into the sea, creating terrifying waves hundreds of meters high. Countless pairs of eyes suddenly widened and countless jaws slammed to the ground. The holy land of Mariajoy was directly sunk by a doomsday cannon. Along with the holy land of Mariajoy, Pangu City also disintegrated and sank into the sea. The destroyer, Yim's extreme anger affected the whole world. A slender figure in a black robe appeared directly in front of Luo Fan. Pangu City was destroyed by a cannon, forcing Im to reveal himself. Advertisement, you finally appear, the true ruler of the world government, the owner of the Void Throne, Yim. This world is in such a mess, who is the real culprit behind this? Luo Fan tilted his head slightly and laughed sarcastically. Hearing Luo Fan's words, everyone was instantly shocked, as if their worldview had been directly hit by the Xuanwu cannon. Is there such a character above celestial dragons? Marine, who is the world government serving? Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Im is enough to prove his strength and the mystery of his identity. In the holy land of Mariajoy, is there such a terrifying figure hiding behind the 5 elders? Whether it was the Marines, pirates, or ordinary people watching the live broadcast, they were all filled with shock. Even the more than 100 countries that joined the world government were in complete chaos. Didn't the world government say that no one would ever be able to sit on the Void Throne? It turns out that everything is a lie, and the mastermind sitting on the throne of emptiness has been deceiving the whole world from the beginning to the end. An old immortal who has lived for 800 years, Luo Fan complained with disdain. Die. Yim's cold voice sounded. Under the control of Yimu's mind, the huge Joy Boy and the 20 celestial dragons decisively attacked Luo Fan. Joey Boy appeared in front of Luo Fan with a thump, and a huge palm cut through the sky and slapped Luo Fan hard. Armament hockey covered, Conqueror's entanglement. As expected, he is Joy Boy, who once represented free will and started a war with the 20 kings and Im. With the dual bonus of armament hockey coverage and Conqueror's hockey entanglement, the big hand has the terrifying momentum of shattering mountains and splitting seas. Who can't grow bigger? Luo Fan faced Joy Boy head on. The trillions of cells in his body devoured by the devil fruit continued to expand, and he turned into a 100-meter giant. Ultraman, transform. Call. After becoming gigantic, Luo Fan exhaled a breath of foul air from his mouth, and his whole body was tightly covered with the equally gigantic white tiger armor. Advertisement. The white tiger wings behind him flapped, causing a violent gust of wind to blow across the sea. Luo Fan's figure rushed towards Joy Boy with an air explosion sound. The dragon-slaying sword could not grow larger, but Luo Fan raised his palm to form a hand knife, also attached with armament hockey and Conqueror's entanglement, and collided directly with Joy Boy's palm. Hockey's impact was equally powerful, creating a terrifying shockwave visible to the naked eye in the air, which instantly dispersed the clouds and revealed the blue sky. Boom boom boom. Loud drumming sounds continued to be heard from the heart of Joy Boy's chest. His other hand swelled and grew bigger, and his fist turned into a giant hammer with a diameter of dozens of meters, smashing towards Luo Fan fiercely. Luo Fan also reached out and grasped Joey Boy's iron fist. 2 huge figures clasped their hands together and continued to fight in the air with pure strength. The 20 kings then attacked Luo Fan, wanting to kill him. Unfortunately, you are now nothing more than a force at the mercy of others. Whether it is Joy Boy or Joy Boy 2, that will has been wiped out. Luo Fan laughed at the soulless Joy Boy in front of him, and the shadow of the white tiger beast king began to appear on his body, as if possessed by a martial spirit. Let me devour your power and help you take revenge on the real culprit behind this. Luo Fan raised his head and let out a long roar. His hands, which were wrestling with Joey Boy, suddenly increased in strength and pulled towards both sides. Swish. Golden photon blood continued to splash between heaven and earth, like a rain of light. Joey Boy's arms were torn off by Luo Fan with the attack bonus of the mythical beast White Tiger. Wielding Joy Boy's 2 huge broken arms, Luo Fan was like wielding a pair of swords. The fierce gale, swung by the 2 broken arms, swept directly towards the 20 kings, interrupting their fierce attack. Boom boom. The sound of Joey Boy's chest drumming became more rapid, and his 100-meter-long body continued to emit golden light, obviously trying to recover from his injuries. With his consciousness dominated by Im, Joey Boy only has a huge body and shines like a god, but in fact he is just a puppet with nothing in sight. Before Joy Boy's arms could recover, the huge white tiger shadow above Luo Fan's head opened its mouth and bit Joy Boy's head. With a snap, Joey Boy's head was bitten off by the white tiger. Devouring skill activated. I lost the world wave. I beg for a gift. Chapter 137 Awakening Platinum Form. 1 trillion cells have been fused. The prompt sound that sounded after absorbing Joey Boy's big head made Luo Fan pause slightly. What the hell is it? Just add 1 trillion cells. The string of zeros in the quantity unit is too long, so why not just not display it? The power that symbolizes the free will of the pirate's world can actually transform so much cell value. Nice one. The absorbed and transformed energy flowed through Luo Fan's body like a heat current. Luo Fan looked at Joey Boy's body with burning eyes and licked his lips greedily. Joey Boy and the 20 Kings are both puppets controlled by Iam's will, which means that he is able to swallow all the opponents in front of him as a meal. It's a sure win business. Thinking of this, Luo Fan directly absorbed the 2 huge arms that were torn off. The cell value in Luo Fan's body soared by 1 trillion again. While Joy Boy was repairing his head and hands, the 20 Kings approached again. The pressure from 20 marine admirals was overwhelming. Luo Fan glared at the 20 Kings with his tiger eyes. Conqueror's Haki collided directly with the 20 Kings' external Haki, causing a harsh friction sound. The 20 Kings were covered in pitch-black armament Haki, forming an indestructible armor. Some swung their palms and chopped with their knives, and strong winds cut through the void. Some swung their fists wildly, and the shadows of their fists fell down like a storm. Some of them are like a certain fighting race, with the palms of their hands directly sending waves out from their waists. Countless attacks, with the support of Conqueror's double Haki, bombarded Luo Fan head-on. Being able to become the ancestors of celestial dragons, the strength of the 20 Kings should not be underestimated. Each of their kings has a Conqueror's Haki. If he had known that his descendants would become useless, the 20 Kings would have been angry and revived on the spot, and Iam would not have had to go through the trouble of resurrecting them. Various top-level Haki added attacks hit Luo Fan's gigantic body, and even Luo Fan, who was wearing the daytime tiger armor, was unable to withstand it. Without the armor of Xuanwu that is so tanky that it makes the opponent despair, it is still a bit passive to just hold on. At the same time, with golden light flashing, Joy Boy's head and arms recovered as before, but it seemed that he had consumed a lot of energy, and his originally 100-meter tall body was directly reduced by 20%. Advertisement Joey Boy stood in the air with both feet, slightly bent his knees and pushed out his fists towards Luo Fan. His 2 arms instantly extended hundreds of meters and his fists appeared in Luo Fan's sight. Luo Fan dodged Joy Boy's attack by moving sideways, and punched Joy Boy in the face along his arm which had not yet retracted. Joy Boy retreated violently, his whole body close to the sea surface and then reached one hand into the sea. The next second, the entire sea surface turned into a semi-liquid, soft rubber barrier in Joy Boy's hands and was thrown high up by Joy Boy. Luo Fan's fist hit the sea surface that was pulled up as if it were rubber for defense, and bounced back with a "dwang" sound. Joy Boy was bathed in golden light, with misty clouds all over his body, and he slapped Luo Fan with his big hand through the air. A golden shockwave shot out. Damn. Do you all only know how to use one move? Luo Fan rolled his eyes, put his hands in front of him to block armament Haki, and blocked Joy Boy's shockwave. The 20 Kings' pupils glowed red, and they rushed towards Luo Fan, who was blocking on the spot, from all directions. Cell division. From behind Luo Fan, another figure suddenly broke free, then flapped its wings and rushed towards Joey Boy who was still sending waves. Luo Fan's clone that remained in place was instantly drained of its remaining energy due to the huge consumption. The huge body was directly pierced by the shockwave, and the attacks of the 20 Kings followed one after another. The giant clone suddenly exploded into countless light dust and dissipated. On the other side, Luo Fan's real body rushed out from the split clone, only flashed in front of everyone's eyes for a moment, and then crashed into Joey Boy. The 2 huge figures collided violently in the simplest and crudest way, and the impact force caused the entire red line to shake continuously. Bang! A circle of towering waves was blown up on the sea surface, and the 2 huge figures of Luo Fan and Joey Boy crashed into the sea. Luo Fan. Seeing Luo Fan and Joey Boy both falling into the sea, Yamato Whitebeard and the others immediately looked towards the sea nervously. The entire sea surface became extremely calm. Who won? Everyone stared at the crash site anxiously. This calm lasted for a short while. As a figure returned to normal, flapping its snow-white wings, it shot up into the sky from the bottom of the sea, and ecstatic smiles instantly appeared on everyone's nervous faces. Luo Fan, who had released his giant transformation, spread his wings and hovered in front of the 20 Kings and Iam. Advertisement the person held in Luo Fan's arms was Luffy, who was still unconscious. Iam stared at Luffy with his blood-red pupil surrounded by black circles, wanting to control Joy Boy again, but he discovered unexpectedly. Joy Boy's power was no longer detectable in Luffy. What on earth did you do? Yim stared at Luo Fan. I'm just accepting the power in him. Luo Fan's expression was full of playfulness. No matter how powerful Joy Boy is, as long as he has demon fruit power, he will be affected by the seawater curse. When he fell into the sea and was soaked into seawater, Joy Boy was completely controlled by Luo Fan. As for why Luo Fan was not affected by Mizukage, waterproof golden light mantra, you deserve it. Luo Fan completely devoured and transformed the Joy Boy power in Luffy, draining it dry and returning him to his original state. Luo Fan's current body's converted cell value has directly exceeded 50 trillion. Thanks to Yim Laosha for the delicious dish. Seeing Joy Boy being defeated and feeling the powerful aura surging from Luo Fan, Iam immediately realized that Joy Boy's power had been absorbed by Luo Fan. Suddenly, the murderous intent in his eyes almost overflowed. Actually made wedding clothes for others. After returning the unconscious Luffy to Garp, Luo Fan once again focused his attention on the 20 Kings and Iam. Luo Fan's current internal strength has reached an unprecedented level. The level of life is like a young erupting volcano. On the other hand, Iam was like a bottomless black hole, completely concealing his true breath. The 20 kings gathered around Yim, at Yim's signal, divided into 4 directions and slowly approached Luo Fan, surrounding Luo Fan. Luo Fan raised the corner of his mouth and smiled faintly. Come and try my ability to go a step further. The 50 trillion cells in Luo Fan's body continuously burst out with terrifying energy like a small universe, rushing towards Luo Fan's torso and limbs, flowing through all blood vessels, meridians and bones. Luo Fan's eyes burst out with platinum light, and the platinum light that exploded from the expanded cells continued to cover the surface of Luo Fan's body, merging with the daytime tiger armor and wrapping it up. In a flash, Luo Fan turned into a humanoid mecha with graceful lines but a dangerous aura. The wings behind him seemed to be made up of sword blades, flashing a sharp cold light. Awakening Platinum Form. Chapter 138 Kill 20 Kings. Cruel. Everyone spoke out at the same time after seeing Luo Fan awaken and transform into a platinum-colored humanoid mecha. After the cell value devourment exceeded 50 trillion, Luo Fan directly skipped the awakening stage of Devil Fruit. Mythical Beast Cell Fruit Platinum Form, fully awakened. The microcosm of 50 trillion cells was fully stimulated and merged with the divine beast, the White Tiger. Luo Fan's appearance at this moment can be called the strongest humanoid Gundam. The residual power of the energy burst continuously formed several layers of rolling airwaves, which vibrated out from Luo Fan's body. The 3-meter-long dragon-slaying sword made a dragon roar sound, and the blade pointed in the air at I am. Amid Yim's slightly ugly expression, Luo Fan's platinum figure disappeared in an instant. Without any sound, just as Luo Fan disappeared from the spot, a white figure appeared in front of one of the 20 kings. On the dragon-slaying sword, the armament haki was as dark as night, and the conqueror's haki was as entwined as thunder, directly splitting the king's body in 2. Without any precautions or worries, you just appeared and send me back to the cemetery. A king was killed instantly by Luo Fan without any preparation or reaction. With the king's death, the body that was split in half turned into dust and disappeared between heaven and earth. So fast, I didn't even see it clearly, not to mention that the common people were already shocked to the point of having distorted expressions. Even the powerful men like Whitebeard Kaido on the red line had stern expressions at this moment. If they were honest, they definitely didn't have the strength to easily block Luo Fan's sword. The master behind the world government, the longtime master of the Void Throne, is definitely not less powerful than Luo Fan. They even have reason to believe that I Am is from the same period as Joy Boy and has survived and controlled the world government for 800 years. One is an old monster who has lived for thousands of years. One is an evil genius who emerged out of nowhere. Advertisement a duel of this level was not something they could interfere with. Yim had a blank expression on his face, and his bloodshot eyes controlled the bodies of the remaining 19 kings, besieging Luo Fan from all directions. With the power of the fruit awakening and the bonus of the mythical beast White Tiger, Luo Fan tightly grasped the dragon-slaying sword and chopped it out with all his might. The blade light even faintly cut through the space, forming a tiny space crack at the edge of the blade mark. Such a terrifying attack power was easily broken even by the king's armament haki defense. The wills of more than a dozen kings were controlled by Yim, and their bodies had been dead for hundreds of years. They were not affected at all by the injuries from Luo Fan, and continued to attack Luo Fan indifferently, fearless of death. The platinum wings behind Luo Fan cut through the air and directly lifted himself into the sky. Switching to Hu Yi's magic bow, the locking attribute of never hitting the target allows Luo Fan to easily shoot all the kings present as targets. The arrows of light kept flying through the air, clanging and hitting the bodies of the 19 kings accurately. Luo Fan first used the kite-flying tactics with the 19 kings, and then the moment one of them got close to him, Hu Yi's magic bow instantly switched to the dragon-slaying sword. Luo Fan held the knife and performed various sword skills, some of which he learned secretly when fighting with pirates marines, and some of which he drew from the system tank. The flash of swords cut through the sky, causing the people watching the battle to exclaim in amazement. Although the 20 kings have the strength of an admiral, like Joy Boy, their souls have withered over the past 800 years. Their corpses are controlled by I Am, and their strength is greatly reduced. Yim controlled the actions of more than a dozen kings at the same time, but Luo Fan eventually found a flaw and opportunity. Soon, Luo Fan used the dragon-slaying sword in his hand to chop 2 more kings like cutting melons and vegetables. The remaining kings attacked Luo Fan with various peak physical skills. Bang bang bang. The body armor formed by the fusion of the cell microcosm and the white tiger armor kept making ping-pong sounds, and it was the attacks of the kings falling on Luo Fan like raindrops. Luo Fan's body kept retreating under the continuous impact, but his armor was never broken by the dozen kings. The platinum wings on Luo Fan's back spread out, and they were 12 meters long. The hurricane-like force created by the flapping wings offset the impact of the attacks of a dozen kings. System. Exchange for 10 gold jars. While fighting against the righteous gang fight of the remaining 17 kings, Luo Fan spent 100 million shock points to let the system directly draw the gold jar 10 times in a row. Open the pot of gold. Advertisement. The system prompts kept popping up information about opening the holy jar, but the things pulled out were full of uncertainty, and most of them were of no use. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the exclusive skill, Ghostly Kill. Ghostly Kill. Gold, Swordsman exclusive skill, plus 400% armor penetration, plus 160% attack within 30 seconds after activation, enters 6 seconds of ghostly bloodthirsty state. Each kill can extend the state by 1 second, Stack 1 layer of mark, up to 5 layers. Cooldown time. 8 hours. Luo Fan's eyes lit up, and he was almost about to throw his head back and laugh with his hands on his hips. This one is awesome. This swordsman skill is completely tailor-made for me. Ghostly and divine killing move. Luo Fan activated the skill without hesitation. A dark red air current suddenly wrapped around the platinum armor, and the originally holy appearance became as weird as an evil demon. The attributes that were already off the charts due to the dual fusion of the awakening fruit and the white tiger possession were further improved. After entering the ghostly and bloodthirsty state, Luo Fan's overall attribute values were simply heaven-defying. The dark red airflow left a trail of afterimage. Luo Fan, who had activated his skill, did not waste any time in this state. He just jumped up and killed people. The dark red light on the dragon-slaying sword flowed, ruthlessly shattering the armament hockey barrier of a king, and once again slashed his head off his neck. Luo Fan's left hand blossomed with a blue lotus of earth core fire, and the dragon-slaying sword in his right hand seemed like a demon dragon descending to the world, rushing towards the 20 kings like a wolf pouncing on a flock of sheep, killing them indiscriminately. There was so much blood. The king's fierce attacks without fear of death and without defense also caused wounds on Luo Fan's body, but in just a moment, cell proliferation repaired Luo Fan's armor. The faint flame that burns everything attaches to the king's body and immediately produces a huge fireball, burning fiercely. The sharp dragon-slaying sword, with the triple blessing of demonic killing, armament hockey and conqueror's hockey, is like a magic dragon shuttling between kings, ruthlessly reaping. Boom boom boom. The dark red blood flowed out from Luo Fan's body like a flood, with great momentum. As Luo Fan stopped flying, he hovered in the air as everyone looked up at him. Luo Fan looked at Yim and said calmly, "Now, it's your turn." Behind him, the bodies of the kings were slowly turning into ashes after various miserable end. 20 kings were all destroyed. Chapter 139. Duel with I.M. It seems that I really underestimated you. In the past 800 years, you are the only one who has pushed me to this point. Yimu's voice sounded, emitting an aura of ultimate suppression, and he did not conceal the anger and murderous intent in his tone. 800 years ago, I.M. defeated Joy Boy and achieved immortality through the Op fruit. From that time on, Yim became the sole master of the Void Throne, ruling the world from behind the celestial dragons and world government. He is the king of the world. However, today, the 800 years of secret was torn apart by Luo Fan using the most brutal means and exposed to the whole world. It's nothing more than killing you and creating a blank 100-year era. A white and smooth hand stretched out from the black robe, with slender fingers, looking more like a woman's hand. Yim held a slender long knife in his hand, which looked extremely simple. A terrifying aura that was unrivaled in the world began to emanate from Im's body, transforming into a dark red cyclone visible to the naked eye that constantly lingered around Im. Conqueror's hockey. The blood-red armament hockey continued to cover the long sword in Im's hand, instantly extending the blade to 10 meters long. Everyone present felt the pressure emanating from Im personally. Even 4 emperors like Whitebeard, Kaido and Red Hair had very ugly expressions on their faces. The danger warning that observation hockey felt was the strongest he had ever felt. Even if it is a pig, the foundation accumulated after living for 800 years cannot be underestimated. Im's strength has far surpassed the levels of Marine Admiral and 4 emperors. This is the horror of the king of the world. Everyone couldn't help but look at Luo Fan worriedly. Yim's bloodshot pupils shone brightly, and he suddenly released hockey directly towards Luo Fan. The extremely overbearing conqueror's hockey directly flooded the entire area, and even the cumulus clouds in the sky were directly dispersed by the release of hockey, as if a big hole had been opened in the sky. Luo Fan also released conqueror's hockey, but it was obviously one level weaker than Yimu. As the two hockey collided in the air, the huge impact turned into substantial waves and rushed directly towards Luo Fan. Boom boom boom. The deafening roar continued to echo on the red line. If you don't agree, just do it. Luo Fan didn't waste any words. He spread the white tiger wings behind him and cut through the sky. Instead of retreating, he moved forward and slashed at Im with his sword. Advertisement Conqueror's dragon-slaying sword wrapped with armament hockey clashed with the 10-meter-long dark red sword in Im's hand. Bang! The sound waves are rolling. There was no expression on Yim's face hidden under the black robe, and his bloodshot eyes were fixed on Luo Fan. With a flip of his wrist, the blade of the 10-meter-long sword passed directly over the dragon-slaying sword, then changed direction and chopped directly at Luo Fan from the top of his head. Luo Fan leaned sideways and narrowly avoided the 10-meter-long knife. Yim swung the long sword calmly, and the 10-meter blade cut through the void. Armament hockey condensed into substantial blade light, like a series of dark red arc-shaped blood moons, whistling towards Luo Fan from all angles as Im swung his sword. Luo Fan swung his sword to chop the flying blood moon into pieces, and then a wind-piercing slash swept towards Im with a hurricane. Im raised his other hand, and hockey formed a dark red barrier in front of him, blocking all the attacks. Over the past few hundred years, Im's armament hockey has gradually reached the awakening state and has been used to perfection. Not only that, his sword skills also surpassed Luo Fan. Looking at Luo Fan's bloodshot eyes, they were filled with contempt and disdain from beginning to end. You can't beat me at all. We haven't fought yet, why are you talking nonsense? Luo Fan's body was crackling, and trillions of cells were constantly burning in their microcosms, bursting out with terrifying energy, rushing throughout Luo Fan's body. The body, completely wrapped in platinum armor, continuously emits bright white light. The white tiger sky wings flapped suddenly, and Luo Fan's figure disappeared, shortening the distance between him and I am in an instant. Luo Fan was very close to Yim, and he swung his dragon-slaying sword to cut across Yim's neck, wanting to behead him directly. It seemed as if Yim had foreseen that Luo Fan would attack from close range. At the same moment when the blade of the dragon-slaying sword was about to slash at his neck, Yim's figure slightly shifted back a few points. The attack missed. Luo Fan was not disappointed either. After all, he guessed that Yimu, like himself, might possess the observation haki, which allows one to see into the future. But a sharp light like a sword burst out from Luo Fan's eyes. Awakened to see and kill, Luo Fan directly controlled the breath in his body and took the lead in activating his observation haki ability, cutting off the link that allowed IM to predict the future through observation haki. Yim narrowed his eyes slightly and also launched the seeing and hearing kill attack on Luo Fan. Advertisement observation haki was restrained by each other, and the only thing left was to fight with fists and kicks. Weapons clash. Haki charge. The figures of Yim and Luo Fan completely disappeared from everyone's sight, and only white and dark red air currents could be seen surging in the sky. Every fight and collision caused drastic changes in heaven and earth. The shock wave from the explosion dispersed all the clouds in the sky. The red line was continuously chopped and swept by the sword energy and the knife light, leaving countless crisscrossing grooves on the ground, which were bottomless. On the sea, the wind was howling and the waves were surging, causing a shock that almost spread throughout the world. Such a grand battle scene is like a showdown between gods. If you were to watch from nearby and be caught in the aftermath, you wouldn't even know how you died. The remaining Marines, under the command of Garp, withdrew from the Red Line, boarded the undamaged Marine warships and quickly left the area. Whitebeard and others ran back to Xuanwu Island as soon as possible. In the entire battlefield, Xuanwu is the safest person. Master Mu, I admit that you are the most amazing genius in the past 800 years, but you are still far from being able to defeat me. Surrender, or I will kill you and become my new vessel in place of Joyboy and the 20 kings you defeated. Yim's dark red long sword slashed across Luo Fan's chest, splashing sparks on the armor and eventually leaving a cut. Blood splattered everywhere, but Luo Fan didn't care at all. The cells in the body continuously consumed energy to quickly repair Luo Fan's wounds. I choose the third one, which is that I beat you to death. Every time IM swung his sword, it contained a strong sword will, covering the heaven and earth. If it were someone else, they would have been shocked and submitted to IM's will. Luo Fan remained unmoved, took a deep breath and slowly raised the dragon-slaying sword. A unique will emanated from Luo Fan and continuously gathered into the dragon-slaying sword, filled with a mysterious aura. Luo Fan absorbed and learned the insights from all his opponents, integrated them into his own meaning, and poured them into the knife in his hand. As the foul air came out of his mouth, Luo Fan swung the dragon-slaying sword towards Yim. The knife shadow was slow and gentle, as if the spring breeze was blowing on the willows, and it seemed as if it was not in this world, making it difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion. This attack, without any imitation or reproduction, contained Luo Fan's understanding of the way of the sword, and it came out of nowhere. Unknown sword skills. Chapter 140 ends. New goal. The blade light was like jagged water waves, directly passing through the armament haki barrier released by IM. The moment IM swung out the dark red long sword to block, he disappeared without a trace in the entire space. What? For the first time, shock and surprise appeared in IM's eyes. The space shook, and a knife mark that was strong enough to penetrate the sky and the earth directly cut a crack in the entire sky and earth, and suddenly appeared behind IM, who was unprepared. The knife, which contained Luo Fan's will, struck IM hard from behind. Ah! A voice filled with pain and anger rang out, and IM spread his hands and flew backwards. The black robe behind him was shattered by the knife marks, and a scarlet blood mist exploded. A wound deep enough to see the bone was engraved on his back, which was shocking. I'm injured. I'm actually injured. In severe pain and anger, Yim swung hundreds of knives at Luo Fan frantically. The dark red blood moon weaved into a sword blade storm that swept over. Luo Fan reached into the space ring, took something out and threw it out. The magic of love spins in circles. The strange card that was pulled out of the holy jar flew towards Blade Storm, and the heart-shaped pattern on the card instantly glowed and turned upside down. In an instant, the sword storm that was originally whistling towards Luo Fan turned around and headed towards IM. FK. What a ridiculous name, isn't it just about turning the tide? Luo Fan complained. Yim, who was carelessly injured by Luo Fan's unknown sword move, had not even had time to catch his breath when he looked up and saw a sword blade storm formed by dark red arcs of light turning around and rolling towards him. IM no longer had the calmness and coolness he had just had. His expression changed drastically and he launched haki towards his body to block the attack of the blade storm. A platinum figure with spread wings took the opportunity to appear behind IM, and its wings moved backwards and pushed Luo Fan out like an arrow. Get lost. Yim swung his knife in an attempt to stop Luo Fan, but Luo Fan still rushed towards him. Boom! The roar resounded throughout the heaven and earth. The dark red blade light cut through the sky, and the platinum armor on Luo Fan's body exploded instantly, revealing half of Luo Fan's cheek, with knife marks all over his body. Bang! There was another loud bang, and Luo Fan's figure directly hit Yim's back. As Yim turned his head with a look of shock and anger, Luo Fan's armored hands pierced deeply into the wound on Yim's back like tiger claws. Covered in broken armor and bathed in blood, Luo Fan ignored the injuries on his body, stared at Yim with vicious eyes, and increased the strength of his hands, stabbing into Yim's body. Yimu covered his whole body with armament haki, but was horrified to find that Luo Fan's hands directly tore through Haki's defense. With the bonus of the White Tiger mythical beast, Luo Fan not only has a greatly increased attack power, but also has the attribute of being able to tear everything apart. Advertisement: the knife strike just now contained the White Tiger's understanding of tearing apart space. And now, Luo Fan only has one thing to do. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, Luo Fan rode on Yim's tall figure and crashed into him and fell towards the red line together. With Luo Fan's angry roar, the hands that had been inserted into Yim's body were suddenly pulled out like claws, and countless blood sprayed into the sky. Yim's miserable wails reached everyone's ears. With a loud bang, Yim and Luo Fan fell to the ground together. Luo Fan stood up shakily, covered in wounds. Yim fell into the pit with a huge pool of blood under him, and his whole body was shaking. There was not a single part of his black robe intact. The knife wound on his back was magnified by Luo Fan's hands, and one could even see his internal organs that had been shattered by Luo Fan's claws. It was a horrible sight. Such a brutal and bloody scene makes people swallow their saliva and tremble with fear. Some people imagined that Yim would kill Luo Fan, while others imagined that Luo Fan would defeat Yim and end everything, but no one would have expected that the duel between the two peerless powerhouses would end in such an abrupt scene. Yim, who has sat on the Void Throne for hundreds of years, completely underestimated Luo Fan's abilities. And he also tasted the most painful consequences of his arrogance. I am the immortal god. God, you cannot kill me. Under the hood of his black robe, Yim's bloodshot eyes were filled with boundless hatred. At this time, Yim's severe injuries began to heal themselves. Even with such severe injuries, Yim could not be completely destroyed. Driven by the ability of immortality, it only took time for Yim to stand up again. And that's when I will spare no effort to cut Luo Fan into pieces. Luo Fan drank a bottle of recovery potion, and his whole body glowed green, and his injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Luo Fan sneered. Your immortality is due to the power of the fruit. Outside of this world, there are many things you don't understand. For example, this one. Luo Fan held up a small golden ball. Dunexing. A miniature annihilation bomb. Once activated, the space within a radius of 5 meters will be instantly annihilated and swallowed by cosmic energy. It can be called a portable black hole. Remember not to put it in your back pocket. Yim stared with bloodshot eyes as Luo Fan pressed down the little golden ball, then bent down and put it into his robe, then turned around and left. A strong sense of crisis that he had never felt in his eternal life kept attacking Yim's heart, and he struggled desperately with his broken body. 3 seconds later. Click. There was a mechanical sound in his arms, and Yim's struggling movement stopped. In an instant, a black spot suddenly appeared with the pit as the center, and then the energy exploded and expanded into a black sphere with a radius of 5 meters. The huge suction force swallowed up and distorted the surrounding space. In the explosion of cosmic energy, Yim was smashed into countless particles without any sound, and was annihilated on the spot and sucked into the black hole. As the black hole gathered into a black dot and finally disappeared, the only thing left on the entire ground was a hemispherical pit with smooth walls, without any trace of Yim. Advertisement: the whole world was deathly silent at first. Immediately, we won, we won, we won, hundreds of millions of cheers continued to ring out from all over the world, echoing throughout the heaven and earth. On this day, countless people cried with joy. 3 months later, Luo Fan lay on a beach chair on Xuanwu Island and stretched. The entire main city has been built on the island, people have started to move in and the port has been opened for navigation. More satellite cities will be built on the island soon. Xuanwu Island will become a new kingdom on the sea. After the final battle of Red Line, the world government collapsed completely. Luo Fan became the recognized king of the world, but he was just too lazy to rule the world. After discussing everything and seeking Luo Fan's opinion. Final. In the future, all countries will take the country established by Luo Fan as the first sequence, forming a federation to jointly manage the world. There will no longer be the rule of celestial dragons, and slavery will gradually be abolished. The remaining marine forces continue to be responsible for protecting world peace. Whitebeard and Red Hair also took the lead in forming the Adventurers Guild, changing some pirates into sea adventurers and prohibiting burning, killing and looting. In response to this, Sengoku and Garp said, when the two sides meet in the future, will they fight or have tea? Kaido got the rejuvenation pill and rolled back to Wano Kuni contentedly. The whole world is moving in a better direction. The only one who got hurt was Big Mom, who got nothing. Law, where else can we go on an adventure next? The Straw Hat Pirates have already set sail to find One Piece. How about we join in the fun? Yamato, who was lying on another beach chair, leaned sideways with his chin propped up, and asked Luo Fan with a smile. The Fish Pond Bureau is no longer fun. Luo Fan shook his head and held up a card in his hand that was flashing with rainbow light. That was the new item he got from drawing the Holy Jar a few days ago. World Shuttle Card. The user can designate a new plane world and have the authority to travel between 2 worlds. Team size. 0/10. Looking at the prop card in his hand, Luo Fan smiled, patted his butt and stood up. Let's go witness a bigger new world if we have a chance. Chapter 141 Yamato's Wedding. In the final battle between the Holy Land of Mariajoy and Yim, the shock value accumulated on Luo Fan almost reached an astronomical figure. After killing Yim, Luo Fan also used his devouring and transformation abilities to take all of Yim's 800 years of heritage for himself. Luo Fan's current sell value is already hundreds of trillions. The well-deserved uncrowned king. With just one order from him, the entire world government will completely fall apart. Many countries will surrender to Luo Fan. However, Luo Fan had no interest in the Void Throne and waved his hand to throw the mess back to the world government. The title of the former destroyer has become the savior. Thanks to Marine's efforts, world order is gradually restored and countless forces are reshuffled. Pirates and adventurers continue to sail on the Grand Line to explore the treasure left by Roger. A few months passed, and the heat of the final battle in the Holy Land of Mariajoy finally cooled down. On this day, the news seagull dropped a piece of bombshell news all over the country. The savior Luo Fan will marry Yamato, the daughter of Kaido of the Beasts, in the country of Xuanwu Island in 1 month. By then, Xuanwu Island will be fully open and warmly invite all visitors. The news that the savior was about to get married once again shocked the world. Countless women burst into tears when they heard the news, wishing that they could be the one to marry Luo Fan. However, comparing Yamato's appearance and background, everyone can only sigh that Luo Fan and Yamato are a perfect match. The story of how Marine's former Admiral Green Bull captured Yamato and took his fiancée hostage to threaten Luo Fan, and how Luo Fan risked his life for his beloved, was also talked about in the community. In contrast, Marine said, "That was the personal behavior of a former admiral and has nothing to do with me." Advertisement. After receiving the news and reporting it in the newspapers, Kaido's unbridled laughter spread throughout Wano Kuni. "Look, this is Laozi's son-in-law, ha 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 ha. When I first saw him, I felt he had a bright future." Kaido had been pestering Luo Fan for so long to send his daughter off, and he originally thought he could no longer count on him, but now he is overjoyed. After trading for the rejuvenation drug from Luo Fan in exchange for lifting the Wano Kuni isolation regulations, Kaido's satisfaction with Luo Fan had already reached the sky. He wished that Yamato would marry Luo Fan, ha 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 ha. The headquarters of the world government. No, no, no. Without the celestial dragons and 5 elders, Sengoku is now the one in charge. Ah, I knew I shouldn't have taken the position of Marine Marshal. I think Marshal Kuzan is suitable. Fujitora pointed at Aokiji. Aokiji immediately shook his head and sighed, like a salted fish that had lost its dream. All nations come to pay tribute. Sengoku crossed his hands on the table, resting his chin on the back of his hands, and glanced at everyone. Sons, turn around and set sail. We are heading for Xuanwu Island. Aokiji coughed a few times and answered seriously. Sengoku immediately rolled his eyes. Buddha Sengoku, who was once the Marine Marshal, has now become the Commander-in-Chief of the world government. Under him are former Admiral Aokiji, the new Marine Marshal, as well as Admirals Fujitora, Shadon, Momosagi, and Sengoku. Advertisement. However, now Sengoku and the others have very serious expressions. On the Moby DK, young Whitebeard, who was drinking with his sons, also received the news that Luo Fan was about to get married. Yes, in addition to Whitebeard, countless forces and countries have taken the initiative to organize delegations and bring various exquisite gifts to Xuanwu Island to attend the wedding. That's what happened. What do you think? Kaido looked back at the headlines in the newspaper and laughed, looking very proud. The wedding will be so lively then, and if everyone brings up their dark history of being suppressed and beaten by Luo Fan, wouldn't it be very embarrassing? You were just beaten by Luo Fan. Now you are the Marine Marshal. You are the best person to represent the Marine to attend his wedding and exchange a few pleasantries and present gifts. It was just a small issue of who would represent Marine at Luo Fan's wedding, and they held a meeting for half an hour but still couldn't decide on the candidate. HMPH, never mind. Aokiji, you will represent Marine at that time. Otherwise, Kaido wouldn't have been able to take advantage of us. More than half of the Marines present had been suppressed by Luo Fan. Although they had made peace, they had been beaten up after all, and there were still some traumas. Ahem, I'm going to have diarrhea in the next few days, so I won't go. Kaido kicked Quinn on the fat butt and immediately ordered his subordinates to prepare a banquet to celebrate the good news that he had officially become Luo Fan's father-in-law. Why did you only think of adopting a son and not a daughter? Dad, brother Luo Fan is getting married, so we must attend. Marco filled Whitebeard's glass. Kaido drank tons and tons at the banquet and ended up being drunk for 3 days and 3 nights. The route leading to Xuanwu Island suddenly became extremely lively. Gulala, how can I miss brother Luo Fan's wedding? Whitebeard looked around and sighed. Chapter 142 Wedding Eve. On Xuanwu Island, Luo Fan was sitting on Xuanwu's head with a small stool, wearing beach shorts and a tiger fur coat, with a pair of sunglasses on his face, fishing leisurely. Yamato stayed beside Luo Fan with his chin in his hand, his face flushed from time to time, as if he was thinking of something happy. On Yamato's green 5th finger, a ruby inlaid in an antique ring was gleaming. That was the magic weapon that Luo Fan opened from the holy jar, a golden ring that could provide the wearer with 12 levels of defense. Luo Fan proposed to Yamato with this ring. Get married, get married. Thinking that she would soon marry Luo Fan in front of the whole world, Yamato shyly covered her cheeks, and then her eyes passed through her fingers and stayed on Luo Fan. Recalling the first time he met Luo Fan at the Wanokuni ramen restaurant, Yamato felt as if it happened just yesterday. Morgans and professionals will take care of all the wedding planning. All you have to do is wear your beautiful wedding dress. Luo Fan seemed to feel Yamato's gaze, turned around, smiled and said, I've already told the Morgans that our wedding must be a sensation that will rock the world. Anyway, having inherited Yim's 800 years of wealth, Luo Fan is now worried about how to spend Bailey. Luo, I still feel like I'm dreaming. Yamato blushed. Why, didn't you like me before and even chased Wanokuni out? Luo Fan laughed and teased on purpose. Buzz. Invisibly, Luo Fan seemed to feel a ripple in the void. He was playing around with Yamato and suddenly his expression turned serious. Although it was only a moment, Luo Fan was very sure that he felt an aura that he had never encountered before. Advertisement, please help me watch the fishing rod. I'll be back soon. Luo Fan handed the fishing rod to the confused Yamato, and then a pair of silver-white wings spread out behind him. The flapping of the white tiger sky wings created a gust of wind, and Luo Fan's figure instantly disappeared on Xuanwu Island. With the help of the force of swinging the sword, Luo Fan's body flapped its wings and flew backwards hundreds of meters, avoiding the space crack and suction far away. The system is being updated and upgraded, no response yet. With the dragon-slaying sword in his hand attached to the armament hockey, Luo Fan raised the blade, and dark purple high-temperature blood spurted out immediately. Luo Fan closed his eyes and felt the source of the breath. The Luo Fan soared into the sky, penetrated the clouds and hung 10,000 meters in the sky. Obviously this has absolutely nothing to do with the world of the Pirates King. The strength of this tentacle creature is almost comparable to that of the turtle who has been alive for 800 years. Luo Fan couldn't help but be moved by such a strange scene. Luo Fan's pupils suddenly contracted, and at the moment when the tip of the tentacle was about to pierce his forehead, his whole body moved to the side a few centimeters. Is that a black hole? Could it be the dark fruit? However, the small piece of tentacle that fell into Luo Fan's hand still existed. Everything that just happened seemed as if it had never happened. Whoosh! After pulling the tentacles back into the crack, the circular hole in the space that suddenly appeared between the sky curtains continued to shrink under Luo Fan's gaze, and disappeared without a trace in just a few seconds. System, do you know what's going on? Luo Fan asked tentatively. It seemed as if a purple lightning flashed across the sky. With the speed bonus from the white tiger, Luo Fan directly avoided the attack of the tentacle. Advertisement: when the knife mark touched the crack in space, the light was directly absorbed into the Uzumaki silently under the suction force. What kind of creature is that? Luo Fan pondered, looking down at the tentacle in his hand. Luo Fan was quick-witted and took out the dragon-slaying sword from the space ring and held it tightly in his hand. He twisted his wrist and swung the sword with his back. The attack missed and the purple tentacle was about to retract. So fast! A strange and powerful suction force suddenly enveloped Luo Fan's body, trying to suck Luo Fan in. A dark purple tentacle suddenly emerged from the inky black round hole and shot directly towards Luo Fan's brow at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Moreover, at the end of the space hole shrinking, Luo Fan seemed to see a projection of a world on the other side. Roar! A cold system prompt sounded in my mind. There was silence above the sky. The knife mark went straight forward, heading straight for the torn space crack. The invisible crack suddenly widened, and in Luo Fan's eyes it was as if the world was poked with a round hole by a cigarette butt. A small section of the tentacle was directly cut off by Luo Fan. The attack speed of this tentacle is faster than the previous Luo Fan was suspicious. From the other end of the space hole, there seemed to be the angry and annoyed roar of some creature. Behind Luo Fan, the sky suddenly seemed to be cut in half as if a piece of cloth, leaving a dark and deep crack. Want to leave? No way. The white tiger sky wings behind Luo Fan vibrated, and his whole body was covered with white tiger armor. He instantly caught up with the strange tentacle that was retracted into the space crack. Chapter 143. Visitors from other planets. Why update at this time? Luo Fan was speechless for a moment. After being in this world for so long, this is the first time I find that the system will actively update and upgrade. However, there will definitely be more benefits if the system is updated. Luo Fan couldn't help but get excited and look forward to what the system would look like after the update. Of course, it would be even better if I could give myself an update gift package. The strange creature with tentacles on the other side of the space crack in the projection of another world that he vaguely saw made Luo Fan full of doubts. I thought that after the celestial dragons and were dealt with, the world would return to peace. However, the tentacle that just emerged from the space crack is as powerful as If the target of the attack was not himself, but Whitebeard and other 4 emperors and marine admiral, the outcome would be terrible. How many secrets are still hidden in this world? It really doesn't let me have peace. Luo Fan shook his head. If the enemy comes, we will fight him. If the water comes, we will block it with earth, no matter what happens. There were no clues to follow anyway, so it was futile to think about it. Luo Fan threw the tentacle that he had cut off into the space ring. A pair of white wings fluttered gently behind him, and he flew across the clouds and back to Xuanwu Island. When Yamato saw Luo Fan return, a relaxed smile appeared on his worried face. Originally, when Yamato saw Luo Fan's face turn serious and he flew into the air, he was still worried about what had happened. Luo Fan smiled slightly and did not tell Yamato what happened in the sky. Morgans, who was standing next to Yamato, bowed respectfully when he saw Luo Fan appear. The great ruler of the country. Advertisement today. Morgans has been promoted by Luo Fan to become the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Intelligence on Xuanwu Island, and his salary and benefits are at the ceiling level. Giving money is the boss. For this reason, Morgans completely follows Luo Fan wholeheartedly. Your Excellency, the layout of your wedding venue has been basically completed. Some distinguished guests have arrived at the port of Xuanwu Island and have checked into the newly built hotel under our arrangement. With Morgan's arrangement, the wedding arrangements were well underway. If it's not enough, just keep building. Money is not a problem. Luo Fan nodded and said generously. We want all the guests who come to the wedding to feel the hospitality of our Xuanwu Island. Maybe some of them will think the benefits are good and just stay here. Luo Fan had a sly smile on his face. After building the main city on Xuanwu Island, a new attribute, reverence, appeared on Luo Fan's panel, which can be added to his various attributes. The current respect value provides a 1.1 times bonus to Luo Fan's strength. As more residents there are on Xuanwu Island, the reverence attribute that Luo Fan can gain will increase, and the bonus multiplier will become larger and larger. I understand. I understand. Morgans looked fawning, took off his gentleman's hat, saluted, and left. Luo, isn't this too grand? Yamato blushed and covered her pretty face with her hands. It's not grand at all. Besides, these expenses can be recovered by collecting membership fees later. Yamato. Asterisk, greater than D less than, oh. Let's just wait for the wedding in a month. Luo Fan raised his head and looked at the clear sky, a calm and composed smile on his face. At the same time, in an unknown place, inside a huge ship suspended in darkness. Advertisement. The circular hole that tore through the space continued to shrink until it disappeared, and the painful and annoyed roar of some creature echoed inside the ship. At the last moment when the round hole shrank, the other end just passed by the afterimage of Luo Fan wearing white armor. Damn it. That guy actually hurt my pet. A sharp and piercing voice yelled, its tone filled with heartache and anger. Calm down, it's just a small part of biological tissue that was cut off. Another steady voice sounded, it's just a biological weapon, it won't die as long as its core is not destroyed. That was the child I carefully extracted and nurtured for a long time. How dare a mere prey resist us? They really don't know their place. The slightly dim blue light inside the ship reflected two slender figures. In the darkness, a mass of purple-black flesh surged, retracting dozens of strange tentacles into the darkness. One of the tentacles had a neat cut at the end. Humph, damn natives. The figure with the harsh voice seemed annoyed. You'll have plenty of time to take revenge once you reach this planet. It's been so many years, and everyone in our tribe thought that this blue planet had long been lost or deserted. I never thought we would be able to find it. The figure with a steady voice was naturally trembling with excitement when he mentioned the blue planet. So, now is not the time for you to get angry. Wait until you regain control of this planet. Humph, you don't need me to tell you. I have already reported the coordinates to the higher-ups. What are the orders from above? Humph, take back the jurisdiction. Chapter 144. The wedding begins 1 month later. On the vast land of Xuanwu Island, all kinds of white flowers and balloons are everywhere between towns. Several ports and surrounding waters were filled with ships that had come from all over the world to attend the wedding. The ships were large and small, and almost formed a piece of land with decks. Kings and other distinguished guests from more than 200 countries under the world government, fleets from the marine that spontaneously maintain order, and even sea adventurers, pirates, and countless civilians, gathered on Xuanwu Island. However, there has not been a single fight or dispute on Xuanwu Island, which has seen a constant stream of people for a month. Think about it, the owner of Xuanwu Island is the one who once challenged the world government and overthrew the rule of celestial dragons. Even the most vicious pirates have to consider the value of their lives before causing trouble. In the main city of Xuanwu Island, a white marble square with an area capable of accommodating almost 100,000 people was completed in a short period of time. This marble square was the main venue for Luo Fan and Yamato's wedding. Hundreds of marble pillars carved with cloud patterns stand around the square, and the square is arranged like a holy garden. Sitting on the seats in the square were Aokiji, who was promoted to Marine Marshal, and several admirals including Fujitora. In addition, there were kings and envoys from various kingdoms. The king of the Dragon Palace Kingdom and several princes and princesses alone occupied a large space. After the 5 elders and other celestial dragons were overthrown and executed, the current world government only nominally unified the various countries, while the various kingdoms have truly achieved autonomy and no longer need to hand over heavenly gold to the Holy Land of Mariajoy. All the kingdoms actively supported Luo Fan's Xuanwu Island. Compared to the envoys from the major kingdoms, Whitebeard, Red Hair and other former pirates seemed much more restrained and nervous. Although they have now changed their flag and turned from pirates into sea adventurers. But, in the past, pirates would drink and eat meat without restraint, but now they have to wear formal clothes and sit upright waiting, which seems a bit funny. During this period, many kingdoms took a fancy to their power, took the initiative to approach them and reached cooperative relations. Advertisement. The images on the square were broadcast live to all parts of the world by the video telephone bugs of Morgan's newspaper. Although they were not qualified enough to enter the square and personally participate in Luo Fan and Yamato's wedding, being able to watch the live broadcast made people all over the world feel satisfied. Wow, that's Princess Shirahoshi of the Ryugu Kingdom. So beautiful, 4 emperors, there are actually 4 emperors here. Hey, why didn't Big Mom come? Someone asked curiously. What nonsense are you talking about? The people around him immediately looked at this person as if he were a fool. You still have to ask this kind of question? What's wrong with you, little brother? You are punished to go back to the previous chapters and read them again. That's a supernova at sea. Wow. Those are all Amazon female warriors. I'm going to lick the Empress's long legs to pieces. Brother, restrain yourself. There are so many important people here, it's so grand. If I can be as successful in my next life, oh no, the next life, I will die with my eyes closed. More people were expressing their feelings with shining eyes. For ordinary people, seeing the nobles of various kingdoms, the famous sea warriors and the marines of the world government gathered together was a scene that they had never seen or heard of before. Advertisement, here he comes. It's the savior. Someone pointed at the live broadcast in surprise. In the live broadcast, Morgans, as the master of ceremonies, was announcing the start of the wedding. Above the marble square, a gigantic white tiger shadow stepped into the air and, in full view of everyone, raised its head and let out a beast king roar that shook the heavens and the earth. The shadow of the white tiger turned into countless silver-white streams of light, converging into the upright figure of Luo Fan wearing a white suit and a white tiger fur coat, standing in the air, with a pair of wings gently vibrating behind him. Luo Fan, who is already handsome, looks like a god at this moment. Wow! Countless women looked up at the sky and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, their eyes filled with intoxication and envy. Yamato, who was extremely beautiful in a pure white wedding dress, was holding hands with Luo Fan and was slowly descending from the sky above the square. Under the lace veil inlaid with gemstones, Yamato's pretty face could not hide her shyness. Woo 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 woo. In the beast's pirate seat, the burly Kaido grabbed the tablecloth and wiped his snot and tears frantically. The sound of wiping the nose was like thunder shaking the surrounding tables. When the guests around saw that it was Kaido from 4 emperors, they immediately lost their temper. Damn it, Lousy finally married his daughter off. See? This is Lousy's daughter, and that is Lousy's son-in-law? Woo woo woo, people shocked face O.D. Under the astonished and envious gazes of countless people, the newlyweds slowly landed on the red carpet in the center of the marble square. Chapter 145. Sudden incident. At the end of the red carpet is a flower stand on the white marble square. Below the flower stand, countless wedding guests turned their heads and looked eagerly at today's protagonists. Call, under the lace veil, Yamato took deep breaths nervously and tried to remain calm. The tightly fitting white tube top dress has the peaks rising and falling with her breathing. Luo Fan sensed Yamato's nervousness and shyness, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Luo Fan naturally took Yamato's hand and squeezed it gently. Feeling Luo Fan's concern, Yamato gradually calmed down. The two walked slowly on the red carpet and went straight to the flower stand in the center of the square under everyone's envious gazes. Wow, they are such a perfect match. This is totally my dream wedding. I don't know if the Lord will take concubines in the future. I would be willing to be your mistress. What are you dreaming about? How dare you? This should be considered the most grand wedding of this century. Countless people are blessing the newlyweds Luo Fan and Yamato. Whitebeard, who has regained his youthful appearance, has fluttering golden hair, wears an admiral uniform, crosses his arms, and sits in the front row with a smile. The white crescent moon that was specially left out is extremely eye-catching. I never thought that brother Luo Fan is married. It seems that he has realized, like me, that having a son and a family is the only way to be complete. Whitebeard nodded appreciatively. Advertisement, Dad. Kaido is now the father-in-law of the Luo Fan brothers. If you and the Luo Fan brothers are brothers, then the seniority of our group will be 1 generation lower than Kaido, right? Diamond Joes asked. Damn it. Lousy won't suffer such a loss. Seniority is a different matter. Dad is so tall. Marco and the others immediately gave Whitebeard a thumbs up, then looked at Luo Fan and Yamato who had already walked over, and a group of people stood up, applauded and whistled. Straw Hat Boy Luffy was holding a big skewer of meat, and Usopp and Chopper wanted to jump onto the table to join in the fun, but Nami punched them one by one, making them grimace in dismay, and they all sat back in their seats obediently. Not far away, Boa Hancock, the queen in a cool and gorgeous dress, covered her cheeks and looked at Luo Fan and Yamato walking hand in hand on the red carpet with envy and longing. Ah, when can I hold a wedding like this with Luffy? Hancock muttered absent-mindedly, and new mother-in-law was listening with a frown on her face. In Hancock's mind, the faces of the newcomers walking under the gaze of the whole world have automatically changed into those of himself and Luffy. Hancock looked in Luffy's direction. Even though he saw Luffy grimacing after being beaten by Nami, he still thought he was very handsome. The pink love filter filled Hancock's heart. Inside the newly built World Government Headquarters building, Sengoku and Garp, who were not present in person, watched the grand scene in the live broadcast and were quite moved. Just by announcing his wedding, all the major kingdoms and maritime forces would flock to Xuanwu Island. This is more appealing than the previous world government controlled by the Celestial Dragon's nobles. If Luo Fan wanted, he could become the king of the world with just a wave of his hand. Fortunately, our savior has no interest in ruling the world. Sengoku shook his head and smiled bitterly. Why think so much? Everything is fine now. I don't have to worry about chasing those two brats Luffy and Ace. Garp, wearing a dog head hat, stuffed senbei into his mouth with a nonchalant look on his face. Advertisement, damn it, you stole my senbei again. Accompanied by flower salutes and wedding music, Luo Fan and Yamato finally walked onto the flower stand. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. The people in the square kept making noises. Amid the teasing and expectant gazes of the crowd, Luo Fan chuckled and kissed Yamato's red lips, and the latter's face instantly flushed. In an instant, the entire square was filled with deafening cheers and applause. FK it. Kaido laughed and excitedly clapped his hands, smashing the table into pieces. Quinn and the others, who were still holding their wineglasses, looked confused. Whether it was the guests in the square or the people watching this scene in front of the live broadcast, they all cheered and felt happy to be witnesses of the wedding of the century. With the kiss between the newlyweds, the wedding ceremony came to an end, and Morgans announced the start of the wedding banquet to everyone in the square. Suddenly, the whole square was filled with the clinking of glasses, and envoys from countless powerful kingdoms were moving between the seats, toasting and chatting. Various cheers and celebratory sounds rang out one after another. More guests gathered around Luo Fan and Yamato, vying to express their congratulations and blessings to Luo Fan and to make themselves known to him. Even though the Morgans announced there would be a meet and greet after the wedding, the guests didn't stop. Soon, Luo Fan and Yamato were surrounded by 3 layers of people. If you didn't have some strong power, you would even be squeezed out. Just as the atmosphere at the entire wedding was heating up. Suddenly, a distant buzzing sound was heard in the sky above Xuanwu Island. Chapter 146. Robbery. Buzz. The strange buzzing sound in the sky reached everyone's ears directly. Everyone who was originally eating meat and drinking, chatting, laughing and bragging, all looked up at the same time. Luo Fan, the protagonist of the wedding, also narrowed his eyes and raised his head. There is not a single cloud in the clear sky. A black spot appeared in the middle of the blue sky. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the black spot, which was originally only the size of a mung bean, gradually grew larger. Finally, it turned into a huge quaint ship that descended from the sky and hovered above the wedding scene. This giant ship looks no different from any other ship sailing on the sea. However, it is not sailing on the sea, but in the sky. Even the entire giant ship is not coated and is not wrapped in a huge bubble, but can still float in the sky. At the bottom of the giant ship, circles of blue electric ripples were constantly flashing. What is that? I don't know. It's a ship. Could it be the ancient weapon that the Holy Land Mariajoy used to attack Xuanwu Island? How is it possible? The Holy Land of Mariajoy has been destroyed. Who would dare to attack Xuanwu Island now? Are you trying to save your life? What else is it? Entertainment for the wedding. The arrival of the giant ship was also recorded by the live broadcast. The people on Xuanwu Island, as well as other overseas viewers who were watching the live broadcast, immediately began to talk about the giant ship that had descended over Xuanwu Island. Hey, Marine, isn't that a new invention of your world government? Marco asked the envoy from the world government. Advertisement. That's not our ship. Aokiji shook his head. Whitebeard, Redhead and the other guests immediately turned their heads to look at Luo Fan. Yamato, the bride, also looked at Luo Fan curiously. Luo Fan shook his head calmly and spread his hands. Luo Fan said, "Don't look at me, this boat is not an entertainment program designed by me." Then this is. Everyone looked at the huge ship still floating quietly in the sky in confusion. Luo Fan said nothing. As Luo Fan finished his words, 2 tiny black shadows flew out of the giant ship. Everyone was shocked. Luffy, who was standing next to him, was at a loss. Enjoying everyone's shock, the bamboo birdman sneered and continued. Now, it's time for us to take back the jurisdiction of this planet. The tentacles in Luo Fan's hands were jumping wildly, with the tip pointing straight towards the huge ship in the sky, as if they had consciousness and wanted to fly up immediately. In the space ring, the tentacle that was cut off from the black hole by Luo Fan a month ago suddenly seemed to sense something and began to tremble wildly. The birdman was tall and thin like a bamboo pole, with his hands behind his back. What is that? Someone who can fly. In ancient times, our race once came to this blue planet and even left descendants to rule this world. However, later on, you aboriginals overthrew the throne of our descendants and established your own regime. The sudden appearance of a giant ship capable of sailing in the sky at this time should obviously not be a special surprise. Advertisement. Luo Fan took the tentacle out of the space ring. You are just a bunch of lowly natives. If we hadn't lost the coordinates of this planet, we wouldn't have been able to let you live freely for so many years. What is this? Everyone looked at what was in Luo Fan's hand. The sharp and piercing sound reached everyone's ears. Robin covered his mouth in shock. Natives. The bamboo birdman spoke. We are noble moon people. The white robe with golden stripes fluttered in the wind. If Enel had been there, he would have recognized the 2 winged figures as being identical to the figures he had seen in the murals on the moon. The 2 figures were men. Their facial features and body shapes were not much different from everyone else present, except that their skin was so white that it had no color and they had no eyebrows. A man who was not very tall but as strong as a rock, stared coldly at the people below. He comes with ill intentions, Luo Fan said. A tall and thin man with a smile that looked extremely sinister. Looking down from above, enjoying the shock and disbelief in everyone's eyes, the two winged men showed disdain on their faces. What shocked everyone was that both of them had white wings 4 or 5 meters long spread out behind them. Because there was a protective shield on Xuanwu Island, the two figures descended directly hundreds of meters above Xuanwu Island and then stopped. When most of the people present heard the bamboo birdman call himself the Moon Man, their eyes widened in shock, and their jaws almost dropped to the ground. The bamboo birdman sneered. They are a race that existed on the moon in ancient times, but they should have been extinct long ago. Robin's face was full of disbelief. The moon people, who left only a few traces in the distant past, have now appeared again. After all, Luo Fan had already sensed a certain depressing atmosphere from the giant ship. Ants. Chapter 147 Moonstar Alpha. The tall and thin birdman's sharp declaration echoed across the square. Countless people were shocked beyond words. What did they hear? Ancient times? Moon Man? Landing on this blue planet? Take back jurisdiction? The sudden explosion of information made everyone feel dizzy and thought they were still dreaming. Betas, it's important to get down to business. Another burly man spoke in a low voice, alerting his fellow moonman named Betas. The wings behind him fluttered gently and he flew towards us. Looking down at everyone on the island, he spoke softly. My name is Alpha, and this is my partner Betas. In ancient times, the moon people and I left our home planet and went on expeditions to colonize other planets. This blue planet was one of the bases we left behind to collect resources. Due to the rebellion of your native people, you overthrew our descendants who stayed on this planet to rule, causing our race to lose the coordinates of this planet. Now, we, the moon people, are ready to return to our home planet. Your planet has been autonomous for long enough. It is time for us to take over. After finding the coordinates of this blue planet by chance, Alpha and Betas have secretly explored the information on this planet. Knowing that the descendants of the moon people who were left behind by the moon people in ancient times to rule the planet had been overthrown by the world government long ago, Alpha and Betas originally planned to detect the strength of the world government that holds ruling power, but they did not expect to encounter an accident. The accident was Luo Fan, who noticed the spatial fluctuation a month ago. Advertisement. Why? Just because two winged birdmen speak, we should just submit to them? Luo Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Alpha and Betas, and said sarcastically. We have detected the strongest level of life on this island. I think you should be the most powerful group of natives on this planet. Countless voices shouting for the moon people to go back echoed around the world. I didn't expect that after defeating the boss level, there would be a historical data pack to supplement the plot. Damn. Alpha said expressionlessly. The people around were also very angry. He originally thought that the other end of the space hole was connected to other dimensions of the world. Don't worry, the tall and thin moon man named Betas sneered, we won't kill people indiscriminately. After all, we still need you, the natives of this planet, to mine resources. So I think you should be smart enough to cooperate with us to take over this planet. As Marines, how could they tolerate two lunar people, Alpha and Betas, openly challenging the world government? Luo Fan, who was standing on the flower bed, looked at the two moonmen in the sky and muttered to himself helplessly. A big hand stopped Luo Fan from the side. Brother Luo Fan, today is your big day, let us take care of these two mixed feather birds. In front of the live broadcast, countless ordinary people were also shocked and angry. Aokiji pushed Alpha and Betas in the sky with his frosty hands. They are challenging the authority of the world government, and I am the one who should deal with them. Several icebergs suddenly roared into the sky, and this group of natives actually dared to challenge me so shamelessly. Advertisement. All of a sudden, the ugly figures of certain people appeared in everyone's mind. Bullshit. Whitebeard slammed the table and stood up, puffing out his beard and glaring. Speechless, Luo Fan took a step forward and prepared to attack. They were none other than the Celestial Dragon's nobles who were annihilated by Luo Fan and his men in the decisive battle not long ago. I didn't expect that after so many years, the moon people would come back in this way. Let me see what qualifications and strength you have to want to control this world. Even Luo Fan thought that the moon people had long become a thing of the past and their entire civilization had long been extinct. Betas, who claimed to be a noble moon man, felt that the people in front of him were just natives of dirty and lowly blood, and he wanted to trample them to death. Whitebeard lifted the large admiral's cape behind him. After all, the few technologies in the pirates' world's technology tree that do not have crooked skill points are all superficial ones learned from the lunar civilization in history. How dare you treat us as slaves? Betas' eyes turned cold. Now it seems that should be the current base camp of the moon people. Behind Aokiji, the cloak of justice fluttered, and dozens of marine generals stood up in unison, their faces grim. What Betas meant was that he wanted to treat everyone as slaves of the moon people, and enslave everyone to exploit the resources of this world for the moon people. A chill instantly swept across the square. They're just a bunch of natives. At most I can kill a few of them to scare them. The freezing cold air condensed into countless sharp icebergs in midair, floating next to Aokiji. Luo Fan had heard about the information about the moon people who had briefly appeared in the history of the pirates' world. Chapter 148 Alpha's Horror. Icebergs are like huge ice cones. It rushed straight into the sky carrying the white airflow, and crashed directly into Alpha and Betas who were standing high above in the air. Look, it's Martial Marine taking action. What a handsome ice. Seeing this scene happening on the live broadcast, the crowd suddenly burst into cheers. Well done, Marine. Let these two damn aliens see that we are not to be trifled with. After the battle to eradicate the celestial dragons, the world government underwent a reshuffle and was no longer the world government that only served the celestial dragons. After making some achievements in maintaining world order, people have changed their views on world government. Therefore, now, most people are willing to support world government. Under everyone's gaze, the iceberg driven by Aokiji rumbled with a deafening explosion and hit Alpha and Betas. White icy vapor instantly enveloped the entire sky above Xuanwu Island. Boom boom boom. As the roar gradually subsided, the white steam dissipated. Everyone gasped. Alpha and Betas were seen hovering in place with their wings spread out, motionless. Betas' cold and disdainful smile was very glaring. What? Most of the people present were immediately filled with disbelief. Aokiji's attack was not full of strength, but it was impossible for a strong man of the same level to fall so easily. For a moment, everyone's fear of the two celestial dragons' strength increased instantly. That's it? I thought it was some horrific attack. Advertisement Betas scoffed. Marshal, I will lend you a helping hand. Fujitora pulled out the staff knife in his hand and pointed it upwards. The ability of the gravity fruit is activated. Fujitora swung the cane knife in his hand fiercely. Under the lock of observation Haki, Fujitora directly changed the gravity and dragged down a meteorite in orbit near the planet. Huh. Feeling the oppressive atmosphere above their heads, Alpha and Betas raised their heads and looked upwards. In the atmosphere, a huge irregular meteorite was falling rapidly across the sky, leaving behind a long and terrifying tail flame. Oh, these two natives actually have the ability to control nature? Alpha's calm voice carried a hint of curiosity and doubt. Just catch them and study them and you'll find out. The white wings behind Betas vibrated violently. Instead of dodging, it rushed towards the falling meteorite. Meteorites falling through the atmosphere under the pull of gravity made a terrifying sound of burning air cutting through the air. Bang! A ray of light penetrated the meteorite directly, causing a terrifying explosion. Betas was like a bullet, crashing through the huge meteorite in front of everyone's stunned gaze. The huge meteorite broke apart directly under the impact of Betas, turning into countless fragments carrying flames, rumbling towards Xuanwu Island like a rain of fire. The protective light shield erected above Xuanwu Island directly blocked this horrific meteorite rain. Sparks were flying in the sky. People who witnessed it all still felt their hearts pounding. Advertisement Betas, bathed in flames, looked indifferent. He fluttered his wings lightly, creating a cyclone that dispersed the flames that were wrapped around his body. Could he be the user of the paramecia fruit? Seeing that the skinny Betas had easily smashed the meteorite with his body, Aokiji and others were immediately confused. So he was curled up in the protective shield. No wonder you natives are so fearless. Betas sneered. Alpha looked up at the huge ship in the sky. Activate the light cannon. Under Alpha's command, a black round hole like the muzzle of a gun appeared at the bottom of the giant ship that landed above Xuanwu Island. The circular hole is formed by layers of black metal material, and the surrounding airflow is compressed and constantly produces visible Uzumaki distortions. White spots and balls of light quickly gathered in the center. Seeing a scene that seemed familiar, everyone's faces suddenly turned strange. Oh my god, isn't that the ancient weapon, Uranus, from the holy land of Mariajoy? At this time, the light balls gathered at the muzzles of the Moon People's giant ships, which looked exactly like when the Holy Land Mariajoy used the ancient weapon, Uranus, to bombard Xuanwu Island. It turns out that the ancient weapon, Uranus, which possessed terrifying destructive power in history, was actually the ship left behind by the Moon People. Just as everyone was shocked and surprised to discover the truth, the ball of light gathered from the gun muzzle at the bottom of the giant ship had become extremely huge. Boom! Amidst a terrifying, earth-shattering, eardrum-piercing roar, hundreds of beams of light shot down from the circular holes. The space seemed to be torn apart, and even the air was sucked out in an instant. The light column directly covered the square on Xuanwu Island and its surrounding area. White light continued to splash out, the light column exploded and collapsed, and continued to condense into a huge semicircular sphere on Xuanwu Island. Tsunami and landslide. Under this devastating shock, Alpha and Betas stood with their wings flapping, looking indifferent. Chapter 149 Genetic Modification of Higher Species. The beam of light raged mercilessly on Xuanwu Island. A white ball of light, like a small rising sun, appeared above the sea. Dazzling and eye-catching. Seeing the giant ship's light cannon bombarding the Xuanwu Island, the violent roar continued in his ears, and Betas grinned. You told me not to kill too many natives, but you didn't even see how many you were going to kill with this one shot. Alpha ignored Beta's sarcasm and shook his head. It's a pity for these natives whose life force is still quite strong. Although he expressed regret, there wasn't a trace of regret in Alpha's tone. HMPH, you're still as hypocritical as ever, but I still like working with you. Betas rolled his eyes. The two people were chatting as if they were talking about family matters, completely unaware of the Xuanwu Island below which was being cleansed by the laser cannon. As Moon people, Alpha and Betas are very confident in the weapons of their race. The protective shield of an indigenous world would probably have collapsed under the bombardment of this luminous cannon. As for the group of natives hiding under the protective shield, they have probably been vaporized by the laser cannon and disappeared without a trace. The light cannon's attack blast lasted for a minute. Finally, the huge ball of light broke into countless white spots of scorching temperature on the sea with a thunderous roar, and gradually subsided. Alpha and Betas looked down as if they were observing a battlefield. The next second, even Alpha, who had been expressionless just now, widened his eyes and his eyebrows twitched wildly. How is this possible? Betas cried in disbelief. Golden light continued to flicker in the sky above Xuanwu Island. Advertisement. After being bathed by the light cannon, the protective shield still covered the Xuanwu Island calmly. And under the protective cover, on the marble-paved square, everyone looked up intently. Although some people had nervous expressions on their faces, they stood still from beginning to end and did not run away in fear because of the terrifying sound of the light cannon attack. This unexpected scene immediately stunned the two high-ranking moon people, Alpha and Betas. Damn it! The attack of the light cannon failed to shatter the protective shield of Xuanwu Island, and all the people present were annihilated into dust. Such a result had already shocked Alpha and the others. What made them even more confused was that even in the face of such a horrific attack, the people on Xuanwu Island did not even run away, as if they had nothing to fear at all. What's going on? Do you local natives usually live in such dire straits? This one shot isn't even enough for you to pretend to be scared? Betas scratched his head speechlessly. FK. What the two didn't know was that a few months ago, the celestial dragons, who still controlled the world government, had used Uranus to attack Xuanwu Island. At that time, the bombardment of Uranus hit Xuanwu Island in full view of everyone, but it didn't even scratch the protective shield. Everyone in the world knows that Luo Fan's Xuanwu Island has almost absolute defense, power, and cannot be shaken at all. Therefore, facing the bombardment of the Moon People's giant ship, the guests and civilians on Xuanwu Island were not panicked at all. I have to say, it was my first time to be on Xuanwu Island and experience the bombardment by Uranus. Although I was a little nervous, it was more exciting. Can I have another one? Some people even have such thoughts in their minds. If Alpha and Betas heard it, they would probably be so angry that they would vomit blood on the spot. Advertisement. It seems that I really underestimated you natives, Alpha said. Among the crowd, Luo Fan, wearing a white tiger fur coat, stood out. Luo Fan looked fixedly at Alpha and Betas in the sky. I say, have you had enough of the trouble? Luo Fan's voice penetrated the sky and reached the ears of the two. What did you say? Betas' face was grim. Today is my wedding. It's such a festive day. I don't think it's a big deal that you two birdmen came to celebrate and put on a show for us. But if you've made enough noise, you'd better leave here. I don't care whether you are from the moon or Martians. This planet is under my protection now. I just wiped out a superior race not long ago. I don't mind roasting you into turkeys too. Luo Fan said, his aura rising invisibly. In just a blink of an eye, the domineering aura emanating from Luo Fan enveloped the entire Xuanwu Island, and it was like a giant dragon rising into the sky. Alpha and Betas, who felt the pressure from afar, immediately received some kind of danger signal in their hearts. It seems that you are the native with the strongest vitality on this planet. Humph, he's just a lowly creature hiding in a protective shield and only dares to speak harshly. How dare you insult my noble bloodline? If you come out, I will tear all your limbs off and make you my genetically modified slave. Betas' expression was full of pride. Now that you say so. The golden dragon slaying sword slowly appeared in Luo Fan's hand. The sound of dragon roars. Then I'll pluck your wings. Chapter 150. The use of Chi. The 3-meter-long blade of the dragon slaying sword was covered with blood-black hockey and looked extremely ferocious. Brother Luo Fan, let me help you. Good son-in-law, let Laozi go meet them first. The powerful men around, such as Whitebeard, Kaido, etc., stood up, rolled up their sleeves with murderous intent, and were ready to start fighting. Please wait a moment. I will go and grab them from the sky. You can take action later. Luo Fan raised his hand slightly to signal everyone. After the decisive battle in the holy land of Mariajoy, Luo Fan's strength has already crushed all the strong people present. Even Kaido, who always did what he wanted and had a bad temper, just glared at the moon man in the sky and didn't take any further action. Don't do anything, leave it to me, Betas signaled to Alpha. Alpha nodded, fluttered his wings gently, and retreated several hundred meters. On the square, Luo Fan kicked the ground with his legs, causing spider web-like cracks on the marble floor. Luo Fan's figure disappeared in an instant. The next moment, a strong wind swept towards Betas. Luo Fan appeared in front of Betas. The tiger fur coat on his body had turned directly into white tiger armor, and silver light flowed all over Luo Fan's body. Luo Fan twitched his wrist. The dragon-slaying sword carried the sound of a dragon's roar and drew a crescent-shaped blade light in the sky. The blade light with armament hockey attached was like a blood moon that was red to black, and it slashed directly towards Betas' chest. Betas' pupils suddenly contracted, and in a flash of lightning, he was actually wearing a tight combat suit. Betas swept his wings behind him, and the whole person turned into a shadow and remained in the same place. The blood moon swept by and the attack missed. After dodging the attack of the dragon-slaying sword, Betas' true form reappeared and smiled coldly at Luo Fan. Advertisement. So you're just like me, a speed fighter enhanced by genetic modification. Genetic modification? Luo Fan raised his eyebrows slightly. The moon people only came to this world in ancient times, and they probably don't know about the existence of devil fruit. Genetic modification technology is in line with the evolutionary method of aliens like them. My transformation level has reached a level. As a native, it would be a shame if you died with such strength. Betas sneered. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I will make good use of you, improve your strength, and make you my slave. So much nonsense. Luo Fan picked his ears. A white light flashed, and white tiger wings suddenly extended from behind Luo Fan. When Alpha and Betas saw that Luo Fan also had a pair of wings behind him, they were stunned for a moment. Then, Betas recognized Luo Fan, who was wearing silver-white armor and had wings on his back. It's you. Betas screamed angrily, it turns out you were the one who hurt my pet. Betas suddenly became neurotically angry and pulled out a long cylindrical handle from the side of his combat suit with his right hand. A thin laser beam emerged directly from the top of the long handle, burning in the air and making a buzzing sound. FK. Are you a moon person or a Jedi? Luo Fan was upset. What Betas was holding in his hand was actually a lightsaber. It's just that the shape is completely different. Waving the lightsaber in his hand, Betas rushed directly towards Luo Fan, wishing to cut Luo Fan into pieces on the spot. The wings flapped and the wind blew violently. The dragon-slaying sword covered with armament hockey clashed with the laser beam of the lightsaber. Stars are flying everywhere. Advertisement. Although the moon people had never eaten the devil fruit, after the genetic modification, their strength and speed surprised Luo Fan. The strength of an A-rank moonman has already surpassed that of the 4 emperors. The lightsaber was blocked by Luo Fan's dragon-slaying sword, and Betas was a little surprised. I thought the blade of the dragon-slaying sword would be cut off by the lightsaber, but unexpectedly it was completely intact. After a moment of surprise, the wings behind Betas bent and twisted violently and fanned out, and the sharp tail feathers immediately rolled up a tornado and cut towards Luo Fan. The tail feathers cut into Luo Fan's armor, causing a sharp, teeth-grinding sound of friction. Everyone on Xuanwu Island couldn't help but cry out in surprise when they saw Luo Fan being surrounded by a tornado and being cut and attacked by Betas' wings. Luo. Yamato nervously covered her delicate lips with her lace-gloved hands. Don't worry, brother Luo Fan won't be defeated so easily. Whitebeard looked calm. High in the sky, Luo Fan, who was constantly cut by the tail feathers in the strong wind, burst into a wave of air all over his body. Bang! The airwaves collided with the strong wind, directly dispersing the latter. With his wings wrapped around him, Luo Fan turned his body sideways and kicked Betas in the chest. Betas crossed his arms to protect his chest, and was forced back by Luo Fan's heavy kick. The two men just stood still when they violently rushed towards each other again. The collision between Luo Fan and Betas created a huge gap in the clouds. The lightsaber stabbed at Luo Fan's eyes. Luo Fan covered his palm with the awakened armament hockey and directly grabbed the laser beam in his hand. Spots of light splashed around, but it was hard to get close. The dragon-slaying sword chopped down on his head, but was also blocked by Betas' black arm. Damn natives. Betas looked at Luo Fan's palm in disbelief. So you guys also have Gangshi, Chapter 151 Copying Devil Fruit Abilities. Betas hadn't noticed before. He cried out in surprise when he saw that the laser blade of the lightsaber was directly blocked by Luo Fan's hand, and his palm was covered with hockey, which was as black as his own. In the Moon People's military system, only those with strength reaching level B can reach the threshold of Gangshi. The Gangshi that Betas mentioned is exactly the armament hockey in the pirates' world. I didn't expect that someone in an indigenous world could actually cultivate Gangshi. Hee. Luo Fan rolled his eyes. Have you Moon People been wandering outside the Earth for too long? Do you have only the idea of being the only one in your mind? Luo Fan could only sneer at Betas. After all, with the performance of celestial dragons before, Luo Fan has become accustomed to the inexplicable arrogance of this brain-dead race. Just armament hockey? Can't you learn it just by having hands? How outrageous. The golden light spell enveloped the outer layer of Luo Fan's armor, and as Betas chopped with the lightsaber in his hand, a star-like spark burst out. Call. It seemed as if dozens of invisible air currents in the sky gathered around Betas, and finally turned into a terrifying white cyclone, roaring and surrounding Luo Fan. This scene moved Luo Fan slightly. Obviously the Moon Man has never taken the devil fruit. But Betas can actually manipulate the air currents in the atmosphere, which is probably a superpower acquired through genetic modification. Damn native, I'll show you what real strength is. Betas' tall and thin body flew high into the sky driven by his wings, and he let out a shrill and triumphant laugh. As a member of the Moon People's Reconnaissance Force, Betas is an A-level fighter with the ability to manipulate air currents. Advertisement under Betas' control, dozens of cyclones continued to spin and roll towards Luo Fan in the center. The sharp wind blades around seemed to be able to cut everything into pieces. On Xuanwu Island, everyone who had been staring at the battle between Luo Fan and Betas in the sky couldn't help but hold their breath. Bang bang bang. The earth-shaking roars of explosions came one after another, causing the entire sea surface to surge continuously under the impact of the aftermath of the battle between Luo Fan and Betas. Waves more than 10 meters high roared and hit the majestic body of Xuanwu. However, Xuanwu remained motionless. Dad, this birdman seems to be very powerful. Marco's face looked a little solemn. Betas' speed has reached an astonishing level. Perhaps only the 4 emperors or the Marine Admiral are capable of fighting. Whitebeard nodded. Luo Fan took a long, unhurried breath. Be afraid of those 2 birdmen. Lousy will just beat them to death with a mace. High in the sky. Humph, Lousy is determined to try to tear these two guys apart. Kaido snorted coldly, muttered, and threw the mace in his hand to the sweaty Quinn. Kaido, who was originally ready to transform into a dragon and rush into the sky with great momentum, suddenly became like a deflated balloon. His pressure stagnated in an instant and slowly retracted. Damn it, it's true that when a girl grows up, she can't be kept. Lousy's good son-in-law would never treat me like this. But he might ask for some benefits from his good son-in-law in the future, so it's better to be patient and think carefully. In an instant, Kaido has a hot temper, and at this moment, there is only burning fighting spirit in his eyes. If you dare to interfere, believe it or not, my husband and I will not provide for your retirement. Advertisement lightning flashed and crackled. Luo Fan looked at the cyclone wind blades that surrounded him from all directions, and the external aura began to gather into his body, as if it was about to be compressed. Some of the female guests who were affected by Kaido's aura even turned pale and passed out after applying some medicine. Take my blade storm. Countless pitch black sword lights shot out in all directions. So angry, the silver armor covering his body and face is eye-catching. Luo Fan was seen holding the hilt of the dragon-slaying sword tightly with both hands and swinging the blade horizontally. Although it was Yamato who dissuaded Kaido from doing so. Looking at Whitebeard, Red Hair and others who couldn't help laughing, Kaido kept pouring tons of wine into his mouth. If Lousy fights him, it will be very difficult for me to deal with the big chicken wings behind him. In Kaido's hand, the ferocious mace was instantly wrapped with blue-purple lightning. With a kick, Kaido released all the pressure from his men, including Quinn. The whole wedding scene was instantly filled with Kaido's domineering aura. The white tiger sky wing behind him rolled clockwise, and Luo Fan's entire body was driven by the sharp dragon-slaying sword in his hand, which spun violently like a gyroscope. Hiccup. Newgate, I didn't expect that after you regained your youth, your courage would also shrink. Yamato's voice came from behind Kaido. The enemy's origins are unknown, so just let your son-in-law handle it. As Luo Fan's entire body continued to spin rapidly, the surrounding space instantly distorted. Kaido on the side burped and snorted coldly, with 2 streams of hot white steam coming out of his nostrils. Behind him, the spread white tiger wings are extremely holy. Brother Luo Fan is definitely more than capable of dealing with them. Maybe he is testing the other party's strength now. Just at this moment, Chapter 152 Massacre, driven by the terrifying power of Luo Fan's rotation, bursts of uplifting dragon roars continuously emanated from the dragon-slaying sword. The awakened armament haki was released and wrapped around the blade light swung by Luo Fan when he spun. Just at the moment of collision with Beta's cyclone wind blade, a terrifying friction sound that made one's teeth ache erupted from high in the sky. Ordinary people with low strength on Xuanwu Island even covered their ears in pain. Bang bang bang. Ding ding ding. Luo Fan, which rotated in the opposite direction to the cyclone, managed to stop the twisted airflow around it. This scene moved Alpha, who had been watching the game on the side. Not only is his speed amazing, but his control of strength has also reached the level of an A+ fighter. If we can capture him alive and hand him over to the leader, maybe we can transform him into a weapon to attack this planet. Alpha had the idea of intervening in the battle and capturing Luo Fan together with Betas. It happened in the blink of an eye. When Luo Fan used the blade storm and the high-speed rotating black blade light dispersed the cyclone wind blades surrounding him, a cold light suddenly appeared in front of Beta's. Beta's eyes suddenly widened. The cold light that flew out from it was exactly the dragon-slaying sword with a golden dragon entwined around it and its fangs and claws bared. The dragon's eyes were glowing with a bloody light, and the 3-meter-long dragon-slaying sword was wrapped with blood-black lightning, pointing straight at Beta's forehead. How dare you? Beta's was horrified. He didn't expect Luo Fan to throw the weapon directly. You underestimate me too much. Beta's roared madly inwardly, and opened his mouth to make a sharp sound. Beta's left behind an afterimage, and his real body moved to the side at high speed. Advertisement: the afterimage was directly exploded into nothingness by the blast of the dragon-slaying sword. Before Beta's could feel proud of himself for having avoided Luo Fan's sneak attack. Whoosh! Phew! A flash of silver flashed just in front of Beta's. Beta's only heard a slight popping sound in his ear, and then a sharp pain came from Beta's right wing and right chest. Ah! After Beta's dodged the dragon-slaying sword he threw, Luo Fan had already caught up with the high-speed moving Beta's. As Beta's let out a slightly shrill scream of pain, 10 blue claw marks appeared on his right chest and right wing, deep enough to see the bone. Eat him for me. A rough-shaped hammer in Alpha's hand smashed towards Luo Fan's original position. Well done. Although no real sound was heard, everyone seemed to hear a beast roar that resounded through the heavens and earth from the lifelike domineering posture. Behind Alpha, Beta's, who was full of pain, kept screaming and roaring like a madman. Despite this, Beta's was indeed hurt. This is Luo Fan's real attack. Luo Fan smiled coldly at Alpha, who intervened in the attack. A fierce and swift gust of wind whistled and hit Luo Fan on the back of the head. It was the creature whose tentacle he had cut off at the other end of the black hole. Luo Fan recognized the voice. It seems that I really underestimated you. You have been suppressing your strength to test Beta's. Advertisement: with the future vision of observation haki, Luo Fan sensed the danger before it came and immediately dodged without looking back. Sure enough, the savior is still the strongest. Along with Beta's call, the roar of some creature was heard from the giant ship. Hearing Beta's screams, everyone on Xuanwu Island and Alpha not far away were extremely shocked. In the moment of life and death, Beta subconsciously moved a few inches to the side, which was extremely dangerous. Seeing the Moon Man bleeding at Luo Fan's hands, everyone was overjoyed and waved their fists excitedly. Roar, roar, if a one-on-one fight doesn't work, you're going to have a group fight. The White Tiger, the king of beasts, had a sharp gaze, roared towards the sky, and slapped the air with its two front paws. In the moment when Betas and others did not react, Luo Fan's extremely sharp claws on his hands tore into Beta's body fiercely. The whistle was sharp. Love, love. You will pay the price. Beta's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Luo Fan viciously, then he whistled at the huge ship floating in the sky. Luo Fan took advantage of the victory and pursued, bending his fingers into tiger claws, and the sharp claws were about to grab Beta's wings. Amid the roar, a huge black shadow stretched out from the deck of the ship. Alpha did not comment on the sneak attack he had just made. The blue blood sprayed out as blood mist, looking like a strange firework blooming in the sky. Otherwise, my entire chest would probably be torn open by Luo Fan's claws. Damn you natives, damn you, how dare you hurt me, my wings, ah. Tisk, I thought it was a decoration, but I didn't expect it to be a birdman with wings. Luo Fan's bestial body, clad in silver armor, was enveloped by the shadow of a white tiger outlined by light. The awakening skill of the white tiger possession, White Tiger Tier, can even tear apart space. Chapter 153. Heart, accompanied by Beta's painful and angry roar. The true appearance of the dark shadow on the giant ship was revealed to the guests on Xuanwu Island. Den Den Mushi also raised the live broadcast screen. In an instant, countless ordinary people watching the live broadcast widened their eyes in horror. I saw a stitched monster-like creature twisting its huge body and rushing out from the giant ship. Its body was as big as a marine warship. A dark shadow fell directly from the sky. The front half of its body is that of a large carnivore similar to a lion or cheetah, but it does not appear to be a species known to this world. There is a pair of curved and thick horns on its head. In the open bloody mouth, all the fangs were replaced with metal materials, shining with cold light, and it looked as if they could bite off a ship in one bite. The mixture of mane and scales covering the front half of this creature already looked very strange. However, what is even more creepy is that the back half of this creature is actually composed of dozens of large purple tentacles like an octopus, covered with sticky mucus. This stitched monster, which could make almost everyone present's sand value plummet, spread its two pairs of large white wings behind it aggressively and flew directly to Betas. At this time, even Alpha, who was also a moon man, moved aside quietly when he saw this strange stitched creature appear. After all, as a noble moon person, not everyone can easily accept this taste. Wow, that's ugly. When he saw the creature for the first time, Luo Fan's originally calm face suddenly showed an expression of disgust. It was the first time he had seen this hybrid creature, and it was so ugly that it was appalling. You're talking nonsense. This is the most perfect work of my genetic modification technology. Beta, who had been grinning with pride, suddenly glared at Luo Fan and cursed him, as if his carefully crafted work had been tarnished. Advertisement, damn natives, do you know what genetic technology is? Notaus, he is the real culprit who cut off your tentacles, kill him. Betas ordered. As the strongest biological weapon created through his own carefully blended genetic modifications, Betas is very confident in Notus's strength. Following Beta's order, the stitched monster named Notaus roared towards the sky, flapped its two pairs of wings and used countless tentacles to grab Luo Fan. The huge and twisted body of the stitched monster was like a ball of meat, and it rushed in front of Luo Fan in an instant. Luo Fan raised his eyebrows slightly. The speed of this stitched monster is actually not slower than that of the birdman Betas. The dragon-slaying sword in his hand had been retrieved without him knowing. Luo Fan swung it in a circle and threw it out again. The high-speed spinning dragon-slaying sword flew out with a dragon roar. When, all that was heard was the crisp sound of metal colliding in the sky. The dragon-slaying sword hit the scales on the stitched monster's body and was bounced back directly. Oh, the turtle shell is quite hard, Luo Fan exclaimed in surprise. Although he was not injured, the stitched monster Notus felt some pain from being hit by the dragon-slaying sword. He immediately opened his two front paws in frustration and slapped Luo Fan. Bang! The air was instantly compressed between the two claws, making a deafening air explosion sound. Aftermath quake. If it were an ordinary person who was not strong enough, he would probably have been beaten into a pulp by the terrifying attack of the stitched monster Notaus. Seeing that Luo Fan easily dodged his attack, Notus's eyes were filled with rage, and he felt that he was being teased by Luo Fan. Advertisement roar, roar, roar. Amid the roar, dozens of thick tentacles on the back half of Notaus instantly extended and continued to stab in the direction of Luo Fan. At the end of the purple tentacles, there are even sharp white bone spurs extending out. As Notaus's tentacles attacked, Luo Fan gently vibrated the wings behind him, constantly dodging and moving around. To everyone, Luo Fan's figure looked like a dancing silver butterfly, constantly dodging the heavy rain and the strong wind. Everyone was worried, however, Luo Fan was never hit once. Is this the awakened observation hockey? Whitebeard muttered, looking up. How is it possible? Betas looked incredulous. Even I, who prided myself on my speed, could not say that I could escape unscathed from the swift attack of all of Nodouse's tentacles. What's more, Luo Fan didn't rely on speed to win at all. He just walked leisurely as if he had predicted all of Nodouse's attacks. How could this native be so strong? Not only has he mastered the chi to perfection, he may have even mastered the mind's eye. Alpha looked solemn. The so-called mind's eye is what the moon people call observation haki. We originally thought it was only a matter of time before we could regain jurisdiction over this blue planet, but now it seems quite difficult. The people on the moon could never have imagined it. This planet, which they consider to be indigenous, is no longer what it used to be. Suddenly, Chapter 154 absorbing the moon people suddenly, changes occurred on the battlefield again. Just as the stitched monster Nodouse continued to pierce and attack with its tentacles, Luo Fan, who had just been dodging with his body movements, finally made a move. The white tiger wings behind Luo Fan were suddenly retracted. Without the white tiger sky wings, Luo Fan's body instantly fell downwards. When Nodouse saw his prey slip away from his attack, he immediately chased after it with a roar and his bloody mouth opened wide. Those countless terrifying fangs made of metal were about to swallow Luo Fan directly into his stomach. Luo Fan, whose head and face were covered by the white tiger armor, could not see his expression. At the moment when Nodouse was about to catch up with him, the white tiger wings behind Luo Fan spread out again. The instantaneous force caused Luo Fan's body to stagnate in midair, and then Luo Fan raised the dragon-slaying sword in his hand suddenly high from his waist. A waning moon suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. Clang! Above the magnificent waning moon are clouds that are cut through the sky as the waning moon appears. At the same time, there was also the extremely shrill roar of the stitched monster Nodouse. The most powerful biological weapon genetically modified by betas was now cut off half of its head by Luo Fan's sword-drawing attack, and blood was spilled into the sky. Even if you were genetically modified, you are still flesh and blood like the Sea Kings. I just don't know if you can devour it, Luo Fan chuckled. The reason why he didn't rush to take action just now was that he wanted to have a good time and take revenge on these two moonbirdmen who ruined the fun of his wedding. Now, Luo Fan is tired of it. Let's finish this quickly. I'll kill you and then go back to celebrate my wedding. Luo Fan turned into silver light and appeared directly on Nodouse's back. Nodouse. Betas became nervous upon seeing this. The wounds on the chest and wings torn by Luo Fan seemed to become more painful at this moment. Feeling Luo Fan appear behind him, with half of his face cut off by Luo Fan's sword, Nodouse immediately twisted his body, trying to throw Luo Fan off. Advertisement buzz buzz buzz. The blood-black armament haki continued to wrap around the blade of the dragon-slaying sword as Luo Fan thrust back with force. Roar. Nodous's roar of pain became even more earth-shaking. The blade of the dragon-slaying sword pierced directly into Nodous's back. This is not over yet, Luo Fan directly opened his claws. Behind Luo Fan, a white tiger shadow roared and rushed out. As Luo Fan tore it hard, one of the wings on Nodouse's back was torn off by Luo Fan. The splattered blue blood and torn wings were directly swallowed and transformed by Luo Fan. Merge 1,235,604,000 cells. The sound of converted cell values came from his mind, making Luo Fan happy. Good system. Don't tell me in advance when to update. You didn't even give me a sound after the update was completed. Just devouring one wing of this stitched creature has a cell value of 1 billion. Although for Luo Fan now, 1 billion cells is not a particularly large number. However, the moon people will definitely invade this world in large numbers in the future, so it is necessary to accumulate more strength. What's more, this was delivered to our door by the enemy himself. Don't miss it. Thinking of this, Luo Fan tightened the blade and inserted the dragon-slaying sword deep into Nodouse's body. Domination. The awakened armament haki wrapped around the dragon-slaying sword directly pierced into Nodouse's internal organs. Black haki continued to rush out of Nodouse's body, causing countless wounds. Advertisement Luo Fan waved his claws, and 2 more wings broke off. The biological weapon that seemed so terrifying when it first appeared suddenly became so desolate. Nodouse shook his body in pain, trying to break free from Luo Fan. The purple big flesh tentacles lashed over, Luo Fan grabbed one of them directly, and swung up the entire huge body of Nodouse with force. Seeing Luo Fan riding on his pet's head and acting arrogantly, the Moonman Betas was so angry that he trembled all over. Damn you natives! Damn you! Get down here! Furious, Betas screamed wildly. As you wish. Luo Fan let go of the sword and as Nodouse flew upwards, he pulled back the dragon-slaying sword that had just been inserted into Nodouse's back. The golden dragon pattern shines brightly. Between heaven and earth, a dragon roar could be heard faintly. Cyclones continued to emerge from under Luo Fan's feet. It must be pitiful to grow up like this, then let me send you to death. Luo Fan raised the dragon-slaying sword high and chopped it down fiercely. An eye-shaped mark seemed to pierce through the sky and earth, and he slashed towards Nodouse with great momentum. The knife marks are unstoppable. The knife marks, which contained the insights of Kendo and the 3 great haki, chopped Beta's biological weapon into 2 pools of meat paste like blowing hair. He watched as his genetically modified creature was chopped off by Luo Fan with one blow, and was swallowed up without a trace in a strange way right in front of him. Beta's face looked like it was fed with a lot of shit in an instant. Looking at the 2 moon people from afar, The visor opened, revealing Luo Fan's handsome face under the armor. A smile as warm and gentle as the sun appears. Dragonslayer pointed out. Now, it's your turn, Birdman. Chapter 155, Fierce Fight. Overbearing. Bathed in the blue blood as Luo Fan, who killed the stitched monster with one sword and then pointed at the Moonman. The white tiger's armor shines with silver light. Looking at this scene in the sky, people on Xuanwu Island and in all parts of the world were all shocked. This is the savior who had previously attacked the holy land of Mariajoy, liberated the slaves, and overthrown the rule of the celestial dragons. As reliable as always, Mr. Savior is mighty. Damn moon people. Knock them all down. Mighty, mighty, mighty. The fanatical civilians worshipped Luo Fan as a god. Seeing Luo Fan's heroic performance as the lone man facing the moon, everyone started cheering in unison. Congratulations to host for getting a shock value of 101. Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 98. Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 110. The long-lost ding-dong system notification sound came into my mind. Although we couldn't hear the enthusiastic support and shouts from supporters all over the world, the shock value was definitely received. Luo Fan looked at the two moon people in front of him with very ugly expressions and a smile appeared on his face. Mock up. I am still good at pretending. Learn from this. Damn it, I'm going to fight you. Betas was so angry when he saw that the genetically modified creature he had carefully cultivated was easily killed by Luo Fan and his flesh and blood were completely devoured. Advertisement: they had clearly suffered a loss in this attack. The lunar race has been operating a civilization outside the Earth for thousands of years and has always believed that they are the noblest race. Returning to the home galaxy this time and finding the coordinates of this blue planet was just a pleasant surprise. Betas and Alpha also wanted to be the first to regain the ruling power of this planet. By then, if we can capture all the indigenous slaves of the entire planet and have the resources to meet the leader, we may be able to rise to the top and get the opportunity for higher level genetic modification directly. However, all this was disrupted by the native in front of him. Betas, who was still angry, wanted to attack again, but was stopped by Alpha next to him. Don't act rashly now that you're injured. Alpha held Betas down and flapped his wings to fly out. Betas looked at the wounds on his body with a gloomy face, but reason finally prevailed. Betas stopped his act of giving away lives and signaled to Alpha. Kill him. I'll try. If most of the natives on this planet have this kind of strength, I'm afraid the power of the two of us won't be enough to successfully take back jurisdiction. Alpha analyzed calmly. Alpha is better at thinking, rather than the almost crazy radicals like Betas. Seeing that Alpha had just fainted and turned to rush towards Xuanwu Island, he was suddenly angry and amused. Luo Fan shook his head speechlessly. To Alpha, Luo Fan's shaking head seemed to mean that he had no comment. Luo Fan raised his eyebrows. The wings behind Alpha stood up and closed together, then flapped violently to both sides. Boom. The two fireballs separated immediately after a brief collision. Thunderhammer. Luo Fan raised his knife and went forward. The civilization and technology of your planet are so backward that even the technology we left behind has to be explored and excavated. You really know how to ask questions of people, little one. Well, then I can only find a few more test subjects to study later. Advertisement: the strings are moving. As the two figures suddenly collided with each other, the shockwave was centered on Luo Fan and Alpha, and rolled in all directions with a deafening explosion. A huge airflow rushed directly to the rear, with a howling wind. Alpha's burly and short body, carrying a huge stone hammer, crashed directly into Luo Fan like a meteor. Alpha could clearly feel how powerful Luo Fan was. Clang! Alpha sighed and raised the huge stone hammer in his hand high up. Stone sigh. Oh, you dare to lie to me? Alpha looked at Luo Fan and spoke slowly. A heavy stone hammer smashed hard into the land of Xuanwu Island. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, red-haired Shanks, Kaido and other strong men took a closer look and found that the one rushing towards Xuanwu Island was the Moonman Alpha who had fought with Luo Fan. Arrow out. There are so many demon fruit powers in the entire pirate's world, but you ask me, who doesn't have any devil fruit power? On Xuanwu Island, there is also a powerful breath of life from other indigenous people. Although it is not as powerful as the man in front of him, it is also a huge force. Hui's magic bow appeared in his hand. Luo Fan bent the bow and pulled it. The rising sun turned into 3 arrows and appeared on the magic bow. Gangshi? Hard eyes? You mean hockey? I was also selected by the system, so I cannot represent the people? Boom. However, in the eyes of everyone, one of the figures was rushing towards Xuanwu Island at a rapid speed. Why do some of you indigenous people have such strange powers? And you have also figured out the power of Gangshi in the mind's eye. Who taught you this? I'm curious. The entire sea surface seemed to be overturned in an instant, and the waves were surging. At this time, Alpha, who had just fought with Luo Fan briefly and turned to rush towards Xuanwu Island, was accelerating rapidly with the help of the impact just now. Chapter 156, Chasing. Boom. All I heard was a loud noise of something heavy hitting something in the sky. The people on Xuanwu Island covered their ears in pain at the explosion that resounded through the sky. Under Alpha's huge stone hammer, a defensive barrier opened on Xuanwu Island. The prismatic golden rune light shield blocked Alpha's stone hammer. The huge stone hammer turned red and hot under Alpha's powerful grip. The hammerhead of the stone hammer was covered with black armament hockey, and lightning flashed. The protective shield that resists the stone hammer is colorful but difficult to break. Some data on the defense shield has been collected. Alpha didn't seem at all surprised that the stone hammer couldn't break the protective shield. But after hitting the target with all his strength, Alpha immediately pulled out his hammer and turned around, dodging the 3 arrows shot by Luo Fan from behind. The passive attribute of Hui's magic bow was extremely powerful, and the 3 light arrows kept chasing Alpha. Alpha had no choice but to swing his stone hammer to block the 3 light arrows and smash them into powder. If you want to enter my territory, come and have a good fight. Today is my wedding, you guys should come and have some fun. The Marine Marshal, the 4 Emperors of the Sea, the future Pirate's King and her man are all here. Luo Fan chased Alpha with the dragon-slaying sword and slashed at him. The stone hammer and the dragon-slaying sword collided with a clanging sound. Alpha's strength attribute is very strong, but its speed is not as amazing as Beta's, but it is not as weak as Beta's either. Advertisement Betas. Are you polite? After fighting with Alpha and Betas, Luo Fan finally figured out how the Moon People evolved. The civilization where the Moon People live does not have devil fruit, so their abilities are basically stimulated through genetic modification technology or gene enhancement potions. It is said that the rich rely on technology and the poor rely on upgraded. The demon fruit power in the pirates' world is the result of eating various devil fruits to gain special powers, and these powers are varied and some are quite useless. The lower limit of devil fruit is low, but the upper limit is also very large. The most important thing is that it has fatal weaknesses, sea stone and the sea. The people on the moon use the power of genetic technology, and it is estimated that the physical fitness of all members has reached the level of little supermen. On this basis, they are constantly divided into levels, and some can even stimulate and awaken superpowers, such as Beta's ability to control airflow. In addition, the Moon People also have a hockey training system. I guess there aren't many people on the moon, otherwise this would be considered a nationwide military campaign. Luo Fan thought. After all, every fighting nation that is capable of producing explosive numbers has worrying fertility indicators. Thinking of a certain golden-haired race that could emit waves, Luo Fan continued to chop down the full moon with the dragon-slaying sword in his hand. The full moon hit the giant hammer that Alpha was blocking in front of, leaving a deep groove on Alpha's stone hammer. Alpha, who was shocked by the sword intent, groaned and retreated backwards. Taking advantage of the opportunity to fly backwards away from Luo Fan, Alpha directly created some distance between himself and Luo Fan and stopped fighting with him. We have already experienced your strength. Knowing that he was no match for Betas, Alpha flew directly to Betas, grabbed the injured Betas, and flapped his wings towards the giant ship floating in the sky. The wind is strong and you have to pull it away. Seeing the Moon People retreat, Luo Fan did not continue to chase them. Advertisement Luo Fan waved the dragon-slaying sword casually and then carried it on his shoulder. The roar of the white tiger resounded between heaven and earth, and the white tiger armor covering Luo Fan's body turned into a tiger fur coat again. On Luo Fan's handsome face, a pair of starry eyes narrowed slightly as he watched Alpha and Betas hide in the giant ship. Then, in full view of everyone, the giant ship of the Moon People disappeared back into the clouds. They ran away very quickly. I don't know how long it will take to call for backup. Luo Fan muttered. He didn't think that these Moonbird men would give up, but Luo Fan was not afraid. If the time had been right, he would have wanted to try out how many cell values he could get by devouring these Moonbird men. After all, who would complain about having too much strength? After brushing off the non-existent dust on his body after the battle, Luo Fan pulled the groom's suit under his tiger fur coat, cleared his throat and flew down. Seeing Luo Fan's figure land lightly on the marble square again, the whole world was boiling. Awesome. Hockey. It's awesome. This is the strength of the strongest man in the world. He is calm and composed, and can defeat even aliens. He is worthy of being the savior I admire. If it weren't for the compassion of the Lord Savior, these 2 Moon People probably wouldn't even be able to escape. Whether it was the people of the Xuanwu Island Kingdom or everyone from all over the world who were closely watching the live broadcast without missing any of the scenes, everyone was talking excitedly. The destroyer who once terrified everyone. After the decisive battle in the Holy Land of Mariajoy, he has transformed himself into a savior supported by people all over the world. In this regard, everyone had only one thought in their mind. Love, love. Chapter 157 End of the Battle the Savior's Wedding Day. The alien race, the Moon People, invaded the Earth, claiming that they once ruled the world. The Savior is so brave and invincible that he forces the Moon People to retreat. Just after Luo Fan forced the 2 lunar men to retreat and the giant ship had to disappear in disgrace over Xuanwu Island in full view of the public, all kinds of news spread around the world. The ordinary people who were just watching the Savior's century wedding through the live broadcast unexpectedly watched the entire process of the Moon Man from his appearance to his exit. Everyone was talking excitedly, whether it was about the winged Moon Man or Luo Fan's unparalleled strength. And on Xuanwu Island, the wedding ceremony on the marble square continued in a lively atmosphere. Although all the major kingdoms and forces were worried about the appearance of the Moon People, they were slightly calmed down after seeing Luo Fan still crushing the Moon People with strength. Even the kings of some small countries, after seeing that the barrier of Xuanwu Island could easily withstand the bombardment of the giant ships of the Moon People, came up with the idea of moving the entire country to Xuanwu Island to seek refuge from Luo Fan. Gulala, these 2 birdmen run pretty fast. Whitebeard shook his golden hair handsomely, full of fighting spirit. I was thinking of having a fight to see how strong these two birdmen are. They have wings behind them, which gives them an innate advantage. It will be more difficult to fight them. Red-haired Shanks held the sword at his waist and took a sip of the red wine in the glass. Compared to the others around him who were fanatically thinking about fighting the Moon People, Shanks had a more serious expression. In his view, the Moon People were like the celestial dragons that had previously resided in the Holy Land of Mariajoy. Advertisement and compared to the celestial dragons, the technology and strength of the Moon People are far beyond this world. If the Moon People really want to invade, it will definitely be another big trouble if an all-out war breaks out. It would be a real war. Brother Luo Fan, you have fought against both of them. What do you think? Shanks asked Luo Fan. The strong men present all turned their eyes to Luo Fan. These two Moon People are quite strong, at least comparable to Marine Admiral, and they have basically mastered the two colors of hockey. And they didn't take the devil fruit. Their own strength was enhanced through genetic modification technology. Plus they were born with wings, which gives them a great advantage over you. Luo Fan replied calmly, and you saw that stitched monster. They can even make biological weapons. A bunch of damn birdmen, and their means of transportation, the giant ships that can fly in the air, are nowhere to be found. Even if they are secretly monitoring our world, we can't detect them. Everyone had a headache when thinking about the huge ship that could sail hidden above the clouds and fire destructive laser cannons. After the Holy Land of Mariajoy was destroyed, what happened to your world government's ancient weapon Uranus? Shanks thought of Uranus. It now appears that the ancient weapon, Uranus, that the world government used to attack Luo Fan was a weapon left behind by the ancient Moon People, and is the same as the giant ship that the Moon People rode. If they could also use Uranus, they wouldn't have to worry about a sudden attack from the Moon People's giant ship. Aokiji, the new Marine Marshal, suddenly looked embarrassed and looked at Luo Fan helplessly. Advertisement. That thing was dismantled during the final battle. Its main energy source was completely destroyed. Even Vegapunk couldn't research it. In short, now that the Moon People have found our world, they will definitely not give up. Luo Fan looked around at everyone and said, I think the Moon People will have follow-up actions. If necessary, Xuanwu Island will remain open and provide necessary protection. Humph. Laozi is waiting for the birdmen to attack in Wanokuni. Laozi is worried that no one will eat Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido snorted, with a haughty look on his face. The intelligence about the Moon People is very important. I believe the actions of these two Moon People this time are just a sign. Aokiji looked solemn, and he and several Marine generals behind him all stood up. I need to return to the Marine headquarters immediately and report the news about the Moon People to the world government. This issue is of great importance. Luo Fan understood and nodded. If the Moon People want to invade our world, no one can stay out of it. If there is any new information, I hope we can keep it secret from each other. If the Adventurers Guild discovers anything, we will tell your world government, Whitebeard agreed. Aokiji nodded, threw off the Marine Justice cloak behind him, and everyone left the square with a clatter. Because the Moon Man's brief appearance was directly broadcast to the rest of the world, the entire world government is now in an uproar. In the Commander-in-Chief's office, the sound of the Den Den Mushi on Sengoku's desk never stopped. When will Laozi be able to retire with honor? UB******************. D. Inside the command building, Sengoku's angry complaints could be heard. Chapter 158 Devil Fruit Tree. The appearance of the Moon People caused some chaos to the whole world. The people who had just experienced the decisive battle in the Holy Land of Mariajoy were liberated not long ago under the rule of the Celestial Dragon's nobles. Now that we have learned from the news that there are still people on the moon and that they want to regain the ruling power from the ancient times, some people can't help but panic. It was only a brief panic and chaos, which was eventually calmed down by Luo Fan and the world government. Various countries and maritime towns and ports continue to welcome the world government's marine fleet to strengthen their maritime defenses. The Adventurers Association, led by the Whitebeard pirates, also spontaneously formed a patrol group to be responsible for the safety of sea routes. As for Xuanwu Island, which is recognized as the safest, Luo Fan ordered that no ports should be closed after the Moon People appeared. Therefore, the entire Xuanwu Island has been bustling with people in recent days, with a large number of ships and people coming from outside every day, preparing to move to Xuanwu Island. There were also several small countries that signed contracts directly with Luo Fan and moved their entire countries to Xuanwu Island, forming an alliance with Luo Fan's country. Although the kingdom would be dependent on Luo Fan and Xuanwu Island from now on, the entire kingdom, from the king to the people under his rule, did not feel that they were at a disadvantage at all. Everyone was so excited that they wished they could be sent to Xuanwu Island on their own initiative. In contrast, the world government and the major kingdoms said, "Damn, I'm so jealous, can we also move to Xuanwu Island to work, develop?" The frightened man nodded rapidly. The strange abilities of the natives made the Moon People very curious, so since the retreat from Xuanwu Island, Alpha and Betas have been secretly capturing the natives and taking them to the giant ship for human experiments. Advertisement on a bed in front of Alpha, there was a naked man lying. The man struggled with his eyes wide open, but he couldn't get free from the bed. He could only whimper and look at Alpha with horror on his face. Although they have the ability to blow bubbles, for Betas and Alpha, it is just blowing bubbles. Betas sneered sinisterly and walked directly to the experimental bed. The level of life will be higher than that of ordinary natives, and their physical constitution will change accordingly. I don't care about your business. If you don't know where the devil fruit is, I'll eat you. Don't worry. The overall strength of this indigenous world is not strong. When the time comes, there will naturally be a leader or 12 messengers to deal with him. Alpha pointed at the man on the experimental bed. I really don't know where this damn native came from. What bad luck. How is it? What have you figured out? Do you need me to capture a few more natives? Betas looked at the concentrating Alpha, his voice sharp and piercing. Tell me, where can I find this devil fruit? On the other side, another man's body was ripped open and he was long dead. But his strength was not strong, and he didn't even have a name on the sea. Betas ripped the gag out of the man's mouth. Ordinary people who have never eaten devil fruit are very weak, and even the moon people would despise such natives. Advertisement. When Betas thought of Luo Fan's silver-armored wings, he felt a dull pain in his wings and chest. If that's the case. The changes in the situation in the entire pirate's world can be seen by the huge ship hidden in the sky. It would be more accurate to say that he was tied up rather than lying down, with something stuffed tightly in his mouth, unable to even move. I know the legend of the devil fruit tree. No, it's a food called devil fruit. If you eat it, you will gain the ability corresponding to the devil fruit. Despite this, Betas still felt angry and scared. Is it also genetic modification technology? Alpha was wearing a transparent mask on his head and was looking intently at a bottle of reagent in his hand. This native told me all this. Each devil fruit has a different ability, and each devil fruit can only have one ability per person. Unless the person with the ability dies, the devil fruit will reappear. It's really unique. Being able to create bubbles from your hands and mouth is a pretty useless ability. However, the experts on Xuanwu Island seem to be able to create ice and pull down meteorites out of thin air. These abilities should be divided into strong and weak types. As for the indigenous man lying on the bed undergoing experiments, he is a real demon fruit power. Alpha said. The wounds on Beta's body torn by Luo Fan were so deep that the bones were visible, but after taking the genetic potion given by the leader, Beta's injuries recovered a lot. I don't know where to find the devil fruit. I found this with our pirates group at sea, and I stole it and ran away, otherwise I would have been hacked to death. After making a high-profile appearance over Xuanwu Island and being defeated by Luo Fan and forced to retreat in disgrace, the giant ship driven by Alpha and Betas hid in the clouds and has been lurking in the sky above this world. Chapter 159 Missing Persons. Chapter 19 Devil Fruit Tree. Alpha and Betas looked at each other. Seeing the opportunity, the man tied to the experimental bed nodded frantically. Really, although I have only heard of the legend, I think it will be useful to you two adults. As long as you let me go, I will tell you everything I know. Did you misunderstand something? Betas sneered. What? The man was stunned. We can still get this information by just draining your brain. Betas leaned over to the man on the experimental bed, his tone filled with disdain and disgust. Betas sneered a few times. He is just a useless native who wants to be clever and trade with us. Amid the man's terrified screams, Betas used a series of instruments to skin the captured man into pieces alive. In the end, all that remained on the experimental bed were countless wires glowing with faint blue light connecting a brain. The other end of the line was connected to a slightly strange helmet, which was worn on Beta's head. Betas closed his eyes tightly, constantly searching for memory information from within his brain. Physical skills. Right. Devil Fruit, a devil fruit illustration book that records the appearance and characteristics of the fruit. Advertisement. Devil Fruit's weakness, including the legendary devil fruit tree that grows in Raftel, the center of the world. Betas searched through all the information about this world's military system. It was not until the brain that had been stripped out could no longer bear the pressure and finally exploded into brain matter all over the floor that Betas took off his helmet with a grim smile. However, the Marine fleet still had ordinary ships, and they were completely unable to deal with the giant moon people's ships that could fly in the sky. Even the Marine forces were attacked by the giant moon ships, resulting in the destruction of more than a dozen warships and the disappearance of several colonels. FKU, these two birdmen are such bastards, they don't even give us a chance to fight. Except for Luo Fan, the expressions on everyone else's faces were more or less ugly. Everyone was furious about this and wanted to find the moon people and have a fight with them right now. The strong men present would be very angry, mainly because Alpha and the other man attacked those who were alone and not very strong. It is comparable to the ancient weapon, Uranus, a terrifying cannon that can destroy entire countries and islands with one shot, and it is equally creepy. In such a vast ocean, they can complete a kidnapping in just a few minutes, leaving no time for anyone to react. Luo Fan, what do you think? The moon people enthusiastically promote genetic modification technology and never get tired of it. Even if Whitebeard and the others wanted to stop them, they had no chance of encountering the moon people. Buddha Sengoku folded his arms and looked very serious. Luo Fan sat at the head of the long conference table. Despite this, disappearances at sea still occur from time to time. If the powerful devil fruit gene could be injected into the body through genetic modification technology, or a large number of biological weapons could be cultivated, the strength of the moon people would definitely be greatly enhanced. Advertisement. Alpha spoke up. In their respective spheres of influence, there were reports of people being attacked and captured by the moon people. Their huge ships can hide in the sky, so they can't be pursued at all. After all, not every island is called Xuanwu Island. I didn't expect that these indigenous people's planets could actually grow such magical treasures. Moreover, these missing people are not ordinary and unknown people, but powerful people who are well known at sea or in some regions. Due to the frequent attacks by Alpha and Betas, people continued to go missing at sea. Although the world government and other forces had been prepared for a long time and had deployed most of their troops at sea, it was to prevent sudden attacks from the moon people. What on earth do the moon people want to do, kidnapping so many of us? The number of missing people has now reached over 60, and 50 of them are confirmed to have the ability of the devil fruit. The world government was also greatly moved by this and reorganized its naval forces. Soon, the giant ships of Alpha and Betas began to appear frequently on the sea. Everyone turned their eyes to Luo Fan, who was sitting in the main seat. Thinking of this, Alpha and Betas had an idea in their minds. Devil fruit. It's a waste to give it to these natives. If we can find this tree and some powerful devil fruit genes, the leader will be very satisfied. Aokiji sighed. After learning about devil fruit, he also became interested in the devil fruit with various strange abilities. In the conference hall of Xuanwu Island, Whitebeard slammed the table angrily, very angry. Next are Whitebeard, red-haired Shanks, Sengoku of world government, Aokiji and marine generals, as well as the powerful Empress Hancock, Hawkeye Mahawk and others. We still have enough time to search for these fruits before the space channel is opened. Chapter 160 Hidden Fruit. Everyone suddenly called out to him. Luo Fan, who was originally holding up his chin, blinked his eyes and then smiled slightly. I think they already know about the devil fruit's abilities. The technology of the moon people should be based on genetic modification. Therefore, after knowing the existence of devil fruit, they will definitely spare no effort to collect devil fruit and use the genes of devil fruit to strengthen themselves. That's why they've been attacking everyone so frequently recently. Everyone nodded, agreeing with Luo Fan's words. You mean, those people with special abilities who were captured will be used for genetic experiments? Shanks suddenly realized a terrible problem. The demon fruit powers present suddenly felt nervous. After all, no one wants to be manipulated by the moon people and become some kind of experimental subject. Human experimentation is taboo everywhere. I think they are just holding them captive temporarily. After all, the people they captured are not particularly powerful. And I think what they need most is not demon fruit power, but devil fruit. Luo Fan's eyes were burning. Alpha and Betas have been lurking in this world and have not left. They may be carrying out some plan in secret. Collecting devil fruit seems to be the most likely option for Luo Fan. Otherwise, if they just wanted to capture the demon fruit power, with the strength of their two earthlings, as long as they deliberately did not target strong ones like the four emperors or the marine admiral, they would probably be able to capture more targets easily. After hearing Luo Fan's words, the world government's Sengoku and Aokiji looked at each other and their expressions changed slightly. Whitebeard, who was standing by, immediately raised his eyebrows. Advertisement? Hey, Sengoku, your world government doesn't really have devil fruit, does it? What nonsense are you talking about? Sengoku, who was exposed, coughed dryly. We are allies now, what are you hiding? All of a sudden, Sengoku felt that all eyes were focused on him, and he couldn't help but frown. Sengoku glared speechlessly at Whitebeard, who grinned provocatively. Ahem, yes, the world government does have devil fruit. It's sparkling fruit and lava fruit, right? Luo Fan said with a meaningful smile on his face. How do you know? Everyone present was in an uproar, even Sengoku and Aokiji looked at Luo Fan in shock. Damn it. It's obviously a secret operation carried out in private, how come you were able to answer it first? You be asterisk 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 D. Accepting the shock from everyone present, Luo Fan smiled but said nothing. The only devil fruit I can think of that could keep the world government hidden is the fruit of the first two marine admirals. After all, these two fruits are very powerful and strategically significant. You can't easily let them slip out of the control of the world government. Aokiji sighed and nodded. Yes, marine does have sparkling fruit and lava fruit. Good fellow, it turns out you guys secretly hid these two fruits. But the whereabouts of these two fruits are only known to me and Commander Sengoku. It is impossible for the moon people to know. Advertisement. Since the moon people can attack and capture people who have taken devil fruit so accurately, there must be some method. If they knew the abilities of these two fruits, they would never let them go so easily. Shanks stood up and looked at Sengoku and Aokiji. Are those two fruits still in the hands of the world government? No, originally Dr. Vegapunk has been studying these two fruits to enhance the abilities of pacifists. Because of this, we are secretly transporting the two fruits back to headquarters for protection. In other words, these two fruits are now on the sea. Sengoku and Aokiji's faces suddenly turned ugly. Yes, Sengoku nodded. That's terrible. Shanks immediately shook his head. Although Akainu and Kizaru died in the final battle in the Holy Land of Mario, lava fruit and sparkling fruit are both relatively powerful devil fruits. If they really fall into the pockets of the moon people at sea, the consequences will be disastrous. Where is the fruit now? I will rush over to escort it immediately. Luo Fan stood up and said to Sengoku. Okay, Sengoku nodded. The world government originally planned to solve this matter on its own. After all, it didn't want other people to know the whereabouts of the two fruits. But now that the incident happened suddenly, it can no longer care. If the moon people really set their sights on these two devil fruits, they would probably be in great danger. Before Aokiji could contact the vice admiral of the fleet in charge of this secret transport, the Den Mushi in his pocket began to make a sound. In front of everyone in the conference hall, Aokiji answered the beeping Den Den Mushi call. As soon as I answered the call, the anxious cry for help coming from the other end of the Den Den Mushi made everyone present feel a chill down their spine. Report to the Marshal. Our fleet was attacked at sea. It's the Moon People. Those two Moon People. Chapter 161. Grabbing the Devil Fruit. The entire Marine fleet was instantly destroyed by Alpha and Betas. The 4 escort warships were directly dismantled by Betas in the raging fire and sank into the sea at a speed visible to the naked eye. The blood continued to dye the surrounding sea red. Hundreds of Marine soldiers were brutally slaughtered by Betas without any survivors. The only remaining command ship, the rear half of the hull, was also floating on the sea. On the broken deck, Marine Vice Admiral Chifeng, whose arm was cut off by Alpha, was lying motionless. Life or death unknown. As for White Eagle Vice Admiral, who urgently sent a distress message through Den Den Mushi. At this moment, his body was covered in blood, and his head was half hanging in the air, tightly grasped by Alpha's big hand. The cloak of justice behind White Eagle had been torn to pieces, and blood was gushing from his entire body. The two Vice Admirals both looked very weak. Faced with the attack from 2 A-level Moon Warriors, they were completely powerless to resist. In just a few minutes, they were completely defeated. The sound of wings fluttering came from behind. Betas retracted his wings and returned to the deck of the command ship, pulling a metal box behind him. Seeing that the Moon Man had found the box, the expression on White Eagle Vice Admiral's face instantly turned angry, and he struggled to stop Betas. However, the 2 Western swords under his feet had already been broken by Alpha's giant hammer. Don't kill my prisoners. Betas reminded Alpha, who was about to crush the White Eagle's head with one hand. Alpha didn't say anything, he just threw White Eagle's body onto the deck. Bang! Advertisement. The White Eagle, which had smashed deeply into the deck like a cannonball and created a crack, spat out a mouthful of black blood in pain. It lay in the sunken hole on the deck with numerous fractures all over its body, unable to move. As a Marine, I am not afraid even of death. However, the White Eagle Vice Admiral, who was now seriously injured, could only stare at the 2 Moon People in front of him with hatred and could not stop them from opening the metal box. The disc object in Beta's hand was flashing 2 points of light facing the metal box. Beta swung his lightsaber and easily split the metal box. The box was cut right in half. What catches your eye are the 2 fruits lying quietly in the middle. One is an apple that is completely red with droplet-shaped patterns. The other one is a long banana shaped like lightning, with patterns on it that look like a cross. This is the devil fruit that the world government secretly hides for fear of revealing. Moreover, they are the lava fruit and sparkling fruit that once belonged to the former Marine Admiral Akainu and Kizaru. Yes, it's the lava fruit and sparkling fruit from the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. After kidnapping and capturing so many demon fruit powers, the Moon People also obtained the Devil Fruit Illustrated Manual, so they immediately recognized that these were the 2 devil fruits they wanted. Got it. Betas sneered. Seeing that the item that his superiors requested to be secretly transported was actually the devil fruit, White Eagle Vice Admiral was also deeply moved. Even the 2 Marine Vice Admirals didn't know that the object secretly escorted in the box was actually devil fruit. But these 2 Moon People were able to attack here accurately. Such a terrible gap immediately made White Eagle Vice Admiral feel desperate. It seems that the transformation plan for genetic soldiers can be improved. Betas looked at the 2 devil fruits in his hand with satisfaction. Advertisement. However, neither he nor Alpha wanted to take the 2 devil fruits directly. After all, devil fruit has the absolute flaw of being afraid of seawater. For the Moon People who believe in genetic modification technology, this genetic defect is an imperfection. Using special containers to store the lava fruit and sparkling fruit, Betas grabbed the 2 Marine Vice Admirals who had been seriously injured by Alpha and were half dead. With wings spread out from behind them, Alpha and Betas soared into the sky again, preparing to fly back to the giant ship and leave the sea. A stream of white air carrying a wind blade blasted out directly from under Beta's feet, smashing the command ship, which had been almost destroyed in the battle, in half. Accompanied by a loud bang on the sea, the broken ship sank directly to the bottom of the sea. On the entire sea, there were only floating planks, marine corpses, billowing flames and thick smoke. Just as they were about to fly into the giant ship, Alpha and Betas suddenly felt a threatening aura approaching. The 2 of them were filled with alarm and looked towards the north. I saw a silver light shooting directly from a distance. Before the silver light arrived, the terrifying sword energy was already rushing straight towards the 2 lunar people and the giant ship. Oh no! It's that guy. Betas' face changed drastically, and he directly urged the air currents in the sky to form a wall of wind to block the giant ship. The sword energy is raging. Boom boom boom. The sword light that came from afar and arrived first continued to disrupt the surrounding heaven and earth, causing a turbulence. The sword chopped on the wind wall, and even Betas felt a little tired. The silver light soon appeared in front of Alpha and Betas, disrupting their departure on the giant ship. The figure bathed in silver-white tiger armor was Luo Fan, who had arrived late. Chapter 162. Want to run? Should I say I'm late? The visor of the daytime tiger armor was retracted, revealing Luo Fan's handsome face underneath the armor. However, there was not the slightest smile on Luo Fan's face at this moment. His deep eyes seemed to be filled with anger as he looked quietly at Betas and Alpha. Luo Fan looked at the 2 Marine Vice Admirals that Betas was holding in one hand. The life force of the two men had become extremely weak, with only half a breath left. When White Eagle Vice Admiral asked Aokiji for help through Den Mushi, Luo Fan had already borrowed the power of White Tiger to quickly chase after him. With the fleet position provided by Aokiji, Luo Fan was able to cross most of the sea in such a short time and land directly on the battlefield. However, the power of just 5 warships and 2 Marine Vice Admirals could not stop the 2 Earthlings, Alpha and Betas, for long. Even though Luo Fan chased at full speed, he could only see the mess on the sea and the 2 Vice Admirals who were seriously injured and captured by Betas. Alpha and Betas were surprised and fearful to see that Luo Fan was able to catch up in such a short time. Hand over the people in the Devil Fruit. Luo Fan extended his hand toward the 2 men and spoke calmly. Natives, why should we obey your orders? Betas laughed sharply, but the laughter was a little unconfident. If you don't let us go, I won't guarantee the lives of these 2 people. The cyclone condensed into white wind blades floating around Betas, aiming at the 2 Vice Admirals Bying and Chifeng. Then let's see who's faster. At this moment, Luo Fan only felt a murderous intent rising in his heart and completely ignored Beta's threats. Advertisement. Luo Fan raised the dragon-slaying sword in his hand and soared into the sky with his wings. The target was the Moon People's giant ship. Damn it, this native is going to attack our ship. Beta's face changed drastically. Under the urging of Betas, a strong wind pushed behind Alpha, pushing Alpha directly towards Luo Fan. Then the wind power of Betas accelerated the chasing Alpha and it quickly caught up with Luo Fan. Luo Fan reached out and grabbed the 2 dying people. As Luo Fan chopped out with both hands, countless black swordlights swept around. On the other side, while Luo Fan was rescuing the 2 Vice Admirals, Alpha and Betas turned around and flew towards the giant ship. The giant hammer covered with armament hockey collided with the knife mark, and a shocking sound broke out. Beta's wind wall blocked Luo Fan and the giant ship, and Alpha behind him flew quickly, trying to stop Luo Fan. The sword intent was so terrifying that even Alpha had to swing his hammer to resist. With the foresight of awakening observation hockey, Luo Fan simply flapped his wings lightly and changed direction in the air to avoid Alpha's attack. Alpha, stop him! Under the suppression of Luo Fan's extremely domineering conqueror's hockey, even the Moonmen Alpha and Betas felt a shock in their hearts. Such a strong pressure, now that the Devil Fruit has been obtained. The knife mark appeared, and Alpha clenched the giant hammer with both hands and smashed it hard to the side. Wind slash. The stone hammer in his hand danced with the wind and smashed directly onto Luo Fan's crown. The shock wave surged to one side, and the knife mark that was bounced off by the stone hammer slashed straight towards the sea surface. Advertisement. Luo Fan's blow instantly created a gap tens of meters deep in the sponge, and the surging and roaring seawater split to both sides. With the flash of the sword, the wind wall was easily shattered. Betas shouted anxiously. Armament hockey clambered over the dragon-slaying sword, and the dark blade light directly cut through the sky, just like a series of black waning moons that suddenly appeared in the daytime. Seeing Betas directly throwing 2 Marine Vice Admirals over, Luo Fan stopped attacking the giant ship and threw a few punches. With Devil Fruit and 2 Vice Admirals, it was inconvenient for Betas to take action against Luo Fan, so he could only let Alpha try his best to stop Luo Fan. There must be no mishaps with the spacecraft. The fist shadow wrapped with the armed conqueror's 2-color hockey stopped Alpha, and then Luo Fan flapped his wings and chased after the 2 Marine Vice Admirals. Once their giant ships were destroyed in this world, they would definitely lose their greatest advantage and become the target of pursuit by the natives of this planet. Several rounds of black waning moons were unstoppable and hit the giant ship hovering in the sky directly. The 2 men were not fools. They knew that if they continued to fight with Luo Fan, they would only delay the arrival of more powerful indigenous warriors. Betas threw the 2 seriously injured and dying Marine Vice Admirals in his hands towards Luo Fan as human cannonballs. Luo Fan held the dragon-slaying sword high in both hands, and Conqueror's hockey continuously transformed into substantial rolling air currents that rushed out in all directions. Then run away if the wind blows. Seeing Luo Fan raising the dragon-slaying sword to attack the giant ship again, Betas screamed in desperation. Boom! Looking back, the dragon-slaying sword slashed down, and the slash containing the will of swordsmanship directly drew a knife mark of more than 10 meters in the sky. Under the attack of the knife light, the hull burst into several horrific cracks, which made Betas horrified. Get lost! As for the wind wall that Betas blocked between Luo Fan and the giant ship, it couldn't even last 3 breaths under Luo Fan's wind-piercing slash. Chapter 163. Copy Devil Fruit. Taking advantage of the time when they left 2 captives behind and forced Luo Fan to rescue them, Alpha and Betas drove the giant ship quickly into the clouds. The white tiger sky wings behind Luo Fan vibrated slightly, hanging in the air carrying 2 half-dead Marine Vice Admirals. Luo Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, watching the huge ship that had been completely destroyed by his attack slowly disappear into the clouds. I have to exchange some long-range skills when I get back, what a pity. Luo Fan shook his head and muttered to himself. The incident happened suddenly. Who would have known that the world government was so deceiving that they would secretly deliver devil fruit during a time when incidents like this are happening frequently? It was considered timely that Luo Fan arrived before Alpha and Betas left. Looking at the broken decks and blood of countless ships on the sea, as well as the 2 Marine Vice Admirals he had caught, Luo Fan sighed slightly. It's impossible to chase them while dragging 2 burdens. After a while, the marine fleet that had urgently gathered troops from Xuanwu Island and Whitebeard and other talents finally arrived. The horrific scene on the sea surface came into everyone's eyes, and immediately made Sengoku, Aokiji and others who were already worried gasp. Sengoku just felt a chill in his heart. Completion. Judging from this result, the Moon People's attack must have succeeded. Suddenly, a silver-white light flashed on the deck. Everyone immediately became alert and looked carefully, and found that the light was Luo Fan wearing the white tiger armor. Descending from the sky back onto the ship, Luo Fan retracted his armor and wings. With a slight tilt of his shoulder, Luo Fan placed the two marine vice-admirals he was carrying back onto the deck. Advertisement Sengoku, Aokiji and other marines recognized the two people lying on the deck. They were Buying and Akamine who were in charge of this secret mission. They immediately looked panicked. How could he be injured so badly? Sengoku clenched his fists. I'm late. Luo Fan shook his head, his meaning was concise. Looking at the two people lying on the deck, being rescued by military doctors and basically in a dying state, everyone present had a very grim look on their faces. In just a few minutes, an entire fleet was completely destroyed. 5 warships and hundreds of marine soldiers were all buried at the bottom of the sea. Even the 2 marine vice-admirals suffered fractures and serious injuries to their internal organs, and one even had a broken arm. The damage is heavy. It's really abominable. They succeeded in such a short time. They're too arrogant. The methods are cruel and the strength is very strong. In other words, those 2 moon people still managed to snatch the lava fruit and sparkling fruit? Whitebeard looked at Luo Fan. Well, it was too late for me to stop it. Luo Fan nodded. Oh, it was our mistake. I didn't expect that they even knew the whereabouts of devil fruit. Sengoku was upset. If he hadn't been worried that the devil fruit might be stolen and ordered the 2 fruits to be transported secretly, I'm afraid nothing would have happened. I should not have hidden these 2 fruits secretly. I have really lost both the wife and the army. However, Luo Fan seemed to see through Sengoku's thoughts. Luo Fan said calmly, don't think too much. Since they have the ability to find and lock the devil fruit, they will snatch it regardless of whether you have moved or not. Since they know about the existence of devil fruit, there is no way they will miss this opportunity. Advertisement. That's right. Whitebeard nodded in agreement. Perhaps it's only a matter of time before they take action against people like us with special abilities. Do they also take devil fruit? Shanks rubbed the stubble on his chin with his one remaining arm. Impossible. Luo Fan shook his head. The devil fruit has such obvious flaws, and the moon people are so into genetic modification, it is absolutely impossible for them to take it just to enhance their abilities. Then why are they snatching devil fruit? Think of a pacifist and a seraph. Luo Fan's words immediately awakened everyone present. Everyone looked at Sengoku, Aokiji and other world government people in shock. Staring at them made Sengoku and his friends feel creepy. When the celestial dragons were in power, the world government did allow Vegapunk to use the genes of the demon fruit power to create many weapons. Creatures like the pacifist and the seraph were created based on the research of Kizaru's sparkling fruit laser light and the genes of the Shichibukai strongmen. You mean, they might also use the power of the devil fruit to make weapons? After all, the unique ability of the devil fruit would be most beneficial if it were made into weapons or more advanced genetic modification technology. Even the pirates' world, which is called the natives by the moon people, can develop this kind of weapon that utilizes the power of the devil fruit. With the civilization and technology of the moon people, it is estimated that they can do it in minutes. Damn it. Sengoku slapped his forehead in frustration. The abilities of lava fruit and sparkling fruit are both extremely powerful. If the moon people really used the 2 devil fruits to develop large quantities of biological weapons and use them against their world, then they would be in big trouble. Think of this. Everyone can't help but feel a little sad. Chapter 164 Alternatives Above the Clouds. The giant moonship driven by Alpha and Betas was suspended in the air, shaking a little. The hull of the giant ship was mostly destroyed by Luo Fan's attack, and it could almost be said to be leaking. Fortunately, the energy device was not damaged, otherwise the entire ship would have crashed on the spot. Inside the giant ship, Alpha was fiddling with the 2 devil fruits he had snatched at the experimental table. After inspecting the entire hull structure of the giant ship, Betas still felt a lingering fear. How on earth did this native cultivate? He is truly a monster. At present, there is no substitute on this indigenous planet that can match the hardness of the hull's raw materials. In other words, the noble moon people can only continue to drive this broken ship. As long as the ship can still fly, our plan will not fail. Alpha said without turning his head. After finishing his research, Alpha put down the 2 devil fruits in front of him. Lava fruit, sparkling fruit. This was the first time that Alpha and Betas really saw the true face of devil fruit. It does look like an ordinary fruit, but I didn't expect it to have such magical powers. It's a pity that it has a fatal weakness. No wonder it's called the devil fruit. The moon people believe in genetic modification, to the extent that almost all of them are X-Men mutants, but they don't like defective things like devil fruit. However, it would be even better if devil fruit could be improved and utilized. And I heard from the natives that it tastes terrible. Advertisement Betas looked disgusted. Alpha directly used a syringe to penetrate the 2 devil fruits and extracted some of the fruit liquid. He then stored the 2 syringes, one red and one yellow, and the 2 devil fruits. Once we meet the leader, perhaps our research team will be able to perfect the devil fruit's abilities. With so many native hostages and 2 devil fruits, that should be enough, right? Betas asked, stroking the precious wings behind him lovingly. He, that sounds like a good idea, magnificent and mysterious. You mean the devil fruit tree that those natives mentioned? If you get this tree, you will have control over the source of devil fruit on this planet. It would be impossible for us to get more devil fruits with just the 2 of us. There is also a flashing light spot in the middle of the disk. I believe that the leader and the large army will arrive in this world soon. But that's just a legend, Raftel. Who knows if it's really in that so-called center of the world? Alpha spread out a nautical chart of the planet on the experimental bed. That is a detection instrument capable of sensing devil fruit, made by the moon people through the genes of demon fruit power. Alpha and Betas flapped their wings and flew out of the giant ship. All sea areas and landmasses including the Red Line, Sabaody Archipelago, and Grand Line are depicted in detail on the nautical chart. Alpha placed it on an island drawn right in the middle of the nautical chart. When we come back, I will make the leader cut that native into pieces. Alpha took out the disc object that was used to track lava fruit and sparkling fruit. Advertisement. It was because of this detection instrument that Alpha and Betas were able to accurately attack Marine's secret fleet at sea and successfully capture 2 devil fruits. The so-called world center, Raftel, mentioned by the natives is right on this nautical chart we recorded. The scene of Luo Fan killing and ravaging him emerged in Beta's mind, and he couldn't help but curse him with resentment. The final island, Raftel, remember the legend? Alpha's eyes were burning. The natives have already noticed this, especially the weird one with wings. Maybe next time we take action, we will be obstructed by him. If this planet really has been growing such miraculous fruits, then there must be trees that bear these fruits. If we can find the devil fruit tree, we can temporarily evacuate this planet. We can go search it. The slightly damaged giant ship descended silently from the sky and then hovered above Raftel. From a distance, this lush and mysterious island is shrouded in clouds and mist, and its entire appearance cannot be seen. That is, with the guidance of the nautical chart and sailing in the sky, the giant ship soon found the most mysterious place on the sea. That was the drawing that the moon people made by observing and drawing in the sky when their giant ship landed on this planet. At the end of the Grand Line, this mysterious island, which has only been reached by Roger and his group for hundreds of years and has attracted countless fanatics to yearn for and pursue it in the following eras, sits quietly among the clouds. In the very center of the island, the crown of a towering ancient tree rises into the sky almost like a dome, covering half of the island. Betas was skeptical. Chapter 165 Destroying Raftel. The huge towering ancient trees have treetops that look like umbrellas covering the sky. Under the green shade is most of Raftel Island. The terrifyingly thick tree roots spread across the entire island, a work of genius. Covered by clouds and mist, it looks so sacred, spectacular. In the past 800 years, only the pirates led by the former Pirates King Roger have successfully arrived here via the Grand Line. Moreover, at the end of this Grand Line, at the very center of the world, there is a mysterious treasure that has been fanatically pursued by later generations. However, under the technological superiority of the lunar civilization, Alpha and Betas found it without any difficulty. At this moment, perhaps Comrade Luffy, who dreams of becoming the king of Poseidon, has something to say. There are strong signal fluctuations on this island. Let's go under the canopy of that tree and take a look. Alpha looked at the disc in his hand. The wings behind the 2 of them vibrated, and they flew towards the center of Raftel. Soon, Alpha and Betas flew under the canopy of the towering trees. Looking up, the 2 of them felt the enormity of the tree. Under the tree canopy, many strange and exotic fruits are hanging among the tangled branches. Some look like apples. Some look like bananas. Fruits of various shapes hanging quietly on the same tree look very strange. Alpha and Betas looked at it carefully, and their eyes lit up. Those strange fruits growing on the trees are exactly the devil fruits that Alpha and Betas have been collecting for some time. The giant tree located on the island of Raftel is the source of the legendary devil fruit. Devil fruit tree. Advertisement. I didn't expect this tree to really exist. Betas was a little speechless. The level of civilization on this indigenous planet was so backward that the moon people simply disdained it. However, there exists such a giant tree of unknown origin, which grows mysterious fruits that can give people various abilities. Without these devil fruits, the natives of this planet would have no way of resisting them. Thinking of this, Betas came up with the idea of destroying this towering ancient tree. If we destroy it, the natives of this planet will lose those abilities, right? Betas asked. Buzz. A long laser beam protruded from the hilt of the sword in his hand. Betas gripped his lightsaber tightly, eager to try. Alpha glanced at Betas with a cold tone. Don't forget our plan. We have reported the information about the devil fruit to the leader. Bringing back this devil fruit tree is the leader's order. Can you bear the leader's wrath if you destroy this tree? Humph, don't use the leader to pressure me. Betas snorted coldly and retracted his lightsaber unhappily. As the 2 were talking, a puff sound was heard from the treetops. A strange-looking devil fruit that was not listed in the devil fruit encyclopedia fell directly from the branch as if it were fully ripe. Under the gazes of Alpha and Betas, the devil fruit fell all the way to the ground and then disappeared. Completely disappeared. Such a magical scene surprised Alpha and Betas. No wonder there are so many devil fruits scattered around the world. It turns out that the devil fruits that ripen and fall from the devil fruit tree on Raftel will disappear and scatter all over the world. Advertisement: while there are still some devil fruits on this tree, collect them quickly. Alpha accounts for betas. The huge tree trunk that towered into the sky posed no obstacle at all to the two winged moon people. With ease, the two of them picked all the devil fruits still hanging on the treetops. How are we going to take this tree away? Take some away and cultivate it yourself. The rest. Alpha looked at the giant tree with a bit of regret, but there was not a trace of fluctuation in his eyes. Destroy it. You were trying to stop me just now, Betas sneered sharply. In the eyes of the two moon people, the so-called devil fruit tree in front of them is nothing more than a huge genetic treasure trove. After squeezing out every last bit of value, there is no meaning left. After Alpha broke off one of the branches and sent it to the giant ship for recultivation and planting, Betas took action on the devil fruit tree standing on Raftel. The huge ship was suspended in the air above Raftel, and a huge gun muzzle appeared on the bottom of the ship again. White light converges. Boom! After a long time, accompanied by a deafening roar, the white beams of light gathered from the muzzles of the giant ship came down like pillars of lightning, directly covering the devil fruit tree. Hundreds of white beams of light continued to pour down across the entire area. The scorching heat directly crystallized the land of the entire island. The towering ancient tree, under the direct bombardment of the laser cannon, had its entire crown and trunk set ablaze. As the giant ship disappeared into the clouds without looking back, the devastating pillar of light also slowly dissipated. The whole Raftel, almost destroyed by the giant ship's laser cannon. Only unrecognizable ruins remain. Chapter 166 Moon King. The news of Raftel's attack was soon known to the world government. Under Sengoku's order, Marine directly blocked this information. After all, there are so many forces and civilians on the sea. Once the news that Raftel was attacked and almost destroyed by the moon people spreads, it will inevitably cause panic around the world. After all, no one knows when the giant skyship driven by the moon people will suddenly and silently appear above the island where they are. No one wants to have the chance to experience the kind of horrific bombardment that can instantly destroy an entire island or a country without leaving any trace. The series of attacks by the moon people also caused headaches for the top leaders of the world government, such as Sengoku. First, demon fruit powers were attacked and captured one after another. Then the world government's marine fleet that was secretly transporting 2 devil fruits was attacked. Not only was the entire fleet wiped out, but even the lava fruit and sparkling fruit were snatched away by the moon people. Now even the island of Raftel has suffered a devastating blow and is almost sinking under the attack of the moon people's giant ships. The world government was helpless in this regard and could do nothing about the moon people. When the world government informed Xuanwu Island of the news that the moon people bombarded Raftel and requested Luo Fan's assistance, Luo Fan said, "There's nothing I can do to help. World government, Sigma, degree hollow up pointing triangle degree." Ever since they failed to gain any benefit from the battle with Luo Fan at the wedding, Betas and his companions have been avoiding Luo Fan in their subsequent actions. It seems that even the people on the moon are well aware of the truth of Go. The development is slow and not reckless at all. Therefore, even if Luo Fan learned the news, it would be too late to stop the 2 lunar people. On Xuanwu Island, what is the purpose of these 2 birdmen attacking Raftel? Are they also interested in the treasure left by Roger? Advertisement Whitebeard said this with a frown as he drank tons of wine. What? Do they want to be the pirates' king too? Shanks said sarcastically, immediately causing everyone present to laugh. I think this is their purpose. Luo Fan placed the information from world government on the table. One of them is the last picture taken by the marine fleet when it arrived at the waters near Raftel after the moon people bombarded Raftel. The entire island was almost completely destroyed and sank into the sea. The only part still floating on the sea was the central part of the island, which was also barren and looked horrible. And in the very middle of the island, there was still a part of the trunk of a giant tree that had been carbonized after being bombarded by the laser cannon, which caught everyone's eye. I think that's the legendary devil fruit tree. I've asked Rayleigh about that. Only Roger Rayleigh and his team managed to land on Raftel. Only they know the truth about the devil fruit tree. The moon people have been collecting devil fruit recently. I think they attacked Raftel because of the devil fruit tree. This thing actually exists. If they destroyed Raftel, doesn't that mean they got the devil fruit tree? Everyone fell silent. The shadow of the moon people's invasion hangs over everyone's head. No one knows what the purpose of the moon people's seizure of the devil fruit and attacking Raftel may be to obtain the devil fruit tree. With the civilization and technology of the moon people, if they launch a large-scale attack on the entire world in the future, it would be unimaginable. For a moment, everyone turned their eyes to Luo Fan. Luo Fan tapped the table lightly with his fingers, his face looking as if he was in deep thought. Advertisement: the origin and history of the moon people are completely blank in the pirates' world. Even Luo Fan himself didn't know what the moon people would do next. At this time, Luo Fan was thinking in his mind, preparing to exchange his accumulated shock value for the holy jar. In the days before the moon people invade on a large scale, Luo Fan must continue to strengthen his own strength in order to cope with future battles. While the world government and many forces on Xuanwu Island are on high alert. The other side, Alpha Betas, who replanted and cultivated the devil fruit branches and left with the captured devil fruit, has already left the planet in a giant ship. Buzz. The space crack was suddenly torn. The giant ship with a slightly tattered hull slowly sailed out from the other end of the space crack. Under the starry sky in front of Alpha and Betas, an entire fleet of hovering giant ships appeared. The leading ship was several times larger than the other giant ships, and it was the main ship where the leader of the Moon People was. After moving away from the moon in ancient times, the lunar people wandered in space and eventually settled on a new planet. Although the population of the Moon People is small, most of them are warriors who have been genetically enhanced. This entire lunar fleet is the Lunar Expedition Force. In the main ship, Alpha and Betas were allowed to meet the leader. On the throne of the Moon People, a winged figure sat high up, emitting an aura of supreme majesty. This man is the commander of the Expeditionary Force and the king of the Moon People. Chapter 167 Shockwave. Meet the leader. Alpha and Betas lowered their heads to the ground, not daring to look directly at the throne. The extremely domineering aura of oppression around them continued to pile up on the two people's heads, making them feel a sharp increase in pressure. The two A-level Moon Warriors were even trembling slightly at this moment. It seems that you have not succeeded in regaining the jurisdiction of that planet. The burly figure on the throne looked at Alpha and Betas like a huge hammer. The loud voice was filled with dissatisfaction and questioning. As the king of the Moon People, he is both the leader and the commander of the Expeditionary Force. After the moon lost its habitability, the lunar inhabitants began to live a semi-nomadic life. Since the ancient times, the Moon People have settled on a small planet, and most of them have followed their leader as warriors to explore the galaxy. Their fleet of giant ships constantly collected resources across the galaxy, barely providing protection for the ethnic gathering places. Up to now, the population of the Moon People has only reached 100,000. We have civilization and technology, but they have nowhere to take root. Therefore, this time, under the leadership of the leader, the Expeditionary Force returned home. The giant ship driven by Alpha and Betas found the world where Luo Fan and the others were by chance. If we can regain this planet, the Moon People will surely rise again. However, please forgive me, leader, we were already going very smoothly. Betas didn't even dare to raise his head and explained with sweat all over his forehead. The natives of this planet have special channels that allow them to obtain powerful abilities. We were careless for a moment and were blocked. Snort. Advertisement. There was a cold snort from the throne. The terrifying pressure instantly doubled the surrounding gravity. The upper bodies of Alpha and Betas instantly fell to the ground, trembling in pain. If the strong men from the pirates' world were present, they would definitely sense the aura released by the Moon People's leader at this moment, which was the 1 in a million Conqueror's Haki. Even this Conqueror's Haki is far superior to others. There is a powerful native on that planet who has wings and can fly. It is estimated that his strength is far beyond a level. We are no match for them. Alpha and Betas. Circled.operator X circled.operator winking face. I will leave the matter of attacking this native planet to others. Then our lunar expeditionary force will be extremely powerful, and all the indigenous planets will surrender to us. As long as we can use this tree to replicate these devil fruits and improve them, we can mass produce and transform warriors. Alpha immediately raised his head. Fortunately, I have accomplished my mission. The leader spoke calmly. So a low-level native can easily defeat your two genetically modified moon warriors? Looked at each other. If he hadn't been blocking us, we would have been able to march straight in and seize this planet from those low-class natives. Great idea, leader. After hearing these words, the terrifying aura that had been covering the two of them slowly faded away. On the angular face, a pair of deep and violent eyes stared straight at Alpha and Betas who were kneeling under the throne. What Betas said is correct, leader. That native has many tricks up his sleeve. Even if Betas and I join forces, we are still no match for him. Soon, other moon servants brought out dozens of devil fruits collected by Alpha and Betas directly from their giant ship. Advertisement. Leader. These devil fruits have a weakness that prevents them from coming into contact with seawater. They cannot be used lightly. The devil fruit tree and the collected devil fruits were also given away. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Now, tell me, have you completed the other tasks assigned to you? Wearing black armor with ferocious lines, the leader exudes an arrogant and domineering aura. Upon hearing that they had the opportunity to undergo genetic modification, the two looked at each other in joy and hurriedly left the throne room. Under the pressure of Conqueror's Haki, Betas could only grit his teeth and tell the truth. Moreover, according to our research, a person can only take one devil fruit, otherwise there will be terrible side effects. And the devil fruit tree planted in the soil, with green buds already sprouting from its branches. Betas reminded from the side. The leader grabbed a devil fruit with his big hand and looked carefully at these slightly strange-looking fruits. Summon Shockwave. The leader sitting on the throne pondered for a moment, then spoke. You did a pretty good job this time. Go down and claim your chance to be genetically modified. Is this the source of the native's abilities, the so-called devil fruit? The leader of the Moon People, who was sitting on the throne, slowly stood up. Compared to Alpha and Betas, the leader's height is almost a terrifying 8 meters, and his burly figure seems to be carved out of marble. The white wings folded behind him looked larger than those of other Moon People. Give all the devil fruit in this tree to the doctor. The leader glanced at Betas out of the corner of his eye. 5KK Chapter 167 Clone Whitebeard, Summon Shockwave. At the call of the leader of the Moon People, a burly man about 6 or 7 meters tall soon walked into the space between the thrones. Shockwave to the leader. The burly moonman named Shockwave had a metal visor covering his face, and no expression could be seen at all. Unlike Alpha Beta's gorgeous robe, Shockwave was wearing a huge black armor, and the wings behind him were even covered by 1/3 of armor. It looks like the majestic Admiral Army. Under the command of the Moon People's leader, the Expeditionary Force has a most powerful guard force. Decepticon. Shockwave is one of the top 5 S+ fighters among the Decepticons. After undergoing multiple genetic modifications and enhancements, Shockwave has become one of the strongest and most courageous warriors under the leader. Shockwave, the mission of regaining the jurisdiction of this indigenous planet is now entrusted to you. The leader looked at Shockwave beneath the throne. It will only take Shockwave 3 days to kill all the natives who resist the rule of the Moon People and completely shock all life on this planet. Shockwave raised his head, his eyes behind the visor filled with fighting enthusiasm. Regarding the winged native mentioned by Alpha and Betas, do not take his life. As for the rest, you can arrange it yourself. The leader waved his hand and said nonchalantly. Even though they have wandered among the galaxies for thousands and hundreds of years, the Moon People have never forgotten the nobility of their own race. In the leader's view, although the indigenous people of this planet have the ability to resist, they are ultimately like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Aboriginals are still indigenous people after all, they're just slave resources. Even if he could fight against 2 A-class fighters, Shockwave, as one of the most powerful Decepticons, could definitely take over the planet easily. After receiving the leader's order and permission, Shockwave bowed and then left the throne room. Advertisement between the galaxies, the light of the stars was blocked outside the giant ship. On the entire throne, only the leader was left, sitting quietly on the throne with his arms supported. Darkness gradually enveloped. After Alpha and Betas reported all the information and intelligence on the planet to the Moon People's Expeditionary Force, the Moon People had a basic understanding of Luo Fan and their world. Soon, Shockwave left the throne room and drove the giant ship away from the Expeditionary Force. Pirates' World. In the week following Raftel's destruction, there were no further attacks by the Moon People. The world government, the major kingdoms, and various other forces, which had been on high alert and made all kinds of preparations, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Likewise, a darker cloud of sorrow hung over everyone's head. The Moon People did not take any follow-up action, which also proved that Luo Fan's guess was correct. The Moon People have obtained the Devil Fruit Tree. Although there are no Devil Fruit Trees, it is unclear whether this will have any impact on the demon fruit powers in the pirates' world. But given the level of civilization of the Moon People, they can definitely use high technology to create a lot of trouble. Damn it, one trouble after another, it's really a disaster. In the office of the Commander-in-Chief of World Government, Sengoku gritted his teeth and slammed the report in his hand on the table. After the fall of the Celestial Dragons and 5 Elders, World Government was basically reorganized. The current top leaders of the World Government, apart from Commander-in-Chief Sengoku and Marine Marshal Aokiji, are the House of Representatives composed of representatives from the major kingdoms. However, since the invasion of the Moon People, the major kingdoms have been in turmoil and panic, which has also caused headaches for the World Government. Harmful. It's hard to lead a bad teammate. Sengoku held his forehead with his hand, looking helpless and tired. Advertisement on the sofa in the office, Aokiji, who was resting with an eye mask on, pulled up the eye mask, sat up and stretched. The decisive battle just ended not long ago, and now the Moon People have appeared. I guess the major powers are still not willing to trust our world government. Aokiji said. The one from Xuanwu Island is the one they all want to cling to. Sengoku sighed. The prestige of the world government was shaken again due to the loss of lava fruit and sparkling fruit. All the major kingdoms and forces now only want to rely on Luo Fan. Even the world government has to admit that they are now dependent on Luo Fan. We cannot let our guard down yet. We order all fleets to abide by their duties and continue to protect the various sea areas. After all, none of us knows when the Moon People will launch another surprise attack. Boom! Before Sengoku could finish, a deafening explosion was heard outside the headquarters building. The entire office began to shake with the violent explosion. What's going on? Sengoku looked surprised. There was an earthquake. A powerful and violent aura directly enveloped the entire world government's headquarters building. Sengoku and Aokiji's faces suddenly changed. When they looked at each other, they saw deep worry in each other's eyes. Broken. It's the Moon Man. The world government headquarters, rebuilt on the ruins of the former holy land of Mariajoy, is once again invaded by foreign enemies. The critical moment comes again. Chapter 168 encountered a fierce attack. Outside the world government headquarters building. The more complete and strong fortress after reconstruction was now constantly opening up its black gun muzzles. Countless Marines rushed out of the headquarters, holding guns and cannons and guarding the city walls and squares. Hundreds of Marine ships are densely spread across the endless sea. The entire world government headquarters was filled with a solemn and murderous atmosphere. Tap, tap, tap. The top leaders of the world government, led by Buddha's Sengoku, Aokiji Garp and others, walked out of the headquarters building. The Marine's flag fluttered in the strong wind. Sengoku and his companions raised their heads with serious expressions, looking at the sky where countless cannons were pointed. The sea outside the world government headquarters. High in the sky, a burly black figure was standing in the air. Behind that figure, a pair of wings stood out. Is this guy really so unscrupulous? How dare you invade our headquarters alone? Sengoku clenched his fists and gritted his teeth in anger. A few drops of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Shockwave landed at the world government headquarters, his eyes behind the visor coldly overlooking the naval army. At this moment, Shockwave's entire body was covered with ferocious metal armor, and even the wings behind him were protected by armor plates. On the right armor, there is a rough-shaped short cannon mounted. In his left hand he held a huge double-edged axe, with lightning snakes wrapped around the edge of the axe blade, flashing with electric light. The fully armed Shockwave was like a god of war descending from the sky. The oppressive aura descended from the sky, causing countless marine soldiers to tremble slightly in their hearts. A group of ants. Shockwave looked down at the gathering marines and sneered. Advertisement: I am the third of the Decepticons under the leader. Natives, since you dare to resist the Moon People, then bear my wrath. The shockwave sounded like a loud bell, making everyone jump with fear. The black shadow was like the wind, disappearing into the sky in an instant. Boom! Huge waves suddenly exploded on the sea surface. A warship parked on the sea was crushed to pieces in the blink of an eye by a shockwave falling from the sky at high speed. The 7-meter-tall burly figure stood directly among a group of frightened marines. A wind blew, stinging my skin. Shockwave simply twisted the wings behind him and spread them out rapidly around him. The wings covered with metal armor were like 2 huge metal blades, directly cutting all the marines present into countless pieces. Blood and flesh splattered. Such a brutal scene shocked all the marines. Everyone's eyes were fixed on it nervously. That guy, he's not the same 2 Moonmen from before. Everyone was shocked when they realized the seriousness of the problem. After genetic modification, Shockwave's skin became as hard as diamond. 3 consecutive rounds of artillery fire were mercilessly poured on the same sea. The billowing smoke suddenly sucked in a gap, and a huge black figure rushed out directly from the smoke. The entire fleet at sea was unable to form an effective second round of encirclement under the onslaught of shockwaves. The flames are blazing. Aokiji's eyes widened in disbelief. In an instant, the boat capsized and people turned over. Compared to Alpha and Betas, Shockwave, as one of the strongest Decepticons in the Moon Expeditionary Force, has his body strengthened many times through genetic modification. Advertisement: Aokiji pointed a thumb at Shockwave, who was frantically destroying ships in the fleet. The well-trained Marine responded quickly to the command even though he was shocked and panicked to the extreme. Shockwave kicked the deck with his legs, used the force to spread his wings and soared into the sky again, launching a second round of terrifying attacks on other warships. Hundreds of black shells whizzed past, bang bang bang, directly covering the sea surface where the Shockwave was. However, at this moment, the huge muzzle of the gun was pointed forward. In a short period of time, more than 10 warships assembled outside the Marine headquarters were sunk or smashed. Stop him at all costs. Sengoku's face was full of anger. Except for the blind Fujitora, all the Marine admirals who were present at Luo Fan and Yamato's wedding recognized, like Aokiji, that the Moonman who invaded the headquarters was not the Alpha and Betas from before. Shooting. Everyone was shocked again. The Moonman in front of us is not only the third invading enemy, but also stronger than the previous 2. In his eyes, the native's shells were like marbles that only made him feel itchy. The whole scene fell into chaos. Boom, bang bang bang. The rest of the fleet's artillery immediately aimed at Shockwave, who was about to rush towards the third warship. Billowing smoke and dust spread out instantly. It's the third one. Facing the Marine who was still focusing his fire on him, Shockwave raised the short cannon in his right hand with a click. In just less than 10 seconds, a fully armed Marine warship was directly dismembered and shattered under the attack of the Shockwave. There were heavy casualties. Shockwave, who regarded the Marine's artillery fire as a bath, was not hurt at all. He flapped his wings and directly crashed through several warships blocking his way. Chapter 169 Garp takes action. A huge roar came from the sea, which almost broke the eardrums. Shockwave's tall and burly body was pushed back several inches by the huge recoil. Shockwave saw a thick blue beam of light shoot out from the muzzle of the short cannon on his right armor, heading straight towards the Marine fleet in front of him. The azure light beam was so scorching hot that even the seawater boiled instantly wherever it passed. Under the horrified gaze of everyone in the headquarters building, this thick blue beam of light directly penetrated all the warships within 100 meters in the sea in front of it. After a brief silence, a series of horrific explosions occurred one after another directly at sea. Boom! The Marine warship that was affected by the beam of light was directly penetrated, leaving a large black gap, and then collapsed from the inside, causing another horrific explosion. All the Marines covered by the beam of light were burned and exploded by the high temperature of the beam of light. They didn't even have time to let out a final scream before they were vaporized on the spot. Compared to Marines' live ammunition artillery, the laser beam fired by the short cannon in Shockwave's hand is even more terrifying. With just one shot, the Marine in front of him was severely damaged. Putting the cannon back into his armor, Shockwave sneered, swung the double-edged axe in his hand and rushed directly to the headquarters of the world government. This time, Shockwave's purpose in coming to this world is to destroy the current ruling power of this indigenous planet. Seeing that even the fleet's artillery could not stop the Moon People, the large number of soldiers outside the headquarters still raised their muskets without hesitation. The sound of gunfire continued to ring out. Several powerful Marine rear admirals and vice admirals took the lead in the square and rushed towards the Shockwave that was rushing towards the headquarters building. Moonman, die. We must not let this guy crash into the headquarters building. Advertisement, damn alien invaders, we will never surrender. Among the Marines, several giant vice admirals who were the most sturdy and prominent were waving their weapons and trying to cut down Shockwave. Oh, there are also giant natives on this planet? Seeing the aggressive giants in front of him, Shockwave's eyes moved slightly under his visor and then became indifferent. The giant vice admirals wielded swords and axes, cutting through the sky and slashing directly at the flapping Shockwave. The wings behind Shockwave stopped suddenly, and his strong arms were raised high and chopped down. The huge double-edged axe was covered in a pitch black color, with lightning wrapped around the axe blade. It is the top-level armament haki, and is also the Gangshi mentioned by the moon. Compared with Alpha and Betas, the brave and warlike Shockwave is more skilled in the use of Gangshi. The edges of the scales covering the wings behind him were also dyed black. The double-edged axe blocked the weapons of several giant vice admirals. Shockwave bent down slightly, and the wings behind him swept directly towards the surrounding giant vice admirals. The edges of the black wings were extremely sharp, directly leaving horrific wounds on the abdomens of several vice admirals. The bleeding won't stop. Haki rushed out, and several giant vice admirals actually felt an even more terrifying power from Shockwave. They were directly crushed by Shockwave's power and were knocked out by the double-edged axe. Several giant vice admirals screamed in pain and flew backwards. With a loud bang, they fell directly to the ground in the square, crushing a group of Marines. Amid the rising smoke and dust, Shockwave held an axe in his left hand and a terrifying cannon in his right hand, and let out a wanton war cry towards the sky. The extremely overbearing pressure directly enveloped the surrounding space, causing other weak Marine soldiers to vomit blood and fall down on the spot. The genetically enhanced Moon people have physical fitness far superior to that of ordinary people. Advertisement, whether in terms of strength, sensitivity, speed or defense, as an S+ level Moon warrior, Shockwave makes all Marines feel truly despair. He is a strong man that only a Marine admiral or even a marshal can fight against. Seeing that several rear admirals, vice admirals, and a large number of Marines were unable to stop the Shockwave despite the simultaneous siege, and that casualties were increasing, several Marine admirals could no longer sit still. Everyone, work together. We must not let him successfully break through the line of fire. Garp raised his fist as big as a casserole and jumped down from the headquarters building first. After much persuasion from Sengoku and bribery of many senbei, Garp finally agreed to be promoted from vice admiral to honorary admiral. Led by the hero Garp, several other Marine admirals immediately followed, jumping off the headquarters building and rushing towards Shockwave. With one axe, a blank area was cleared around him, and the Marine was easily forced back again. Shockwave turned his head to look at the Marine admirals rushing down from the headquarters building. They are a group of natives worthy of my attention. Let me kill them to my heart's content today. Shockwave, who had not slaughtered for a long time, had red eyes and two fierce and violent red lights shone from his visor. The short cannon focused the beam of light and shot it directly at Garp, who was leading the group. Garp covered armament haki with his iron fist and roared. Veins bulged on the neck. The angry iron fist blasted towards the laser beam in front of it fearlessly. Take Lousy's loving iron fist. The huge black iron fist collided directly with the light column. A dazzling blue light suddenly appeared, causing everyone present to look sideways. Bursts of loud noises. Chapter 170. Single-handedly challenge the admirals. The iron fist and the laser beam collided. The violent shockwave immediately spread in all directions. Garp, wearing a Marine Admiral uniform, backed out. The two new admirals, Shaden and Momosagi, immediately put their hands on Garp's back, thus barely stopping the backward impact. What kind of weapon is this? Shaden asked in surprise. The laser light fired from the short cannon in Shockwave's hand is at least dozens of times more powerful than the pacifist's laser. Although Garp's iron fist was covered with armament haki, it blocked the luminous cannon. However, the numbness in his arms still made Garp feel a little apprehensive. In the headquarters building, Sengoku gritted his teeth and sweated profusely. The level of weapons of the Moon people is far beyond that of the Marine. The laser cannon was blocked by Garp's iron fist, but Shockwave didn't care and the wings behind him scraped directly towards the ground. The scales on the wings were like sharp blades, and immediately an extremely sharp gust of wind blew across the entire square. The huge double-edged axe was intertwined with lightning and was wielded by Shockwave with great force. For a moment, the entire square was filled with cries of grief. Blood continued to splatter around Shockwave. Stop right there. Among the original 3 Marine admirals, Aokiji is the only one who survived to this day and his hands were directly wrapped in ice. The icy palm pressed to the ground, and immediately a large amount of cold air was sprayed in the direction directly ahead, with Aokiji as the center. The cold air spread in the direction of the Shockwave at an extremely fast speed. Shockwave flew off the ground, and the cold air that spread to the bottom of Shockwave immediately froze into icicles and chased after Shockwave in the air. In front of him, an ice wall blocked Shockwave. Advertisement. Having already known about Devil Fruit in advance, Shockwave was not moved at all. Seeing that the ice created by Aokiji was about to touch him, Shockwave swung the double-edged axe in his hand and lowered his head to smash the icicles spreading under his feet. Snap! The huge icicle shattered with a loud noise. Idiot! Aokiji whispered. The broken icicles exploded directly, spewing out countless white cold air, which filled the entire area around the shockwave. As Aokiji grabbed it hard, all the pervasive cold air instantly condensed into ice again. Aokiji has mastered the Devil Fruit's abilities to perfection. Under the pressure of 20 times the gravity from Fujitori's gravity fruit, even Shockwave felt that all the movements of his body were restrained. Fujitora closed his eyes tightly, and the knife scars on his face looked very hideous. Everyone, including Aokiji, was instantly shocked. Fujitora chuckled. Bang, kill him while he is ill. One knee slammed to the ground. The crowd was still in shock and surprise and didn't even have time to react. Before the three Marine Admirals' hands touched the ice, cracks began to appear on the ice. However, the power of the gravity fruit was activated instantly, and Fujitora pulled Momosagi by the collar and retreated backwards. This monster, within the frozen ice, Shockwave held up the double-edged axe, and his body with wings spread out behind him was directly frozen. Advertisement at the same time, Shockwave was about to swing his axe in pursuit, but he felt as if his body was being pressed down by a mountain. The ice exploded into pieces, and Shockwave flapped his wings again, rushing towards Momosagi Admiral who was swinging his sword in front of him. How strong a force is needed to shatter the ice of frozen fruit from the inside? Shockwave's speed is extremely fast. The double-edged axe was flipped over by Shockwave, and the wide axe blade hit Momosagi's side hard as Shockwave swung his arm. Damn natives, you're so annoying, how is that possible? Shockwave grabbed the long sword that was about to pierce the gap in his visor. Fujitora flashed between the two men, holding the hilt of the staff sword tightly with both hands, desperately resisting the terrifying force coming from the double-edged axe. Momosagi, who was hit in the side by the double-edged axe, instantly spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. As long as this piece of ice is broken, the moon people who are instantly frozen inside by the low temperature will definitely be shattered into pieces. The weapons in the hands of the three admirals stabbed at the large block of ice that had frozen out of thin air from three angles at the same time. Boom! Shockwave, covered in the pitch-black armament hockey, roared violently, and with a strong pull, he broke the weapon in Momosagi Admiral's hand, and then chopped Momosagi's crown with an axe. Shockwave, who was fighting against several Marine Admirals at the same time, was annoyed by the strange abilities of the natives in front of him. Seeing that the marshal had used ice to freeze Shockwave inside, Shaden, Momosagi, and Fujitora took action immediately. The Marine present at the scene immediately widened his eyes, as if he had foreseen the scene of Momosagi Admiral's death. Shockwave, filled with murderous intent, made his blood vessels burst in his body, and he managed to stand up straight under the pressure of 20 times gravity in full view of everyone. Compared to the overwhelming force of the beast on Xuanwu Island, your power is not enough to make me feel pain. Click. Click, when another staff knife appeared out of nowhere under Shockwave's double-edged axe, trying its best to help Momosagi Admiral block the fatal blow. Advertisement Chapter 171 What kind of dog is causing trouble? Everyone at the Marine headquarters was dumbfounded as they watched him withstand shockwaves of 20 times the gravity with just his physical body. Is this the strength of the moon people? Fujitora pulled Momosagi back, feeling the violent aura coming from Shockwave, and instantly locked onto the position. The cane knife in his hand swung out again. Gravity knife. Love fist. Behind Shockwave, Garp gritted his teeth, raised his huge iron fist, and attacked Shockwave directly from behind. Facing the pincer attack from two Marine Admirals in front and behind, Shockwave was wrapped in armor and his expression hidden behind the visor could not be seen clearly. Behind its body as strong as a mountain, its wings folded back due to the pressure of gravity. You are playing with fire, Shockwave's cold voice sounded. A violent aura continued to surge out from under Shockwave's feet, turning into an almost tangible black and red cyclone. Haki was put down, and Shockwave's body, which was oppressed by gravity, suddenly felt lighter. Garp and Fujitora stared at Shockwave, who was trapped under the gravity field, with murderous eyes. Swish! In an instant, Shockwave disappeared from the sight of the two admirals. What's going on? Garp's eyes widened and he swung his fist but missed. It disappeared. Fujitora was equally surprised. The 20 times gravity covering the area where the Shockwave was originally located directly crushed the ground of the square. Advertisement, however, according to Fujitora's observation Haki, the Moonman's Shockwave's aura had disappeared in the area covered by gravity. Boom boom boom. From high in the sky, several laser beams shot down with the sound of explosions cutting through the air, like raindrops falling. After breaking free from Fujitora's gravity, Shockwave had already flapped his wings and flew high into the sky, firing laser cannons directly from high altitude to cover the area below. At this moment, Yamato no longer had any of the aura of Master Yamato, the son of Kaido, in Wano-kuni. She was just a pretty woman who was in love, with eyes full of her lover. Long and thin electric snakes kept wrapping around Shockwave's armor, making his already terrifying speed even faster. The double-edged axe was wrapped in crackling electric light, and the black armament Haki expanded the already huge double-edged axe by several inches. And Shockwave's figure disappeared again from everyone's sight. As the ultra-high temperature laser beams collided with the ice layer, white mist continued to appear and fill the air. When talking about the honeymoon, Yamato's cheeks instantly turned red. Luo Fan holds the golden card in his hand that can travel through the world. Compared to betas who can control air currents, Shockwave controls more powerful lightning. Boom! My lord, Something bad has happened. I'll do whatever you say, but the invasion of the moon people should be a serious problem, right? He flew high in the sky with wings, leaving several marine admirals helpless. They could only use observation haki to constantly sense everything around them and guard against sudden attacks from shockwaves. Under the waning moon, there is Fujitora with his back to Shockwave, holding a staff sword tightly in his hands. The seemingly indestructible thick ice layer was directly blasted through by the ruthless bombardment of the laser beam, leaving huge gaps, which were then filled by Aokiji's ice again. Advertisement: as the fourth powerful member of the Decepticon clan, Shockwave is well aware of the truth of leveraging his strengths. Honey, after this matter of the Moon Man is over, shall we go on a honeymoon? That's not necessary. Let my cheap father-in-law continue to quarrel with Big Mom. Despite this, some beams of light still broke through the ice and shot onto the square. White mist rushed inwards frantically, and a black figure suddenly rushed out. A sharp whistling sound suddenly appeared, on Xuanwu Island. On another beach share, Yamato, wearing a bikini, was lying, feeding Luo Fan with a happy look on her face while holding a coconut. Under the influence of the laser cannon, Aokiji and several marine admirals immediately activated armament haki to fight against the laser beams falling from the sky as much as possible. Luo Fan, who had just gotten married, was wearing a large floral shirt and beach pants, sitting on a beach chair above Xuanwu's head, drinking coconut juice and basking in the sun. Do you want me to ask Wano Kuni to help as well? The lightning is like a tiger, it is terrifying and enchanting. Along with the roar of the shockwave, the double-edged axe swung down in the air so fiercely that it even produced a scorching red light, directly splitting out a waning moon. The marine who was unfortunately hit by the light cannon was instantly vaporized by the bombardment of the light column due to its lack of strength. Shockwave's snow-white wings, covered with sharp scales, cut through the sky and rushed straight to the square. Aokiji summoned a freezing air out of thin air, and white ice formed a huge dome directly above everyone's heads, continuously blocking the incoming light cannons. Luo Fan took a sip of coconut water and lay down with his hands behind his head. Outside the World Government Headquarters building, the air was filled with smoke and chaos. But why haven't we heard any movement from the moon people in the past few days? It seems that the world government can still solve some problems. After multiple genetic enhancements, Shockwave, who now possesses super strength and super speed, has now used all his strength. Chapter 172: Garp Broken Arm. I heard Morgan's running over with a panicked look on his face. Luo Fan, who was just about to lie down, suddenly felt a pang in his heart. Oh, I knew this wouldn't happen. Luo Fan, who was still lamenting his leisure time, sighed helplessly. Sitting up from the beach chair, Luo Fan looked at Morgan's, who was running towards him, panting heavily. After being promoted and given a pay rise to become foreign secretary, Morgan's worked diligently, and his work at Xuanwu Island in the newspaper was flourishing. What happened? Luo Fan asked while sitting on a beach chair with his beach pants split. Morgan's bent over and kept breathing heavily, as if he was running too hard. World Government Urgent News. Morgan's handed a piece of paper to Luo Fan tremblingly, looking hurried. There are moon people, attacking the World Government Headquarters, causing heavy casualties. Hearing Morgan's words, Luo Fan sat up from the beach chair with a bang, and an overwhelming and terrifying aura burst out from his whole body. Looking at the urgent report sent from the World Government Headquarters, Luo Fan couldn't help but let out some haki, which immediately made Yamato and Morgan's feel pressured. Morgan's was sweating profusely, his heart pounding as he looked at Luo Fan, whose haki was leaking out in front of him. The strength of the savior in front of us is probably even stronger. It really is a thick thigh. The world government must not be shaken. Otherwise, there will be no leader, and the various forces will not be able to unite when the moon people invade on a large scale. Luo Fan's face was solemn. Have you forgotten yourself? Morgan said silently in his heart. Advertisement. Luo Fan seemed to have forgotten the fact that he was recognized as the uncrowned king. Even if the world government is gone, all forces will still follow the lead of Xuanwu Island. Not a big problem. After a few days of silence, the moon people actually attacked the world government's headquarters. This took Luo Fan by surprise. Electric light continued to guard Shockwave's body. Marine, who wanted to attack Shockwave at close range, clearly felt that his whole body was paralyzed. The piercing ice spikes continued to pierce Shockwave. Garp the Fist, a longtime famous marine and idolized hero by countless people, was lying half unconscious on the ground at this moment. Momosagi and Chatten, two newly promoted marine admirals, led many vice admirals and rushed towards Shockwave with murderous intent. Luo Fan, full of doubts, immediately prepared to go to the rescue. The next second, before they could swing their weapons with their hands convulsed by the electric shock, a huge double-edged axe appeared in their field of vision and whistled towards them. As the air currents rushed in all directions in an instant, Luo Fan's figure turned into a silver arrow and soared into the sky under the flapping of his wings. Above his head, the terrifying gravity was chasing after Shockwave, trying to trap him. 5 or 6 marine soldiers supported Garp's upper body, looking at Shockwave with anger and unwillingness in their eyes. The fog covered the entire square outside the headquarters building. Garp, the marine hero who once killed Rock's pirate with his iron fists, now has an empty left arm. Among them, Shockwave, wearing black armor and holding a cannon and a double-edged axe, was like a terrifying god of death, waving his weapons and constantly attacking the marines around him. The sound of explosions, one after another, resounded through the sky. The silver mask engraved with tiger head patterns directly covered Luo Fan's handsome face. In the clear sky, a flash of silver light flashed by for a moment. Advertisement: the solid fortress that had just been rebuilt was now covered with traces of artillery fire and fighting. Air currents continuously emerged from under Luo Fan's feet, making the surroundings whistling. In order to resist the shockwave's light cannon, Aokiji urged the cold air to condense into a huge ice layer in the air, which was directly evaporated into milky white mist by the high temperature. Marine, as if triggered by some kind of anger buff, continued to attack Shockwave fiercely. The sea and the square were filled with smoke. With so many Marines and experts stationed at the World Government Headquarters, there shouldn't be heavy casualties. Not far away on the ground, a group of Marine soldiers were supporting Garp's bloody body and retreating to the periphery of the battlefield. The roar of the Beast King was heard above Xuanwu's head, causing Xuanwu, who was also one of the 4 divine beasts, to raise his eyes lazily. Could it be that the Moon People have also come to help? The huge white tiger phantom turned into white light and gathered on Luo Fan, transforming from an ordinary tiger fur coat into a white tiger armor, wrapping Luo Fan's whole body. The guns on the headquarters ramparts and the artillery fire from all the warships at sea were all aimed at the square. Although everyone was aware of the terrifying strength of the Moonman in front of them, the Marines still gritted their teeth and rushed forward fearlessly, trying to stop Shockwave with human wave tactics. Outside the World Government Headquarters building. With the strength of the 2 Moon People, Alpha and Betas, they can at most be on par with the 2 Marine admirals. Clang! A pair of silver-white wings spread out directly from behind Luo Fan. The white crew cut and stubble were all covered with bloodlines. His upper body, as strong as an iron tower, was naked, and his uniform was torn. Bang! Yamato and Morgan stepped back a little. Chapter 173. Take action. Since joining the army, Garp has dominated the sea with his iron fists and has never been defeated. Even the Rock's pirate, who was extremely vicious at sea back then, could not hurt Garp. Even at his advanced age, Garp's iron fist is still feared by everyone. But it's right in front of us, right now. Marine Admiral Garp's left arm, however, lay motionless on the bloody battlefield. Seeing that the most admired and respected elder in the army was seriously injured, all the Marines were angry. Aokiji and others continued to activate the abilities of the Devil Fruit, trying to suppress Shockwave, the real culprit who cut off Garp's left arm. In the headquarters building, Sengoku, the commander-in-chief, had his face twisted in anger. A friend of many years had his arm chopped off by invaders from the moon right before his eyes. Garp. Sengoku, whose hair and beard had turned white, had bloodshot eyes. A corner of the wall was directly pierced by Sengoku's fist. Bang! The dazzling golden light directly enveloped the headquarters building. Sengoku's body was bathed in golden light, and it seemed as if a furious King Kong was constantly expanding. Die! Sengoku, in his Buddha form, sent 2 shockwaves from his palms towards the shockwaves in the square. The golden light rushed away, filled with Sengoku's endless rage. Fujitora pointed his staff knife at Shockwave in midair, and a gravity field instantly enveloped him. Buzz buzz buzz. Shockwave used his wings to protect his body, and his tall body fell directly downwards under the pressure of gravity. There were violent energy fluctuations in the air. Advertisement: golden shockwaves, huge ice cones, fireballs and meteors falling from the sky, and countless sword energies were all attacking the Shockwave. Although Shockwave has never eaten the Devil Fruit, he has also gained the ability to control electric current after genetic enhancement. Marine's angry and righteous fight made Shockwave feel the pressure vaguely, and he immediately activated the electric current around his body and drilled into his body. Under the stimulation of weak electric current, Shockwave's muscles tensed and his blood flowed rapidly. Behind the metal visor, Shockwave's eyes turned blood red. Ah! With a violent roar, Shockwave flapped his wings, creating a huge dent under his feet, which was covered with spider web-like cracks. The Shockwave that soared into the sky attached itself to the pitch-black armament hockey, once again breaking free from the constraints of Fujitora's gravity field. What followed was a golden Shockwave shot out by Sengoku in anger. The Shockwave hit Shockwave with lightning speed, causing him to groan and his body to freeze back for a few seconds. The wings vibrated, causing turbulence in the air. Dozens of ice cones emitting cold icy steam stabbed towards him, and Shockwave swung the double-edged axe in his hand. The double-edged axe wrapped in electric light split the air, leaving a streak of red light with a sharp whistling sound. The scorching heat instantly melted the sharp tip of the ice cone, which was then smashed into ice chips by the Shockwave axe and fell to the ground. Bang bang bang. The sound of shelling was deafening. After seeing Shockwave fly into the sky and no longer having to worry about their colleagues being caught in the danger of artillery fire, the turrets on the headquarters walls and the warships at sea immediately aimed at Shockwave and launched a salvo of artillery fire. You guys are so difficult. Under Marine's fearless concentrated fire, Shockwave showed an irritated expression on his face. The leader ordered him to seize jurisdiction over the indigenous planet, but Shockwave only wanted a quick victory. However, this group of natives, who were just ants in Shockwave's eyes, actually showed tenacious resistance. Advertisement: if it weren't for the special abilities of these so-called devil fruits, these natives wouldn't be able to stop me at all. Especially that weird gravity ability. Shockwave snorted coldly and stared at Fujitora, who was blind and holding a staff and knife in the square. The huge meteorite was pulled down from outside the atmosphere by Fujitora's gravity and directly hit the shockwave. The sky was filled with artillery shells, like a surging tide, following closely behind. Shockwave's wings flapped, and his sturdy body was like a nimble butterfly, constantly moving between the shells, and no shell could touch Shockwave's figure. Fujitora held the staff knife tightly in his hand, lowered his head slightly, and used observation haki to sense and lock onto Shockwave's position. Suddenly, Fujitora hummed in confusion. "Someone is coming," Fujitora said, slightly opening his lifeless eyes. Several admirals around immediately turned their heads and looked at Fujitora. There, Fujitora pointed his finger upward. Aokiji and others looked up and saw a huge meteorite that was constantly falling and pressing towards Shockwave. The meteorite left a blazing tail of flame, but no human figure was seen. "What are you talking about?" Aokiji trailed off. Boom! The explosion that resounded through the heavens and the earth immediately attracted everyone's attention. The huge meteorite broke into dense fiery red cracks and exploded into pieces before it hit the shockwave. The flames rolled back, and a silver flash went straight through the broken meteorite blocks, hitting the shockwave in the air with a bang. Everyone was shocked to see another figure suddenly appear on the battlefield. Who is it? Chapter 174 Luo Fan arrives. The silver flash left a long trail in front of everyone's eyes. Then it hit the shockwave in the sky. Shockwave cried out in pain, and his several-meter-tall body bent over and fell to the ground. Bang! The shockwave hit the ground of the square and directly blew out a huge crater several meters deep. The entire ground shook instantly, causing the Marines present to fall off their horses. Smoke and dust rose up, accompanied by a huge roar. Bang! There was another loud noise. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, another black figure from the deep pit rushed directly into the sky. The wings behind him trembled slightly, allowing Shockwave to stabilize his body in the sky. Shockwave, who had been pulled out of the deep pit, coughed violently a few times, and blue bloodline was already seeping out of the corners of his mouth behind the visor. Shockwave held the double-edged axe and lowered his head slightly to look at his chest. As one of the most powerful warriors of the Moon People, the armor Shockwave wears is made of the hardest extraterrestrial materials and is indestructible. But at this moment, there was a noticeable dent on the armor on Shockwave's chest. Ahem, how is it possible? Shockwave looked shocked, holding his chest and coughing. The collision just now was the most damaging blow in the entire battle so far, making Shockwave feel truly hurt. Who is that person? The eyes of everyone present were all focused on the deep pit where smoke and dust were billowing in surprise and confusion. The smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a silver-white figure standing among the ruins. When they saw the figure clearly, Sengoku on the headquarters building, Aokiji and countless other Marines on the square all showed expressions of ecstasy on their faces. It's him. Sengoku clenched his fist and waved it excitedly. This guy actually came. Advertisement Marine generals such as Aokiji and Momosagi breathed a sigh of relief. It's the savior is coming, Marine is screaming. Now. The familiar silver-white figure standing in the square of the World Government headquarters was Luo Fan, who came from Xuanwu Island. The majestic white tiger armor was attached to Luo Fan's slender body, and a pair of white wings behind him were slightly folded, as if an angel had descended. Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 134. Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 165. Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 158. Congratulations, host. System prompt sounds kept popping up in my mind. The visor on Luo Fan's face was directly retracted into the armor, revealing Luo Fan's handsome face. Luo Fan grinned and showed a faint smile to everyone. Are you a moon person too? Shockwave's loud voice rang out. They're just natives. No matter how many people come, they can't stop me. Just now, he used his terrifying force to penetrate the entire meteorite and hit himself, kicking him from the sky to the square. Oh, Luo Fan frowned slightly. They're not the two birdmen from before. Shockwave pointed the axe at Luo Fan. Luo Fan understood what was happening as he could feel the oppressive aura coming from Shockwave from afar. Luo Fan thought to himself. However, under the influence of Luo Fan haki, I felt a sense of security for some reason. Slender electric snakes kept crawling all over Shockwave's body and entwined around his arms. Luo Fan stretched out his index finger and waved it far in front of Shockwave. Advertisement. Buzz. The Golden Buddha Sengoku stood on the headquarters building and glared at Shockwave. If you want our planet, you have to step over our dead bodies first. When it comes to the timing of exit, we have to grasp it just right. The Marines, who had suffered heavy casualties in the violent attack before Shockwave, were already in low morale. The Moon Man in front of him is much stronger than Alpha and Betas who attacked Xuanwu Island before. Tyranny is coming. It was this young man with handsome and delicate features who looked very much like a pretty boy. Thinking of this, Luo Fan glanced at Shockwave. Hockey leaks. Don't confuse me with you bunch of moon birdmen. Such a fearless and indomitable spirit made Shockwave's murderous intent even stronger. Seeing the white wings behind Luo Fan that were exactly the same as his own, Shockwave asked in confusion. In order to carry out the leader's orders and seize your planet, killing you natives is a necessary price to pay. Such a provocative action caused Shockwave's body pressure to drop sharply. Looking up at the sky, Luo Fan could see Shockwave's figure clearly. Humph. You are asking for your own death. Shockwave clenched his fists, his knuckles crackling. Then I will kill you one by one. In the sky, Shockwave covered the hollow of his chest, his eyes fixed on Luo Fan with scrutiny. No wonder they dare to directly attack the world government. The awakened conqueror's haki, which had almost solidified into substance, seemed to have turned into a visible barrier that directly covered the entire world government headquarters from Luo Fan as the center. The dent on his chest was the result of a kick from the handsome man in front of him. Everyone looked at Luo Fan with burning eyes. Don't even think about it. Don't even think about it. Countless Marines shared the same hatred and said in unison. Chapter 175 Killing Shockwave. Noisy. Luo Fan's voice was soft, but filled with a powerful will, which went straight into Shockwave's ears. Shockwave only felt a sudden buzzing sound in his brain. In an instant, Shockwave, who was originally full of murderous intent, covered his head in horror. He looked at Luo Fan with an incredible look. Shockwave felt as if his brain was pierced directly by countless sharp swords in an instant. The intense pain almost made Shockwave fall from the air. Although it was only for a moment, the stabbing pain in the brain has not disappeared. What a strong sword will, this guy. It seems that he is the native who needs to be captured as mentioned by the leader. No wonder betas and alpha suffered at the hands of this guy. Shockwave thought to himself, his fist clenched tightly around the double-bladed axe trembling continuously. However, this trembling is not fear, but excitement and enthusiasm in the face of the opponent. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I will bring you to the leader. Shockwave said grimly. Luo Fan was speechless. Why do you villains like to talk like this? I'm sorry, but I will kill you. On Luo Fan's body, haki continued to condense into a cyclone that was red to black, lingering under Luo Fan's feet, ready to go. He had noticed the tragic casualties of the Marines, as well as Garp, whose left arm was empty, being supported by Marine soldiers not far away. In any case, Luo Fan could not allow Shockwave to pass information about this world back to the Moon people. Today, Shockwave must die. S-level mission issued. Advertisement. Kill Shockwave close corner bracket. If the mission is successful, the host will gain plus 1000000 shock value, plus 100 reverence value, plus 1 random epic skill, and plus 10 intermediate gene enhancement potion. Quote. In my mind, the system prompt sounded at the right time. Luo Fan's face immediately lit up with joy. This is the first time that the system has proactively issued tasks. Could this be a new feature that appeared after the system was updated? The mission rewards are quite rich. Luo Fan's eyes turned even hotter as he looked at Shockwave. It seems like you won't die today. Shockwave felt a little creepy on his back as Luo Fan stared at him. What? Is this native interested in me? Shockwave continued to attack, but his heart was filled with shock like a surging tide. Tear this damn birdman off. Bang. Shockwave stepped back slightly, and angrily swung his double-edged axe towards Luo Fan's head, but Luo Fan's crossed hands caught it, making it difficult for him to chop any further. Shockwave and Luo Fan raised their feet at the same time and kicked towards both sides. All the surviving Marines had eyes filled with anger, wishing they could cut Shockwave into pieces with their own hands and avenge those who were killed by Shockwave in the battle. Revenge for our fallen brothers and colleagues. High in the sky, Luo Fan, who had the foresight of observation haki, lightly moved to the right and avoided the double-edged axe swung by Shockwave. Could it be that he really is a moon man with wings? How come this native is so powerful? Damn it. Shockwave gritted his teeth. Yes, let him show off. Advertisement. Armament haki directly covered both hands, and fell with a sharp whistling sound that pierced the void. Under the suppression of awakened observation kill, Conqueror's haki released by Shockwave could no longer be released violently. Shockwave felt frustrated and was filled with rage, wishing he could torture Luo Fan to death. Looking at the continuous and terrifying explosions coming from the sky far away and the two tiny figures, the Marines at the headquarters clenched their fists and their eyes were sharp. Marine, who originally had some grudge against Luo Fan, now just wanted Luo Fan to defeat him. Come on, even Sengoku Aokiji and others kept repeating in their hearts while looking at the sky. Snap. Luo Fan appeared in front of Shockwave with his hands formed into claws. Luo Fan in front of him released both Conqueror's haki and Armament haki, and his entire body exuded an absolute kingly aura, constantly crushing the murderous aura on Shockwave. Shockwave felt the strong energy fluctuations from Luo Fan. He allowed the double-edged axe to block across his body, and his whole body bent slightly backwards. After a brief fight, Shockwave felt an even stronger force from Luo Fan. The tiger claws collided with the axe blade of the double-edged axe, sparks flew, and a sharp friction sound that was piercing and teeth-aching was heard. If you look at me again, I will beat you up. Squeak. The dent left by the shock wave from the impact exploded again, sending out billowing smoke. What are you looking at? The 10 fingers, as sharp as tiger claws, seemed to tear the space apart as they slashed directly towards Shockwave's chest. Luo Fan used a hockey-wrapped whip kick and kicked Shockwave roughly in the face. Then, there was a whistling sound that broke through the air. Boom. Before the shock wave was over, Luo Fan's figure had disappeared directly in the square. The wings vibrated, and with the speed bonus of multiple 9s, Luo Fan appeared in the sky almost instantly. Come on, Savior. Chapter 176. New Dragon Slaying Sword Technique. In the sky, a twisted metal mask fell from the sky like a fallen leaf. The entire square was silent. Ding! Only the sound of metal colliding when the mask fell suddenly broke the silence. Everyone was in deep shock. Luo Fan kicked with a whip kick, hitting the visor covering Shockwave's face fiercely, deforming the visor and causing it to fall off Shockwave's face. Shockwave was confused and touched his cheek. A mouthful of hot blood rushed directly to my throat and I coughed it out. Wow, you're so ugly. You moon people are quite noble, so why are you hiding so much? Luo Fan retracted his long legs out of thin air, tilted his head and looked at Shockwave in front of him with a smile. There was almost no intact part on the face hidden behind the metal visor. The broken and messy scars were like hideous centipedes crawling on Shockwave's face, and even his nose and mouth became distorted and terrifying because of the scars. Compared to Alpha and Betas, two elegant and self-righteous moon people, Shockwave's face looked like an unlucky guy who survived a car accident in everyone's eyes. He's so ugly. If my child saw this face, he would probably have a nightmare and wake up crying. Do people on the moon look like this? No way. It looks like he's disfigured. No wonder he's wearing a visor, haha. The Marines in the square looked at the Shockwave in the sky from afar and whispered to each other. Shockwave, who was being watched by everyone, felt a dark and violent energy growing deep in his heart. Advertisement. Damn it. Damn it. Damn. Shockwave, who had been wearing a visor ever since he was disfigured in a battle when he was young, had long forgotten the first time his real face appeared in front of others. However, Luo Fan in front of him actually saw through his disguise. Show your ugliest side to everyone. Looking at the natives in the square staring at him and whispering to each other, Shockwave seemed to be able to hear the mockery of himself. So harsh. Then he looked at Luo Fan who was standing in the air in front of him. That smooth jade-like face with handsome features was like a thorn that pierced deep into Shockwave's heart. A 3-meter-long dragon-slaying sword appeared from Luo Fan's palm. Shockwave's ugly and ferocious face was filled with shock, and the double-edged axe he chopped down was reversed and almost lifted up by Luo Fan with a light touch. The double-edged axe cut through the void. Even Sengoku and the others, who were watching the battle with their hearts in their throats, opened their mouths wide. Shockwave, filled with extreme anger, raised his head and released all his mighty power. However, Luo Fan in front of him always slowly and gently raised the dragon-slaying sword in his hand. The shock wave visible to the naked eye directly shattered the clouds in the sky. Luo Fan clenched the hilt of the dragon-slaying sword with 5 fingers, turned his wrist slightly, and held the dragon-slaying sword diagonally to meet the double-edged axe coming from above. The double-edged axe, with the power to split mountains and break seas, was filled with malice and anger after Shockwave's visor was removed, as if it was going to smash Luo Fan and the headquarters square beneath his feet together. I am afraid. Bang. Shockwave's face was full of surprise, but he never stopped swinging the double-edged axe to chop Luo Fan hard. Advertisement. The howling wind was directly separated from both sides of the axe blade, and the airflow rushed backwards. Using various tricky but just right angles, he easily blocked Shockwave's attack. Between heaven and earth, a long dragon roar sounded. For a moment, everyone almost fell down. Luo Fan cast the golden light spell to cover his body, and golden and silver light continuously flowed around him. What on earth did you do? If Shockwave had not gripped the axe handle in time and used his own powerful strength to control it, the weapon in your hand will fall out of your hand instantly. Roar. The terrifying force was immediately dissipated by the water flow. The Marines in the square immediately stretched out their hands to block the turbulent airflow and slightly leaned their bodies to resist the strong wind. Anyone who sees my face must die. Luo Fan's movements were so gentle that the 3-meter-long dragon-slaying sword seemed to flow like water, directly wrapping around Shockwave's double-edged axe. I will catch you, cut your face with the same scars as mine, and then eat the cut flesh piece by piece in front of you. In a flash, Shockwave approached Luo Fan. How is that possible? Shockwave only felt that the axe he swung seemed to hit the flowing water. What kind of swordplay is that? The eruption of hockey seemed to sting the skin. The roaring Shockwave was like a completely enraged black bear, its huge body directly wrapped in electric light. Before the Shockwave could be shocked, the dragon-slaying sword, which had dissipated most of the power of the double-edged axe by blocking it diagonally, was lifted up by Luo Fan again, with the tip of the sword directly touching the axe face of the double-edged axe, and using the remaining terrifying power to lift the double-edged axe upwards. The terrifying black hockey was like a group of man-eating lion majesties, bearing its fangs and claws to attack the suppression of Luo Fan Conqueror's hockey. The blade of the dragon-slaying sword that cut upward at an angle collided with the huge double-edged axe that chopped downward. Chapter 177 Passive Situation. You should be thankful. This is the first time I've used this legendary passive skill since I got it. Luo Fan said softly, his face full of calmness. The wings behind him vibrated gently, carrying Luo Fan's figure erratically and dodging. The dragon-slaying sword in his hand continuously blocked Shockwave's fierce attacks from all directions. After the final battle in the Holy Land of Mariajoy, Luo Fan did not stand still. He had already used the massive shock value he had gained from the live broadcast of the final battle to exchange for several holy jars. Legendary passive skill. Tai Chi Mentality. Tai Chi Heart Method. The universe is reversed, and everything is empty. It comes with Tai Chi Heart, Tai Chi Fist, Tai Chi Palm, Tai Chi Sword and other skills. The current training level is 2/3. This golden legend opened from the Holy Jar has a simple introduction, but after practicing and mastering it, Luo Fan knew what it meant to open an auxiliary tool. With Tai Chi skills at his disposal, Luo Fan has only 2 words to describe himself. Hang on the wall. Now, Luo Fan is displaying the Tai Chi sword intent that he has mastered after practicing the Tai Chi mental method. A little effort can achieve great results. The world moves. The light sword is not filled with overwhelming force, but it is full of sword intent. To the powerful shockwave, Luo Fan at this moment exuded a mysterious aura. Like flowing water. Like flowing clouds. Only Fujitora, who was holding a staff and a sword in the square, trembled with excitement after sensing Luo Fan's aura in observation haki. What kind of sword skill is this? It's so powerful, Fujitora muttered. Bang bang bang. Wild energy fluctuations were continuously released under the attack of shock waves. However, as the airflow around Luo Fan gradually circulated under the Tai Chi heart method, these energies actually began to gather together along with the flow of air. Advertisement. The cells in Luo Fan's body continued to divide and burst out with terrifying energy, rushing to the meridians and bones throughout the body. The terrifying power erupting from tens of trillions of cells at the same time, under the guidance of the Tai Chi mentality, continuously circulates throughout Luo Fan's body. Gradually, Shockwave began to feel a rising aura emerging from Luo Fan's body. The anger that was originally caused by the destruction of the visor and the exposure of his appearance had disappeared without a trace at this moment. It is more like the Shockwave attack was intended to defeat Luo Fan and complete the leader's mission. It would be more accurate to say that Shockwave was unwilling to believe a certain horrible thought that was growing in his heart. That is it. The handsome man in front of him, wearing silver armor and with wings on his back, is so powerful that he completely crushes himself. You are just a native, how can you be so powerful? Lightning flashed and continued to gather amid the roar of shock waves. Shockwave put his hands together in front of him, palms open towards Luo Fan. Under his manipulation, the crackling lightning around him gathered directly in the palm of his hand and was continuously compressed into a purple lightning ball. Lightning strike, destruction kill. The lightning ball in Shockwave's palm drew a purple lightning streak in the sky. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Luo Fan. Buzz buzz buzz. There were bursts of thunder. Luo Fan did not dodge, but threw the dragon-slaying sword upwards and freed his hands to move them in front of him. Cloud hands. His palms were like flowing clouds, directly surrounding the lightning ball shot by the shock wave in front of him, making it difficult for him to move forward even a single step. Luo Fan stepped on the void, twisted his waist to drive his body, and moved around continuously with his hands gently rolling up the terrifying thunder ball. This scene, which was beyond everyone's expectations, shocked everyone again, and countless jaws dropped to the ground. Shockwave gritted his teeth, folded his wings back, and under the impact, he turned into a cannonball and shot towards Luo Fan. Advertisement. The double-edged axe was raised high, wanting to directly hit the thunder ball that was still wandering between Luo Fan's hands. Go. Luo Fan, who was rubbing the thunder ball with his cloud hands, looked around, twisted his waist and gently pushed his palms forward. Buzz. The thunder ball, which was compressed with countless lightning energies, flew out of his hand and directly hit the shock wave that was swinging the axe at close range. A huge thunder exploded directly in the clear sky. Countless lightning bolts spread directly in front of Shockwave's chest and filled the entire sky. Shockwave, who was hit by the lightning ball he shot, screamed in pain and almost flew backwards. Although he was skilled in controlling lightning, it now left a large crack on his armor. Lightning flashes. One hand grabbed Shockwave's leg and pulled Shockwave, who was about to fly backwards. Also bathed in the lightning, Luo Fan seemed to be fine, grabbing Shockwave's legs and spinning rapidly. Shockwave was spinning so hard that he couldn't even see what was in front of him. He was unable to break free from Luo Fan's hand. Boom. With an earth-shattering roar, Luo Fan from high in the sky directly threw the shockwave to the ground. Shockwave's tall and burly body once again slammed into the ground in front of the World Government Headquarters building like a cannonball. In an instant, the earth shook. A flash of golden light passed by. The dragon-slaying sword followed closely behind and shot into the deep pit. Bang! Luo Fan dropped his legs directly to the square and retracted his wings behind him. The white tiger armor turned into a tiger fur coat again and was draped behind Luo Fan. Looking at the Marines who were already standing there in shock, Luo Fan clapped his hands and smiled. Done. Call it a day. Chapter 178 Gene Enhancement Potion. Congratulations to the host for getting the 301 shock value. Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 268. Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 287. Quote. Marines looked up and down in amazement at Luo Fan standing in the middle of the square, and at the huge crack behind him. As the smoke and dust caused by the impact gradually fell, the Marine soldiers present stretched their necks and looked into the pit. The square floor, which was paved with huge stone slabs, had been smashed into pieces, and the entire ground was covered with dense, terrifying cracks that were bottomless. In the very center of the pit, a burly black figure was lying with his arms spread out, a large pool of blue-black blood spreading from under him. It was the shock wave that was directly penetrated into the ground by Luo Fan. On the ugly face covered with hideous scars, the lips were slightly open and the eyes with dilated pupils were staring blankly, without any spirit. However, it still shows Shockwave's fear and disbelief in the last moments before his death. The metal armor worn by Shockwave had all cracked and exploded, revealing his body that was torn apart by Luo Fan's armament haki. At the position of Shockwave's chest, a huge blade with a golden dragon coiled on it had pierced through and nailed him to the ground. Not long ago, Shockwave powerfully descended upon the world government headquarters, crushing the Marine's army and fleet with unrivaled strength. He fought hard against Marine Marshal Aokiji and the other admirals, and even cut off one of Garp's arms. However, now Shockwave is just a lifeless corpse nailed to the ground under the dragon-slaying sword. Advertisement. Died already. Everyone gasped and looked at Luo Fan in shock, who looked relaxed and calm. On the headquarters building, Sengoku, who was leaning out half of his body with his hands on the wall to watch, was also surprised and touched the beads of sweat on his forehead. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the S-rank mission, Kill Shockwave. Luo Fan pulled out the dragon-slaying sword from Shockwave's body, which had completely lost its life force. In the space ring, there were 10 syringes, each as thick as 2 fingers, filled with blue transparent liquid lying quietly. That extremely mysterious move was filled with terrifying haki that penetrated Luo Fan's entire body and was compressed with the flow of air. Luo Fan was very satisfied with the result. From A-level strongman to S-level strongman, it seems that the corresponding strength should be the general-level emperor-level strength. The already tough armament haki and conqueror's haki, with the help of Tai Chi, are transformed into softness, and are filled with even more terrifying lethality. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the Intermediate Gene Enhancement Potion +10. Intermediate Gene Enhancement Potion. This gene enhancement potion is made with the technology of the Moon People. The user has a 75% chance of successful enhancement, and if successful, the user will gain the effects of body completion and life level evolution. There is a 25% chance of enhancement failure, and if enhanced, the user will gain a 24-hour negative state of fatigue. Note: this gene enhancement potion can be taken repeatedly, and the enhancement effect will gradually decrease. Recommended for people AS level. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the epic skill, Shinigami Summon. Luo Fan was ready to go, and even wanted the Moon People to send more strong men to give him benefits. Under the shocked and admiring gazes of the crowd, Luo Fan walked into the pit. But now, his internal organs had already been shattered into pieces. The ding-dong-dong reminder sounds kept ringing, and Luo Fan's heart was filled with joy. Advertisement. With a flick of his wrist, the blood of the Moon Man stained on the blade of the dragon-slaying sword was directly thrown away. Luo Fan looked down at Shockwave's body and shook his head. It's even more powerful than when we fought in the Holy Land of Mariajoy. Although he is less than 20 years old, Luo Fan's improvement in strength has reached a level that is beyond the reach of everyone else. In my mind, the system prompt sounded. The final blow, which was launched rapidly while grabbing Shockwave, had already penetrated Shockwave's defense with all its force. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining +1000 respect points. The dragon-slaying sword shines brightly under the rising sun. Oh, why do you have to pretend? Sengoku sighed and mentally lamented. Luo Fan looked to the other side. Luo Fan took out one of the intermediate gene enhancement potions and looked at it in his hand. Killing a strong moon man can earn you 1 billion shock value and other rewards. It's a sure win. Even a strong man like Shockwave would not be able to gain any advantage when facing Luo Fan, who possesses the Tai Chi mentality. At that time, Luo Fan didn't even have the strength to confront Marine Admiral head-on. If possible, Sengoku really wants to hand Luo Fan over to Vegapunk for research. Congratulations to host for successfully obtaining +10000000 shock value. You know, when Marineford Luo Fan assisted the Whitebeard pirates in rescuing Ace, he could only rely on some weird methods to deal with Akainu and others. It's simply a monster. Chapter 179 Garp's Comprehensive Evolution. Luo Fan looked at Garp, who was being supported by the Marines and had lost his left arm due to his severe injuries. Then Luo Fan walked over. Behind him, Buddha Sengoku jumped directly from the world government's headquarters building and landed on the square. Sengoku, Aokiji and other marine generals walked over. Luo Fan just glanced at Garp, who was lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Snap. Luo Fan stabbed the blue syringe directly into Garp's naked chest. The blue transparent liquid was instantly injected into Garp's body. Under the effect of the intermediate gene strengthening potion, Garp's originally pale face instantly turned red, blood vessels all over his body burst, and he sat up, screaming. What are you going to do? Sengoku and the others looked panicked and rushed forward. Seeing that Luo Fan, who had just saved their lives, now inserted a needle into the body of the marine hero. All the Marines who were originally relaxed instantly became alert, and some even wanted to rush up to stop Luo Fan. However, the next moment, a faint red light emanated from Garp's body. Powerful blood energy continued to surge out, shaking the Marine behind Garp so much that he could hardly stand. Sengoku, Aokiji and the others were stunned again. What exactly did you do? Sengoku looked at Luo Fan and asked. Sengoku was very worried about the sudden change in his old friend. But he also understood that Luo Fan would not hurt Garp for no reason. Why rush? Let's see the results first. Luo Fan casually threw the empty syringe to the ground and looked quietly at Garp in front of him, whose whole body was still emitting red light and blood. Advertisement. With a 75% chance of success, it's impossible to fail with such bad luck, right? Under the worried and nervous gaze of the crowd, the red light on Garp's body gradually retracted into his body. Sengoku and the others unexpectedly felt a breath of life from Garp that was even more surging than before. Not only that, as the blood and energy gathered at the place where Garp's left arm was severed by shockwave. Under the gazes of everyone who was shocked beyond words, countless pieces of flesh and blood began to surge as if they had life and began to spread along the broken arm. In just a few minutes, a brand new left arm appeared on Garp's body. How is this possible? Arm. The arm has grown back. Is it the effect of the drug injected by the savior? Such a strong recovery ability, doesn't that mean Garp Admiral will be better? Nonsense. Didn't you see that arms can grow? Why do I feel that the aura of Garp Admiral is even more terrifying than before? Amidst the whispers, everyone's eyes were once again focused on Luo Fan. Needless to say, it must have been the injection that Luo Fan had just given Garp in the chest that healed Garp's injuries and even helped to regenerate his broken arm. The Marines felt a little embarrassed when they thought that everyone almost thought Luo Fan was going to hurt Garp Admiral. Sengoku, Aokiji and others looked at each other, then nodded to Luo Fan. Thank you. It's a small matter. It just so happens that this dose of intermediate gene strengthening potion is not wasted. Luo Fan waved his hand. When the gene enhancement potion is successfully enhanced, it can repair any injuries and deficiencies in the body, which is a good buff. Once the enhancement is successful, Garp's strength should advance to a small level. Advertisement. The effect is quite good. No wonder those moon birdmen are so fierce as if they took aphrodisiacs. The remaining 9 intermediate gene enhancement potions need to be carefully allocated to each person for injection. The overall strength of the moon people is stronger than that of this world, so Luo Fan must not only strengthen himself, but also strengthen other companions who have the ability to fight against the moon people. The gene-enhancing potion of the moon people is a good way to do this. There's nothing wrong with learning foreign skills in order to defeat them. As his left arm healed and the blood in his body calmed down again, Garp let out a long breath and slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, Garp no longer looked weak as he had just been hit hard by the shock wave. He stood up and let out a long roar towards the sky. The momentum is as strong as a rainbow. Garp squeezed his new left arm and it felt exactly the same as before it was cut off. Not only that, he also felt that under the influence of the liquid, his whole body was filled with explosive power. Garp, who is already a grandfather, never thought that his strength would be able to reach a higher level one day. Garp was so overjoyed that he patted his chest towards Luo Fan. Brother Luo Fan, I am grateful for your kindness. From now on, when we fight those birdmen from the moon people, I will be the first one to follow you. Okay. Luo Fan nodded and smiled. I never thought the moon people's strongmen were so terrifying. This may not even be the strongest. Aokiji said with a serious expression, looking at Shockwave's body in the pit. Besides, we have no idea when they will invade again. We have already suffered heavy casualties in this raid. The entire world government headquarters was in ruins after being hit by the shockwave. If Luo Fan hadn't come to the rescue, the situation would have been even more horrific. What should we do with the body of this birdman? Of course I'll make use of it. Luo Fan showed a meaningful smile on his face. Chapter 180 Shinigami Summoning Technique. Luo Fan has an extremely handsome face, and his seemingly sunny smile appears a little evil in the eyes of Aokiji Sengoku and others. Thinking of Luo Fan's previous weird methods, Sengoku and Aokiji shuddered unnaturally when they saw Luo Fan's smile. I almost forgot. This guy is not a good person. What are you going to do? Aokiji still didn't quite understand. Shockwave had been killed by Luo Fan, and the body now lying in the pit was lifeless. Could it be possible that Luo Fan could still make use of the body? Hey. Facing Marine's puzzled gaze, Luo Fan put the dragon-slaying sword back into the space ring and walked towards the pit. Luo Fan strode to Shockwave's body and took a deep breath. Then, Luo Fan spread out a palm in full view of everyone. A chilly aura slowly emanated from Luo Fan's body, causing the Marines in the square to suddenly feel a bone-chilling cold from the inside out. Under this dark atmosphere, even the warm sun lost its temperature, and the entire world became extremely dark. What's going on? It's so cold. Some people shivered and tightened their uniforms, shrinking their necks in fear. Sengoku, Aokiji and others released their own aura to offset the coldness from the netherworld on Luo Fan. Looking at Luo Fan, I saw that his pupils had turned completely black. Shinigami summoned. Luo Fan gently opened his mouth and slowly uttered faint bites. Advertisement. After completing the S-rank mission by killing Shockwave, you can draw the epic skill, Shinigami Summon, and activate it directly. Shinigami Summon, you are the spokesperson for the Shinigami. The flesh and blood of the dead will obey your call and return from the sticks to fight for you. Currently Shinigami servants. 0/10. Shinigami soldiers, infinity. A faint blue will-o'-the-wisp suddenly condensed in the center of Luo Fan's open palm, and a slender figure hidden in a black robe slowly stood up from behind Luo Fan. Inside the hood, there is only endless darkness. The moment they saw the Shinigami's phantom appear, the Marines present felt as if their hearts were being tightly grasped by an invisible giant hand. They all widened their eyes in horror. Shinigami summons. Conqueror's haki burst out directly, suppressing all the strong men present. Aokiji and the others, still somewhat incredulous, stared at Shockwave, before they calmed down and discovered some clues. Luo Fan chuckled and turned to look at Sengoku and others. Get up, Shockwave. He is dead and is now nothing more than a puppet. When Luo Fan's gaze swept over them, Sengoku, Aokiji and the others shivered on the spot. Shockwave's soul was directly extracted. Luo Fan looked down at Shockwave, who was lying on the ground with his name on it, and called out softly. Shinigami summon, you are the spokesperson of Shinigami. The flesh and blood of the dead will return from the sticks at your call and fight for you. Currently Shinigami servants. 1/10, Shinigami soldiers, infinity. Sengoku Aokiji and his friends were just about to use their ultimate moves on Shockwave. Everyone gasped, the shock in their hearts reaching the sky. Just a Shinigami servant summoned by Luo Fan. Alert, alert. This skill is really effective, Shockwave, Shockwave. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gotten such a useful skill. Advertisement. Shockwave still had those miserable scars on his body, his originally bronze skin had turned grayish white, and his pupils were dilated. It was obvious that he was just a walking corpse controlled by Luo Fan. The current Shockwave is no longer the brave and warlike moon warrior who killed everyone. Marine, who was originally confused, was almost frightened to death when he saw the dead Shockwave actually crawled up again. What the hell? However, the fact that he can still move is also shocking. Why aren't you dead yet? The Shinigami Phantom behind him, with a huge sickle in his left hand, entered Shockwave's body with his right hand as Luo Fan's will-o'-the-wisp, and directly pulled another screaming phantom out of Shockwave's body. Shockwave's body still showed no signs of life, and it was obvious that he was dead beyond death. Haki goes wild. As long as his body is not completely destroyed, he can keep fighting for Luo Fan. Ah, wait. Luo Fan turned his cheek slightly. Luo Fan's mind moved, and Shockwave knelt on one knee in front of Luo Fan. Accompanied by a horrifying scream, the Shinigami behind Luo Fan grabbed Shockwave's soul and fled into the ground, disappearing without a trace. The cold and gloomy atmosphere that permeated the entire square also disappeared immediately. Luo Fan pushed his palm into the air, and the ghost fire floated directly towards the Shockwave on the ground, where there was no sign of life. As soon as he finished speaking, Shockwave, who had been killed by Luo Fan himself, suddenly opened his eyes. The entire world government headquarters was in chaos, and countless guns and cannons were instantly aimed at Shockwave. Summoning you as my first Shinigami servant is a good use of you. Stones fell to the ground sparsely, and Shockwave's tall and sturdy body slowly stood up by pressing the ground, and the somewhat incomplete wings behind him flapped open. Chapter 181 Perfect copy of the Devil Fruit Tree. Please. He can actually transform the enemies he kills into puppets that obey his orders. Are you a savior or a devil? All the Marines were drooling quietly. All of a sudden, a decision came to Sengoku's mind. Never mess with Luo Fan again, even if you kill me. Oh, yeah, I didn't dare to provoke you. The scene where Luo Fan transformed Shockwave into a puppet made the Marines give him another wave of shock. Shockwave, whose soul was replaced by Luo Fan's will, was now a complete slave, following Luo Fan obediently. The fatal wounds on his body became insignificant. I didn't expect that such a powerful man from the Moon People would become a puppet like this. If the savior can use this kind of power to turn the dead into puppets like this, wouldn't it be? It's terrifying when you think about it. The Marines present were talking about it. I didn't expect you to have such a method. Aokiji looked at Luo Fan with a complicated expression and said. Don't worry, I won't use it on my own people. Luo Fan smiled and did not comment. If it's about transforming ordinary dead people into Shinigami soldiers, then there really are no restrictions. As long as Luo Fan wants, he can create a huge undead army. Forget it, I'm not the Lich King. What's the point of making that thing? Advertisement. His will is now under my control, but the memory of the Moon People race is still preserved in his brain. Luo Fan pouted. If there is any information you want to know, just ask. Really? Sengoku was overjoyed. Shockwave became Luo Fan's puppet, which meant that they could dig out intelligence and information about the Moon People from Shockwave's brain without any hindrance. In this way, they can understand the specific situation of the Moon People. Good thing. For a moment, Marine's gaze towards Shockwave became eager, as if he was looking at a huge gold mine. Beyond the starry sky, the giant flying ships of the Moon People's expeditionary force gathered together, surrounding the main ship in the middle. One of the rooms located inside the main ship. At the end of the room were numerous ladder racks. At the top of the ladder, a huge black stone tablet stood quietly, flashing a faint blue light. Below it, 20 stone tablets less than an arm's length were neatly placed, each with different emblems engraved on it. Further down, there are more smaller stone tablets. At the same time that Shockwave was killed in the World Government headquarters, one of the stone tablets suddenly cracked with dense cracks. Then, the stone tablet shattered. Hearing the sound of the stone tablet breaking, an old moon man guarding the room suddenly widened his dark eyes and fell directly in front of the ladder. It's the Decepticons. It's the Decepticons whose Lord Shockwave is dead. These stone tablets are the product of the Moon People race that reflects the signs of a person's vitality, which is equivalent to the life cards made in the pirates' world. Advertisement. What are enshrined in this room are all life tablets of the expeditionary soldiers. However, just now, the life tablet of Shockwave, one of the Decepticons, was shattered. How long has it been since a Decepticon fell? The sudden changes in front of him made the old Moon Man panic. He stumbled out of the room and reported the news directly to the leader. Between the thrones, the leader, who was originally resting his chin on his hand, preparing to listen to the report of the results from the Moon Man in charge of researching the Devil Fruit, sat up straight when he heard the trembling old Moon Man saying that Shockwave's life tablet was broken. A terrifying aura rushed down directly from the high throne. The ships of the entire expeditionary force all felt the terrifying pressure from their leader. As a warrior of the Moon people, dying in battle is his best fate. The terrifying pressure was released violently for a few seconds, then slowly retracted. The leader spoke calmly, but his tone was filled with suppressed anger. It seems that we have really underestimated the strength of this indigenous planet. Be it Alpha Betas or Shockwave, the most powerful of the Decepticons, all suffered losses on this indigenous planet. Even Shockwave paid the price with his life. Perhaps no one else can defeat Shockwave except that native. Who are you? The leader murmured to himself, full of curiosity. What are the results of the research on Devil Fruit in the scientific research department? The Moon Man, who had been standing respectfully under the throne and wearing a blue lens on his right eye, bowed and opened the report in his hand. We have used the lava fruit and sparkling fruit obtained by Alpha and Betas, extracted the ability factors from them and injected them into the bodies of the soldiers who were previously transformed in batches. Based on research and calculations, it has been proven that the current ability is only 40% of taking Devil Fruit alone. The Devil Fruit tree has also been successfully cultivated. I believe that the Devil Fruit grown in the future can gradually improve our genetic modification project. Chapter 182 Decepticons. This is the ability factor that was extracted. The Moon Man wearing a single lens took out a bottle of red viscous potion, which was only as long as a finger. We extracted the ability factor from the lava fruit. The user can transform part of the body into magma element. Sparkling fruit is no exception. When talking about Devil Fruit, the Moon Man in charge of the research had excitement in his eyes. Leader, this fruit completely complements our genetic modification technology. It's simply amazing. These ability factors can completely enable our warriors to break through the bottleneck. Although it still has some flaws, I believe that I can definitely cultivate a flawless Devil Fruit. I don't want to hear too much nonsense. The leader sat on the throne and coldly interrupted his subordinates who were still giving passionate speeches. As long as the ability can be utilized, whether it is 40% or 100%, I will create a powerful army for me. Yes, sir. The Moon Man wearing a single lens felt the pressure looming over his head, and his whole body trembled continuously. He bowed and slowly retreated from between the thrones. At this moment, he was even secretly excited. With the leader's approval, we can use the ability factors of sparkling fruit and lava fruit to mass-produce flashman and lavaman that can attack with elemental powers. Not only that, as long as the research on Devil Fruit is intensified, the genetic modification technology of the race can reach a new level. And he is the great contributor to the Moon people. So delicious. However, the leader sitting on the throne was not in such a good mood. Since the moon gradually fell, the Moon people have been migrating for thousands of years and have been wandering outside the Earth. The expeditionary force has been fighting for many years, and no strong Decepticon has ever died in battle. Shockwave's death made the leader feel a little surprised and angry. Advertisement. At his call. At this time, there were dozens of figures of different sizes standing between the thrones, standing on both sides of the throne. Even though everyone restrained their aura, the oppressive atmosphere exuded by the 20 or so figures and the leader sitting on the throne still made people feel terrified. Decepticon. The guards under the leader. The strongest men of the Moon people gathered together. I never thought that ugly guy Shockwave would miscalculate and die. I don't think he has the ability to occupy the 4th spot. You deserve to die. Hee, you're the 19th seat, so you keep on nagging. Are you going to take the 4th seat? Hey, the leader chuckled. How dare you? The leader is still here. Do you want to rebel? The leader did not move at all, but a terrifying aura emanated from the throne, as if the invisible lion majesty directly and tightly bound the hearts of everyone present. Among the 22 Decepticons, the strongest one naturally sits at the front. There were even a few Moon people who disliked each other and started bickering with each other. All of a sudden, the entire throne room was filled with a strange atmosphere. As the most powerful leader of the Decepticons, Megatron turned around and saluted his leader with neither arrogance nor humility. Under the pressure of the chief Decepticon's aura, the other Decepticon members suddenly looked grim, glanced at their leader on the throne, and retracted their weapons. Why not? Therefore, the members of the Decepticons are competing and attacking each other openly or covertly. Someone sneered inwardly and mocked. Advertisement. The burly figure standing in the first seat on the right under the throne exudes a terrifying aura. The originally oppressive atmosphere suddenly disappeared. This scene is self-evident. The leader, who had been quietly watching his subordinates quarreling, looked over meaningfully. I dare not. I am tired of waiting for this native planet. Even the throne under the leader is coveted by others. The leader leaned lazily on the throne with his chin propped up, and looked at the Decepticons under the throne with swords drawn. Whispering sound. Then he looked at the Decepticon members who had already drawn their weapons and were ready to fight for their seats, and shouted. Just not now. The leader sitting on the throne had not yet opened his mouth, but Utiandi, the chief guard under the leader, had already emerged to scold and intimidate the other strong men. As a powerful man second only to the first person in the lunar race, Utiandi's strength is improving day by day, and his ambition has begun to reveal itself inadvertently. No one wants to come in second. They seem to be ready to fight if they disagree with each other. The Prime and the leader acted as if nothing had happened and returned to normal, which made the Decepticon members who were ready to watch and take sides a little disappointed. The Moon people believe that the strong are respected and the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Utiandi, you really understand my thoughts. The leader smiled. The powerful Decepticons were discussing the news of Shockwave's death. The voice was not loud, but it was full of oppression. It's a laughing stock. However, if you want to challenge someone on the throne, without absolute strength and confidence, you will only risk your life. Shockwave is dead. You guys should handle the rearrangement of the seats yourselves. Chapter 183 S Plus Warrior. Leader, I am willing to take over this indigenous planet. Decepticons, the strong ones immediately walked out. Leader, Shockwave is the fourth in command of the Decepticons, and his strength should not be underestimated. Since there are strong people on that native planet who can deal with Shockwave, I guess we have no chance of winning if we fight alone. Utiandi reminded. What the chief said makes sense. The leader nodded. Then, the leader looked at Utiandi and said, originally, the chief should have taken action to suppress that indigenous warrior, but as the deputy commander of the expeditionary force, the chief should not act rashly. Yes. Utiandi lowered his head slightly. Starscream, Plague, Cyclonus, and Carnage, the four of you will carry out the mission. As the leader finished speaking. Among the Decepticons, the Guards Corps. Starscream, who was in the second seat, and Plague, Hurricane and Carnage, who were in the 6th to 8th seats, walked straight to the throne and knelt on one knee. Starscream, the research on Devil Fruit has made some progress. After you inject the ability factor, take some of the transformed warriors with you and set off again. This time, I will not allow any more problems to arise. Starscream obeys your orders and will never let the leader down. Starscream chuckled. Starscream, who ranks second among the Decepticons, is the only female lunar being in the entire Guards Corps. Starscream has a tall and hot figure, wearing a tight and revealing fiery red armor, with a cold and charming smile on his face. He leads the other 3 Decepticons behind him and leaves. No one in the entire throne room doubted the possibility that this operation would fail again. After all, 4 powerful Decepticons were dispatched, including the second-ranked Starscream. Even the chief, Megatron, would find such a lineup difficult to deal with. It is just a native planet. Even the most heaven-defying warriors will never be so lucky. Advertisement. The second half of the Grand Line. On the island where the world government headquarters is located. The battle has stopped. The Marines are calculating the casualties and losses caused by the shockwave attack on the headquarters, and rescuing the wounded who have not yet died completely. Although the headquarters building was safe and sound, the entire sea and the square were in ruins. Inside the building, Luo Fan sat leisurely in the commander-in-chief's office chair with his legs on the table. That seat originally belonged to Sengoku. In front of Luo Fan, Marine generals such as Sengoku, Aokiji, Garp and Crane were sitting on both sides of the table. Have you Moon people ever been to Cybertron? Damn, it really is a Decepticon. Luo Fan almost coughed up his tea. Everyone imagined it and looked at Luo Fan with admiration. Luo Fan. Not. The potion that can make people kind-hearted, the fire that can burn lava fruit users, the nuclear warhead that blew up the entire Marineford, and the huge basalt that made Aokiji a girl for a day. Luo Fan coughed twice and asked Shockwave in a low voice. Ahem, excuse me, your leader is not called Megatron, right? I am Shockwave, the 4th member of the Decepticon Guards under the leader of the Lunar Expeditionary Force, an S+ class warrior. Why don't you transform? Shockwave spoke with his eyes straight and lifeless. Why are you all suddenly looking at me like I'm your son-in-law? Did you send the Moon people? No way, how could you have such a horrible idea? Sengoku sighed. Advertisement. Why are you looking at me? Luo Fan had the expression of an old man on the subway talking on his cell phone. Be more rigorous, it's for my own use. Luo Fan chuckled. You are worthy of being the savior, you always make us look at you with admiration. What are you doing? The only thing they can be thankful for is that Luo Fan is not really a world destroyer and is no longer their enemy. Now when he heard the word Decepticon, Luo Fan's brain was boiling. Why do you always have endless tricks? You even know the name of the other leader. Yes. Shockwave nodded. Since Marineford first encountered Luo Fan, it seemed that they had seen all kinds of weird tricks in this world. What's going on? Everyone was still looking at Luo Fan and Shockwave in disbelief. Shockwave, tell me who you are. Behind Luo Fan, Shockwave, who had been summoned by Luo Fan Shinigami and transformed into a puppet, stood with his upper body naked and horribly scarred, holding a teacup in his hand, like a gray iron tower. Aokiji, carry the moral responsibility on your shoulders. I thought the name Shockwave sounded familiar. What a nice person. With so many enthusiastic eyes focused on him, Luo Fan's scalp tingled and he subconsciously leaned back in his chair. Except for Luo Fan, who was speechless, everyone else present looked at Luo Fan in shock. Is he really now completely at our disposal? It seems that Luo Fan must have a deep understanding of the Moon People. Where did he get this information? Chapter 184 Torture. Are all of you Moon People already on your way to attack this world? Sengoku continued to question Shockwave, who was now a puppet. The expeditionary force consists of 10,000 soldiers and other functional auxiliary personnel, 92 flying giant ships and one main ship, led by the leader himself. They have been stationed outside this world for nearly half a month. Shockwave replied indifferently. Everyone gasped immediately. The giant ship that the Moon People can fly in the air is the ancient weapon, Uranus, that the Holy Land Mariajoy used to suppress the world. One shot from Uranus is enough to destroy an island in a short period of time and wipe out the existence of an entire country at sea. And the Moon People's expeditionary force actually has nearly 100 giant ships like this. Add to that the tens of thousands of moon warriors, each with bird-like wings, and it's no wonder that they are so high and mighty that they look down on people of other races. With the technology and civilization level of this world, it is estimated that it will not be able to resist for long before it completely falls to the artillery fire of the Moon People. Everyone looked solemn. I didn't expect the overall strength of the Moon People to be so strong. Sengoku sighed helplessly. This Moon Man could single-handedly attack our headquarters and bring us to our knees. And he's not even the strongest. The Marines, a group of strong men, were unwilling to accept this, but they had to admit that what Sengoku said was indeed true. As the fourth Decepticon, Shockwave can fight against the Marine admirals alone and not be at a disadvantage at all. Although they still have Luo Fan, since Shockwave has died in the battle, the subsequent Moon People will definitely send more powerful warriors to attack this world. By that time, will there be an enemy that even Luo Fan cannot defeat? Everyone looked at Luo Fan with complicated eyes. Advertisement. No one knew when, but this world destroyer who once caused so much trouble for the world government had become the one they could rely on in times of crisis. No matter what, if the Moon People want to take over our world, they can only step over my body. Aokiji, who is the Marine Marshal, snorted. The hot tea in front of me froze directly under the attack of the slightest chill. The word justice on us is not just for show. That's right. The Marine generals sitting at the conference table all shared the same hatred for the enemy. Humph, I feel like my whole body is back to the peak state of my youth. If I fight this Moon Man again, I will never lose to him so easily. Garp placed his right hand on the shoulder of his newly grown left arm, and said with full hockey while rotating his left hand. Ever since Garp was injected with Luo Fan's intermediate gene enhancement potion, he felt that not only had his left arm grown back, but even his body functions, which had gradually deteriorated due to his old age, had become more active. In everyone's perception, Garp now looks like a young erupting volcano. This is the gene enhancement technology used by the Moon People. What I just injected you with was an intermediate gene enhancement potion. Luo Fan took out another tube of intermediate gene enhancement potion from the space ring and held it between his fingers for everyone to see. Hey, don't ask me where I got it from. I naturally have my own way. Seeing Sengoku was about to open his mouth, Luo Fan smiled and spoke first. Sengoku felt as if the words he was about to ask were stuck in his throat. He couldn't speak them out, nor could he swallow them. He could only look at Luo Fan resentfully. How many of these gene-enhancing potions do you have left? The world government is willing to exchange with you, or buy from you. You think I'm a wholesaler? Luo Fan rolled his eyes. Besides the one I just injected into Garp Admiral, I still have the last 9 gene enhancement potions left. Advertisement. Luo Fan paused and continued. I believe everyone has seen the strength of the Moon People. We must make better use of this gene enhancement potion to increase the strength of our own strong men. Otherwise, our strength against the Moon People will be weak. Therefore, I will carefully consider the users of these 9 gene enhancing potions. Then don't you keep it for yourself? Momosuke asked puzzledly. Luo Fan immediately raised his eyebrows. A meaningful smile appeared on the handsome face. I am invincible. Momosuge's sad face. Are you kidding? With my strength, no matter how many intermediate gene strengthening potions I drink, it will only be a drop in the bucket. Yes, that's the truth. The people present nodded, indicating that they could not refute this. No way. Who can say that he is truly invincible? A group of people looked at the intermediate gene enhancement potion in Luo Fan's hand and swallowed subconsciously. This is a genetic enhancement drug that can improve your strength and has no side effects. Who wouldn't want that? Thinking of this, a group of people turned their jealous and envious eyes to Garp, who was waving his newborn arms with a smile on his face. Hateful. If I had known that I would be the one hit by Shockwave. Chapter 185 Red Spider. Far outside the atmosphere. In the Moon People's expeditionary force, Starscream, who ranked second among the Decepticons, twisted her graceful body, her red high heels as sharp as blades clacking on the ground, and she was leading the other 3 Decepticons towards the expeditionary force's research laboratory. Looking at the twisting buttocks of Red Spider who was walking in the front, his murderous eyes revealed a hint of greed, and he stretched out his forked tongue like a python and licked his lips. Hee hee, what as asterisk 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 why woman? Plague said softly. Huang Biao on the side glanced at Kansha and snorted coldly. Put away your little thoughts. Have you forgotten how you got beaten last time you tried to possess her? This woman is a spider. He. One day I will take the top spot and make her willingly submit to me. Kancha sneered, his eyes full of desire as if he wanted to cut a piece of flesh from Red Spider's butt. Plague, who was walking beside them, crossed his arms and said nothing. The conversation between the two did not avoid Starscream at all. Starscream listened to Kancha's words full of desire and possession towards him, and it was as if he could feel a pair of passionate eyes constantly scanning behind him. However, she just raised the corner of her mouth slightly, not caring about the murderous look at all. As the strongest Decepticon after Megatron, Starscream, as a woman, knows that her body can also be a weapon. The four of them strode into the laboratory. In the huge laboratory, dozens of lunar warriors were tied to cold metal beds, injected with ability factors extracted from lava fruit and sparkling fruit. They let out various screams of pain and struggled frantically on the metal beds. Beside their beds stood experimenters who were constantly recording reports. Advertisement. At a glance, Red Spider saw a small tree planted in a huge transparent container in the middle of the laboratory. Devil Fruit Tree. The lava fruit and sparkling fruit are pierced with countless needles, from which small drops of juice are slowly extracted. Seeing the strong men of the Guard Corps, Decepticons, descending on the laboratory, the researcher wearing a monocle, who had previously reported the progress to the leader, came over and saluted Starscream and others. Dear Decepticons, are the things we need ready? Asked Starscream. 4 potions have been successfully extracted. The purity of the ability factor has reached 30%, which is a higher concentration than those used by these warriors. These 2 are potions extracted from sparkling fruit, and these 2 are from lava fruit. The monocle researcher motioned for the other researchers to pass a box to Starscream and the other 3. Inside the box, 2 yellow and 2 red potions were quietly placed, glowing faintly and looking full of energy. Just inject it, no more nonsense. Kancha walked out and took one of the red potions directly. Then, Kancha raised his head and drank the ability factor potion extracted from the lava fruit in one gulp. Boom! A fiery red energy wave instantly rushed out of the slaughtered body. The next second, Kancha suppressed the violent energy wave and continuously absorbed it into his body. HMPH, nothing more than that. Kancha sneered. Advertisement. Inside the laboratory, other moon warriors were screaming in pain because of the transformation of their ability factors, but Kancha directly took a potion with a higher concentration, but was still able to suppress the restlessness of his energy. As expected, they are the strongest Guard Corps under the leader's command. The researcher nodded excitedly and adjusted the monocle on his nose. Starscream and the others also took away the medicine extracted from the devil fruit one after another, took it directly in the laboratory, and completed the strengthening one after another. How many soldiers have been transformed? After taking the potion, Starscream asked, looking at the dozens of metal beds in front of him. The transformation of this batch of soldiers has not yet been completed. About 160 soldiers have been successfully strengthened. Because the experiment was just successful, the production has not been increased yet. 160 people are enough. We will select 30 from each of the 2 types of transformed warriors. I understand. I hope that after you return from this operation, you can provide us with the combat data. This way, it will also be convenient for us to make adjustments and upgrades in terms of technology. Okay. Starscream nodded. Shockwave's death did not have much impact on Starscream. The Moon people believed in the truth that strength is supreme. As the second in command, it was impossible for them to die as easily as Shockwave. If it weren't for the leader's order, Starscream wouldn't even bring the other 3 Decepticon members and these successfully transformed warriors. Let's call the 2 people who scouted this planet before to lead the way. We are ready to set off. I really hope that the body of the strongest man on this native planet can satisfy me for a while. Starscream's eyes drifted off into the distance. A strange red light flashed in her eyes, and she licked her sexy red lips and murmured. Chapter 186. A bunch of equipment. Luo Fan just felt that he was like a firefighter recently. Put out the fire wherever it starts. After killing Shockwave, Luo Fan stayed in the world government's headquarters building for a while. Sengoku and Marine spared no effort to dig out all the information they could about the Moon people from Shockwave. Afterwards, the entire Marine watched Shockwave and Luo Fan fly away in shock and fear. As for why I was shocked, anyone would be dumbfounded to see Shockwave, who had just been killing everyone, being stepped on by Luo Fan like a flying mount. Compared with other attack skills, it is obvious that Shinigami summoning such epic skills makes Luo Fan more satisfied. There are a total of 10 Shinigami servants, which means that Luo Fan can summon 10 powerful minions to fight for him. If Akainu Kizaru and the others had not been buried as martyrs and heroes by the Marine after the decisive battle, it would not be convenient for them to turn into puppets and show up. Luo Fan really considered making use of their waste. Well, it looks like we'll have to hope that the Moon people can send out other Decepticons to attack. This way I can quickly gather my 10 Shinigami slaves. Luo Fan fantasized. If I could turn the 10 Decepticons into my slaves and fight the Moon people, it would be a lively dog-eat-dog scene. Thinking of this, Luo Fan remembered another thing. By the way, what exactly was updated after the system was updated? If the system hadn't automatically reminded him of the task before, Luo Fan would have really forgotten about the system. Can opening system 2.0 has been updated. Newly added function columns, tasks, mall. I didn't expect that the mall was updated. It seems that I won't have to open the cans for some things in the future. Advertisement. Luo Fan's eyes lit up. For some things, it is always more convenient to sell them with a clearly marked price than to open the can. After all, luck is a metaphysical concept, and no one knows what kind of monsters will appear when the jar is opened. Luo Fan had an idea in his mind. Soon, a light screen appeared in Luo Fan's field of vision that only he could see. On the light screen, there are a wide variety of props sold in the system mall. Down to the soup spoon and chopsticks. It seems that after the system is updated, whenever I come into contact with other civilized races, I will refresh the technological products belonging to that civilized race. On the light screen, it was clearly marked with Gene Enhancement Potion. Luo Fan guessed. Advanced Gene Enhancement Potion. This Gene Enhancement Potion is made with the technology of the Moon People. When taking it, the user will have the effect of unlocking the bloodline. If you do not have a certain level of strength, do not inject it easily. Note, the level of this Gene Enhancement Potion is too high. If the impact enhancement fails, you may face the consequences of disability or death. Although the power of the giant ship's laser cannon is terrifying, the hull is ultimately made of special wood and metal alloy. Short of money, the same golden light as when the can was opened bloomed in front of Luo Fan, and then Luo Fan reached out his hand. FK, there are Gene Enhancement Potions. Sure enough, Luo Fan soon discovered the Moon People's giant ship, which was priced at a shocking price of hundreds of millions. Halfway through browsing, Luo Fan's eyes suddenly widened, his face full of surprise. Devil Fruit unknown, 1 billion shock value. Luo Fan did a quick calculation and found that the shock value in his wallet was not enough to buy all the items in the gold column. Up to Devil Fruit. Advertisement. What the hell is a sanitary napkin? Luo Fan was a little surprised by the products that cost hundreds of millions of dollars. Luo Fan browses the props in the mall. Mobile arms base, 1,650,000,000 shock value. An injection gun filled with lavender transparent potion fell out of the golden light ball. Basic Gene Enhancement Potion, 40 million shock value. Everything you need. Apart from the rather embarrassing series of daily necessities, other props with clearly marked prices are still very attractive to Luo Fan. Intermediate Gene Enhancement Potion, 60 million shock value. Luo Fan clicked on the details of the Intermediate Gene Enhancement Potion and compared them. Advanced Gene Enhancement Potion, 80 million shock value. Instead of spending hundreds of millions of shock points to exchange for such a huge ship, it would be better to rob the Moon People and use it for yourself. Supreme Great Sword Ganzhong and Mo Yi, 888,888,888 shock value. Luo Fan was speechless. The Intermediate Gene Enhancement Potion is not suitable for me, but this Advanced Gene Enhancement Potion should be enough. I say, system, there's no need to sell daily necessities in the mall. Luo Fan pondered for a moment, spent tens of millions of shock points, and directly exchanged for an Advanced Gene Enhancement Potion. I found that it was almost the same as the Intermediate Gene Enhancement Potion I got after completing the task. It's a cheat after all. Please, is my system so down to earth? As long as Luo Fan wanted, it would be easy to destroy such a huge ship. Tisk, it would be great if I could rob the Moon People's giant ship and sell it for shock value. Luo Fan curled his lips. Chapter 187 Mission accomplished. There is no chance of failure, but if you fail, you will either die or become disabled, right? Luo Fan talked to himself as he played with the injection gun filled with lavender gene enhancement potion. Compared to the fatigue effect after the failure of the intermediate gene enhancement potion, the advanced gene enhancement potion in front of him obviously only has one condition. Anyone can inject advanced gene enhancement potions, but either they have to be strong enough to be fearless, or have heaven-defying luck, otherwise they will end up with a miserable failure of enhancement. Without any hesitation, Luo Fan directly pressed the injection gun in his hand to his neck and injected all the gene enhancement potion inside. The gene-enhancing potion flowing through his blood vessels instantly flowed through Luo Fan's entire body like boiling magma. Boom! A scorching and terrifying wave of air emanated from Luo Fan's body. Shockwave, who was originally riding on Luo Fan's head, was almost knocked down from the sky by the runaway air wave on Luo Fan. Luo Fan suppressed the restless energy in his body and used his mind to control Shockwave to find a nearby uninhabited island to land on. Ordering Shockwave to protect him, Luo Fan immediately began to absorb the power of the advanced gene enhancement potion on the small island, which was only a few dozen meters long. In the face of absolute strength, the power of the advanced gene enhancement potion did not run rampant in Luo Fan's body, but was guided by Luo Fan to circulate continuously in his body. The scorching breath was like layers of heat waves, constantly spreading from Luo Fan to the surroundings. The few grasses and coconut trees on the island were instantly swept away by the gust of wind and burned to ashes. Invisibly, it seemed as if a huge energy like the sun was constantly impacting the shackles of Luo Fan's genes. Brain tingling. Buzz buzz buzz. The air waves were rolling and still did not stop. A few minutes later, there was a sound as if a lock was knocked open. Advertisement. Luo Fan, who had broken free from the shackles, suddenly opened his eyes. His pair of bright starry eyes shot out countless sword chi, and an even more terrifying circle of air waves burst out from his body. Boom. The waters around the island suddenly became boiling hot. A metal Rubik's Cube without any color fell directly into Luo Fan's hands. What moon people? What giant ship? Luo Fan just felt that the energy in his body was surging and boiling, and he was full of passion. No wonder Garp is so excited. Could this potion be a berserk potion? It's so reckless that it scares me. Do you know what Dongfeng Express is? It means mission accomplished. But this was not Luo Fan's original intention. Without hesitation, Luo Fan directly bought the mobile arms base. The 600 million shock value was instantly cleared. It seems I have to think carefully about who to give it to. Luo Fan stroked his chin. Just one advanced gene enhancement potion can produce remarkable effects. With this arms base, you can invest some shock value or massive amounts of currency to upgrade it and produce more arms. Right now, there are a total of 19 intermediate gene strengthening potions lying quietly in the space ring. His gaze soon rested on the mobile arms base. As long as Luo Fan is deployed on Xuanwu Island will not only have absolute defense, but also firepower that can crush the entire world. After all, the Xuanwu government doesn't sound that well known. This is clearly a mobile modern arsenal. Advertisement. Luo Fan just felt that he was now completely reckless, and the feeling that all his brothers would bow down to his iron fist was constantly surging. Decepticon. After confirming the effects of the gene enhancement potions sold in the system mall, Luo Fan simply waved his hand and purchased 10 limited edition intermediate gene enhancement potions in the mall. Damn brother, FK him. While considering the candidates for the gene enhancement potion, Luo Fan continued to browse the system mall. Leader. They are all stinky little brothers, kill them all. This means that at least 19 strong men in Luo Fan's camp can get the opportunity to increase their strength. There must be quotas for the marine admirals. If all of them are given to the people of Xuanwu Island, the world government will not dare to nag Luo Fan. Compared to the artillery and muskets in the marines' hands, the weapons equipped in this munitions base are real hot weapons. I am still used to being a steady man. When that time comes. Innocent marine creatures are cooked directly in the boiling sea water, which is comparable to the soup base of hot pot, and float on the sea surface. Luo Fan admitted that he was moved at this moment. Forcing himself to calm down, Luo Fan shook his head. Damn brother, FK him. Moon man. Luo Fan slowly exhaled a breath of foul air and completely gathered his breath, like an unarmed young man with only a face. Mobile arms base, when recovered, it will be carried with you as a magic cube. When used, it can be unfolded into an arms base, including 500 individual firearms of various series, 150 light and heavy tanks and armored vehicles, 100 anti-aircraft guns, 100 rapid-fire guns, 30 rocket vehicles, 30 cluster missile vehicles, and 100 Dongfeng series strategic missiles. Note: you can invest in the currency of the world or shock value to replenish ammunition, upgrade arms. The fear of this world comes only from insufficient firepower, and range is the truth. Chapter 188. Are you itching for trouble? On Xuanwu Island. Golden light continued to flow slowly over the entire Xuanwu Island, faintly revealing the outline of a barrier. When Luo Fan left Xuanwu Island and chased after the world government headquarters, he activated the barrier on Xuanwu Island. With Xuanwu Island's terrifying defensive power, even if the Moon People's attack was a diversionary tactic, they would never be able to break the North Sea shield. Due to the recent frequent attacks by the Moon People, all ports on Xuanwu Island have been temporarily closed. Therefore, the opening of the protective shield did not attract the attention of ordinary civilians. On the coast, only Yamato, the hostess of Xuanwu Island who had just married Luo Fan, Whitebeard Newgate, and red-haired Shanks were eagerly waiting. Soon, a small black dot appeared in the distance on the sea level. The black spot continued to approach the direction of Xuanwu Island, and the speed was so fast that it made people sigh. Is it the Moon Man? No, my observation hockey didn't sense any ill will. It should be Luo Fan. Who else can fly besides him? Everyone stared at the black spot as it grew larger in their field of vision. When they were finally able to see the black spot clearly, they all opened their mouths in shock. Luo Fan was seen sitting cross-legged, looking calm and composed. Under his butt, there was a burly man with a naked upper body, covered in wounds and blue bloodline. Not only that, a pair of slightly desolate wings spread out behind the sturdy man, flapping their wings and flying towards them. What is this? A mount? Whitebeard Edward Newgate's mouth twitched. Advertisement. I didn't expect brother Luo Fan to have this kind of hobby. Looking at Shockwave holding a cannon and a giant axe in front of him, Whitebeard suddenly rubbed his hands. Luo Fan took the water handed to him by Yamato and drank it in one gulp to moisten his throat. Then he told him everything about the Shockwave attack on the world government headquarters. However, Whitebeard and the others were already accustomed to Luo Fan's endless methods and abilities, so they did not continue to ask questions. Nothing serious happened, right? However, such a strong Moon Man was still beaten down by Luo Fan. Shockwave was transformed into a Shinigami slave, and obeyed Luo Fan's orders. At Luo Fan's signal, he folded his wings and landed on the coast. No wonder the color of his blood is different from ours. You can even control the body of a dead person. Under Luo Fan's will, a gap opened in the shield of the North Sea, allowing Shockwave to fly into Xuanwu Island. If the Moon People can really overturn the world government's headquarters in that time, then they can only collect the bodies of the world government's people. Marco teased, rubbing his chin with his hand. Hearing Whitebeard's request, Luo Fan was stunned. Even several admirals including Aokiji and Fujitora were unable to suppress him, and Marine suffered heavy casualties. Even Garp was defeated and had an arm chopped off. This shows how powerful Shockwave is. Just a bare hug. Shockwave's body was as sturdy as an iron tower, and his naked upper body was covered with scars from the battle with Luo Fan. There was also a fatal wound on his chest from Luo Fan's dragon-slaying sword, with his flesh and blood turned outward. Luo Fan did not confess the ability summoned by Shinigami. After all, it was related to the system, and Luo Fan would never reveal even a little bit. Listening to Yamato's murmurs, Luo Fan felt a warmth and touched Yamato's head with a smile. Ah, this. Are you itchy too? Advertisement. Therefore, everyone could only wait anxiously on Xuanwu Island. Hey, brother Luo Fan, can you, a moon puppet, fight with me and see how it goes? The attack on the world government headquarters by the moon people came too suddenly. He stood behind Luo Fan, holding the pistol and double-edged axe steadily, without looking away. A group of guys who were formerly pirates suddenly showed strange smiles on their faces and whistled and cheered. Soon, Luo Fan rode on Shockwave's head and flew to Xuanwu's side. I miss you so much. Yamato hugged Luo Fan tightly with her delicate hands, almost burying Luo Fan directly in her chest. That hideous and ugly face had dull eyes without any life or spirit. The shocking wounds on their bodies made everyone feel ashamed. The affectionate scene between the two of them came into view of everyone. Shanks and Whitebeard walked up to Shockwave and looked at him carefully. No matter how fast the ship is, it cannot compare to Luo Fan's wings. Everyone, who were originally very suspicious and curious about Shockwave, who had been standing still after landing on Xuanwu Island, finally understood. Shanks, Whitebeard and others were all on Xuanwu Island, which was some distance away from the island where the world government headquarters was located. After learning of the call for help, it would definitely be too late for the ship to get there in just a few hours. Yamato, who was eagerly waiting, turned into a stream of light and slammed into Luo Fan who was standing down. Shanks asked this after the newlyweds finished being intimate. It's just that he was lucky enough to get a certain ability. We can use it for our own benefit, so it won't be wasted. It turns out that this guy is the Moon Man who attacked the world government headquarters. Chapter 189. All members strengthened. Gulala, since this Moon Birdman is the fourth seat of that tiger, I want to have a fight with him to see where the gap is. Whitebeard Edward Newgate was filled with fighting spirit. He was able to fight against several marine admirals alone without losing. I want to see what kind of strength he has. This is a good opportunity to measure our strength level with that of the other side. Shanks rested his remaining hand on his sword and nodded in agreement. I don't have any objection. Anyway, he is just a puppet now, so just stop there. Luo Fan spread his hands and did not stop him. The Fountain of Youth and the Stone of Enlightenment obtained from the Holy Jar earlier were placed on Xuanwu Island by Luo Fan. Since joining Xuanwu Island, Shanks has been running to occupy the Stone of Enlightenment every few days to comprehend Haki and Kendo. As for the Fountain of Youth, this kind of water that can revive the dead was naturally placed by Luo Fan in an unknown place. Under Luo Fan's mind control, the Shinigami servant Shockwave, who had absolutely obeyed his orders, flapped his wings and flew to an unknown place on Xuanwu Island. When Shockwave flew back and appeared in front of everyone, the shocking wounds on his body had disappeared without a trace. However, the skin eroded by death is still gray in color. Let's get started. Whitebeard held the broadsword Kusugano in his hand, clenched his fist and shook it directly into the void. Snap. The void shattered like glass, sending out a terrifying shock wave around Shockwave, trying to crush Shockwave's body directly. Electricity surged around Shockwave's body, and then the figure moved and broke free from the area shattered by Whitebeard. Shockwave covered the armament Haki with both hands, shook the fully recovered wings behind him vigorously, soared into the sky, and chopped down directly with the double-edged axe in his hand. Whitebeard snorted coldly, and the awakened armament Haki turned into a circular barrier to block the double-edged axe that was chopped down by Shockwave. Advertisement. The right fist blasted out, and dozens of fist shadows attached to armament Haki transformed into substantial black iron fists that smashed into Shockwave's chest. Although there was no life on Shockwave's face, his fighting spirit still remained in his body. The double-edged axe in his hand was dyed black by armament Haki, and electricity surged. Axe and guillotine. Shockwave brought his wings together behind him and swung his giant axe horizontally. Buzz. The two people's external armament Haki collided with each other, making a deafening sound. The two men separated by the blow retreated at the same time. Whitebeard swung the cloud cutter in his hand in a circle, using the momentum to create a crescent moon. The sword energy is everywhere. After training on the Enlightenment Stone and with Luo Fan's occasional instruction and discussion, Whitebeard's swordsmanship level has also improved a lot. However, this sword strike that Whitebeard himself was proud of was directly blocked by a beam from the short cannon in Shockwave's hand. The sword energy and the laser beam exploded instantly when they collided, and even the space was compressed. The sword with the power of Whitebeard shock fruit seemed to shatter the space around the laser beam and sweep it into the turbulent space. The horrific aftermath of the explosion spread in all directions. Shanks saw this and struck out with his sword. The way of the sword is like light. 10 miles long and wide. The sword energy shot out from the famous sword griffin in Shanks' hand directly hit the center of the explosion. The entire space fell into silence in an instant. Advertisement. With Shanks blocking attack, the three waves of energy directly entangled with each other, constantly devouring and dissipating, without causing any violent bombardment. As the smoke dissipated, Shockwave had returned behind Luo Fan. It was as if he had not participated in the battle just now, his eyes were dull and there was no sign of life. It's incredible. Whitebeard placed the Kusugawa Kirei in his hand directly beside him and sighed. Although it was only a brief exchange of skills, the terrifying energy fluctuations from Shockwave still moved the strong men present. This strength that surpasses the admiral level should not be underestimated. Except for Shanks and Whitebeard who were promoted by the Enlightenment Stone and Luo Fan, Marco and others at the Vice-Emperor level would never dare to be so arrogant as to fight against Shockwave. Although he is dead, now that he has become Luo Fan's puppet, he is equivalent to the power on our side. At least our chances of winning won't be that slim. After all, the Moon People's Expeditionary Force still has more than 20 powerful Decepticons like this. There are at least a few beings as powerful as Shockwave. Thinking of this, everyone's desire to become stronger became stronger. Oh, I have another way. Luo Fan directly took out the intermediate gene enhancement potion and shook it in front of everyone. I only have 19 gene enhancement potions now, so the number of people to distribute them to is limited. I will give priority to those with higher abilities and talents. I think with a 25% chance of failure, no one should be so unlucky as to fail in the enhancement, right? The rest of the people don't need to be frustrated either. There will be more of this kind of thing later. As Luo Fan finished speaking, the strong men present all showed the same enthusiastic expressions as Marine before. Luo Fan subconsciously shook his goosebumps again. Chapter 190 Supporting Celestial Dragons. The second half of the Grand Line. On the calm sea, a huge white cloud was moving slowly. Hidden among the clouds is a huge ship of the Moon People. Inside the ship, Alpha and Beta slowly descended in the giant ship. Behind them was Starscream, wearing sexy fiery red light armor, and 3 other Decepticon members. In front of the giant ship, in the distance, was the majestic outline of Xuanwu crawling on the sea, comparable to a continent. This time, Alpha and Betas had learned their lesson. They restrained their aura and malicious intent and did not let the giant ship get close to the waters around Xuanwu Island. Among the 4 Decepticons, Plague's tightly closed eyes slowly opened. A pair of dark green vertical pupils blinked. I didn't sense Shockwave's life force fluctuations. Even if he died in battle, I can lock onto Shockwave's soul mark and find his body. Plague shook his head and continued to speak to Starscream. But I can't even find his soul mark. It's as if he has completely disappeared. Everyone was suddenly awed. Plague is a member of the Decepticon Guards Corps. After several genetic modifications, he has special tracking abilities. Even the leader, after being locked by the Plague's power, was unable to completely sever this connection. It must have been done by that native. Beta's sharp voice sounded from the side. Huh. The 4 Decepticons looked over in unison. Advertisement. The terrifying pressure directly enveloped Beta's head. Beta swallowed in fear, but still plucked up the courage to continue speaking. The strongest native on this planet has the ability to devour flesh and blood. I think Lord Shockwave was definitely devoured by him. The 2 men were so imposing that they almost collided with each other. 4 Decepticons joined forces, just wait for your death. Do you want to be the second Decepticon to die on this native planet? Red Spider's words made the cruel expression on Kancha's face even more intense. Betas said confidently, it's alive. Plague nodded. If you have something to say it now. If you have something to say, fart now. The name is Humph. Damn natives. Even the bombardment from our giant ships will be of no avail. Alpha shook his head. Betas had already come up with this plan when he led the 4 Decepticons to descend upon the pirates' world again. But if the mission assigned to us by the leader fails because of you, I promise. A bright and cold smile appeared on Starscream's sexy and cute face. The regime of this native planet was once overthrown, and a race called Celestial Dragons suffered a bloodbath and massacre. However, we learned from some secret channels that there is still one Celestial Dragon left in this race. Betas felt extremely angry when he thought that the genetic creature he had cultivated with great effort was killed and devoured by Luo Fan in just a few moves. How do you know if you don't try? Kancha strode forward and was about to leave the giant ship to attack Xuanwu Island far in the sea ahead. Advertisement. Under the pressure from the 2 powerful Decepticons, Beta's face was covered with beads of sweat. Lord Kancha, if you really want to attack this island, there is no need to force your way through that layer of defense. We have tried it. This island has a very strong defensive shield, which is completely beyond the civilization level of the natives of this planet. I promise, I will take your body back and entrust the people in the laboratory to make you into my male lover, so that you will live a life worse than death. The strongest native is on this island. It looks like this island is a huge creature. We want to support the Celestial Dragons. Moreover, he now controls a kingdom. He can use the convenience of the kingdom to secretly bring us to land. The name of Red Spider is not well deserved. Seeing the thoughtful expressions of the 4 Decepticons, Betas knew that his plan was definitely successful. HMPH, don't use the leader to pressure me. Stop arguing, don't forget what our mission is this time. Huang Biao advised. If you want to give your life to an enemy whose strength is unknown, I have no objection. I think he will definitely look forward to working with us moon people. I think we can use this hatred between races and regimes to support the celestial dragons and cause civil unrest between the planet's current regime, and then we can take back jurisdiction ourselves. What did you say, BCH? Kancha's eyes were filled with murderous intent and desire. Then let's attack this island and destroy them. Kancha smiled and licked his lips. In his hands were two daggers curved like the teeth of Lion Majesty, fluttering like butterflies among the murderous hands. We have captured natives before when we were reconnaissance on this planet, and we know some of what happened before we arrived. Kancha paused and turned to look at Red Spider, who had a mocking look on his face. Chapter 191 Doflamingo New King. Located on the hot island of New World, lies Dressrosa. This kingdom is known as the Land of Love, Passion and Toys. There are a large number of mushroom rocks growing on the nearby coast, and the entire island is filled with the fragrance of various flowers. It is world famous for its delicious food. This kingdom, which appears to be bright and sunny on the surface, is filled with all kinds of dark deals in secret. After Luo Fan led the Whitebeard and other pirates to attack the Holy Land of Mariajoy and overthrew the Celestial Dragon's regime. As the world reorganized, Dressrosa's underground market also suffered a certain blow. Only recently, due to the incident of the Moon People and the world government's overwhelmed response, the underground market has recovered a little. Inside the White Castle of the Kingdom of Dressrosa, facing the floor-to-ceiling window, a throne stood quietly. The figure on the throne cast a long shadow under the light. The man with short blonde hair, wearing a pink feather coat and cropped trousers, with his feet exaggeratedly apart and wearing pointed leather shoes, was sitting lazily on the throne of King Dressrosa, supporting his chin with the back of his hand. The angular sunglasses hanging on his nose made it impossible to see his eyes and expression. Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the former Marine, Shichibukai, a user of devil fruit and string fruit, and the current king of Dressrosa. He is also the mastermind behind the Dressrosa underground dark market. The true emperor of the kingdom above and below the ground. At the same time, Doflamingo has another little-known identity. Celestial Dragons. The Don Quixote family was originally one of the celestial dragons that lived in the Holy Land of Mariajoy, but left the Holy Land of Mariajoy for some historical reasons. Advertisement. At that time, Don Quixote Doflamingo was still a child. Now, Doflamingo is the only one left in the entire Don Quixote family. This is why, after the Holy Land of Mariajoy was smashed to pieces by Xuanwu and all celestial dragons were slaughtered, Doflamingo was still able to control Dressrosa safely. However, Doflamingo is now just the king of the kingdom of Dressrosa. The privilege that belonged to celestial dragons is gone forever. There were newspapers scattered around the throne. The front page headlines of newspapers are mostly about the news about the savior Luo Fan. All the photos of Luo Fan above seem to be neatly cut into pieces. Uncrowned king, foo 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 foo. Doflamingo on the throne let out a strange laugh, which was extremely cold. The Holy Land of Mariajoy was overthrown and the celestial dragons there were slaughtered, although those in the world government who knew Doflamingo's identity did not take advantage of the situation to expose Doflamingo. However, some warnings were still given to the kingdom of Dressrosa in private. In this regard, Doflamingo could only hide his inflated ambitions and continue to lie dormant. The recent outbreak of the Moon Man incident finally gave Doflamingo a glimmer of opportunity. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, the glass on the French windows between the thrones began to tremble slightly. Doflamingo, who was originally sitting on the throne with his chin resting on his hand, stood up suddenly when he felt the strong wind blowing from the window. The glass of the floor-to-ceiling windows turned into countless white threads, piercing towards the sky outside the castle. Advertisement. The golden laser light shot over and directly blocked the white silk thread. The scorching high temperature directly burned the silk thread to black and twisted it. 6 paths, surging aura directly broke through the French windows and the wall between the thrones, and rushed towards Doflamingo in front of the throne. The pupils of Doflamingo's eyes behind his sunglasses suddenly shrank, revealing a surprised expression. Facing 4 powerful aura attacks, Haki exploded from Doflamingo's body. However, under the impact, Doflamingo could only block it for a few seconds, and then he was shocked and flew backwards. The huge throne behind him was transformed into countless white silk threads under the awakened ability of string fruit of Doflamingo, which directly supported Doflamingo's flying body. The cushioning force was reduced by the white thread, but Doflamingo still spat out a mouthful of blood. Ming Jie raised his head, but saw 6 paths landing on the huge balcony outside the throne room. Behind the 6 people, there were white wings. Moon Man. Doflamingo's eyes flashed with a strange look. The fiery red sexy figure at the head was none other than Starscream, the second-ranked Decepticon. Are you Don Quixote Doflamingo? Betas walked to the front and a sharp and piercing voice sounded. The 6 moon people looked at Doflamingo with eyes full of contempt and disdain. That condescending attitude and almost questioning words are just like the celestial dragon's race of the past. Mingo himself is the most despised native in the eyes of the moon people. Veins bulged on his forehead, but Doflamingo still suppressed the irritability and anger in his heart, as if he had turned a blind eye to the provocative attack from the Moon Man. Doflamingo's mouth stretched into an exaggerated smile. Hey, it's me. Chapter 192, Surrender of Dover. You should know who we are, right? Starscream's gorgeous face lowered slightly, looking at Doflamingo who was sitting among the ruins of the throne. I'm afraid it's hard not to know. Brother Ming smiled coldly. Snort. Behind Red Spider, Kancha crossed his arms, full of disdain. The condescending attitude of the Moon People made Doflamingo feel murderous. However, soon, Ming buried his murderous intent deeply. The 6 Moon People who invaded the Draros's palace exuded a terrifying aura, especially the 4 in the lead, who had not restrained their auras since they broke in. The pressure continued to pile up on Doflamingo's head, making him break out in a cold sweat. If you fight alone, you may be able to get away with it. But in the current situation, if Doflamingo dares to take action, he will surely be surrounded and killed by the people on the moon. After calming down, Doflamingo's eyes hidden behind his sunglasses flickered slightly, revealing a ferocious smile. I don't think you broke into my palace just to kill a mere nobody like me. You are not a nobody. You should be the last known survivor in this world. Celestial dragons. When his identity came out of the Moon Man's mouth, Doflamingo's expression paused, as if he was a little surprised. Soon, he became calm again. Ming Jie chuckled. So what? The holy land of Mariajoy no longer exists, and there are no celestial dragons now. Whether celestial dragons exist or not is not up to you to decide. Advertisement. Starscream, standing in front of a group of Decepticons, opened his red lips and spoke softly. The unquestionable hockey directly enveloped the entire Dressrosa territory. Countless civilians who did not know what was going on felt that their hearts were shrouded in some inexplicable terror. You guys, Ming Jie's smile almost reached his ears, want to cooperate with me. When Doflamingo heard about Red Spider's flower, he understood instantly. The Moon People came to him because they were attracted by his bloodline as a member of the Celestial Dragon's race. After the decisive battle in the Holy Land of Mariajoy, the world government was reorganized, and the Celestial Dragons living in the Holy Land of Mariajoy were all wiped out by Luo Fan and his men. Today, Luo Fan, as a savior, although he has not ascended the actual Void Throne, he is already the true king of the world. The purpose of the Moon People is to cooperate with themselves and support a new regime in this world to fight against Luo Fan and the New World government. This is really thirsty and someone brings water to drink. Doflamingo was secretly delighted. After the Moon People's invasion, he had considered joining forces with the Moon People to fight against Luo Fan, but he did not expect that the other party would come to him for cooperation. Yes, it is cooperation. A syringe appeared in Red Spider's palm. This is the genetic enhancement potion used by noble Moon People like us. If you are willing to cooperate, you will have the opportunity to undergo genetic enhancement. We will take back the jurisdiction of this world in the future. Starscream giggled and pointed a finger at Doflamingo. Then you are the only representative of the Moon People like us in this world. You will rule this world. In ancient times, we were able to leave people to rule this world, and now we can still make you the king of this world. It sounds tempting, but why should I believe that you will give me such a good cooperation opportunity? As long as you pledge your loyalty to us, we will naturally not be stingy with these benefits. Red Spider threw the intermediate gene enhancement potion in his hand directly to Ming. Advertisement. Don't question its authenticity. If we wanted to kill you, we would simply strangle you to death. Seeing Minga's eyes, Kancha behind Red Spider immediately sneered, full of ridicule. There was a hint of murderous intent in Doflamingo's eyes. Holding the gene enhancement potion tightly in his hand, Ming Jie looked at the people on the moon in front of him. Hey, what do you want to do? Use your status as a member of this kingdom to help us enter that large island. Xuanwu Island. Good. The Moon People have little chance of success in an open attack on Xuanwu Island. Dressrosa, under the control of Doflamingo, can use the reason of requesting asylum to obtain permission to enter Xuanwu Island. As long as they can enter Xuanwu Island, Red Spider and others can naturally proceed to the next step. All Doflamingo has to pay is an identity and a ship. You will get the opportunity to cooperate with the Moon People and the throne of the King of the World in the future. The dormant ambition swelled up at that moment. It sounds like a very good deal. I accept it. I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you. The smile on Minga's face was extremely exaggerated. I hope you are truly loyal and willing to cooperate with us. Otherwise, we will completely destroy your last bit of property. Kancha licked his tongue and sniffed Doflamingo. I am happy to help. Doflamingo lowered his head slightly, but the smile on his face was full of viciousness. Chapter 193. Reinforcement failed. On Xuanwu Island. On the marble square where Luo Fan and Yamato had their century wedding, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, red-haired Shanks, Kaido of the Beasts, Aokiji and more than a dozen other people were sitting cross-legged in various places. Everyone had their eyes closed and their faces seemed to be in some pain. Waves of blood-red mist continued to surge out of their bodies and surround them. Just like Garp at that time, everyone is undergoing the genetic enhancement process. Others craned their necks, eagerly waiting. Luo Fan sat lazily on the beach chair, sipping the coconut water held by Yamato, waiting for Whitebeard and others to finish strengthening. Next to him were Garp and Sengoku. Sengoku, you don't want such an opportunity. Garp still felt puzzled. Sengoku shook his head and just looked expectantly at Aokiji and the marine admirals in the square who had been injected with genetic enhancement potions. I'm old now. Improving my strength won't have much effect. In order to fight against the Moon People, such a precious thing must not be wasted. I feel like you are implying lousy. Garp immediately rolled his eyes at Sengoku. Don't worry, we'll have this kind of stuff again if we rob the Moon People later. Luo Fan, who was sitting on a beach chair and flirting with Yamato, held up his sunglasses with his hands and turned around and said, "Please give me one." Sengoku, who had just been lamenting that he was already an old man from the old times, immediately held Luo Fan's hands with both hands, his eyes shining, and he spoke loudly. Garp was speechless. Old man, weren't you pretending just now? This is a bit shameless. Bang. Before Garp and Sengoku could have a good exchange of words, surges of air pressure suddenly erupted in the square and rose into the sky one after another. Success. Luo Fan stood up from the beach chair. Whitebeard and the red-haired guys who were sitting on the marble all stood up. Advertisement. The blood-red cyclone continued to gather into their bodies, and waves of breath continued to rise. After a long sigh, several people opened their eyes and looked at their hands in ecstasy. This feeling is really good. Whitebeard sighed. Originally, after regaining his youth, Whitebeard's physique remained at its peak. Now, after being injected with the intermediate gene enhancement potion, he felt as if there was a volcano in his body, constantly active and bursting out power. I feel like my control over my powers has improved. Shanks raised his finger slightly, and a ray of sword energy shot out gently. Boom. There was a loud bang. A vertical line was drawn directly in the marble on the ground, as if it were paper. Kaido, who was embarrassed by the laughter of the crowd, stood up aggressively just a second ago, but sat back on the ground weakly, gasping for breath. After hearing Luo Fan's words, Kaido felt like crying but had no tears. At this moment, Kaido, as the only non-black person, felt countless sympathetic gazes. Kaido was so angry that his teeth were itching, but he didn't even have the strength to use the thunderous 8 trigrams. A group of people immediately shook their heads. Woo. Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, was now beating his chest and crying loudly. Including Aokiji, Fujitora and Marco, those who have successfully strengthened themselves, everyone feels the changes in themselves with joy and satisfaction. Unexpectedly, the unlucky one was Kaido. Why didn't Lousy succeed? Damn it, it's so unfair. Kaido rubbed his hands obsequiously towards Luo Fan. Why the hell? Advertisement. How embarrassing. Yamato looked at his father and shook his head in disgust. Ha 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 ha. Everyone burst into laughter again. The whole square was suddenly filled with a happy atmosphere. Before they could be happy for a few seconds, a deafening wail suddenly came from the side. Whitebeard, who had always been the mortal enemy, laughed wildly nearby, causing the others around him to be unable to control themselves and join in the laughter. Quote. Originally, Luo Fan decided to give this intermediate gene enhancement potion to Yamato. No, if you fail to strengthen yourself now, you will be extremely weak for at least 24 hours. At the moment, it seems better not to give it. That's a real waste, Garp commented, smacking his lips. The side effects caused by the failed enhancement made him feel as if his body had been drained. You little brats, how dare you laugh at Lousy? The whole thing became weak. Giving you a Viagra would be about the same. This was the first time he saw a failed enhancement. Take my hit. Cough cough cough. Among the dozen or so strong men present, only Kaido's blood energy directly dissipated around his body, and the enhancement failed. After all, my wife is important and no one else will have any objections. Son-in-law, can you give me another shot? I can definitely do it next time. Seeing Kaido so angry that he was about to vomit blood, Whitebeard just burst into laughter. The people around him couldn't help laughing and tried hard to control their facial expressions. Luo Fan was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. But Kaido shamelessly stayed on Shuangwu Island and pestered Luo Fan, his cheap son-in-law, every day, so Yamato gave his share to his father. Ha 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 ha, this is really unbelievable luck. Chapter 194 Doflamingo attacks. In the kingdom of Dressroses. Boom. A burst of light red air burst out from the sky above the palace. Doflamingo, who was successfully strengthened by the intermediate gene strengthening potion, slowly opened his eyes. The blood-colored mist that permeated his surroundings was constantly being absorbed by Minga's body. An even colder aura emanated from Doflamingo. In front of Doflamingo, the Decepticons led by Starscream were looking down at him. What a pity. Kancha among the Decepticons shook his head, seeming to feel a little sorry that Doflamingo, a native, was able to be injected with genetic enhancement potion. I was originally thinking that if I failed, I could just massacre all the natives in the entire kingdom. Kancha sighed. If Doflamingo is successfully injected, then the entire Dressrosa will be loyal to the Moon People. The killing was a bit disappointing. The lives of the indigenous peoples of this entire kingdom were enough for him to play a game of cruelty and killing. Since coming into this world, the bloodthirsty killings have never seen blood. The cruelty and murderous intent in the body are constantly rising. The look in Kancha's eyes when he looked at Doflamingo was filled with not only disdain but also undisguised greed. What a wonderful feeling. Doflamingo was holding up his hands at this time, carefully feeling the changes in his body. A hot current like magma is surging in the body. Foo 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 foo. The eyes behind the sunglasses shot out 2 rays of light, and Doflamingo turned his head with a big laugh. Curling his fingers into claws, Doflamingo attacked directly at the carnage in front of him. Advertisement. 5 color strings. 5 almost transparent threads shot out directly from between Doflamingo's fingers. As Doflamingo bent his hands into claws, 5 thin silk threads as sharp as guitar strings cut through the air and grabbed towards Kancha fiercely. An ordinary person would be instantly cut by the 5 silk threads under Doflamingo's attack, or even cut into several pieces on the spot. However, facing Doflamingo's sudden attack, the eyes of the Decepticon guards were filled with more excitement. How audacious of you! With a terrible laugh, his entire right hand, along with the twisted sickle he was holding, instantly turned into fiery red magma. Buzz! The boiling magma kept dripping, making a sizzling sound. The sickle was swung in the air, and the magma and the scorching heat instantly evaporated the 5 thin threads controlled by Doflamingo. Blocking Doflamingo's 5 color strings, Kanma swung his left hand sickle dripping with magma. A small dark green dagger in his right hand stabbed towards Doflamingo's throat. Doflamingo's heart trembled, and the ground beneath his feet instantly turned into a ball of white silk threads. Doflamingo gently pulled it, and a large piece of white silk threads was lifted directly from the ground. Shield white line. A huge white line surged up from the ground, directly blocking the dagger of Kancha and Doflamingo. After lying dormant for many years, Doflamingo has already developed the string fruit to the level of awakening, and can easily influence the things around him and transform them into his own abilities. However, when the people on the moon saw Doflamingo manipulating the white line to resist, they did not show any surprise on their faces. Think of previous events. And now killing half of the elemental magma body. Doflamingo understood instantly. The white thread was directly burned into a big hole by the scorching heat of the magma. The killing wings vibrated, and his figure instantly passed through the line set by Doflamingo and rushed straight over. Bullet string. Advertisement. Doflamingo pointed his index finger at Carnage, and transparent threads shot out like machine gun bullets, but after coming into contact with Carnage's elemental magma arm, they were all burned and evaporated. Doflamingo simply spread his hands. Foo 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 foo. Doflamingo grinned, his expression meaningful. With murderous intent, he killed Doflamingo with the sickle in his hand wrapped in magma, directly slashing at the top of Doflamingo's head. The next moment, stop it. Red Spider's scolding, along with his powerful pressure, caused the surrounding buildings to tremble continuously. The downward slashing sickle came to an abrupt stop. Doflamingo smiled and looked up, seeming to be able to feel the stinging pain from the high temperature of the magma burning his skin. Killing him will delay the mission assigned to us by the leader. Do you want to be dismembered and thrown into a pool of blood? Starscream said coldly. HMPH. Kancha's face turned somewhat ugly. With a grim look at Doflamingo who had provoked him, Kancha retracted his weapon and cancelled the elementalization of his arm. Native, I've got it. Kancha looked at Brother Ming. Doflamingo grinned. In such a short fight, Doflamingo did not reveal too much of his abilities and strengths, and at the same time he also found out the gap between himself and his opponent. His goal has been achieved. I hope that what just happened will not affect our transactions and cooperation. After all, I don't want to suffer for no reason. Then let's arrange the boat. Cluck cluck. Red Spider covered her mouth with her delicate hands and let out a sweet laugh. I'm willing to serve you. Foo foo foo. Chapter 195. Storm and Plague. Soon, under Doflamingo's arrangement, the fleet of the Kingdom of Dressrosas gathered at the port, ready to set off for Schwangu Island at any time. Doflamingo's subordinates do not know that the Moon people have come to Dressrosa and have already reached a deal with Mingo. Therefore, everyone was puzzled as to Doflamingo's sudden arrangement of the fleet to go to Schwangu Island to seek asylum. What kind of joke is this? We are the underworld. The forces of Luo Fan and Schwangu Island are the positive forces that overturned the rule of celestial dragons. There was originally no intersection between the two sides. Now they are going to Schwangu Island to join the gang. Several cadres couldn't understand why. However, no one dared to ask Doflamingo what he really thought. Dressrosa's fleet quickly sailed towards the sea where Schwangu Island was located. Nobody knows. At this time, 6 moon people were hiding in the luxurious ship that Doflamingo was riding on. Soon, Dressrosa's fleet crossed the waterway and arrived at the sea area where Schwangu Island was located. Due to the frequent conflicts and attacks between Alpha and Betas, many forces chose to seek refuge on Schwangu Island. Even some less famous pirate groups or adventure groups docked their ships at the port of Schwangu Island. Doflamingo's fleet quickly attracted everyone's attention. Everyone was a little surprised to see the flag symbols displayed on Minga's ship. Isn't that the ship of the former Shichibukai Doflamingo? Why did he come to Schwangu Island instead of staying in Dressrosa? Well, he's probably worried about being targeted by the Moon people, just like us. Advertisement. That makes sense. Everyone was talking about it. Dressrosa's fleet slowly sailed into the port of Schwangu Island under the watchful eyes of everyone. With the name of Dressrosa, the fleet was qualified to dock at the port and enter Schwangu Island after a simple inspection. On the deck, Doflamingo, watching the port turn on the green light to indicate that the fleet could pass, had a grin that almost reached his ears. Boohoo, 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 the plan was successful. We're coming in. Doflamingo took out a Den Den Mushi from her pink feather coat and sent a message to the other end. But Starscream and the others are also Decepticons, and they all understand that Shockwave, as the fourth in command, will not be easily defeated by a group of natives. If the system hadn't issued a task reminder, I'm afraid we would still be unaware of it. Luo Fan's brows suddenly raised. Inside the cabin, Starscream and the others who were waiting quietly heard the voice coming from Den Den Mushi, and the six paths stood up in unison. Perhaps, the natives of this world have used some ability to temporarily trap him and block all information. The fleet sailed safely into Xuanwu Island, and six paths jumped out of the cabin and disappeared in an instant. Luo Fan, with a smile on his face, suddenly heard a system prompt in his mind. Just as planned, the whole world is now on guard against the Moon People, but Luo Fan was surprised that they could find a way to sneak into Xuanwu Island. Then can I enjoy the others as much as I want? Decepticon invasion close corner bracket. Decepticons have infiltrated Xuanwu Island. Host, please expel and capture the invading enemies immediately. Bulu Bulu, Bulu Bulu. Yes, sir. Alpha and Betas nodded. Advertisement. Wow, he actually sneaked in. S++ level mission issued. Brothers, FK it. As for the two of you, search the island for any signs of shockwave. Ding dong. At the same time, everyone who was performing the genetic enhancement ceremony in the marble square was laughing because Kaido's enhancement failed. Shockwave mysteriously disappeared from this world, and even Plague's soul perception ability couldn't find Shockwave. Raising the Den Den Mushi again, Doflamingo slowly spoke to the executives over there. Get to work. I know. Kancha licked his lips and sneered. I guess the people on the moon now think that Luo Fan and others don't know they have sneaked in. Go ahead, order all ships to open fire indiscriminately on the entire port. If the expulsion mission is successful, the host will receive plus 1 billion shock value, plus 1200 reverence value, and plus 10 mall lucky draw opportunities. If a Decepticon is captured successfully, the host will receive an additional advanced gene enhancement potion plus 1 and a random epic skill plus 1. The capture reward increases with the number of people captured. Our priority is to capture the native named Luo Fan and bring him to the leader. You didn't expect it. I have a cheat, he. Luo Fan snorted and then looked at Whitebeard and others. Starscream turned and looked at the other three Decepticons. Roger that, Cyclonus and Plague replied in muffled voices. Hey, make a bigger and bigger noise. It's up to you. Just don't delay the completion of the mission, otherwise the leader won't let you go. Feeling several breaths disappear, Doflamingo, who was standing on the bow of the boat in pointed leather shoes, chuckled. Chapter 196 Invasion. After confirmation by Doflamingo, the Decepticons had successfully crossed the defense shield of Xuanwu Island and flapped their wings to fly out of the cabin. People around the port heard the whistling sound and looked up. Suddenly, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. That's the Moon Man. How come they are on the island? Run away. The entire port was in chaos in an instant, and panicked people kept turning their heads and running towards the island. I feel a powerful breath of life. Among the four invading Decepticons, Plague closed his eyes and felt carefully, then locked onto the most powerful soul fluctuation on Xuanwu Island. Among the Decepticons, only Plague possesses this type of reconnaissance and sensing capabilities. The activity of trillions of cells in Luo Fan's body is like a erupting volcano. In the perception of the Plague, it is extremely eye-catching. That Luo Fan is over here. Plague raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the marble square. Alpha, Betas, take half of the cyborg soldiers with you to support us and the hostages at any time. As for the remaining soldiers, have them follow Doflamingo and his group and attack this island. Starscream gave the order decisively. Four figures immediately flapped their wings behind them, stirring up a turbulence and flew towards the marble square. Behind them, Dressrosa's fleet, stationed in the port of Xuanwu Island, had already pointed its guns at the port. Bang bang bang. Advertisement. There was continuous sound of artillery fire. The black shells fell directly on the port and surrounding ships, causing explosions and flames to shoot into the sky. Doflamingo ordered his officers to have the entire fleet attack all forces indiscriminately. The other ships that were bombarded were immediately severely damaged, and countless people screamed and cried, and there was no time to organize a firepower counterattack. Damn it, who dares to attack us on Xuanwu Island? Isn't that Dressrosa's fleet? Why is he attacking everyone? Retreat quickly. Retreat quickly. Countless people looked at Dressrosa's ship in horror and anger, not understanding why Doflamingo would open fire on Xuanwu Island for no reason. Since the port area is already within the territory of Xuanwu Island, the defense shield on Xuanwu Island cannot stop Dressrosa's attack. Other ships docked in the port were sunk by intensive artillery fire before they even had time to evacuate. When everyone saw dozens of transformed moon soldiers with wings behind them flying out from the deck of Dressrosa's fleet and launching an attack on Xuanwu Island. Only then did everyone realize a horrible fact. Dressrosa joined the Moon People. The entire port was in chaos. After being injected with the ability factors of lava fruit and sparkling fruit, this group of transformed moon soldiers have long since turned into magma men and sparkling men. Countless small magma balls and slender laser beams shot out from the hands of this group of transformed soldiers, continuously bombarding the entire port and the people of Xuanwu Island. Although the power is not as strong as the former Marine Admiral Akainu Kizaru, the modified soldiers are mass-produced models, and the attacks of countless magma and laser beams immediately caused a large explosion. Xuanwu possesses the awakened ability of Holy Soil, so the artillery fire of the Dressrosa fleet and the attacks of the transformed soldiers cannot destroy any grass or tree on Xuanwu Island. However, those caught in the port area's artillery fire were not so lucky. Advertisement. Looking at the heavy casualties, Doflamingo on the boat smiled almost from ear to ear. Foo 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 foo. The attack plan against Xuanwu Island is being carried out step by step. Bang! A deafening explosion suddenly sounded. In the fleet, a ship that was firing passionately seemed to be crushed in the blink of an eye. In the explosion, the ship was crushed and shattered, and sank directly to the bottom of the sea. Ice Age. Then there was another angry shout, and a trembling cold atmosphere instantly spread around. The cold air spread instantly, freezing the sea around the port. Dressrosa's ship was directly frozen by the ice. The entire sea surface was directly frozen into ice. Several huge ice cones pierced out from the ice one after another, piercing Dressrosa's ship and lifting it into the air. Boom! Several of the ice spikes pierced directly through the deck under Doflamingo's feet, smashing the main ship Doflamingo was sitting on into pieces. Doflamingo sensed the danger and transformed the deck under his feet into white silk threads in advance. The thick lines blocked the charge of the ice cone. Doflamingo's figure floated down onto the ice, his pink feather coat fluttering. He raised his head slightly and saw the figures in front of him through his sunglasses. Marine Marshal Aokiji, Admiral Fujitora, Chaton, Momosugi. Doflamingo looked a little surprised as he looked at the four marine generals who tried to block him. Foo 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 foo, I never thought I could meet you here. Chapter 197 Freeze Everything. Don Quixote Doflamingo, Aokiji, who froze the entire sea surface with his move, had a sullen look on his face. You are rebelling. The moon people invaded Xuanwu Island. Dressrosa's ships then attacked the port. Aokiji would not believe that there was no deal between the two parties, even if Sengoku was beaten to death. However, Dressrosa's act of surrendering to the moon people undoubtedly shocked the entire world government. At this critical juncture, there is no guarantee that other forces will not be unable to withstand the pressure and choose to join the moon people following Dressrosa. This must never be allowed to happen. Take him down. Aokiji took action without hesitation. Following closely behind were three marine admirals including Fujitora. Foo 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 foo, come on. Doflamingo had a ferocious expression, with his fingers slightly bent, manipulating countless white threads to attack the marines. String fruit is launched. After being injected with the intermediate gene enhancement potion given by Starscream, Doflamingo's strength increased greatly, and his ability to manipulate the fruit was taken to a higher level. However, Aokiji and others in front of him had also just finished the gene enhancement potion given by Luo Fan. The ice spikes collided with the lines, and both sides instantly felt a powerful force rushing towards them. This guy has gotten stronger. Aokiji and Doflamingo both gave their own assessments of each other's abilities in their minds. Two newly promoted admirals, Chaton and Momosugi, pounced on the transformed soldiers who were constantly attacking the port of Xuanwu Island. Lava splashes. Laser light is shining everywhere. Looking at the two devil fruits that belonged to his former colleagues, now in the hands of the moon people, they have become the core for mass production of magma ability users and flash ability users. Advertisement. The Marines all felt very uncomfortable. Boom boom boom. A sharp sound of breaking through the air came from above his head. Fujitora directly used the power of the gravity fruit to grab a huge meteorite from outside the atmosphere. The meteorite made a sharp sound as it passed through the atmosphere, and fell towards the ice surface burning fiercely. The gravity knife pointed at Doflamingo, and the huge gravity immediately pressed Doflamingo so hard that he groaned. Aokiji in front of him raised his long legs, attached a pitch-black armament hockey, and kicked towards Ming-Jae. Ming-Jae crossed his arms and waved them, and the silk thread in his hands collided with Aokiji's long legs, making a clinking sound. Countless thick white threads shot up into the sky from under Doflamingo's feet and crashed into the falling meteorite. The roar of the explosion shook the entire frozen sea surface. The meteorite that hit fiercely in midair was directly cut into pieces by the lines, turning into various tiny meteorite pieces, which roared down with tail flames. The entire port seemed like a world of ice and fire. However, the various horrific explosions caused by the battle between several powerful men could never leave the slightest trace on the calm and composed Xuanwu. And on the other side, HMPH, if you have the guts, have a fight with Lousy. Red Spider looked at Luo Fan and licked his flaming red lips with the tip of his tongue. What an interesting group of ants. I didn't expect that this native planet could actually produce so many powerful natives. Whitebeard walked out with his tall body, holding a broadsword in his hand, full of fighting spirit. He gave it to me. Luo Fan, Whitebeard and other powerful people from the pirates' world were looking at the four moon people who appeared in the air from afar. Damn, good-looking people are popular. Kill us. Come on and try. Such cold and vicious words immediately made the expressions of the strong men behind Luo Fan become solemn. Leading the group was none other than Starscream, dressed in sexy red armor. Jealousy is overwhelming. Advertisement. Red Spider smiled lightly, covering his red lips with his delicate hands, his fiery red nails looking as dangerous as sharp claws. On the marble square, the collision of the two forces finally overwhelmed them and caused an explosion. Murder, pestilence, and hurricane, they are yours. Feeling the oppression in the air, the four Decepticons also released their own pressure. Boom. The terrifying hockey pressure turned into a substantial cyclone that rolled into the air. Yamato was looking at Red Spider's charming and enchanting figure, as well as her passionate eyes looking at Luo Fan, and her whole body was in a state of low pressure. The look in his eyes when he looked at Luo Fan was filled with desire and viciousness. Several strong men with Conqueror's Haki immediately opened fire. The wings create a strong wind. For a moment, the entire space was squeezed and creaked, as if it was about to explode at any time. Whitebeard, Garp and others looked at Luo Fan with strange expressions. The shock wave rushed out from the air in all directions. Luo Fan raised his eyebrows slightly, looked at Red Spider and the others and spoke. Starscream inquired with a sincere look on his face. It seems you are Luo Fan, haha. Oh, distinguished guests, so many people came at once. No way, Lousy has regained his youth, but he is still not as handsome as brother Luo Fan. Following Whitebeard, Shanks Sengoku, Garp and others released their auras. Whitebeard muttered, do you want to come with me, or do you want us to kill all the natives on the island and take you away personally? Except for Starscream, who had a charming smile on his face, the other three Decepticons behind him all had indifference on their faces. Chapter 198, Snatch. The Decepticons, led by Starscream, immediately pounced on Luo Fan, Whitebeard and others. A fiery red whirlwind appeared in an instant. In front of Luo Fan, the Red Spider's gorgeous face appeared. A light laugh floated into Luo Fan's ears. Bang. The surrounding air was instantly dyed a light red color visible to the naked eye, and a mist directly enveloped Luo Fan and Red Spider. Luo Fan instantly cast the golden light spell, and the moment the protective golden light came into contact with the mist, it immediately made a sizzling sound. Hee, I really can't underestimate you. Red Spider held a slender spiked weapon in each hand, and stabbed at Luo Fan's chest ruthlessly like a bee sting. As the second strongest man in the Decepticon Guard Corps under the leader, Starscream's ability is to create blood-red poisonous mist that can easily corrode any object. The victim died instantly. This is also the reason why Canslayer, who is also a Decepticon, covets Red Spider's body but does not dare to act rashly. The blood-colored poisonous fog continued to corrode the protective golden light around Luo Fan, and actually continued to devour the golden light. After a while, it is estimated that it will directly penetrate the golden light spell and corrode Luo Fan's skin. Stop talking nonsense, take my sword first. The dragon-slaying sword in his hand made a dragon-roaring sound, and Luo Fan gripped the hilt tightly and swung his arm. Buzz buzz buzz. The humming sound of the blade continuously vibrated the surrounding space, directly dispersing the blood-colored poisonous fog that surrounded Luo Fan. The sword energy penetrated and went away. The fierce and domineering aura immediately changed Red Spider's expression. He flapped his wings and retreated, avoiding the blade of Luo Fan's dragon-slaying sword. Advertisement. Don't think I won't cut you just because you're a woman. Luo Fan held up the dragon-slaying sword and hooked his finger. Seeing Luo Fan's provocation, Red Spider was not angry. The spikes on his hands danced like butterflies among flowers, and then he rushed towards Luo Fan again. The spikes and the dragon-slaying sword collided dozens of times in the air. On the other side, the three Decepticons, Carnage, Cyclonus and Plague, were also fighting with Whitebeard and other strong men. As a top warrior among the Decepticons, the killing of 3 people moved the powerful people in the pirates' world, such as Whitebeard. Gulala, it feels so good. Whitebeard Edward Newgate raised his head and howled, and the cloud-cutting sword in his hand kept fighting against the raging long sword. The shock fruit ability was activated, creating a bunch of cracks around the 3 Decepticons, but the shockwaves of the explosion were blocked by Cyclonus alone. These birdmen are so fierce. How many doses did you take, one by one? Sengoku gritted his teeth and transformed into a golden Buddha, continuously launching shockwaves. In the battle at the World Government Headquarters, Marine was severely injured by shockwave. Now Sengoku and other strong men of the world government seemed to want to vent this shame and hatred by killing the 3 moon people. There were only 3 Decepticons, but they were able to fight against several admiral-level kings and not be defeated. The strength of the moon people shocked everyone. If Luo Fan hadn't injected everyone with intermediate gene enhancement potion in advance, it would have slightly improved everyone's strength. I'm afraid it will be more difficult to deal with these moon warriors now. Be careful, Dad. In the field, Carnage was like a lurking lion majesty who suddenly appeared behind Whitebeard's tall body, and the curved dagger in his hand directly climbed up to Whitebeard's neck. Marco transformed into a phoenix and roared, directly knocking away the killer who was about to slit Whitebeard's throat. Marco's arms turned into blue phoenix wings, flapped their wings and flew up, with armament hockey attached to their legs, and kicked Kansha. The dagger in the killer's hand also left a cut on Marco's chest. Advertisement. The two separated immediately, and Sengoku, who had transformed into a golden Buddha, raised his huge palm to suppress the killing. Seeing this, Cyclonus and Plague tried to block Sengoku's palm. Leave. Shank's eyes suddenly widened, and an unparalleled powerful aura instantly surged from under his feet. Conqueror's Haki completely covered the Decepticons' heads, and the huge sense of oppression in an instant made Cyclonus and Plague unable to move. The famous sword Griffin is unsheathed. The sword energy was everywhere, and Shanks' slash directly pierced through the sky. Just when everyone thought Shanks' slash would hit both of them. Sudden. Clang. A golden light suddenly appeared, and the bodies of Cyclone and Plague glowed with dazzling light. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the two of them transformed directly into elements and avoided Shanks' sword unscathed. Sparkling fruit. How is it possible that two people possess this ability at the same time? Everyone was in disbelief as they watched the two moon people transform their bodies into elements and turn into laser beams to dodge the attacks. It is a fact that the sparkling fruit was taken away by the moon people. But how could two people possess the power of the same devil fruit? He, this is what you are capable of. Kancha also laughed disdainfully. Half of his body turned into boiling red magma, and his huge fist was like a magma ball, smashing directly at the huge Sengoku. Sengoku gritted his teeth in hatred as he watched the devil fruit of his two admirals reappear on the enemy. A-hole. Chapter 199 Kaido lost a fortune. Several Decepticons suddenly revealed the abilities of lava fruit and sparkling fruit, catching Whitebeard and other strong men off guard. Seeing this, Alpha and Betas, who were not directly involved in the battle, decisively ordered other modified soldiers to take action. At the same time, mass-produced Flashman and Magmamon soldiers also rushed into the battlefield, causing even greater chaos. Boom boom boom. Bang. Explosions rang out everywhere, and everyone present was engaged in a fight. Damn it, if Lousy hadn't had that injection, he wouldn't even have a chance to fight now. Kaido looked at Shanks and others who were fighting with the moon people with an indignant look on his face. Due to the side effects of a failed injection of the intermediate gene enhancement potion, Kaido is now too weak to even have the strength to swing his mace. At the beginning of the battle, Yamato grabbed him and ran away. Such a shame is unprecedented. As one of the four emperors, Kaido felt ashamed. It's over, it's over. After this battle, Lousy's reputation will probably be ruined. Kaido screamed in anger when he thought of the mocking faces of Whitebeard and the others. At this moment, a golden laser light shot over. Yamato kicked Kaido, who was still cursing, away, but the laser beam still missed and hit Kaido's butt, causing Kaido to grimace in pain. Ignoring Kaido's injuries, Yamato immediately jumped up and dealt with the Moon Man transformed soldiers who were attacking from all directions. The spikes that were stabbing at his lower body were blocked by Luo Fan's dragon-slaying sword. Luo Fan dodged Red Spider's heel, which was as sharp as a blade, by leaning sideways, and then used the knife to repel Red Spider. The diffuse blood-red mist was fanned by the Red Spider's wings and rushed towards Luo Fan. Bang. Advertisement. The scorching heat hit me in an instant. The thick blood-colored poisonous fog directly turned into rolling magma rain, surrounding Luo Fan. Luo Fan, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, raised his eyebrows slightly and opened his left hand in the air. The inky black armament hockey instantly turned outward. The black sphere directly wrapped Luo Fan up, blocking the lava rain. The sphere condensed by armament hockey suddenly expanded, like a giant umbrella hanging above Luo Fan's head, and then turned into a giant hand. Go, Pikachu. His abilities are very strange. The armor is not the same as the last time we fought him. All of a sudden, countless lava rains and laser beams exploded in the direction where Luo Fan was. Also, wearing majestic heavy armor, Luo Fan was directly bathed in the Moon People's bombardment. He raised his head and slightly spread his hands towards Starscream and the others. Come on, you are so weak. Luo Fan said. Several Moon People were speechless. The terrifying oppressive aura swept the turbulent flow and rolled down to the earth. This guy is really tricky. Red Spider frowned. A cold and dark aura suddenly surged into everyone's heart. Starscream's pupils constricted, and he only had time to transform half of his body elements into magma before he was hit by Armament Hockey's condensed fist. Wow, what kind of move is this? Garp and others were stunned when they saw the Armament Hockey released from Luo Fan's head. The Red Spider flew hundreds of meters before it flapped its wings to stop the impact. Why does it feel like the other party is fully prepared? Advertisement. Conqueror's Hockey opened at the same time, and Starscream, who was locked by Luo Fan, felt his whole body become extremely stiff. I just want to ask how to break the innate armor with defense plus 999999999. At this time, Luo Fan, wearing the Schwantian armor, can enjoy Xuanwu's terrifying heaven-defying defensive attributes as long as he stands on Xuanwu Island. Puff. Red Spider sprayed out a light blue blood mist and was hit by a fist and flew backwards. Luo Fan, wearing Schwantian armor, twisted his neck left and right, making crackling sounds, and then stomped on the ground a few times. A huge black fist as big as a mountain smashed down towards Red Spider's sexy body. Behind them were Alpha and Betas leading the cyborg soldiers. Luo Fan opened his hands in the air and clenched them tightly, and a wave of gathered energy exploded instantly. The two forces stared at each other from a distance, with an intimidating look on their faces. At this moment, Luo Fan was facing the already surprised Red Spider and the other Moon People including Kancha, and he felt secretly happy in his heart. Earth-shaking explosions occurred one after another. Seeing Red Spider being injured, the other Moon People were shocked and decisively directed their primary target of attack at Luo Fan. The giant hand condensed by Armament Hockey was also clenched into a fist and swung forward with Luo Fan. Compared with the silver-white armor with amazing speed before, the heavy armor on Luo Fan at this time was obviously for defense. Alpha recognized that the Schwantian armor that Luo Fan was wearing at this time was not the Berry Tiger armor that he wore in the White Tiger form before. The four Decepticons flapped their wings behind them and flew high into the sky, reuniting. I couldn't help but let out a long roar to the sky. It was obvious that our side had launched a surprise attack. Why don't you continue? If you don't do it, then I will. However, in such intensive and terrifying bombing, a light red figure seemed to be strolling in the garden and walked out directly in the explosion. Chapter 200. The contest begins. The sun is rising in the sky. However, people on both sides who were in the fierce battle suddenly felt a chill on their backs. A chilling breath from the depths of the netherworld silently penetrated into the hearts of Red Spider and the others. Call. A chilly wind stinging the skin blew violently towards me. In an instant, the 4 Decepticons who gathered together immediately raised their heads and swung their weapons at the same time, warning of the danger signals in their hearts. The huge double-edged axe that was chopped down with all its might from the sky was blocked by the weapons in the hands of Red Spider and others. The terrifying impact force directly pushed the 4 defenseless Red Spiders straight down. The airflow visible to the naked eye directly created a circle of ripples. Looking at the familiar double-edged axe. Then he looked at the figure who attacked him. The 4 Decepticons were stunned, their faces full of disbelief. Starscream screamed, "Shockwave, what are you doing? Are you crazy?" Shockwave, who had failed in his surprise attack on 4 people under Luo Fan's will, had an expressionless face. He retracted his double-edged axe and flapped his wings to fly backwards. All the moon people, including Alpha, Betas and other modified soldiers, had shocked expressions as if they saw, "What the hell? Why on earth? Why would Lord Shockwave, the 4th-ranking Decepticon, attack his own people?" Seeing Shockwave retreating back to Luo Fan without saying a word, the people on the moon were extremely shocked. "What did you do?" Kwang Biao asked Luo Fan harshly. The usually nervous Kancha also looked strange at this moment, and kept looking at Shockwave. "I can't sense his soul fluctuations at all. What's going on?" Advertisement. Plague frowned. His ability was completely unable to sense the life fluctuations of Shockwave in front of him. "It's just like a corpse. How's it going?" "Not bad, right?" Luo Fan, wearing Schwantian armor, showed a handsome face with a bright smile. "Your colleagues were simply influenced by me and turned from evil to good. How about it? Do you want to consider investing in my account like him? I will guarantee you full benefits and even pay your social security." "Bullshit. How dare a bunch of natives with trash blood have such wishful thinking?" "Shockwave, what do you think?" Luo Fan squinted his eyes and spoke softly. Shockwave, with his towering body, knelt on one knee and bowed his head in submission to Luo Fan. "The master's will is my will. Shockwave, how dare you betray your race and your leader? Traitors must die." Seeing that Shockwave, a member of the Decepticons, actually surrendered to Luo Fan in front of everyone, Starscream, Kancha and others became instantly angry. As noble moon people, they actually knelt down and surrendered to the dirty natives. Shame. No wonder you disappeared without completing your mission. At this moment, Red Spider's sexy and charming face was covered with frost. Looking at Shockwave and Luo Fan's expressions, they were extremely cold. "Your betrayal of the race is an unforgivable crime. I will report you to the leader and make your life a living hell. Kill them, capture the target and the traitor and report back. Kill without mercy." At Red Spider's command, all the moon warriors took action. As Shockwave knelt down and surrendered to Luo Fan on the spot, all the moon people present felt as if they were slapped in the face, with burning sensation on their faces. Shame, anger and murderous intent filled the hearts of all the moon people. Advertisement. The 4 Decepticons attacked Shockwave first, apparently changing their primary goal from capturing Luo Fan to dealing with the traitor. Luo Fan's mind moved, and Shockwave immediately swung the double-edged axe in his hand, pointing the knife at his former colleague with an expressionless face. The 5 Decepticons collided violently. Shockwave was transformed into Luo Fan's slave using Shinigami summoning. Although he has lost his soul and will, his fighting instinct and strength have not declined at all. A laser cannon and a huge double-edged axe. Fearless and unafraid of death. Golden lasers kept flying. Lava splashes. Hockey crash. The entire sky was filled with sonic booms and crash sounds. Alpha and Betas led a group of cyborg warriors to fight against powerful warriors such as Whitebeard. The moon people thought that they could successfully launch an attack by breaking through the terrifying protective shield of Xuanwu Island and sneaking into the island. I realized it at this moment. This operation is extremely difficult. The natives of this planet are much stronger than they imagined. Strong men led by Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Shanks, Sengoku Garp and other forces overwhelmed all the moon people like a tide. The leading few who had just successfully strengthened themselves were even more aggressive and chased after Alpha Betas and his 2 companions. All kinds of weird and powerful abilities emerge one after another. And those moon warriors who had just been successfully transformed by injecting ability factors were also surrounded by the crowd. Some of the moon warriors who didn't have time to fly up to avoid the attack were attacked on the spot and were killed directly by Captain Ace and others. "Damn it. Come down to us if you dare." The people on the island pointed their knives at the moon man in the sky and cursed at him. "Damn it. Fly up if you dare." Chapter 201. Fierce Battle on Marine. At the port, Doflamingo is fighting fiercely with Marine led by Aokiji. When other forces in the sea were attacked by Doflamingo's ship and learned that the moon people had invaded Xuanwu Island, they began to fire back for their own safety. Soon, Dressrosa's fleet was completely destroyed by the attacks of Marine and other forces. At this time, the only people following Doflamingo were his few loyal cadres. In front of him, Aokiji stepped on an icicle. Behind him, 3 marine admirals, Fujitora, Chaton, and Momoshiki, stood separately. The 4 men stared at Doflamingo and the others with murderous intent. The frozen sea surface has become unrecognizable due to the fierce fighting between the two sides. Doflamingo was standing in midair on a transparent silk thread, holding up his sunglasses with his hands, with a smile on his face. Hey, are you sure you want to keep fighting? Those moon people are probably killing people all over the island right now. Do you want to stay and impel down? How dare you join the moon people? Aokiji was very angry. No, this is just cooperation, just a transaction. Doflamingo shook his head and spread his hands. White threads flowed out from the tips of his 10 fingers. As Doflamingo manipulated them, the threads condensed into a figure and transformed into Doflamingo's face. The Doflamingo, made of silk threads, instantly rushed towards Aokiji and his companions. The ice layer stood up out of nowhere, blocking the piercing of countless silk threads. Aokiji blew a breath of cold air forward. In an instant, icicles popped up like mushrooms after a spring rain, with their sharp tips all pointing towards Doflamingo. The legs of Ming-Jie, condensed from silk threads, were frozen by the ice and he could not move. Fujitora swung the staff knife in his hand, and a flash of cold light instantly cut off Ming-Jie's head. Advertisement. Before the bodies were separated, Minga's body once again turned into a mass of surging lines, which suddenly opened up in an attempt to wrap Fujitora inside. Ming-Jie raised his right index finger and little finger and moved them slightly. The lines under Ming-Jie's control immediately turned into a ball of thread, wrapping Fujitora's entire body inside. Seeing this, Chaton and Momoshiki were about to destroy the ball of string that wrapped Fujitora, but the next second they had to avoid the ground under their feet that was transformed into lines. Aokiji did not rescue Fujitora, who was wrapped in the ball of thread. His hands were covered with frost and he threw thin ice spears at Doflamingo. A huge gravity enveloped the entire space at the same time. The silk thread in Minga's hand broke with a sound. Under the pressure of dozens of times gravity, his legs covered with armament hockey firmly resisted the pressure of gravity. The ice spears that were shot out were tightly entangled by the silk threads and could not move forward at all. Boom! The huge ball of thread that originally wrapped Fujitora exploded directly. Sword lights continued to shoot out from the ball of thread. All the lines were cut into pieces by the sword storm. Fujitora stepped out from it. The tightly closed eyes opened slightly, revealing the unnatural whites of the eyes. The raised staff sword drew a circle in the air, and the higher gravity accumulated layer by layer, directly pressing a dent into the ground under Doflamingo's feet. The spreading ice covered it in due time. The other 2 marine admirals slashed with their swords, hitting Doflamingo in the chest. Although he was protected by armament hockey, Doflamingo was still hit by the combined attack of marine and was forced to retreat violently. Several marine generals were about to pursue the victory, but they saw Doflamingo's finger joints moving as if he was controlling a puppet. Several lunar transformed warriors around were immediately controlled by Minga's thread and stood between the two sides. Laser light flashes. Several transformed warriors who were injected with the sparkling fruit ability factor attacked in panic, shooting laser beams at Aokiji and his companions. After being dodged, they, under the control of Doflamingo, flapped their wings and swooped down on Marine, holding lightsabers condensed from laser light. Advertisement. The sword energy is everywhere. Ice spikes shoot out. Doflamingo, who used the body of the modified soldier to block the attacks of Aokiji and others, got a chance to catch his breath. Why are these guys so slow? Doflamingo secretly cursed the moon people for being scumbags. The condition of the deal was to assist the moon people in entering the Xuanwu Island and create chaos. But Red Spider and his men have not returned yet, and it is obvious that the operation to capture Luo Fan has failed. Not only that, Doflamingo's side was also entangled by Marine at this time. It is obvious that the world government is aware of its own ambitions. This time Ming has completely turned into a werewolf. Bang! Suddenly there was an explosion in the air. Doflamingo looked up and his pupils shrank. I saw 5 figures constantly colliding and flying towards this side from a distance. Behind the 5 bodies, there are white wings. They are Shockwave, Starscream and the other 5 Decepticons. What's going on? Brother Ming looked surprised when he saw Red Spider and the others. Isn't it about arresting Luo Fan? Why are you guys fighting among yourselves? I thought so. It turns out that it was you who helped them sneak in. A faint voice came from behind Brother Ming. Ming, who was completely unaware, had his hair standing on end. Chapter 202 Evolved Doflamingo. Until I heard a voice behind me. Observation Hockey's warning belatedly shook Doflamingo's heart. Doflamingo, with goosebumps all over his body, didn't even turn his head and his momentum surged instantly. Countless white threads flew out from behind Doflamingo, like a pair of giant wings flapping behind itself. Bang! The surging white lines hit an invisible barrier with great momentum, making it difficult to move forward even a single step. Taking advantage of this time, Doflamingo shot forward a distance. Only then did Ming-Jie look back with lingering fear. Hockey turned into a barrier that blocked all the surging white lines in front of him, and Luo Fan, wearing white tiger armor, flapped his wings and hovered. In the visor that covered the entire face, a pair of dark blue tiger eyes were bright and stared straight at Doflamingo. It's you. Doflamingo gave a sinister smile. However, the unnatural twitching of the corners of his mouth could not conceal the deep fear in Minga's heart at this moment. You brought a bunch of birdmen and barged into my territory. If it wasn't me, could it be someone else? Luo Fan raised his head slightly. The disdainful look was like the scorching sun, burning Minga's face so painfully. Leave this man to me. You guys stop the invading soldiers first. Thank you for your help. Luo Fan spoke in a cold tone to Aokiji Fujitora and others on the island. Aokiji and several marine admirals looked at each other and nodded. Although Marine and Luo Fan had some friction in the beginning, it could even be said that the situation was a life and death struggle. However, after the decisive battle in the Holy Land of Mariajoy, the celestial dragons were destroyed, the world government was reorganized, and the Marine had a completely new look. Its relationship with Luo Fan's forces was both unfamiliar and ambiguous. Now, hearing Luo Fan personally say that he was troubling everyone, the Marines suddenly felt extremely relieved. Advertisement. It's like a couple who were separated in a Cold War, and finally the other half makes the effort to say to them, let's get back together. Marineford. Let it explode. Damn. I'll leave it to you. Aokiji led Fujitora and his men and turned to intercept the moon warriors who were wreaking havoc on the island. There were battles breaking out in many places across the island. The billowing dust rose straight into the sky. Above the sky, Doflamingo and Luo Fan, walking on the silk thread, are facing each other from a distance. Hey, after sending the others away, do you want to have a righteous duel with me? Behind the golden sunglasses, a pair of eyes revealed a sinister look. Doflamingo put his hands behind his back, his fingertips trembling quietly, and countless almost transparent silk threads had unknowingly covered his body. You are too confident. The worst that can be done to you is execution. Then let's see if you have the ability to do so. Doflamingo screamed strangely and stretched out his hands hidden behind his back. His 10 fingers moved as if controlling a puppet. In an instant, the silk threads covering the entire sky wrapped around Luo Fan like a big net. The sharp silk thread is capable of cutting steel into countless small pieces. Go to hell. The large net woven with lines was pushed in front of Luo Fan. The white tiger sky wings behind Luo Fan moved slightly, and a silver flash directly drew a lightning-like mark in the sky. The reinforced lines were directly cut off by the white tiger's sharp claws, and the big net was torn into pieces. Whispering sound. Advertisement. Doflamingo snorted in displeasure. The speed bonus of Luo Fan, who is possessed by the mythical beast White Tiger, is almost terrifying. Doflamingo just had time to catch a glimpse of Luo Fan's silhouette, and the next moment he saw the sharp claws scratching in front of his eyes. A large piece of feathers flew out of the pink feather coat, and Doflamingo narrowly avoided Luo Fan's attack. Ming Jie gathered armament hockey on his feet and kicked out, using the impact force to retreat again. Luo Fan, who has wings, completely crushes Doflamingo in terms of mobility. I really hate those guys with wings. Ming Jie complained to himself. He clapped his hands together, urging more lines to wrap around Luo Fan, and then Doflamingo's figure fell to the ground of Xuanwu Island. Luo Fan, whose face mask concealed no expression, turned into a vertical silver arrow and followed closely behind. Boom! Ming Jie dug his palms deep into the ground and swung towards Luo Fan in the air. The soft soil turned directly into white lines, like dense spikes rising into the sky. Huge lines surrounded Luo Fan from all sides. Ming Jie grinned and crossed his fingers to make a finger-catching gesture. The white lines that shot up into the sky like hollow cylinders instantly changed from hard to soft noodles, surging and entwining together, forming a ball of thread in the sky. Countless thick threads with sharp tips pierced into the ball of thread. I caught you. Brother Ming looked extremely proud. With the awakened devil fruit ability and the intermediate gene strengthening potion given by the Moon People, Doflamingo has now expanded to the extreme. As long as the Moon People suppress Luo Fan, no obstacles will be considered obstacles. With the help of the Moon Man, the world will be at your fingertips. I'm going to take the position of king of the world. Doflamingo threw back his head and laughed 3 times. The next second, the laughter stopped abruptly. Chapter 203. Killing Doflamingo. Doflamingo's laughter was silenced. The huge white ball of thread in the sky looks like a giant sea urchin at this moment. Countless white spikes popped out from the ball of thread. A suppressed atmosphere continued to pour out from the ball of thread. A few beads of sweat suddenly appeared on Doflamingo's forehead. My fingers kept shaking. He felt the person trapped in the ball of string was launching a frantic attack, and that Doflamingo, who was about to break through his control in the blink of an eye, was feeling the backlash of his ability. Turning his head to look at Starscream and others who were still fighting Shockwave in the sky, Doflamingo was so angry that veins on his head bulged. What are you guys doing? Didn't you say you were going to arrest someone? Why are you birdmen chasing after another birdman and fighting among yourselves? Doflamingo roared. Help me, he's trying to break free from my restraints. Hearing Doflamingo's annoyed voice, several Decepticons looked over. Although they were unhappy that the natives dared to give them orders, Cyclone and Plague still rushed towards the ball decisively. Capturing Luo Fan is also the mission of this operation. Stop it. Aokiji and Fujitora appeared instantly, and activated their abilities one after the other. The ground is covered with frost and gravity. The 2 Decepticons felt as if their bodies were stuck in a quagmire and they couldn't move. The icy energy transformed into ice fists, which smashed down on the heads of the two men one by one. Damn it, the Decepticons and Doflamingo said in unison. The next moment. Advertisement. The huge ball of thread wrapped around Luo Fan broke into pieces. Boom. Along with a deafening and terrifying explosion, a huge phantom smashed the ball of string, and it turned out to be a tiger head that appeared between heaven and earth. The white tiger's head had a cold gaze, filled with an unbridled aura that looked down on the world. It stared down at Doflamingo, then raised its head and let out a long howl. In the face of the powerful attribute of tearing everything apart, no matter how sharp and solid Doflamingo's white lines are, they can be easily broken through like paper. Luo Fan's figure suddenly disappeared in the tiger head. Doflamingo's face looked extremely ugly. The huge python woven with countless lines opened its bloody mouth and twisted its long and thick body to bite Luo Fan. Ah! The phantom of the white tiger once again roared, resounding through the heavens and the earth. Under the pressure of the Beast King, the sound waves turned into substantial shock waves and surged downwards. The white python twisted its body in pain and was directly swept back by the sound waves. The sun-shooting bow appeared from Luo Fan's hand. Luo Fan pulled the magic bow to its full length, and the invisible bowstring flicked lightly. 3 arrows condensed from sunlight flew out. The light arrow containing Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki flowed with strange light and cut through the void. The extremely sharp scream attracted the attention of countless people. Doflamingo gritted his teeth and stepped back, only to find that the 3 arrows were tracking him and changing direction. Doflamingo realized that he could not avoid it, and roared out with the strongest aura he had ever had in the battle. Armament Haki covered the body, and billions of white lines emerged from all directions, gathering together to form a barrier. The silk thread collides with the light arrow. A dazzling light suddenly appeared. Immediately afterwards, the barrier shook violently. 3 arrows shot in succession, reducing the silk barrier that was several meters thick to only a thin layer. Advertisement. The terrifying energy fluctuations continued to wash over the Doflamingo workbook land. The wind was blowing hard. Puff. Doflamingo, who was holding up the barrier to resist 3 arrows, lowered his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. The scarlet blood was mixed with some flesh fragments. Although he blocked Luo Fan's shot, the powerful impact still caused a surge of blood in Doflamingo's body. How is it possible? How can the gap be so big? Compared to the arrogance before the fight, Doflamingo now only felt horror in his heart. I originally thought that with my greatly increased strength, I would be able to fight Luo Fan, and at the very least I would be able to escape from the battle unscathed. But now, he was completely crushed. The lens of his left eye had been cracked by the shock, but Ming Jie didn't care about his image at this time. Because Luo Fan's figure had disappeared from his sight again. Restraining his inner shock, silk threads emerged from each of Ming Jie's hands, which continued to entwine and flow, and finally turned into Ming Jie's own appearance. The 3 Mingos turned around and ran in the direction of the Decepticons. Boss, help me, Ming sent a distress signal in the team channel. Starscream and his companions, who were fighting with Shockwave, Aokiji and others, were speechless when they saw their newly recruited younger brother running towards them in shame. What a waste. Red Spider frowned and cursed. Seeing the cold and disgusted expressions of several Decepticons, Doflamingo gritted his teeth, full of resentment. The alliance formed because of vested interests fell apart in an instant. Next second, while running away, Ming Jie felt that his body was locked by some force and became stiff instantly. A big hand pressed down from the back of the head. The terrified Doflamingo was pressed face down into the ground. Boom. Chapter 204 Destroy. Boom. A large crack appeared on the ground within a radius of 100 meters. The land suddenly sank. The smoke and dust from the explosion formed circles and rushed in all directions.
Countless people turned their heads in pain, their eardrums stinging from the roar. The shock wave swept away all the grass and trees, causing them to collapse into a circle. In the center of the depression, Luo Fan, wearing silver armor, knelt on one knee like a god descending from the sky. The wings are gently folded. Luo Fan's right hand formed into a claw, grabbing the back of Doflamingo's head and pressing his entire face deep into the ground, leaving only the part below the neck exposed. The phantom of the King of Beasts pressed the sunken and cracked ground with his right claw, swung his huge body behind Luo Fan, and scanned the entire battlefield with his domineering eyes. Immediately, the white tiger opened its bloody mouth and let out a silent roar. Everyone present seemed to be able to hear the extremely shocking roar of the beast. Hiss, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill down their spine and took a deep breath. Luo Fan raised his knees and stood up slowly. He picked up Doflamingo's broken and shaking body in his right hand and pulled it out of the ground. The once feared, heavenly Yaksha, the current ruler of Dressrosa, Doflamingo now looks extremely miserable. All the bones on my face were shattered and broken in the close contact with the earth just now, and only a few teeth are left. I don't know how much milk I need to drink before they can grow back. The sunglasses that were worn on the bridge of his nose broke and fell off, and his entire facial features were deformed and bloody. Seeing Doflamingo being carried by Luo Fan in one hand like a rag bag, Aokiji and others couldn't help but shudder. Aokiji Fujitora looked a little strange, as if he was thinking of some bad memory, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this guy is one of us now, otherwise. Advertisement I dare not think about it. After being picked up from the ground by Luo Fan, Doflamingo coughed up blood with broken teeth in pain and became listless. Under his drooping eyelids, a pair of eyes stared at Luo Fan viciously like evil spirits from the underworld. Doflamingo's throat moved, but no sound came out. Intense pain continued to surge, and Mingja's heart was filled with shock and endless resentment. His fingers trembled slightly, and countless white threads pierced out from Doflamingo's body again, wrapping around Luo Fan like a hedgehog. Facing Doflamingo's struggle and counterattack, Luo Fan did not let go of his right hand that was holding Doflamingo's hair, and slightly opened the palm of his left hand. The temperature between heaven and earth suddenly rose. The countless white silk threads that were wrapped around Luo Fan curled up directly in the high temperature and were burned away. Buzz. A faint blue lotus hanabi flame quietly floated in the palm of Luo Fan's hand. Green lotus earth core fire. Everyone who was fighting turned their heads to look at the strange flame in Luo Fan's hand. The faint flame lotus blooms in a very enchanting way. Even though they were just looking at the flames from afar, Starscream, Kancha and other Decepticons felt a great threat. After blocking the attacks of Shockwave and the Marine Generals, the 4 Decepticons retreated in unison and flew high into the sky with the help of their wings. Alpha and Betas led the remaining transformed moon soldiers to assemble and look at Luo Fan in full battle readiness. There's something strange about that flame. Red Spider frowned slightly. Why does this native have so many tricks? Kancha cursed secretly. Originally considered backward and inferior by the moon people, this indigenous planet, which was within their reach, kept popping up with unexpected changes. Especially Luo Fan. Advertisement, the endless stream of methods gave them a headache. And they had no idea what means this native used to drive Shockwave to betray the moon people. The people from the world government also saw the Lotus Hanabi flame appearing in Luo Fan's palm. Whether it was during the Marineford battle or the later battle in the Holy Land of Mariajoy, Luo Fan had used this green Lotus Earth core fire. Even Marine Admiral Akainu, who possessed the power of the lava fruit, was easily burned and seriously injured by this ball of blue Lotus Earth core fire. Think of this. The Marines couldn't help but mourn for Marineford, who was planted with a nuclear bomb. And Akainu in heaven. You are just a celestial dragon who has been removed from the list. I did not cleanse you after the decisive battle in the Holy Land of Mariajoy, and allowed the world government to keep you in the gray area. Do you think I am unwilling to touch you? The silver-white daytime tiger armor transformed into a tiger fur coat and was draped over Luo Fan's body. In the sight of Doflamingo covered in blood, Luo Fan's handsome face had a mocking smile on it. It's so dazzling. I just think that you are as small as an ant, and your inflated ambition is not enough for me to pay attention to cleaning. Luo Fan's casual words and the mocking smile on his face made Doflamingo's distorted face twitch. Hatred. Shame. Angry to the extreme. Next second. Pa. Luo Fan snapped his fingers with his left hand. A small blue lotus fire floated out. It bounced onto Doflamingo. Chapter 205 Death in Battle. The blue lotus earth core fire touched Doflamingo's body and instantly spread like a cancer. Doflamingo struggled in pain, raising his head and screaming miserably. Even though his throat was severely injured by Luo Fan smashing him to the ground, Doflamingo still screamed and howled. It can be seen how terrifying the power of the green lotus earth core fire is. Such a horrific and painful scene is horrifying. The burning flames seemed to sting his soul, causing Doflamingo's entire body to twist and twitch violently, but he was unable to break free from Luo Fan's hand. He could only allow himself to be lifted up by Luo Fan and struggled helplessly. The blue lotus earth core fire continued to burn and bloom, but Luo Fan, who was at the center of the lotus hanabi flame, could not feel any high temperature at all. Faint green lotus flowers bloomed around Luo Fan. Luo Fan just calmly watched Doflamingo being burned. In the blink of an eye, no more roars or screams could come out of Doflamingo's open mouth. Faint blue flames continuously gushed out from Doflamingo's mouth, nose and eye sockets. There is no vitality at all. Luo Fan clenched his right hand gently. The charred, shriveled corpse turned into powder and dissipated between heaven and earth. Heavenly Yaksha, Doflamingo, death. Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 268. Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 244. Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 262. Luo Fan performed a scene of burning a traitor in public, and the system prompt sounds suddenly rang one after another in his mind. Advertisement. Obviously, this action still slightly frightened the people on the moon present. Oh, what a pity, there's no reward for killing him. Luo Fan shook his head and said with some regret. The system only issued tasks related to Decepticons. There was no mission reward for Doflamingo, whether capturing or killing him. I never thought that Doflamingo Don Quixote would die in your hands. Aokiji retreated to Luo Fan's side, looked at Luo Fan with a complicated expression and said, I am helping your world government to eliminate the mastermind behind the black market. You guys can't even thank me enough. Why, do you feel sorry? Luo Fan still had the faintly rotating Azure Lotus Earth Core fire hanging in his left hand, and he raised an eyebrow at Aokiji and the others. Several Marines immediately waved their hands and shook their heads, expressing their frantic rejection. You made a deal with the moon people and betrayed your fellow citizens on your own planet. Even if you don't kill him, the world government will do its best to execute him. Thank you. Thank you. No regrets at all. Everyone turned their eyes to Luo Fan. Who knows, maybe he's sick. He secretly regarded Luo Fan as his backbone. The raid directly turned into a frontal battlefield. Whitebeard's loud voice was heard in the distance, and a huge group of people rushed over from the direction of the square. Starscream decisively issued a battle plan. As members of the Expeditionary Forces Guard Corps, Decepticons, the 4 brave and combative men are confident in their own abilities. Damn it, how did these birdmen get the abilities of 2 devil fruits? Looking at the moon soldiers in the sky who have already obtained the abilities of Sparkling Fruit and Lava Fruit, everyone on Xuanwu Island is also on high alert. I thought that since the 2 devil fruits were taken away by the moon people, at most 2 enemies with devil fruit abilities would appear. But now, this group of moon soldiers actually possess one of the abilities of Sparkling Fruit and Lava Fruit. Advertisement. Although the situation has changed, they are still fearless. If the moon people really use devil fruit to mass produce more soldiers with different abilities, then the world will basically be over. I'll show you what air supremacy is later, don't worry, I have already prepared a feast that they can't even imagine. It's the same as wholesale. Even if its power is greatly reduced, it is still a real ability. The 2 sides are on the verge of a fight. For the sake of their leader's mission, they will never give up until they achieve their goal. Brother Luo Fan, we're here, don't get entangled with others, Alpha, Betas, take your soldiers to create chaos and make it as convenient as possible for us to move. Garp complained unhappily. Luo Fan, hey, which one should I catch as a mission reward? Take advantage of the opportunity and don't forget that our mission is to capture that native. Above the sky, 4 Decepticons and the Moon Warriors they led stood in midair. The aura continues to compress. On Xuanwu Island, Luo Fan, Whitebeard, Shanks, world government and other powerful people stood and looked up, looking at the group of birdmen from afar. FKU, look at me again or I'll dig your eyes out. Aren't they just a group of birdmen with air combat capabilities? What should we do next, gentlemen? The guests have come in, so there is no reason not to greet them. The scorching and passionate gaze made Red Spider and the others feel uneasy and very unhappy. Luo Fan looked up into the sky. What's that look in this guy's eyes? Garp, Sengoku and others are on the list. Chapter 206 Shinigami Servant. What a waste. Starscream's charming eyes were filled with irritation. Several Decepticons had the same 2 words in their minds when evaluating Doflamingo. What a scam. Although the moon people originally used Doflamingo to sneak into Xuanwu Island. Nor did they expect Doflamingo's forces to be able to provide cover and delay the situation for long. However, Doflamingo, who had been injected with the intermediate gene-strengthening potion, died in Luo Fan's hands with just 2 howls, leaving no trace at all. What a waste of the genetic potion we gave him. Just a useless native. Don't forget what our mission is. HMPH. Kancha snorted coldly, with a fierce light flashing in his eyes. It seems that these natives think they can stop us with their numbers, said Kancha. On Xuanwu Island. At this moment, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, red-haired Shanks, world government and other powerful people have all stood together, surrounding Luo Fan who is holding the dragon-slaying sword. Luo Fan, wearing a white tiger fur coat, stood in front of a group of strong men, holding his head high and holding a sword, looking very majestic. The always calm and meaningful smile on Luo Fan's face made the people on the moon feel very uncomfortable. For a moment, several Decepticons had the illusion that the status of hunter and prey had been switched. This guy has very strange abilities. No wonder he is so fearless. Plague, who was more stable in character, spoke. Then leave him to me, he. Kancha took out the curved snake blade and licked it pervertedly with his tongue. Leave Shockwave to me, and you lead the remaining transformed soldiers to intercept the other natives. Red Spider commanded the deployment and the wings behind him vibrated violently. Advertisement. A bright fiery red afterimage instantly streaked across the sky. Following closely behind Red Spider, the other Moon Warriors also launched another attack on the people on Xuanwu Island. The wind is howling. Let's do a big job, little ones. Whitebeard Edward Newgate patted his chest, raised the Kurigane Kiri in his hand, and roared. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the moon soldiers swooped down from the sky and collided with the people on the island. A golden cross lightsaber formed by laser light in Starscream's hand blocked Shockwave's double-edged axe. Without that armor, he's nothing more than a berserker with brute strength. Faced with Starscream's taunts, Shockwave, already a Shinigami slave, remained unmoved. The airflow from the double-edged axe seemed to be able to cut through even steel. It's not that the Plague's sensing ability has lost its effect. Shockwave's heavy armor was turned into scrap metal by Luo Fan during the attack on the World Government headquarters. Crackling, Starscream, who was the second in command of the Decepticon guards, rushed towards Shockwave with a terrifying red mist surrounding him. Golden laser light shot out between the 2 people. Don't forget, I am the second seat, and you are the third seat. Feeling the fierce blow of the double-edged axe in Shockwave's hand, Red Spider's slender body suddenly broke down. The next moment, Red Spider's delicate hand easily caught Shockwave's punch. Starscream pressed his fingertips against Shockwave's chest. A thin laser beam instantly pierced through Shockwave's chest. Advertisement. But Starscream didn't understand how Luo Fan, a mere native, could control Shockwave's body. With high attack and low defense, it is completely at a disadvantage against the red spider that has been injected with sparkling fruit potion and has the ability to cast an all-invading poison mist. The terrifying punch, like a giant hammer, was like a cannonball, violently smashing into red spider's beautiful face. The huge fist like a casserole was clenched tightly, and the extremely black armament hockey instantly covered Shockwave's right arm. Clang! The entire upper body was almost pressed against the waist, and the straight nose tip was just barely avoiding the wide axe blade of the double-edged axe. Sparkling fruit ability is activated. The slender palm formed a sharp contrast with the huge fist. Corrosive wounds immediately spread across Shockwave's body. Only two muffled puff sounds were heard, and two shallow blood marks appeared on Shockwave's chest. Red Spider straightened her graceful body, covered her mouth with her delicate hands and giggled. Plague has the ability to sense and lock onto souls. At first, they were all shocked by Shockwave's lack of soul reaction and his betrayal, but now Starscream is very sure. The powerful hockey shock wave directly created visible circles above Schwangu Island and spread out. The poisonous fog burst out again. Boom. But it's because Shockwave is indeed dead. The attack was ineffective, and Shockwave, with an expressionless face, changed his gesture and dragged the huge double-edged axe horizontally. The weapon wrapped by hockey was constantly surrounded by lightning. The shock wave caused by the collision of forces spread far away. The double-edged axe chopped down suddenly, and the huge air turbulence cut through the surging red poisonous fog. A red afterimage kicked directly into Shockwave's chest. Under the control of the skill summoned by the Shinigami, Shockwave, who had no sense of pain or reaction, remained unmoved. Nor was it that Shockwave, a noble moonman, betrayed his leader. Chapter 207. Fierce Fight 1. Without the heavy armor, Shockwave's huge body was always naked. The body that had been repaired by the Fountain of Youth now had a small hole in the left chest, with flesh and blood turned outward as if burned by high temperature. The entire body surface was covered with pus wounds left by the erosion of the blood-red poisonous fog, and there were still pieces of blood-red Madara remaining on them. Plus that ugly face that was already covered with scars. The current Shockwave is extremely terrifying no matter how you look at it. Let me kill you again and bring your body and the native back to report to the leader. Red Spider's eyes were cold, and the smile on his face lacked a trace of warmth. I promise that his end will be even more miserable than yours. Red Spider suddenly flapped its wings behind it, and the bloody poisonous fog that filled the air was instantly blown towards Shockwave and Schwangu Island. At the same time, with the help of Sparkling Fruit's ability, Starscream pounced on Shockwave in an instant. Bang! The horrific sounds of explosions and impacts continued to ring out on Schwangu Island. In the melee battlefield, a dragon-slaying sword shining with golden light and a snake blade shining with green light collided with each other. Hey, you are mine. Kancha grinned grimly, a cruel murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and the next second when the snake blade was blocked by the dragon-slaying sword, he directly loosened his right hand that was holding the dagger. The temperature rises instantly. The right hand that had turned into rolling magma stabbed directly into Luo Fan's chest, wanting to pierce Luo Fan's chest and take out his heart. Luo Fan concentrated his mind and awakened armament hockey, which formed black streams of light that flowed on Luo Fan's left hand. Shrink the abdomen and do the cloud hands. In an instant, Luo Fan shrank back and narrowly avoided the lava arm that was going straight to his chest. What? Advertisement. Kancha was shocked. Armament hockey used his left hand to control the killing's right hand in midair and brought it directly down. The essence of Tai Chi is to achieve great results with little effort. The seemingly slow and light block actually directly removed all the strength from the killing arm. Although he was surprised, as a member of the Moon People's Expeditionary Force Decepticons he had a lot of experience in brutal combat. In just a breath of fighting, Kancha, driven by his fighting consciousness, immediately adjusted his body posture and stretched out his left hand to catch the snake blade that had just been released. His fingers flipped flexibly, and the reverse-gripped snake blade slashed towards Luo Fan's eyes again. The blade, glowing green, was blocked by Luo Fan's arm covered with armament hockey. I really underestimated a native like you. Kancha snorted coldly and moved away from Luo Fan. Even the laser beam condensed by the Sparkling Fruit's ability was bounced back the moment it hit the Schwantian armor. You are just a native, you have lived a long life. Luo Fan clapped his hands together, and a stream of fiery red light rushed directly onto the body of the other Shockwave. Schwantian armor. That's a shame. The roar of the King of Beasts resounded directly through the sky, and the silver light wrapped Luo Fan's body again. Among all the moon people, you are the only one who is so pretentious. She really didn't understand why mere native had so many tricks. Luo Fan appeared behind Kancha and kicked Kancha's wings with a whip kick, causing Kancha to fly backwards in pain. Luo Fan took back the dragon-slaying sword indifferently. Or maybe seeing the mocking smile on Luo Fan's face. He let out a few strange and hideous laughs, and subconsciously stuck out his tongue to lick the dagger in his hand again. Advertisement. In the red light, a heavy armor surrounded Shockwave's body. I will personally cut off your tongue and eat it alive. Shockwave only obeyed Luo Fan's orders, put on the Schwantian armor, ignored Red Spider's attack, and swung his axe to chop Red Spider back. However, Luo Fan disappeared on the spot. In the blink of an eye, the tiger fur coat turned into daytime tiger armor. Luo Fan's ridicule was like a slap in the face of Kancha. Shockwave, come and help. Luo Fan shouted. The next second, he seemed to remember Luo Fan's ridicule just now. He laughed in rage, and the cruel and bloodthirsty expression on his face was so intense that water could drip out of it. Immediately, Shockwave turned around and rushed towards the direction where Luo Fan and Kancha were fighting. You are obviously a birdman, sneering all day long and licking the dagger. Is your knife coated with poison or honey? It's so easy to lick. Kancha pounced on Luo Fan, and rolling magma kept dripping on the ground where Kancha was advancing. When fighting against an enemy like Kancha who was good at fighting with short weapons and flexibility, using the dragon-slaying sword is not the best choice. Luo Fan slightly opened his hands into claws, and with the speed of the white tiger form, the afterimage left in place was directly cut in half by the murderous snake blade. It is the exclusive armor from another mythical beast, Xuanwu. Go to hell. Damn it. Seeing this, Red Spider couldn't help but curse inwardly. Bang. Kancha swung the snake blade in his hand and raised it in front of him. Because I never thought highly of you. Kancha's action of licking the knife froze in awkwardness, and then he became even more annoyed. Roar, roar, roar. As long as you are on Xuanwu, you can share the Xuantian armor with full defense value, which directly helps Shockwave resist the poisonous fog of Red Spider. Chapter 208. Fierce Fight 2. Shockwave, wearing the Xuantian armor, was like a giant road roller, rushing towards this side with great momentum. Boom boom boom. Seeing Shockwave rushing over, Kancha cursed, and the snake blade in his hand was like a butterfly flying through flowers, constantly drawing a sword net. Kancha wanted to stop the swift Luo Fan. However, with the bonus of the terrifying speed of the mythical beast White Tiger, Luo Fan completely avoided the murderous attack. Silver light flashed. Luo Fan appeared behind Kancha and swung out his claws. The sharp claws that could tear everything apart directly scratched one of Kancha's wings. Ah, Kancha, whose wings were scratched, cried out in pain. Betas, who was fighting with Marine not far away, saw this familiar scene and subconsciously felt a sharp pain in his wings and chest. What a painful realization. Kancha, who was scratched by the tiger's claws, made a quick decision, folded his wings behind him, waved the snake blade with his right hand, and condensed thick magma with his left hand, and threw the boiling magma behind him. Unfortunately, what was injected was the ability factor of the lava fruit, not what was taken of the lava fruit, so Kancha had no way to transform his whole body into elements. Luo Fan easily dodged the magma that was splashing towards him by turning sideways, and the visor with white tiger patterns engraved on it opened instantly. Luo Fan's handsome face suddenly appeared in front of Kancha. Before Kancha could react, Luo Fan's pupils widened suddenly. Roar. In an instant, Kancha felt a buzzing sound in his brain. A pair of huge tiger eyes were staring straight at the carnage, and the overbearing and ferocious will of the Beast King made this bloodthirsty and cruel Decepticon member tremble with fear, and his whole body froze in place. The shadow of a white tiger appeared behind Luo Fan. Just a gaze from the divine beast was enough to suppress the will to kill. Kancha, who was unable to move, was horrified, but had no way to control his body at that moment when he was being stared at. Advertisement. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying footsteps sounded like thunder falling into the heart of the murderer. Beads of sweat the size of beans dripped down. In the murderous and trembling eyes, Shockwave, wearing the Xuantian armor, gradually grew larger. The next moment, Kancha finally regained control of his body from the shock of White Tiger's gaze. However, it was too late. Shit. Boom. Laser beams shot in all directions, and several admirals used armament hockey to block them. The bloody poisonous fog covered the sky and swept towards the direction where Luo Fan and others were. Stop struggling, it's useless. Luo Fan retracted the White Tiger sky wings and landed in front of Shockwave and Kancha. Shockwave will only obey Luo Fan's orders absolutely. For Shockwave, wearing the Xuantian armor is like wearing a turtle shell. Shockwave spread out his two strong arms, and in the murderous and horrified gaze, he was like a huge tank, crashing into his body with a loud bang. He, if you have the guts, come and take it away. Red Spider gently raised a slender finger. Blood splattered. The Marine admirals spoke angrily. Give this power back to you. The huge force continued to come from his body, which made Kancha even more nervous and fearful. The moment the ice surface touched the poisonous fog, a sizzling corrosion sound was immediately heard. With the support of Xuantian Wujia, restraining the current killing is a piece of cake. Advertisement. A bunch of annoying ants. Huang Biao looked extremely unhappy. The huge impact force made Kancha feel that his internal organs were instantly displaced. Aokiji, who was already a marine marshal, spread out his palms and continuously urged ice energy to thicken the barrier, while greeting Luo Fan dozens of times in his heart. As an assassin, you will only be crushed if you face the top laner. A little golden light gathered at the fingertips. Another jerk. Starscream cursed inwardly. The two Decepticons, Cyclonus and Plague, also wanted to go to help, but they saw several dense cracks in the space in front of them, which was the shock fruit ability of Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Waves of white smoke rose. Ah, get out of my way. Bang bang bang. Not wanting to be outdone, several other Marine admirals also drew their swords against Starscream, blocking him halfway. Kancha clenched his teeth with blood and blue, growling as he tried to free his hands from Shockwave's bear hug. Gulala, if you want to rescue others, take care of yourselves first. The cold icy air formed blocks of ice barriers in the sky, trying to block the blood-red poisonous fog released by the red spider. The knee strikes kept hitting Shockwave's body, but they couldn't cause any pain to Shockwave at all. There was no time to dodge or block the attack, as Shockwave's arms immediately wrapped around him and tied him up tightly. Really? They just left him to us to deal with. Whitebeard Edward Newgate roared, and used the cloud sword in his hand to stop the two Decepticons. Lord Slaughter is trapped. However, his desperate struggle and resistance could not cause any harm to Shockwave. Alpha and Betas were horrified and shouted directly. The originally thick ice barrier immediately became thinner under the corrosion of the blood-red poisonous fog. Chapter 209. Fierce Fight 3. As the second in command of the Decepticons, Starscream's fighting prowess makes the powerful warriors present feel extremely difficult to deal with. As the powerful Haki charged in, Aokiji, Fujitora and other Marines also had to avoid the bloody poisonous mist released from Starscream. The sound of a long whip breaking through the air was heard. Fujitora, who was blind, swung the staff sword in his hand upwards under the perception of observation Haki. The sword energy generated by the blade pushed away the long whip that was trying to wrap around him. Gravity knife. Fujitora sheathed his sword and staff, and terrifying gravity several times stronger than usual instantly enveloped the area where Starscream was. At this time, Starscream was waving his jade arms, retracting the long whip that was blocked by Fujitora and spinning it around his body in circles, deflecting dozens of ice cones stabbed by Aokiji. The sudden increase in gravity surprised even Starscream. The body, suspended in the air with flapping wings, suddenly fell downwards under the influence of gravity. Good opportunity. The powerful men around saw Red Spider falling from the sky and their eyes lit up. One by one they rushed forward with knives in hand. The next moment, a bloody poisonous mist gushed out into the sky. Aokiji and others who were at the front had to activate the armament Haki defense and retreat again to avoid the poison that could corrode human flesh and bones. The sound of whistling wind came from my ears. This was accompanied by Starscream's mocking laughter. With the help of wings and the speed of sparkling fruit, Starscream has escaped from Fujitora's gravity field and gave the Marines a teasing smile in midair. Damn, I hate these winged creatures. Chaden was very angry. Advertisement. Without the ability to restrain them, we will continue to be consumed. Similarly, in the battle to stop the other two Decepticons, Cyclonus and Plague, Whitebeard, Redhead and others were also restrained. Although everyone was injected with gene enhancement potion with the help of Luo Fan, their strength was improved to a small level. However, it's just that his strength has improved, not that he has grown wings. Faced with Plague and Cyclone who could fly high into the sky to dodge when they were at a disadvantage in battle, Marco and other people who had the ability of the fruit that could fly were completely unable to restrain them. As for Whitebeard, Red Hair and others, they were helpless. Get down to lousy. Edward Newgate, wearing a white admiral's uniform, looked up at the sky majestically. He swung his right fist to the side with all his strength. Boom. High in the sky, there was a crack sound, and several terrible cracks appeared. Horrible space turbulence rages. Shanks concentrated and swung the famous sword Griffin in his hand at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The red sword energy containing Haki came straight up from Schwangu Island and was almost able to split the sky. However, the attacks of the four emperors were avoided by the two Decepticons as they approached Plague and Cyclonus. Tisk. Shanks clicked his tongue and took back Griffin. It would be great if we could tear the wings off these guys. The feeling of not being able to hit is really annoying. In addition to the three Decepticon members, there was also a group of transformed moon soldiers led by Alpha Betas, who caused considerable chaos on the island in the air. Humph, just an ant. Betas held a lightsaber in his hand and looked with arrogance and disdain at the people on the island who could only wield weapons. Advertisement. Although Whitebeard and others could not harm Starscream and the other three Decepticons, their various fruit abilities still successfully hindered the three Decepticons. Seeing this, Betas had an idea in his mind. As long as I can help you kill that damned native ant, I will definitely be rewarded by the leader when I return to the fleet. Maybe I can get a reward for this and my genetic strength will be raised to a higher level. Thinking of this, Beta immediately tightly grasped the lightsaber in his hand and led more than a dozen transformed moon soldiers to rush downwards. The target was Luo Fan and the sister in Shockwave's arms. Luo Fan was looking at Kancha who was trapped in Shockwave's bear hug, wondering whether he should remove his hands and feet first to make him unable to resist. He turned his head and looked up. With the awakened observation Haki perception, Luo Fan had already predicted the result of Beta's attack on him. During the dive, Beta saw Luo Fan suddenly turn his head to look at him, and his heart subconsciously skipped a beat. Oh, Luo Fan raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. That smile made Betas lose all his composure. Recalling the intense pain of his pet being chopped into pieces and himself being injured at the hands of the other party, Betas was furious. What's that smile? Damn native, are you looking down on me? Kill him for me, Betas roared, his sharp voice piercing the ears. Behind him, a dozen or so lunar transformed soldiers who had been injected with the sparkling fruit and lava fruit ability factors immediately pounced on Luo Fan below. Watching the dive attacks of Betas and the Moon People's transformed soldiers, Luo Fan remained motionless. Just as Betas was confused, Luo Fan took out a black object from his back. Chapter 210 Act Shooting. What is that? Seeing the strange things that Luo Fan took out with his hands, Betas frowned slightly. An ominous premonition came over me. He, let me show you what modern thermal weapons are. On Shuangwu Island, Luo Fan held an assault rifle tightly in his hand. It's AK-47. Looking at the lunar transformed soldiers who had dived to a distance of tens of meters, Luo Fan showed a bright smile on his face. With a light pressure of his finger, he pulled the trigger of the AK rifle. Thump, 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 thump. Muzzle flames appeared, and golden bullets were continuously shot into the air amid loud gunshots. Compared to the traditional muskets that the world government still uses today, the lethality of modern thermal weapons has increased exponentially. Just as Betas had not yet recovered from his confusion, the transformed moon soldiers who were diving in the front began to spurt blood from their bodies. The AK bullet had terrible penetrating power, piercing right through the defenseless moon man's body and wings. In an instant, more than a dozen transformed astronaut soldiers fell to the ground one after another like shot birds under the gunfire of Luo Fan's two magazines. Some were even shot directly in the vital parts by AK bullets and died on the spot. What is that? What kind of weapon is that? Is that a musket? Why is that so strange? The two sides, who were originally fighting fiercely, were shocked beyond words by this sudden scene. Advertisement. Everyone was stunned, looking at the strangely shaped weapon in Luo Fan's hand. Brother Luo Fan, well done. After a while, Whitebeard Edward Newgate was the first to raise his arms and shout excitedly. The moon people's wings gave them an advantage in battle, which made the people on Shuangwu Island very angry. Now we see that Luo Fan used some unknown weapon and shot down more than a dozen lunar soldiers in the blink of an eye. Morale was immediately boosted. Can this guy have more tricks? Sengoku shook his head helplessly, seemingly in response to Sengoku's words. The next moment, Luo Fan threw the AK rifle in his hand to the person next to him. A dark Rubik's Cube appeared in his hand. Luo Fan threw the Rubik's Cube to the ground. Suddenly, the ground of the entire Shuangwu Island began to shake. At the same time, Luo Fan spread his hands, and suddenly a large number of assault rifles and submachine guns appeared out of thin air. Mobile arms base, when recovered, it will be carried with you as a magic cube. When used, it can be unfolded into an arms base, including 500 individual firearms of various series, 150 light and heavy tanks and armored vehicles, 100 anti-aircraft guns, 100 rapid-fire guns, 30 rocket vehicles, 30 cluster missile vehicles, and 100 Dongfang series strategic missiles. Note: you can invest in the currency of the world or shock value to replenish ammunition, upgrade arms. The fear of this world comes only from insufficient firepower, and range is the truth. Your Marines' muskets are already outdated. Let me show you what technological superiority means. Luo Fan distributed all the guns to the people around him. Touching the well-made, cold modern firearms in their hands, everyone, including the Marine, felt a surge of excitement in their hearts. This weapon is totally incomparable to the power of a musket. Advertisement. Sengoku, Aokiji and other Marines looked at each other, and they could see the shock of these guns in each other's eyes. If they had used these weapons when they had fallen out with Luo Fan, the Marine casualties would have been several times higher. Fortunately, we are one of our own. At this moment, all Marines had the same thought in their minds. With a gun in hand, the world is mine. With the emergence of the mobile arms base, the firepower of Shuangwu Island soared. After Luo Fan locked on Shuangwu Island as the address of the arms base, mobile artillery positions and military facilities were automatically generated. All high-temperature weapons were aimed at the moon people in the sky. Boom boom boom. The people who got the guns were like monkeys with chicken blood. They roared and poured bullets at the flying moon people. It seemed as if he wanted to take revenge for all the grievances he had suffered in the battle. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, holding a Gatling gun and a bulky 6-barreled machine gun, completely suppressed the terrifying recoil of the machine gun and ignored the spray bullets attacking the moon soldiers in the sky. Gulala, brother Luo Fan, this thing is much more fun than a musket. Whitebeard laughed as he chased the birdman in the sky with the machine gun in his hand. Although the range was limited, the rest of the moon people were so shocked by the fact that Luo Fan had just shot down a dozen modified moon soldiers with just 2 volleys of bullets that they raised their altitude fearfully and avoided the bullet fire from the island. Damn B****************** D. Starscream, Plague and Cyclone rose to a higher altitude and looked at the murderous natives on the island with grim expressions. However, their behavior of flying high into the sky out of fear of gunfire was exactly what Luo Fan expected. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the distance, the wind was howling. Missiles flew over with flames trailing behind them. Chapter 211 Uninvited. The missiles that flew through the air were far more powerful than the artillery shells of the Marine fleet. In just a few breaths, the missiles launched from the military base on Shuangwu Island flew into the air space where the moon people were located. Bang! The missiles detonated directly in front of the Decepticon members and the transformed moon soldiers. A raging flame exploded directly in the air, like a huge flaming lotus. Thick smoke billowed. The terrifying impact force generated by the explosion of dozens of rockets and missiles swept up the rolling air waves and rushed in all directions. Such a spectacular explosion scene shocked everyone on Shuangwu Island for a moment. Everyone raised their heads and stared blankly with their mouths wide open at the explosion cloud high above their heads, as if they were turtles lying on rocks basking in the sun. With such a terrifying power, it should be able to destroy them, right? Someone spoke slowly. Such an obvious flag immediately made Luo Fan look sideways. Next second, black figures kept rushing out from the explosion cloud. It was the Moon Warriors led by Red Spider. As members of the Guard Corps under the command of the Moon People's leader, the three Decepticons did not suffer any substantial damage from the explosion of high-temperature weapons such as rockets and missiles, but the impact of the explosion still made the three of them look a little dirty. In addition, Alpha Betas led the modified soldiers who survived the explosion and looked quite embarrassed. Some even had their wings damaged by the explosion and were on the verge of falling. Cough cough cough. Betas and others who rushed out of the explosion cloud coughed uncomfortably and looked at Luo Fan angrily. The three Decepticons stood in midair. Advertisement. At this moment, there was no longer the arrogance and disdain on their faces that they had when they first arrived on Xuanwu Island. The Decepticon members, led by Starscream, looked at Luo Fan with serious expressions. It's impossible for a mere native planet to have so many changes. You are not an ordinary indigenous race. What are your origins? Red Spider looked down at Luo Fan and questioned him. Guess. Luo Fan smiled slightly and did not comment. You are far more powerful than these natives. If you are willing to submit to our noble Moon People, I can ask the leader for orders. I believe the leader will agree to let you become the Moon People spokesperson on this planet and ascend to the position of King of the World. Starscream spoke up. Oh, King of the World, that sounds interesting. Luo Fan tilted his head slightly. That's right. Besides, you are very powerful, and I believe you have already felt my strength. If you are willing, even if you want me to cooperate with you in the future to enhance each other's life energy, I will agree. How about it? Red Spider smiled charmingly, his eyes full of spring. Do you want to go with us? BCH. A delicate cry rang out among the crowd. The next moment, the annoyed Yamato held an RPG, gritted his teeth, aimed at the Red Spider in the air and pulled the trigger. Bang! The rocket shot high into the sky and hit in front of Starscream. Starscream easily released armament hockey and directly knocked it to the other side. The aftermath of the explosion blew Red Spider's fiery red hair. Hee hee, just a female native, you can have as much as you want. You only have this one chance to get me. Red Spider bit his red lips lightly, his eyes filled with full of teasing desire. Advertisement. Woohoo, this woman even used her body as a bargaining chip to win over brother Luo Fan. Whitebeard Edward Newgate smashed Kongyan to the ground and whistled. A group of grown men immediately looked at Luo Fan with meaningful smiles, then looked at the jealous Yamato, and then all raised their heads to look at the Red Spider in the sky. Shira Field. Eat melon quietly. I'm sorry, but in our society, everyone believes in monogamy. Under the amused gaze of the crowd, Luo Fan shook his head and said. Hearing Luo Fan's words, the heavy stone in Yamato's heart seemed to slowly fall. While heaving a sigh of relief, Yamato looked at Luo Fan with eyes full of love, and then looked up at the sky provocatively with an expression of victory. And, Luo Fan stretched out his right hand and gently stroked his smooth chin. I just wanted to rip off your wings and roast them to taste. As for your body, it would be nice if you could make it into a puppet like Shockwave. Luo Fan's words made the charming expression on Red Spider's face become increasingly cold. Including Cyclone and Plague, all the Moon Warriors felt greatly humiliated. An indigenous person not only refused their request to submit to the Moon People race, but even spoke rudely to them. How dare you compare the wings of the noble Moon People with ordinary grilled chicken wings? You are so funny. Starscream chuckled, but there was no smile in his eyes. Yeah, I think I'm pretty interesting too. Since we are here, please let me show my hospitality as a good host. As Luo Fan finished speaking, a rumbling sound echoed through the sky. Chapter 212 Raptor. Boom boom boom. The whistling sound was like thunder, resounding through the sky. What's that sound? In the sky, the Moon People were all alert. After the previous wave of rocket and missile bombardment, their nerves were already tense, and they were full of fear of Luo Fan's various strange methods. The three Decepticon members, led by Starscream, quickly caught the roar coming from afar with their keen perception. The small black dots expanded at lightning speed. What is that? The moment when huge iron birds flew across the sky and came into everyone's sight, everyone had the same doubt in their hearts. Only Luo Fan knew that those weapons shaped like giant flying birds contained the essence of many eras and technologies of a certain world. F-22 Raptor Fighter. A formation of 20 F-22 Raptor fighter jets flew over from a distance in a triangle shape. It's worth the billions of shock points I spent to get this item. It can even be equipped on America's fifth-generation fighter. Luo Fan looked at the F-22 Raptor fighter jets roaring in the sky and nodded repeatedly, very satisfied. These Raptor fighters are the Props mobile armament base exchanged by Luo Fan, which are automatically generated aerial firepower. Even if they are damaged in battle or are insufficient in quantity, they can be reproduced as long as enough shock value is invested in the mobile ammunition base. What? You're saying there are no pilots in this world? Since it is a product of the system, it naturally has the function of automatic control even without a pilot in the fighter jet. Smart fighter. Absolutely nothing wrong with it. Advertisement. In just a few breaths, the fighter jets far away in the sky were right within reach. The Vulcan cannon mounted on the fuselage fired bullets at a rate of 4,000 rounds per minute. 20 Raptors in combat, firing simultaneously. Boom boom boom. The dense rain of bullets that tore through the sky enveloped Red Spider and other moon people. Damn it! Defend yourself! Starscream roared, and the fiery red close-fitting light guy on his body was immediately covered with a layer of pitch-black armament hockey. Following closely behind were Storm Plague and Alpha and his group. As for those ordinary modified soldiers, they decisively flew away in all directions to avoid the large-caliber machine guns attacking from the front. The dense hail of bullets instantly affected the group of moon people in the air. The Vulcan cannon bullets from Raptor Fighter kept hitting the bodies of Red Spider and his men. Even with the solid defense of armament hockey and their own body surface, several people still felt a dull pain in the parts hit by bullets. In the sky, blue blood mist continued to splash amid the hail of bullets. Under a salvo of fire from 20 Raptor fighter jets, some of the transformed moon soldiers who were unlucky enough not to dodge the attack were shot into sieves by the Vulcan cannons, along with their wings. It kept falling from the sky and landed heavily on Schwangu Island, making a dull sound. As soon as all the bullets were fired, 20 F-22 Raptor fighter jets formed a formation and immediately roared up to a higher altitude, rushing into the clouds. Looking at the transformed moon soldiers falling to the ground one by one, beaten to death and without any life left, the strong men on Schwangu Island were all shocked. Another huge amount of shock value went into Luo Fan's pocket. What kind of weapon is this? Its lethality is too terrifying, isn't it? I didn't expect Brother Luo Fan to have such a killer weapon. Advertisement. Should I be thankful that it's not the world government and the Marines that possess such terrible weapons? Shish, keep your voice down. If Marine and his gang hear us, they might have some PY dealings with the Luo Fan brothers. You know what, this weapon is pretty useful. I wonder if Brother Luo Fan would sell me some. At this time, Marine executives such as Sengoku and Aokiji were greatly shocked, and they also had the idea of cooperating with Luo Fan to obtain this weapon. Regardless of the individual firearms currently held by everyone. Or maybe that scary iron bird in the sky. Its terrifying destructive power cannot be matched by ordinary muskets and ship cannons. If the Marine could be equipped with this level of firepower. Sengoku and Aokiji looked at each other and nodded silently. You must lick the master in front of you well. Although he had never personally experienced the feeling of being attacked by these thermal weapons, he saw the group of moon people in the sky, who were originally so arrogant, gritting their teeth at this moment. Everyone felt great. However, the shock from the crushing blow of weapons did not end there. As the first Raptor fighter jet emerged from the clouds, it was followed by the remaining 19. The returning fighter jets directly opened the bomb bays. Each F-22 Raptor fighter jet is equipped with 2 Sidewinder missiles. A total of 40 Sidewinder missiles were quietly aimed forward, spraying tail flames one after another and whistling out. The targets locked by the Sidewinder missiles were actually the moon people hovering in the air, including Red Spider. Seeing this scene, Red Spider Plague Storm was so angry that he almost vomited blood on the spot. Is it ever going to end? Chapter 213 Bloodbath. Although they were extremely annoyed, facing the dozens of Sidewinder missiles whizzing towards them, Red Spider and his 2 companions still fled as soon as possible. No matter how strong the armament hockey is, or how strong the body's defenses are, the body cannot withstand such horrific explosions one after another. As brave and warlike Decepticons, Starscream, Plague and Cyclone decisively chose to strategically avoid. However, what shocked them even more was, after they dodged the attack of the Sidewinder missile that had just passed by them suddenly changed direction and chased after them again. Helplessly, the 3 Decepticons could only vibrate the wings behind them vigorously to increase their speed and increase the distance of the missiles. Get lost. Betas, who was already forced into a panic, also saw the Sidewinder missile chasing him relentlessly. Driven by resentment, Betas simply stopped dodging and drew out his lightsaber. White air currents surged around Betas. With Betas' manipulation, 3 streams of air turned into tornadoes and rolled forward. Affected by the airflow, the Sidewinder missile immediately flipped violently and lost its center of gravity. Betas, with bloodshot eyes, stepped forward, raised the lightsaber in his hand high, aimed at the Sidewinder missile in front, and chopped it down fiercely. Boom! Lightsabers and missiles collided with everything. The Sidewinder missile was not directly split in 2 by the lightsaber as Betas had imagined, but exploded instantly. With Betas' cruel and violent expression, the high-temperature flames directly illuminated Betas' face. The blast wave enveloped Betas and the surrounding space, and the deafening sound of the bombing rushed in all directions under the rolling air waves. Advertisement. Other Sidewinder missiles also exploded one after another. The 3 Red Spiders, who were still flying around to avoid the Sidewinder missiles behind them, felt the temperature around them suddenly rise. Then powerful shock waves surrounded them. The wings that they were so proud of were directly blown into black blocks by the high temperature. How is it? Do you want another round to savor the taste? A pair of silver-white wings behind him suddenly spread open. Even Luo Fan had a satisfied smile on his face. That's it. Aliens. They are so easily shocked and at a loss for words. It's so exciting. It's so refreshing. In just a moment, Luo Fan's figure soared hundreds of meters into the air and appeared in front of Red Spider and his companions. Unexpectedly, after 2 rounds of lightning attacks, not a single fighter jet was damaged. One of its wings was missing, its body was covered in blood, and its wounds were horrific. It was controlled by the captains under Whitebeard. The explosion of 40 Sidewinder missiles directly formed bright fireworks in the sky. Soon, balls of flames exploded in the sky, and the roars that followed made the ears of the people on Schwangu Island buzz. As the 20 Raptor fighter jets completed 2 rounds of attacks and flew away quickly, the people on Schwangu Island cheered with excitement. Although I can't defeat you 3 Decepticons, I believe that none of your soldiers will be left alive. Apart from the Decepticon members and Alpha, there were only 3 or 4 cyborg soldiers still standing, but they were also in a shaky state. As for Betas, the reckless man who chopped off the Sidewinder missile with a sword, he was lying on the ground at this moment. Advertisement. Faced with this kind of explosion, even elementalization is impossible, let alone taking the damage. As the impact of the missile explosion faded, only a few scattered planets remained under the cloudless sky. In the fireball, there were moon soldiers who had been blown into charcoal. Luo Fan clicked his tongue and kept shaking his head. Boom boom boom. Everyone who had suffered a lot in the battle with the moon people due to the lack of air superiority now felt that all their depression was swept away. Damn it. Damn it. These birdmen were flying so cool before, but now they are being chased and beaten by a group of iron birds. Those ordinary cyborg soldiers were only injected with the ability factors of sparkling fruit and lava fruit, and gained defective abilities. Compared to the hail of bullets from the Vulcan cannon, the explosive firepower of the Sidewinder missile is even greater. Looking back at the embarrassed Alpha and the number of cyborg soldiers that could be counted on one hand, Starscream's face was filled with frost. I had thought Starscream and the others would take down 1 or 2 fighter planes. Luo Fan chuckled, and the white tiger shadow behind him roared, turning into a white tiger armor that attached to Luo Fan's body. Before the explosion cloud in the sky dissipated, dozens of burning fireballs fell from the sky. Wow, so spectacular. Starscream and Storm Plague, one can almost imagine what will happen to them when they face their leader after escaping. It feels so good. Well done. Luo Fan was even prepared to bleed heavily and use the shock value to restore the number of fighter groups. As the second in command of the Decepticons, he led 3 other Decepticons and 60 cyborg soldiers, but the surprise attack ended up with such an outcome. Chapter 214 Extinction. Hey, isn't it pretty good at flying? Now fly another one for us to see. Little guy. Isn't this guy the birdman who attacked us in the beginning? Now he has fallen into our hands. On Schwangu Island, Marco, Diamond Joes and others were surrounding Betas who was blown to the ground and unable to move, and were mocking him. Because his face was hit by the explosion of the Sidewinder missile, Betas had attached armament hockey to the vital parts of his body in a hurry. However, the scorching heat and explosion damage turned Betas into a burnt fried chicken. The wings behind him looked extremely miserable, totally unable to flap and fly high. Betas, lying on the ground, looked at the people on Schwangu Island, who were looking at him with a mocking expression as if he were a defeated opponent. He felt the resentment in his heart constantly accumulating. As a noble race of moon people, the Betas have always traveled to various indigenous worlds as spokesmen for the expeditionary forces under their leader. Since arriving on this native planet, Betas has been suffering setbacks. The arrogant attitude turned into resentment at this moment under the humiliation of the people on Schwangu Island. Almost dripping with water. Kill you. Kill you. Betas' heart was roaring wildly. Betas, with a vicious look in his eyes, opened his mouth, but could only make a low, hoarse roar. Intermittent. His vocal cords had been injured by the explosion. Seeing Betas' miserable scene, the people present laughed even more unscrupulously. The air around was filled with joy. Advertisement. The wounded Alpha looked grim as he saw his old partner being severely injured and controlled by the opponent. Alpha flew over to Starscream. Sir, what should we do next? The number of casualties among the cyborg soldiers is too high. I'm afraid it will be difficult to launch an effective attack. With those weird weapons provided by Luo Fan, even if the cyborg soldiers were injected with the ability factors of sparkling fruit and lava fruit, they were not an iron wall and could not withstand it for too long. Of the 60 modified soldiers who had just completed the injection, only 4 or 5 are left. They are all injured. You mean for us to retreat? Turning around, the cold gazes of the 3 Decepticons, Starscream, Plague and Cyclonus, were instantly focused on Alpha. The terrible pressure from the strong men of the Guards Corps made Alpha unable to bear the burden and lower his head. Even if we fail to complete the mission, we must not let Kansha be captured by these natives. The 2nd, 6th, 7th and 8th strong men of the Guards Corps, Decepticons personally led dozens of elite cyborg soldiers to attack an indigenous planet. They must save the carnage from the hands of these natives and reduce the cost of mission failure. One of the 4 powerful Decepticons was captured by the natives. He has completely become a discarded pawn. Slaughter is the 8th Decepticon member of the Guards Corps and represents the face of the lunar race. However, if he retreated in disgrace to meet the leader, he would probably have to endure more than just the anger of mission failure. Betas closed his eyes in despair. 2nd, Plague and Cyclone said in unison. What are you doing? The 3 Decepticons did not take Betas into consideration at all. All 3 of them are warriors, not reckless men. Advertisement. Alpha muttered, shaking his head. And Betas is just an A- level fighter. It's obvious. Therefore, the goal of Red Spider and the other 2 is no longer to capture Luo Fan and bring back Shockwave's body. I'm afraid the leader would be furious when he heard such news. This person's identity is strange. Maybe he is not a native of this world, just like us. On Xuanwu Island, Beta saw Alpha's sympathetic eyes from afar, and his heart seemed to fall into an ice cave in an instant. Although Red Spider and his companions were unwilling, they had to admit the fact. That's not all. After all, he is like a clay Buddha crossing a river, he can hardly save himself, and it is unknown whether he can escape unscathed. When the oppressive breath above his head was removed, Alpha felt relieved and didn't dare to say another word. During this raid on Xuanwu Island, the Moon People completely underestimated Luo Fan's hidden strength, and it was obvious that the mission of capturing Luo Fan was impossible to accomplish. Your subordinate dare not. Alpha uttered a few words from between his clenched teeth. Otherwise, it will be a shame for our guards corps. If I rashly go to rescue Betas, I will probably be the one sitting and lying on the board with Betas in the next second, as expected. Snort. And you tell me that dozens of elite cyborg soldiers were wiped out. Beads of sweat the size of beans kept oozing out. In this regard, Alpha can only mourn for Betas in advance. Goodbye, old partner. Red Spider looked solemn as he looked at Luo Fan on Xuanwu Island from afar. Alpha, who heard the plan of Red Spider and his three companions, looked at Betas on Xuanwu Island with eyes full of sympathy and pity. Completion. Chapter 215 Killing Red Spider. Brother Luo Fan, what are these birdmen above us whispering about? On the island, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, holding the broadsword Kongyunkiri, gently bumped into Luo Fan's shoulder and asked. The battle reached such a fierce stage that everyone on Xuanwu Island fought with all their might. The morale was greatly boosted by the shock of Luo Fan's epic-making weapons. As a result, the remaining Moon People are flying high in the sky, neither attacking nor retreating, which makes them itchy. Diamond Joes and others who controlled Betas even directly carried the seriously injured Betas up and kept making noises and mocking him in front of other Moon People in the sky. However, Starscream and the others remained unmoved. Be careful, they may plot something else. Sengoku pushed up his round glasses and said seriously. I'm afraid of nothing. With the weapons of Brother Luo Fan and the big iron birds, how can these few birdmen still make trouble? The three leading Moon People are very strong. If we don't fight in a group for justice, there will definitely be heavy casualties if we fight alone. Sengoku looked very serious, which immediately attracted the attention of Whitebeard, the red-haired guy and others. Are you Marines? You guys haven't practiced your skin enough. A group fight is a group fight, and it's a righteous group fight. 666. Luo Fan crossed his arms calmly, squinting his eyes and looking up into the sky. I think they should be planning how to rescue people now. Luo Fan said. Luo Fan looked away. Kancha, a member of the Decepticon, gave Shockwave, who was wearing the Schwandian armor, a warm hug and he couldn't break free at all. Others turned their eyes to look over. He no longer struggled, and seemed to have accepted his fate with a cold snort. Don't think you can control me like this. Advertisement. Kancha stared at Luo Fan intently, as if he wanted to eat him alive. How dare you plot against me? Next time I will cut off your flesh bit by bit and make you live a life worse than death. Why don't you just cut my flesh this time? Luo Fan laughed. Oh, I forgot. You are my prisoner now. The simple sarcasm instantly triggered the massacre. The Kancha, who had been lying dormant, trying to conserve his strength and wait for an opportunity to break free, suddenly burst out with a terrifying aura, constantly trying to break free from the clutches of the shock wave. However, with the blessing of Schwandian Wujia, Shockwave is now like a towering mountain. No matter how Kancha continued to struggle and attack, the entire set of Schwandian armor made only a creaking sound without any looseness. The red spider, changing its position at the speed of light, appeared in front of Luo Fan in an instant. Luo Fan, who appeared behind Red Spider, smacked his lips. Luo Fan remained motionless and did not react at all. Luo Fan looked at the red spiders in the sky and stretched out his hand. The wind whistled behind his ears, and Starscream kicked back without even turning his head. Even those who have only a low level of armament hockey practice may be corroded by the poisonous mist. Therefore, Red Spider, who rushed to the ground first, forced back a group of strong men around him, and swung the long whip in his hand straight out, like a sharp thorn, piercing Luo Fan's throat. Luo Fan's real body had long disappeared without a trace. The bottom-up attack method seems tricky and insidious. The next second, a yellow flash appeared. What stood there was nothing but a residual image. Get started. Advertisement. Amid the hail of bullets, the three Decepticon members continued to advance. The arm covered with armament hockey directly blocked Starscream's next attack. Swish. Faced with the Moon People's sudden thundering attack, the strong men on Xuanwu Island raised their weapons again. There was another burst of intensive gunfire. The heel of the shoe directly scratched Luo Fan's neck, but the bloody scene of his head and body being separated did not occur. Alpha led the remaining few cyborg soldiers and used the residual abilities of Sparkling Fruit and Lava Fruit to carry out long-range harassment of Xuanwu Island in the air. The leg kicked back high, and the sharp heel once again drew an arc visible to the naked eye. Plague and Cyclone also swooped down from two other directions, their speed so fast that it was difficult to predict. He hooked his finger provocatively. The poisonous fog was like a red silk thread, spreading from the sky all the way to the ground of Xuanwu Island. The long whip attack just now was just a feint to the east and attack in the west. Red-haired Shanks swung out his famous sword Griffin, and the sword energy shot out to intercept Red Spider's whip attack. The bloody poisonous mist of the red spider is simply unbearable for ordinary strong people. Luo Fan, whose neck was cut, was split into 2 parts and his remaining image disappeared quietly. Sparks flew. Laser beams shot out. The heel of the high-heeled shoe, sharper than a knife, cut through the air and headed straight for Luo Fan's neck. The red spider exuded murderous aura as he swung the whip in his hand. As his wings fluttered, bloody poisonous mist moved with the wind. What a cruel woman. Marine Admiral Kizaru, who possessed the ability of sparkling fruit and had a speed comparable to the speed of light, was unable to escape from the restraints of the Schwantian armor. Brother Luo Fan, be careful. The magma fireball rolled down. Chapter 216 Unbelievable. Hee, wanna touch my feet? Red Spider smiled teasingly, twisted his graceful body and turned around to do the splits again. Luo Fan, who had already known the attack angle of Red Spider in advance with the awakened level of observation haki, took a step back. The sharp heel fell directly in front of Luo Fan with a sound of breaking through the air. Boom. The solid ground was instantly split by the Red Spider, leaving a circle of terrifying impact cracks. Although Red Spider's words were frivolous, he was completely merciless in his actions. After all, it's just a vicious spider. I have no interest in your feet. Luo Fan rolled his eyes speechlessly. What a shame, I'm very interested in your body. Starscream stuck out his tongue and licked his sexy flaming red lips. Her eyes were seductive, but she took back the long whip that looked like thorns. Bang! The long whip hit the ground violently, instantly splashing up layers of bloody poisonous mist. Red Spider raised his hand and swung the whip, sweeping poisonous mist in all directions. Faced with the ravages of the poisonous fog, Whitebeard Sengoku and other strong men immediately turned around and escaped, moving away from the range where Luo Fan and Red Spider were fighting. Brother Luo Fan, I'll leave this poisonous woman to you, let's go deal with the other birdmen. Everyone except Luo Fan ran head-on into the 2 Decepticons, Plague and Cyclonus. A dozen or 20 strong men suddenly started a righteous fight. Thank you. Facing the poisonous fog that filled the surroundings, Luo Fan's vision was all blood red. Buzz. Advertisement. Armament haki directly covered the body, and sakura-colored light wrapped around Luo Fan's hands. The golden light curse was attached to the surface of the body, taking the lead in resisting the erosion of the poisonous fog, and constantly making a sizzling sound. The bloody poisonous fog in front of him blocked Luo Fan's vision, which seemed to be exactly what Red Spider wanted. Do you think this will limit my perception? Mew Dada. Observation haki was released instantly, and the range of the awakened level of observation haki almost covered the entire majestic Schwangu Island. Even though the sight was blocked by the blood-red color, he could still sense all the aura on the island. An enchanting figure moving silently in the poisonous fog was instantly locked onto by Luo Fan. I found you. Yo! Luo Fan swung his knife to block Red Spider's kick and raised his eyebrows. The next moment, Luo Fan's answer instantly broke Red Spider's defense. Holding the dragon-slaying sword in his hand, with the help of the speed of the daytime tiger armor, Luo Fan appeared in front of Red Spider at lightning speed. Every attack that contained sword intent and Tai Chi skills made Red Spider's heart palpitate. Having said that, Luo Fan simply spread out his hands. How is it possible? Your life breath. Could it be that you have been injected with a very advanced gene enhancement drug? Isn't that our gene enhancing potion? How could this native have it? No wonder. There's a traitor among us. You actually found out. I did inject the advanced gene enhancement potion. Red Spider didn't believe that the natives of this planet could cultivate such a terrifying life force with just the limited resources they had. But he is not a moon man at all. Starscream was surprised to find that he could only defend himself. Advertisement. Seeing that the gene-enhancing potion, which is the highest technological secret of the Moon People, actually appeared in Luo Fan's hands, both Red Spider and the other Moon People had their pupils tremble. No wonder this native has the strength to compete with the Decepticons. How is this possible? I thought that while the poisonous fog was covering the area, I wanted to attack Shockwave first and save the killing Red Spider, but my pupils suddenly shrank. Is this really a realm that can only be achieved by cultivating on a native planet? Luo Fan grinned, and a tiger roar sounded behind him. As a danger signal arose in his heart, the whip in Starscream's hand was covered with a layer of black armament haki, which formed circles around his body as he swung it. Could it be that there is a treasure on this planet that has the same effect as a high-level gene enhancement potion? It turned out that the other party had obtained the gene enhancement potion. Could it be that this guy has also been injected with gene enhancement potion? A horrible fact came to the mind of Red Spider and others. Luo Fan appeared between Shockwave and Red Spider, with the more than 3-meter-long dragon-slaying sword in his hand as light as a feather. And the price is clearly marked. It belongs to your lunar race. At that moment, Starscream seemed to think that he was facing the leader and the chief among the Decepticons. No wonder a mere indigenous planet could cause so much trouble to the expeditionary force. The series of shocks Luo Fan had brought her had made Red Spider begin to doubt her life. An intermediate gene enhancement potion appeared instantly. Feeling the surging life force in Luo Fan's body like a volcano, Red Spider suddenly widened his eyes. The more Red Spider thought about it, the more confused he became. As Luo Fan gently turned his wrist, the blade continued to attack like a dragon. This is impossible. A golden blade energy suddenly slashed on the whip, directly shattering Red Spider's defense. Chapter 217 Combination Technique. Chapter 81. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 1103. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 929. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 1045. Congratulations host. All of a sudden, several system prompts sounded in my mind. Luo Fan couldn't help laughing. It seems that his method of deceiving people has really shocked Red Spider and the others to the point of breaking down their defenses. This is the first time that the shock value has exceeded 1000. After a few of Red Spider's planetary people saw Luo Fan take out the intermediate gene enhancement potion, their hearts were already filled with emotion. In response, Luo Fan decided to add fuel to the fire. Do you think your gene enhancing potion is some rare item? Only that idiot Doflamingo thought that he could defeat me and become the king of the world by getting your gene enhancement potion. Every strong person here has been injected with intermediate gene strengthening potion. This is impossible, Plague cried out angrily. The violent magma collided with the shock wave of Sengoku's transformation into the Great Buddha, and Plague used the reaction force of the impact to dodge the attacks of several other marine admirals. Then, Plague, who possessed the gift of perception, fully released his ability and scanned the marine, Whitebeard and others present. However, the furnace-like life fluctuations in each of them appeared as green streams in the eyes of Plague. Plague's face changed drastically. As a Moon Man and a Decepticon member who was rewarded by the leader and injected with gene-enhancing potions multiple times, Plague is very clear about this. This is a sign that will only appear shortly after the injection of the genetic enhancement drug, when the drug has just been absorbed. It's actually true. They've just been injected with genetic enhancement drugs. Plague exclaimed. Advertisement. When Starscream heard what Plague said, his expression became extremely ugly, and he totally ignored his beauty. Ha 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 ha. Little Moon kids, we also took drugs. Don't run, or you'll get hit by my iron fist. Garp and other strong men howled and pulled Plague and Cyclone down from midair again, and started fighting with them. As for the group of Moon people, it was almost messy. What the FK? Gene enhancement potions have always been the result of the scientific research department controlled by the leader. Even for the soldiers of the expeditionary force, it would not be so easy to obtain the intermediate gene enhancement potion from the leader. But so many natives were able to be injected with intermediate gene enhancement potion. What does this prove? Could it be that the leader is the traitor? Is this world crazy? How could you possibly get so many gene-enhancing potions? Starscream demanded sharply. Guess. Luo Fan smiled mysteriously and did not answer the question. The white tiger's wings suddenly spread out from behind, and the strong wind that was created instantly blew away all the blood-red poisonous mist released by the red spider. FK it. Don't worry about whether they really injected the gene potion, save lousy. Kancha, who was clamped by shockwave from beginning to end, roared at the top of his lungs beside him. Stimulated by the sound of slaughter, Red Spider, who was still in shock, suddenly calmed down. No matter how Luo Fan and the natives got the genetic enhancement potion, the most urgent task is to rescue the people and evacuate them successfully. As long as this matter is reported to the leader, there will be no way that the traitor cannot be caught. Maybe it can offset the cost of failure in this mission. Thinking of this, Red Spider swung the whip in his hand again. Advertisement. Under the control of Red Spider, the blood-red poisonous mist was continuously compressed and condensed into long and thin red spikes. The hair-thin stinger glowed slightly red. Go. Red Spider flicked her jade hand. Countless long poisonous stingers immediately shot through the air towards Luo Fan and Shockwave. Luo Fan focused his attention on the densely packed, long poisonous stingers in front of him, his eyes emitting a terrifying aura. Armament Haki was released, forming a circular defensive shield in front of Luo Fan. Puff puff. The poisonous stings continued to pierce the defense shield condensed by Armament Haki, wearing it down bit by bit. As for Shockwave, who was wearing the Schwantian armor and, embracing the killing, he directly resisted the poisonous stings, and the armor kept making crisp clanging sounds. If it is a game interface. At this time, the damage index of -1 inch must be constantly appearing above Shockwave's head. The long whip wrapped around Shockwave and Carnage. Red Spider let out a delicate cry, and tried to use the power of the whip to roll the two of them into the air and separate them. The next moment, it didn't move at all. What kind of turtle shell is this that is so hard? Starscream was speechless. Upon seeing this, Plague and Storm released their strongest combat power, shocking away a circle of strong men around them. The two spread their wings and flew into the air. As the 6th and 7th Decepticons, Plague and Cyclonus weapons are combined into Armament Haki at the same time. Thunder and lightning roared. Kamui. The two men swung their weapons at the same time. The intertwined sword energy and Haki raged, forming a thick python amidst the terrifying explosion. The giant python opened its bloody mouth, its eyes shining, and rushed from the sky straight to the back of Shockwave. It turned out to be a combination of skills from the two Decepticons. Chapter 218. Unbeatable. The ultimate killer combo skill from Plague and Cyclone is far more powerful than the previous combo skill, Sea Domination, from Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. The violent impact made everyone on Schwanwu Island feel a chill in their hair. In order to break the defense of the Schwantian armor on Shockwave, Plague and the others did not even care about Kancha, who was still bound by Shockwave. FKU. Kancha widened his eyes. Such a powerful combination of skills could even break through Shockwave's armor. I'm afraid that the slaughter will also result in loss of skin. Although Kancha knew very well that there was no better way to save himself, he still had thousands of curse words in his heart that he wanted to tell his teammates. Boom. The giant python formed by the two terrifying attacks descended from the sky in the blink of an eye. The bloody mouth instantly covered the shock wave and the carnage. The terrible impact force surged in all directions. Whitebeard and the others, who were far away from the combo attack range, crossed their arms and blocked in front of them. Starscream stomped his long legs on the ground and leapt into the air. Luo Fan turned the blade of the dragon-slaying sword straight down. The five-clawed golden dragon eyes carved on the dragon-slaying sword glowed red, as if emitting bursts of clear dragon roars. Luo Fan fiercely thrust the blade of the dragon-slaying sword deep into the ground, using it to block the impact of the plague and hurricane combination. The sword energy and the giant python entangled by hockey affected Luo Fan, and light fragments continued to splash on the white tiger armor worn by Luo Fan. Luo Fan, however, remained motionless. Starscream saw Luo Fan's dragon-slaying sword stuck deep into the ground and realized it was a great opportunity to attack. The long whip was swung, and blood mist began to spread as the whip twisted. Advertisement. Another blood snake formed by poisonous mist appeared from behind Red Spider. Golden laser beams flickered beneath Starscream's feet. Red Spider fiercely kicked Luo Fan on the ground with 2 consecutive kicks. Sparkling Fruit ability factor is activated. Laser light is fleeting. The other people on Xuanwu Island immediately raised their guns, pointed them at Red Spider and pulled the trigger. However, the metal bullet lost its effect in the face of the laser beam and was instantly melted by the high temperature. If he was accidentally hit by the aftermath, Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors, would have been the only top fighter to die in the battle. The horrific power of shock fruit directly shattered the space. The combined attack of more than a dozen powerful men stirred up a terrifying and monstrous rage. You villain. If you want to sneak attack my brother Luo Fan, you have to get past me first. The poisonous fog exploded and spread directly under the impact. Although he is one of the few people present who possesses the demon fruit power to fly, his strength is there after all. Facing Starscream, the second-ranked Decepticon, Marco was completely crushed. The space rift spreading upward blocked the laser beam shot towards Luo Fan. Whitebeard tore at the void in front of him with both hands. Facing Starscream's blood-red poison mist attack, Sengoku, Aokiji, Garp, Fujitora, Whitebeard, Red Hair and other strongest fighters in the world took the lead and stood in the front. The sound was like thunder. Whitebeard Edward Newgate roared. But because of his bad luck, the only injection of gene enhancement potion before the war failed, and he was in a weak state due to the failure of enhancement. He didn't even dare to participate in the battle. Boom boom boom. Advertisement. After all, Kaido is now so weakened that he can't even beat Yamato, let alone such a fierce battle on Genbu Island. Provoked by everyone, Red Spider's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Amid a deafening roar, the rolling flames suddenly collided with the huge lion majesty swooping down from the sky. The surging hockey continuously rushed out from the bodies of these strong men. The surging air waves instantly blew everyone away. Faced with attacks from multiple directions, Red Spider snorted coldly. Marco cried out in pain from the poisonous mist and the burning flames, and was immediately knocked back. As for Kaido, who ate the fish fruit, the mythical beast, and the blue dragon form, he can also fly and has considerable strength. The others swung out their long swords, and sword energy shot up. Oh no! Everyone looked at the spreading poisonous fog in horror. Marco transformed into a phoenix bathed in blue flames and flew directly towards Red Spider in the air. The Red Spider in the sky only flew back a few feet. Whitebeard swung the Kusugawa Kirei again, and the armament hockey was released. As the Kusugawa Kirei slashed, it condensed into black arcs of light and shot straight into the sky. Following Whitebeard were the squad leaders under his command. A huge block of ice condensed into a palm and suddenly slapped down from the air. It was Marine Marshal Aokiji who made the move. There was no one who could counter Starscream's power, so he swung his whip at everyone. At this time, Kaido was being held by Yamato and evacuated to a place farther away from the battlefield. The blood-red giant snake that was originally coiled above his head was now surging towards Xuanwu Island. The huge snake transformed from the blood-red poison mist twisted its body and directly knocked away Aokiji's ice palm, and one tail hit the phoenix that Marco had transformed into. You are a bunch of ants, get out of here. Above the sky. Chapter 219 These pig teammates. Under the impact of the explosion, the bloody poisonous fog spread around at an extremely fast speed. Ha! Whitebeard Edward Newgate's eyes widened in anger and he punched the air, creating spider web-like cracks. A large area of space that was shattered immediately swallowed up the poisonous fog. Even so, there was still more poisonous fog beyond the reach of shock fruit. A biting white cold air gushed out from Aokiji's hands, and the air condensed into a huge layer of ice, forming a dome with a diameter of more than 20 meters. The huge dome formed by ice immediately covered everyone present. The former pirates who used to have issues with the marine were surprised to see Aokiji protect them under the ice without any hesitation during the battle. A group of people couldn't help but change their opinion of marine. Bang! Sizzle! The blood-red, Penetrating poisonous fog hit the ice dome directly, making a series of creepy corrosion sounds. You don't know your own limitations, Starscream said calmly. The ice layer on the dome was tens of centimeters thick, but it was corroded into a thin layer by the poisonous fog with a sizzling sound in just a few breaths. Aokiji in the dome continued to activate the power of the frozen fruit, releasing more cold air to fill the thickness of the ice layer in the dome. But the speed of replenishing the ice layer cannot keep up with the intensity of the poisonous fog's corrosion. Even though Aokiji was injected with an intermediate gene enhancement potion and his strength was enhanced, he was still stretched to the limit to resist Starscream, the second-ranked Decepticon. Soon. Advertisement. Aokiji's face turned pale. Above the dome, some blood-red poisonous fog had penetrated the ice layer and was slowly spreading in. Alpha commanded the remaining few cyborg soldiers, who immediately fired laser beams and magma fireballs to attack the dome. With a loud and crisp sound, the huge dome of ice shattered immediately. Aokiji used all his strength to activate the power of his fruit to resist the poisonous mist. He dropped his hands helplessly, blood oozing from his mouth. Whitebeard swung up the Kusunokiri, and the blade seemed to split the sky. After Plague and Cyclone released Kamui together, the aura of both of them was very disordered. How can I repair it? The poisonous fog can directly penetrate my barrier and invade my body. Sengoku and the others, who were also injured to varying degrees, still stood in the front, gritting their teeth to fight against Starscream. Not only that, the sharp whip and bone corrosive poisonous mist surrounding Red Spider are even more frightening. Soon, some of those who were less powerful were defeated. Luo Fan, who raised his knife and stuck it into the ground to resist the impact, was also safe and sound. Even if they are injected with intermediate genetic drugs, natives are still natives. Red Spider may look like just a woman, but beneath her charming and sexy slender figure lies a terrifying power that far exceeds that of anyone else. If most of the frontal attacks had not been blocked by the Schwantian armor, there is every reason to believe that a massacre would have occurred. Plague's eyes suddenly widened. Only at this time did they truly realize the powerful strength of this moon man. The newly promoted admiral, Whitebeard, and the captains under red hair were all seriously injured by the poisonous fog. How could this be? Plague was so surprised that his voice trembled slightly. The Schwantian armor worn by Shockwave was now glowing brightly red, with white steam rising continuously. Advertisement. All the strong men attacked Red Spider at the same time, and streams of frenzied aura rushed straight into the sky. He stared breathlessly at the place on Schwanwu Island that had just been hit head-on by the combo skill. While Plague and Storm were shocked to the point that their pupils were shaking, the Shockwave in Schwantian armor shook his neck and shook off the killing that had been held in his arms for half a day. The bloodbath was so intense that he almost lost half his life. Sengoku turned into a giant Buddha, his face full of anger, and he clapped his hands fiercely. But Red Spider dodged and maneuvered, and neutralized everyone's attacks one by one. In the center of the ruins that was almost crushed by Kamui, a sturdy armor still stood still. Even after withstanding the combined skills of the two Decepticons Plague and Cyclone, the terrifying defensive power of the Schwantian armor was still not broken. The latter's wings behind him fanned up a strong wind, turning into a beam of light that rushed directly into the crowd. Not only did he fail to save her, but he also lost his life in vain. Gravity pressed down, and a gleaming diamond fist came against the wind. Because he was controlled by Shockwave and had no way to dodge, Kansha almost hid behind the Schwantian armor and endured the attacks from his two teammates, Plague and Quangbao. Faced with the siege of multiple powerful men, even the Marine Admiral and the four Emperors could not guarantee that they would escape unscathed. Red Spider's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and his whip swung out with a sound of breaking through the air. I'll crush you all to death first. It won't waste much of my time. Holding his chest, Aokiji looked up at Starscream in the sky. Aokiji was shocked to find that the bloody poisonous mist had invaded his body without him noticing, causing damage to his blood vessels and internal organs. What a stupid teammate. The perception ability was instantly amplified, and it quickly locked onto 3 life breaths. The other side. Chapter 220 Betrayal. Click, click. Shockwave slowly twisted his cervical vertebrae in the white steam. The Schwantian armor on his body suddenly made a crisp sound of metal colliding. Luo Fan pulled out the dragon-slaying sword that was stuck in the ground, raised his head and looked at Plague and Cyclone who were still in shock. Luo Fan stretched out his hand and gently brushed off the non-existent dust on the daytime tiger armor, then waved his arm lightly. Buzz. The hidden energy turned into high-frequency waves, immediately shaking off the mud attached to the dragon-slaying sword. The sharp blade of the dragon-slaying sword emits a dazzling golden light. Is this guy really a native? Quang Biao frowned. The intelligence was wrong. This person's strength is probably at the same level as Yu Tiandi. Plague felt the powerful aura rising from Luo Fan's body and shook his head. He glanced at Alpha next to him. What a scam. Because of their initial wrong intelligence, 2 missions in a row had gone wrong. When had the Decepticons ever suffered such a defeat? Alpha was stared at by Plague, and his heart instantly sank. Shockwave loosened his locked arms and threw Kansha to the ground. Cough, cough. Kansha, who fell to the ground, started coughing violently again due to the impact of the fall, and could only look up at Luo Fan with hatred. Good opportunity. Seeing that Shockwave had loosened his grip on Carnage, Plague and Cyclone shot down like arrows. A golden light that looked like residual blood flew out directly. Hurricane and Plague, their hair standing on end, spread their wings and quickly stopped their dive. Luo Fan swung the dragon-slaying sword in his hand, piercing through the rainbow with one blow. The weapon in Kwang Biao's hand also chopped down. The moment the weapon covered with armament hockey touched Luo Fan's sword light, Kwang Biao's face turned pale. Advertisement. Puff. Blue blood mist spurted out. Blood spurted out of Kwang Biao's mouth, and he was blown away by the terrifying power of Luo Fan's sword. Plague dodged in time and flew behind Kwang Biao, and the two of them worked together to barely dissipate the terrifying impact force. The strong sword will struck hard and injured Kwang Biao. There is no next step for them to take. Under Luo Fan's order, the Xuantian armor originally worn by Shockwave disintegrated all at once. All the armor parts flew towards the dead man who was lying on the ground and could only wriggle like a maggot. Faced with the armor flying towards him with great momentum, Kancha's expression became extremely frightened. Next second, the red light is bright. The entire set of Xuantian armor directly covered the slaughter. Kancha, who was suddenly trapped inside the Xuantian armor, immediately struggled hard. But the killing soon made a horrified discovery. This armor is not only indestructible on the outside, but also extremely strong on the inside. Kancha came to his senses in an instant. Luo Fan wrapped himself in this armor not out of love. He freed Shockwave's hands and used the armor to lock himself up. What the FK? Can this turtle shell be used as a cage? The slaughter was so devastating that I could not even cry. Following the former Marine Admiral Kizaru, another person was captured by Luo Fan using the Xuantian armor. With the restraint of the Xuantian armor, Shockwave had his hands free. Shockwave carried the huge double-edged axe on his shoulders, and a powerful aura rose from under his feet. Advertisement. The land continued to sag under the pressure. Bang! The shock wave turned into a black meteor and shot up into the sky, appearing in front of the plague and the hurricane at lightning speed. The double-edged axe pierced across the waists of the two men amid the whistling wind. Plague's eyelids twitched wildly, and he and Biao immediately swung out their weapons covered with armament hockey at the same time. Boom! The violent shock wave caused by hockey's collision immediately separated the three people in the air. Thunder and lightning are intertwined. Shockwave, with electricity running through his body, was so powerful that after repelling Plague and Storm, he immediately rushed towards Alpha and several cyborg soldiers with a double-edged axe in hand. Seeing the rebellious Shockwave rushing towards him, Alpha's courage almost jumped out of his throat. Oh shit! Alpha greeted his mother and then turned around and ran away. Facing the charge of the third member of the Decepticons was no less terrifying than facing the innocent little boy of Brother Jack. Alpha, knowing full well that he was no match for Shockwave's axe, decisively abandoned the remaining cyborg soldiers. Behind him, several cyborg soldiers who survived the missile bombing of the Raptor fighter group were killed in an instant by Shockwave. Shockwave, you actually attacked your own people. Cyclonus scolded angrily. However, Shockwave remained expressionless and did not stop attacking with the double-edged axe in his hand. His soul reaction has basically dissipated, and the body that is moving now is just a puppet. Plague said, unable to hide his horror. It must be that native's doing. Red Spider, who had activated the poisonous fog to fight against many powerful men, immediately spread out her jade hands when she saw Shockwave, who had already taken off his Xuantian armor, killing all the remaining cyborg soldiers. The poisonous mist gathered in his palm compressed into a bead, ready to be shot at Shockwave's back. A silver light flashed before Red Spider's eyes. Hey, look here.
6KK Chapter 221. Expulsion successful. Hey, look here. The sound that reached Red Spider's ears was very slight, but it was like thunder striking Red Spider's heart. His palm was extremely compressed, and the poisonous mist bead that was originally going to attack Shockwave shot towards the center of the eyebrows of the figure in front of him in a flash. Whoosh! A blood-colored round bead came flying through the air. Luo Fan appeared in front of Red Spider and stretched out his right hand to block in front of him. Luo Fan grabbed the blood bead that was compressed with countless poisonous mists with his armor-covered palm. All I heard was a crisp, click, sound. Luo Fan's hand crushed the poison bead directly. Suddenly, countless blood-red poisonous fog spread out, and a huge ball of poisonous fog wrapped Luo Fan in it. Idiot! Starscream sneered. With a flick of her green fingers, the poisonous mist surrounding Luo Fan immediately transformed into a densely packed net under the control of the Red Spider, which continued to close in. Brother Luo Fan, be careful! Everyone on the island was shocked and started to speak nervously. Before they could help, the poisonous fog that was originally shrinking exploded again. A silver hand stretched out from the bloody poisonous mist. Starscream had a cold expression and stepped back immediately. However, the hand that was shining with silver light rushed forward and grabbed Red Spider's neck. Get out of here! Starscream gritted his teeth. Red Spider held a long whip in his right hand and a cross lightsaber condensed by laser light in his left hand, while slashing fiercely forward at the same time. Silverhand first used his fingers to spread out the slashing force of the cross lightsaber, then casually grabbed the whip that was swinging towards him. Advertisement Luo Fan's figure appeared in front of Red Spider, followed by his arm. The huge shadow of the Beast King White Tiger enveloped Luo Fan, who was wearing the White Tiger armor. The King pattern on the White Tiger's forehead was shining with black light. Although the light was condensed all over its body, it still exuded a domineering aura that looked down on the world.
Feeling the invisible pressure from the 4 divine beasts at close range, Red Spider felt that his powerful heart skipped a beat in an instant. Luo Fan, who rushed out of the bloody poisonous fog unscathed, now showed his handsome face and looked at Red Spider with a meaningful smile. That kind of leisurely and calm manner made Starscream, the second-ranking Decepticon, feel humiliated and annoyed. The scattered blood-red poisonous mist, controlled by Red Spider, once again surrounded the two people. Red Spider's kick was enough to tear the sky apart, and it chopped down fiercely, but Luo Fan dodged it. A powerful force came from the long whip that was held tightly. S++ level mission. Decepticon invasion. The Decepticons have infiltrated Xuanwu Island. Host, please expel and capture the invading enemies immediately. If the expulsion mission is successful, the host will receive plus 1 billion shock value, plus 1200 respect value, and plus 10 mall lottery chance. If a Decepticon is successfully captured, the host will receive an additional advanced gene enhancement potion plus 1 and a random epic skill plus 1. The capture reward increases with the number of people captured. If it were before, Luo Fan would not have been reckless enough to risk his life by inhaling the highly corrosive poisonous mist from Red Spider. This is impossible. Starscream would never have thought that the terrifying toxin that she was so proud of could be made immune to Luo Fan's system by spending only 10,000 shock points. Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 644. Especially Aokiji Sengoku and others who were injured and in great pain after being attacked by Starscream's poisonous mist, felt very hurt in their hearts. Anti-toxin potion. 100,000 shock value, duration, 20 minutes. After use, it can make the host immune to all toxins. There was the sound of countless jaws hitting the ground. How can you be immune to my poison? Hey, this malfunction is really good. Moreover, during the period of time when Kansha was trapped, Luo Fan's mission had already completed a small stage. Advertisement. Luo Fan savored the taste of the poisonous fog and gave his evaluation. Clank. Clank. Everyone was shocked by Luo Fan's direct and violent action and turned into statues with their mouths open. Even the Decepticon leader, Megatron, didn't dare to resist the poisonous mist for too long in his duel with Starscream. Why? Starscream shook his head in disbelief, having already forgotten how many times he had said the word, impossible. Why can you smoke these drugs like cigars, damn? But, congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 659. Currently completed. 20 minutes is enough time for Luo Fan to show off his Kamui. Tisk. This poisonous smoke is not good either, it's not very pleasant to smoke. If you keep doing this, people will really get angry. There are many things that you think are impossible, Luo Fan chuckled. The Luo Fan in front of him actually treated the toxin he was so proud of as a cigarette and inhaled it directly into his body without any harm. In the system panel, a green icon of a man with his hands on his hips appeared on Luo Fan's status bar. Why? For a moment, there was complete silence. Then, Luo Fan let out a long breath. In front of Red Spider and everyone else, Luo Fan took a deep breath and inhaled some of the poisonous mist surrounding him into his nasal cavity. Congratulations to the host for winning. Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 723. Advertisement Chapter 222. No retreat. As long as all the Moon People forces that invaded Xuanwu Island were expelled, Luo Fan would be able to obtain extremely generous rewards. Especially the shocking value of up to 1 billion and the 10 consecutive draws in the mall. It almost blinded Luo Fan. After the system upgrade, I really understand more and more how to poke the host's XP. Greedy. In addition to the rewards for completing the final task, the rewards for the smaller stages are equally attractive. If I can capture all 4 Decepticons, I will not only be able to obtain 4 epic skills. You can also use Shinigami to summon 4 more servants. This wave of huge profits. Luo Fan looked at Red Spider and the other two with more eagerness. The burning gaze made Starscream feel extremely uncomfortable. Plague and Cyclone flew to Red Spider's side, and the three of them looked at Luo Fan in full vigilance, their aura rising from their bodies, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. As for Alpha, he was still being chased by Shockwave with a double-edged axe. The wings were so scared that they lost feathers. Thank you for your hard work, leave the rest to me. Luo Fan turned his head and nodded to the injured people and said, "We still have the strength to fight." In the marine, Sengoku roared in a muffled voice while holding up his huge body. In the recent battle with Starscream, Sengoku, who transformed into a giant Buddha, became the most conspicuous target on the battlefield, and most of Starscream's poison attacks were borne by Sengoku. At this moment, his huge golden body was glowing dimly, flickering like Morse code. Behind Sengoku, Aokiji Chadon and other marine commanders who were wounded and bleeding on their faces also stood up. Advertisement: as Marines, we will never be guarded behind anyone. Otherwise, we would be unworthy of this uniform and the soldiers who died or were injured. Aokiji answered decisively. Shockwave's raid on the world government headquarters and the chaos created by the Decepticons lurking on Basalt Island have caused Marine to pay a heavy price in casualties. As an army that maintains world order and maritime peace, they cannot tolerate being guarded by Luo Fan behind them instead of personally expelling the enemies and invaders in front of them. We will never retreat. Never retreat. The Marines on the island all raised their weapons, full of fighting spirit. The will of blood and fire continued to rise above Xuanwu Island. Red Spider opened his hands and released a large amount of blood-red poisonous mist, which spread in front of him, attempting to block Luo Fan's sight. Let's wait for Luo Fan to avenge us and beat up these birdmen. The golden laser beam streaked across Luo Fan's cheek, barely scraping sparks on the silver visor. Yeah, maybe we'll have a chance to add a few punches and slashes later on to satisfy our cravings. Whoosh. We all are. But it must be said that the now rebuilt Marine can truly bear the responsibilities of the two great justices behind it. The strong wind created a wake visible to the naked eye along the way. The words may be rough, but the truth is there. Whitebeard laughed, his hands on his hips, and nudged Sengoku with his shoulder. Hateful. Sir Luo Fan, I will come to your aid from the rear, Fujitora said solemnly. If it weren't for this young monster, the world would probably be destroyed by the celestial dragons or enslaved by the moon people. Advertisement. Luo Fan smiled slightly. Thank you very much. I'll leave a moonman for you to execute when the time comes. But, Luo Fan left a promise and then flew into the sky with a knife. Seeing that his poison really had no effect on Luo Fan, Red Spider felt his confidence greatly reduced. Then the airflow surged inward, and Luo Fan, wearing the silver figure of the daytime tiger armor, penetrated the cover of the poisonous fog like lightning. In Marine's eyes, Luo Fan is no longer the vicious and cruel destroyer he once was. With a curse in his heart, the ability of Sparkling Fruit was activated. Starscream grasped the cross lightsaber in both hands, and a golden laser beam was instantly emitted from his chest. Looking at the Marines with determined and angry looks, Luo Fan nodded slightly. Gulala, although I appreciate the righteousness of you Marines, now is not the time to show off. Damn it. Sengoku was angry, but he could do nothing about it. Don't worry, I promise to avenge you all. Compared to Marine, they are more shameless and free-spirited. The former pirates talked at once, put their arms around the Marines' shoulders and tried to persuade them to retreat. If the Marines really rashly join the war, not only will they fail to contain the three Moonmen, but they may also make Luo Fan run around in a hurry and be restricted in their actions. Whitebeard's words immediately silenced the Marines. Although there had been frictions of varying degrees with the Marine and world government over the Celestial Dragons issue. The battle between the three Decepticons and Luo Fan has exceeded their realm. Let's leave these three birdmen to Brother Luo Fan. Our intervention will only cause more trouble for Brother Luo Fan. Luo Fan's attack immediately set off alarm bells in the hearts of Red Spider and the other two. Only a residual image was left there. Everyone is injured, so don't be reckless. Chapter 223 Trampling. The White Day Tiger armor, like the Xuanshan Wu armor, is an exclusive armor for the mythical beast White Tiger. The added speed of 9,999,999,999 almost brought Luo Fan close to Sparkling Fruit's terrifying speed of light. And, in front of the awakened observation Haki, Luo Fan had already predicted Red Spider's attack. Seeing that his attacks were always easily resolved by Luo Fan, Red Spider seemed very surprised. She knew very well that this was an ability that could only be possessed by cultivating the mind's eye, or observation Haki, to the highest level. Since the Moon people focus on technology and genetic training, there are only a few who can train their mind's eye to this level. Starscream, the second-ranking Decepticon, can only predict things related to himself 1 second in advance through the perception of his mind's eye. But when facing Luo Fan, she found that this 1-second predictive ability was almost nothing. The other person's mind and eyes should be better than yours. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The long chain in Plague's hand turned into boiling dark red magma, and the huge sickle connected to the other end of the chain was also painted black. Plague wields the chain scythe covered in armament Haki and magma, forming a tornado of magma and air currents in the air. The storm is coming. Plague roared loudly, and the chain sickle was instantly thrown in the direction of Luo Fan. The roaring giant tornado seemed to be about to swallow Luo Fan. Cyclone followed closely behind. The golden laser light flickers. Haki released. A burst of light speed kicks hit Luo Fan's chest first. Everyone on Xuanwu Island held their breath and their hearts tightened as they watched the three Decepticons attack Luo Fan with full firepower. Advertisement. Luo Fan, who was facing the attack of three Decepticons head-on, felt like he wanted to shout, "Autobots transform," and chase after them. Cyclone's light speed kicks hit his chest repeatedly. The daytime tiger armor instantly splashed out silver light. In an instant, Luo Fan's body had been kicked hundreds and thousands of times by Kwang Biao. The abilities of Haki and Sparkling Fruit intertwined with Kwang Biao's feet. Kwang Biao, who had been injured by Luo Fan, exerted all his strength. Bang bang bang. Under the continuous attack of light speed kicks, Luo Fan's body kept moving backwards. And Kwang Biao's kick had already hit the blade. The artistic conception of this sword is beyond the reach of my sword. Faced with two cross lightsabers that could no longer be stopped and were about to pierce him, Kwang Biao suddenly grimaced and activated his Sparkling Fruit ability. Very scary. The howling wind swept the boiling magma, dyeing the tornado and the sky and earth a dark red. The laser light shot in all directions and collided with the cross lightsaber in Red Spider's hand. Kwang Biao felt a little aggrieved. That guy was able to remove my power. There's something strange about it. Behind him, a huge tornado caused by the plague blew over. The Kwang Biao figure who was kicking the dragon-slaying sword was sucked tightly, and he could only watch his body flying upwards driven by the force following Luo Fan's movements. Damn it, brother Luo Fan is such a monster. It seemed as if a pair of yin and yang fish appeared between heaven and earth, flowing slowly with Luo Fan as the center. The muffled sound of the lightspeed kick hitting Luo Fan's chest armor turned into a crisp sound of metal colliding. Tai Chi's mental method: use the opponent's force to counterattack. Isn't there enough weirdness about him? Don't take it lightly. Advertisement above his head, Red Spider, who had also been injected with the sparkling fruit ability factor, swooped down with two cross lightsabers in his hands. What are you doing? Starscream asked angrily, a wild meal. Using the blade as the contact point, Luo Fan's wrist slowly moved upwards as the yin-yang fish twisted. And Luo Fan didn't even use much strength. An indescribable aura instantly enveloped Luo Fan. Now Luo Fan, holding a long sword, has surpassed the pinnacle of swordsmanship, leaving himself and other swordsmen far behind. A huge blade decorated with a golden dragon relief appeared in front of Luo Fan at some point. He was planning to continue kicking Luo Fan towards the tornado behind him, but he immediately felt his leg hit a quagmire and he was stuck in it. The strength in his legs was drawn away by Luo Fan, and Kwang Biao soared into the sky along the upward thrust of the dragon-slaying sword without having time to adjust his body. Such a mysterious and light counterattack caused Whitebeard, Red Hair and other strong men to be amazed. What's going on? Kwang Biao was shocked. I could even feel the burning temperature behind my ears. Clang. Luo Fan flexibly resolved Kwang Biao's kick and Red Spider's sneak attack, and the lava tornado behind him was already within reach. Shanks sighed from afar and touched the famous sword griffin at his waist. As fast as lightning, the Red Spider, who was originally swinging his sword to assassinate Luo Fan, rushed over from the sky. The two cross lightsabers in his hands, which were originally intended to pierce Luo Fan's forehead, avoided stabbing his own people. Red Spider also noticed that Storm was blocking his way and stopped in an instant. Equally shocking was facing Luo Fan's fierce challenge. Once upon a time, although Luo Fan had the blessing of the sword will in front of him, he still had to imitate his sword skills. Chapter 224 I Really Want to Die. Bionics. Storm is coming. Luo Fan held the dragon-slaying sword horizontally in front of him and held the handle of the sword with both hands at the same time. The long-lost bionic sword skill is activated again. Under the gaze of Plague, Red Spider and others, Luo Fan, holding a knife in both hands, turned quickly. Under the terrifying speed bonus of the daytime tiger armor, the air around Luo Fan was directly rolled up. The white air whirlwind gradually formed and continued to expand from Luo Fan's body. The golden sword light intertwined in the white air whirlwind. Another huge tornado pierced through the sea and the sky, and collided head-on with the plague tornado. The two tornadoes with opposite wind directions immediately entangled together, as if two huge dragons on the sea were biting each other. Boom boom boom. A horrible explosion sounded from the tornado. The violent air currents continued to surge in all directions, and the buildings on Xuanwu Island even made a humming sound under the ravages of the strong winds. The golden blade light, with the help of the strong wind, continued to strangle the boiling magma. Lava from the tornado continued to drip. The two tornadoes competed with each other, and for a moment it was unclear which one was stronger. Plague gritted his teeth and changed the direction of the chain sickle in his hand. The chain was as flexible as a long snake and wrapped around Luo Fan's ankle. Luo Fan was quick-witted and blocked the dragon-slaying sword in his hand. The chain that had turned into magma suddenly wrapped around the blade. Plague twitched hard. The sickle at the end of the chain whizzed through the air, but did not cut Luo Fan's throat. The chain tightly wrapped around the dragon-slaying sword and pulled it back violently. Hidden under the mask, Luo Fan's expression was calm, and his star-like eyes were shining brightly. Advertisement realizing that Plague wanted to take his weapon first, Luo Fan snorted softly and clenched his fists. Hockey armament. The scorching steam surged, and Luo Fan punched the end of the hilt of the dragon-slaying sword that was driven by the chain. Plague only felt a stronger force transmitted to his arm through the chain, almost making his arm numb. The dragon-slaying sword, entangled in chains and flying backwards, stabbed straight towards him at a rapid speed. Plague's heart skipped a beat, and his wrists grasping the chains trembled upwards, but he failed to successfully relieve the force. In desperation, Plague could only turn his head slightly to the side and cover himself with armament hockey. When the tip of the dragon-slaying sword slammed into the side of Plague's head. Thanks to armament hockey's defense, Plague's head was not cut off by the dragon-slaying sword. However, the violent impact of the collision made Plague's brain buzz instantly, and he felt dizzy. The dragon-slaying sword was deflected by the Plague and flew backwards. And on the path where the dragon-slaying sword flew backwards, Luo Fan had appeared there without anyone noticing. Luo Fan twisted his waist and punched sideways, striking out again. The fist hit the hilt of the swirling and flying dragon-slaying sword accurately. Under the impact of the fist, the dragon-slaying sword shot towards Plague again. Plague, who had just calmed down from the concussion, saw a golden blade appear before his eyes the next second. Grass. Plague only had time to utter one word before the dragon-slaying sword hit Plague on the head again. When there was another crash, and a familiar feeling of dizziness came over me again. Advertisement: the deflected dragon-slaying sword was accurately hit by Luo Fan again and bounced towards the Plague again. The frequency of the clanging collisions became faster and faster. Luo Fan, who possesses the futuristic vision of observation hockey, can accurately predict the rebound point of the dragon-slaying sword every time and blast it towards the Plague again. Under this continuous rebounding impact, Plague's head was like a spring target, shaking him so much that he had no power to resist. Such precise control immediately made everyone present gasp. Luo Fan, who thought that the weapon in his hand would be disarmed by the Plague, actually took advantage of the enemy's strategy and counterattacked again in this way. So weapons can be used like this? Shanks was dumbfounded. All the swordsmen present knew it very well. If they were allowed to control the weapons in their hands to attack, they could also accurately grasp the direction and landing point of the weapons every time. This is simply impossible. Damn, this is too fancy, but it's amazing. Hiss, if I were this Moon Man, I would probably want to die. Everyone was stunned and shocked, and they couldn't help but look at the Plague with sympathy and pity as it was constantly being counterattacked by the dragon-slaying sword. This scene of being treated like a human sandbag is 100 times more humiliating than being cut by the dragon-slaying sword. Tisk tisk tisk, everyone shook their heads. Under the continuous bouncing attacks of the dragon-slaying sword, Plague only felt that his avatar was a small boat in a storm, with waves rising and falling. Waves of dizziness kept attacking and hitting Plague, making it completely impossible for Plague to control his body and fight back. Seeing Plague in such a miserable state, Starscream and Cyclonus felt that something was wrong. The two of them rushed over quickly. Kwang Biao flapped the wings behind him and deflected the dragon-slaying sword that was flying towards him again. Taking advantage of the opportunity when the dragon-slaying sword was knocked away, Kwang Biao picked up Plague, who had been dizzy from the continuous impact of the dragon-slaying sword, with both hands and moved away from Luo Fan. Chapter 225 Space World Boom. The red spider was bathed in bloody poisonous mist and rushed towards Luo Fan with great momentum. The bloody poisonous mist turned into thick long whips, binding Luo Fan's hands, legs and waist. Luo Fan, tied up with a bloody whip, looked like he was performing some kind of shameful play. Without the knife in your hand, I want to see how you attack. Starscream stared at Luo Fan viciously, and released a chain condensed from poisonous mist to bind the dragon-slaying sword that was blocked by Kwang Biao. Originally, the terrifying venom of the red spider was enough to make people stay away. But he met this freak Luo Fan, who actually smoked the poisonous mist she released as a cigar and nothing happened to him. Thinking of this, Red Spider's hatred towards Luo Fan deepened. At the same time, she suddenly tightened her 5 fingers. The long whip controlled in midair was immediately compressed tightly and continued to shrink into Luo Fan's body surface. The long whip condensed from the poisonous fog kept squeezing the daytime tiger armor, making a crunching sound that made your teeth ache. I don't believe your armor can still have such terrible defensive power. Seeing the daytime tiger armor being constantly restrained and squeezed, Red Spider showed a pleased expression on his face. In the eyes of everyone, Luo Fan, who was covered by the daytime tiger armor at this time, seemed to have lost the ability to escape. He was trapped by the long whip formed by the red spider's poisonous mist and could not move. Aokiji Fujitora, Whitebeard and others saw this and tried to support Luo Fan, but they saw the whole sky filled with blood-red poisonous fog, which kept pressing down. The red spider's venom is ineffective against Luo Fan, but to these ordinary indigenous warriors, it is a terrifying bone-eating existence. Plague, who had just recovered from the concussion from the knife flick, had a look of annoyance on his face. Plague and Cyclone, who were furious, saw Luo Fan being bound by Red Spider and immediately attacked again, brandishing their weapons. Advertisement: the two men opened fire at full force, wishing they could kill Luo Fan on the spot with a full-strength attack. However, facing the angry counterattack of the two Decepticons, Luo Fan, whose limbs and waist were bound by the long whip condensed from poisonous mist, did not struggle or resist at all. A dazzling silver light flickered on Luo Fan. The daytime tiger armor turned into a tiger fur coat again and was draped over Luo Fan. Before the three of them could find a way to escape, the three of them only felt that their consciousness, the moment they looked directly into Luo Fan's strange eyes, seemed to be sucked into the black Uzumaki. Not only that, when they turned around, they found themselves in a space where the sky was filled with blood. A circle of black lines lingered around the blood-red pupil, and in the middle of the pupil, a black pattern like a spiral was twisting. Kwang Biao was completely uncalm. What? Congratulations to the host for obtaining the epic skill. Bloodline limit, Tsukuyomi. Aren't you going to hide under this armor? Starscream snorted. This abrupt world seemed to be non-existent, but in the eyes of the three of them it was so real and terrifying. Welcome to my world. Luo Fan's eyes, which were originally as dark and deep as the universe, instantly turned blood red. The three of them regained control of their bodies at the same time, raised their hands to attack Luo Fan in front of them, but found that Luo Fan had disappeared. Plague closed his eyes and tried to sense everything around him, but was shocked to find that he could only sense nothingness. Buzz. This is the epic skill Luo Fan obtained after successfully capturing Kancha and completing the small stage mission. Advertisement. New skills. No, I just need to show my face and test out my new skills. Mangekyo Sharingan. Next second. When the three of them came to their senses again, they had all been tied to tall stone pillars by black thorny vines. The calm and unhurried smile is dazzling. A young but extremely handsome face appeared in front of everyone. The surrounding space changed again. If this were the case in the world of Hokage Ninja, someone would probably exclaim in surprise. Bloodline limit. Tsukuyomi, one of the strongest Taijutsu illusions in the Hokage world. When activated, the person will automatically obtain the Mangekyo Sharingan. Anyone who looks directly at the Sharingan will have their mind pulled into the illusion space. In the Tsukuyomi world, the quality of space and time is ignored, and everything is controlled by the caster. The enemy will suffer great physical and mental pain in the illusion world. Conditions for casting. The object must be touched 4 times and within a 5-meter range. Red Spider, Plague and Cyclone, who were right in front of Luo Fan, suddenly froze. The soil under my feet seemed to be soaked in blood, and even the trees in the distance were a deep black. Tsukuyomi. The next second, the attacks of Cyclone and Plague came towards them. What made Red Spider's heart skip a beat was Luo Fan's words. Even so, Luo Fan was still tied up tightly. Luo Fan pursed her lips and curled them up slightly, revealing a bright smile. Damn it, what the hell is this place? Luo Fan's bright eyes suddenly opened. What made them even more horrified was that they were unable to exert any strength and could only watch themselves being trapped on the stone pillar. Chapter 226. Unbearable Pain. Welcome to my world. How is it? Are you surprised and surprised? Luo Fan's voice echoed throughout the blood-red world. The Decepticon members tied to 3 stone pillars were deeply shocked and terrified by this scene that was completely beyond their comprehension. A large group of black crows flew out from a hideous forest in the distance, and their blood-red eyes stared at the 3 people, making them tremble with fear. Afterwards, the crows continued to gather together and turned into the appearance of Luo Fan, standing in the air. Luo Fan's eyes were still in the blood-red Mangekyo Sharingan state. Looking at Luo Fan, who was smiling with his arms crossed, Red Spider gritted his teeth. What on earth did you do? Ah, you were just under an illusion. Illusion? How is that possible? The 3 of them looked at each other, and saw disbelief in each other's eyes. Such a realistic space is actually an illusion. Looking at Luo Fan's pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, the 3 quickly realized that it was Luo Fan's eyes that caused them to fall into such a powerful illusion without knowing it. Plague closed his eyes tightly, trying to calm his mind, then suddenly opened his eyes. The world before my eyes is still blood red. And Luo Fan's playful face. If I can get rid of my Tsukuyomi with this method, then my epic skills are really fake. Luo Fan shook his head. What exactly do you want to do? Advertisement. Red Spider struggled desperately, trying to exert his full strength, but all his abilities seemed to fall on deaf ears. Lie. Luo Fan put his index finger to his lips. Next, enjoy the spiritual package I'm giving you. As Luo Fan finished speaking, Luo Fan's suspended figure split into 2, 2 into 4, and 4 into 8. Under the astonished gazes of Red Spider, Plague and Cyclone, Luo Fan's figure instantly expanded to hundreds and thousands at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 3 men had hideous wounds all over their bodies. It was a horrible sight. The painful screams of Starscream, Plague Storm and the other 2 were suddenly heard. The intense pain was transmitted from the wounds on their bodies to their brains, excruciating their hearts. Before Red Spider and the other 2 could figure out what Luo Fan was going to do, he could only watch helplessly as his body was chopped by the dragon-slaying sword. The intense pain of being chopped by hundreds of swords at the same time was far beyond what an ordinary person could bear. The knife flashed past, splashing a blue blood mist. However, the stone pillars behind them that tied up the 3 of them were completely intact. As long as Luo Fan didn't let them faint from the pain, they would have to stay awake and feel the pain, and it would last forever. They even couldn't tell which of the Luo Fans in front of them were illusions and which were the real ones. The 3 people roared and screamed in a state of near madness and collapse, and their shrill voices echoed in this blood-red space for a long time. Another kind of heart-wrenching pain came again. Ah, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Having lost all their abilities, they couldn't even do armament hockey defense. Before they could breathe a sigh of relief, thinking the torture was over. Ah, advertisement. If you have the guts, put me down and fight to the death. Go to hell. Die, die, spare me, just kill me. However, the 3 of them could only clearly feel the pain of being hit, and did not feel like fainting from the pain at all. At this moment, Starscream, Plague, and Cyclonus all hoped that they could just pass out. The wound had just healed and the mental pain had not yet dissipated when the next wave of attacks came again. Ah, I can't stand it. The hard bird kept pecking at their wounds, devouring the flesh and blood of the 3 people. Hundreds and thousands of dragon-slaying swords with sharp blades, carrying golden arcs of light that pierced through the sky and earth, slashed at the bodies of Red Spider and the other 2. The next moment, countless phantoms transformed into blood-red-eyed crows, screaming and flying towards the 3 people. In this illusion-created space, the 3 Decepticons were completely like lambs to be slaughtered by Luo Fan, and all conditions were under Luo Fan's control, including their consciousness. The next moment, the countless Luo Fan figures in front of him raised the dragon-slaying sword again and swung it down expressionlessly. But Red Spider and the other 2 were strong men from the moon. Even though they were in great pain under Luo Fan's illusion attack, they still stood firm. The roars of dragons emitted by countless dragon-slaying swords pierced through heaven and earth. If a person is weak or an ordinary human, he will immediately suffer a mental breakdown and become mentally retarded and demented under the torture of Tsukuyomi's illusion. All the Luo Fans showed a devilish smile and swung out their cold and shining dragon-slaying swords. The wounds on his body were so deep that the bones were visible. The recurring pain made the three Decepticons feel like they were small boats in the tsunami that could sink at any time. Another clear and intense pain was heard, and the three people let out shrill screams. After they lost count of how many times they had been slashed by Luo Fan and the Phantoms, Luo Fan and the Phantoms took back the dragon-slaying sword. Hundreds and thousands of knife lights chopped at their bodies again and again. Advertisement Chapter 227 Tsukuyomi's Horror. In the illusion space created by Luo Fan's eye technique, Tsukuyomi, all matter and all elements are controlled by Luo Fan at will. The abilities of Red Spider, Plague, and Cyclonus were directly broken down, leaving them tightly bound to the huge stone pillars. What made the three Decepticons feel even more desperate and terrified was that they were simply unaware of the speed at which time flowed. The entire sky was dyed blood red, even the clouds were scarlet. From beginning to end, the entire sky remained unchanged. It was as if the time in this space had been frozen by Luo Fan. Only they are truly experiencing the slashing of the dragon-slaying sword and the pecking of the crows. The three people suffered severe physical and mental damage. Amid the screams of pain, there was no longer the pride of being a moon man that he had before in front of everyone. I want to die. I want to die. In the end, this was the only thought left in the three people's minds. They had been numbly enduring this torture for who knows how long, and it felt like a century had passed. Luo Fan stood in the air, quietly watching the three Decepticons in the illusion space. No wonder Kakashi was physically and mentally injured by Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi. No one can stand this skill. Luo Fan muttered to himself. Luo Fan feels very satisfied with this epic skill rewarded by the system. Tsukuyomi, no matter how much he tortures others, it is him who tortures others. Anyway, Luo Fan doesn't need to experience it himself. This skill is enough. Just as Luo Fan was about to raise his hand to manipulate the elements of this illusion space and change other punishments to torture the three Decepticon members, a dark wave suddenly appeared in the blood-red sky which was originally calm and peaceful. Advertisement. Luo Fan, who noticed something strange, frowned slightly and looked up at the sky above the illusion space. The bloody sky suddenly looked like a stain of ink had fallen on it. Thick ink drops fell from the sky. A breath of life that did not belong to this world also broke in with the appearance of the ink stain. Luo Fan raised his hand. Hundreds of arrows condensed with light immediately appeared in the illusion space. As Luo Fan flicked his finger lightly, dense numbers of arrows flew out in an instant, and the sharp sound of breaking through the air echoed in the illusion space. The sight of the arrow shooting was like ink stains slowly dripping from the sky. The Mangekyo pattern in the pupil keeps rotating. The ball of black water seemed to know the power of Luo Fan's eyes, and immediately retracted its tentacles that wanted to grab Kwang Biao back, turning into a pool of black water and creating a gap in the stone pillar. The thorny vines that bound Red Spider and the other two broke with a sound. Luo Fan, who appeared beside the stone pillar at some point, grabbed the seriously injured Kwang Biao with his right hand, raised his head, and his Mangekyo Sharingan glowed with blood. The thick black water wrapped around the bodies of the three of them, tying Red Spider, Plague and Hurricane together to prevent them from falling down after being tortured and seriously injured. The black water turned into a long hand and tried to catch the intercepted storm again, but the next moment it broke into hundreds of pieces. The man's left hand swept across the giant square shuriken on his back, and he threw the giant square shuriken directly forward. In his right hand he held a slightly curved black long sword, with not even a guard between the blade and the handle. Within Tsukuyomi, one is the absolute master. Luo Fan immediately raised his eyebrows. But now Luo Fan found that he could not control the attacker who suddenly broke in. The man in black took back the giant square shuriken and put it back on the back of his light armor. He then turned into a ball of black water and flew towards the stone pillar. Advertisement. The man who emerged from the black water was wrapped in black close-fitting light armor, with only a pair of glowing red eyes showing behind the mask. Faced with the concentrated fire of countless arrows, the thick black ink stains immediately dripped onto the towering stone pillars that tied up the Decepticons. The black water twisted and mixed together again as it splashed, but the last one, Hurricane, still fell off the stone pillar. The figures of Red Spider and Plague sank into the black water in an instant and disappeared without a trace. In a flash, more arrows pierced through the four-sided shuriken and shot towards the direction of the man in black. The man jumped out of the black water so lightly that there was not even any sound. 3 silver lights flashed instantly. The whistling shuriken immediately collided with the incoming rain of arrows, shattering the arrow in front. The invisible sword light arrived in an instant and directly cut off the black water that was holding the three of them. A pair of red eyes flashed. The turbulence in space continued to make a buzzing sound. A dragon roar sounded in Luo Fan's hand, and the dragon-slaying sword appeared. For a moment, Luo Fan thought of a certain devil fruit. Phew. The entire illusion space began to distort violently. The only explanation is that the other party's ability to turn into black water is strange. In reality, it looks like a ninja walking in the dark. The black ink gurgled and a figure suddenly jumped out from the ink. Sniff sniff. Luo Fan chopped with a knife. Luo Fan drew his sword fiercely and swung it forward with a stunning blow. Chapter 228. Defending against natural enemies. A knife that spans the sea and the sky burst out in an instant. It contains Luo Fan's kendo will and the entanglement of Conqueror's haki. It completely locked onto the attacker in front of it, leaving absolutely no possibility of escape. The sea surface outside Xuangwu Island was split in half by Luo Fan's shocking sword. The sea water flowed back to both sides, making a roaring sound like a landslide. Another white knife light came from behind. Clang! Two terrifying sword beams collided on the sea, and even the space was torn apart by the terrible force at the moment of impact. Boom boom boom. The waves of the explosion spread directly in all directions. Huge waves tens of meters high instantly rose up from the entire sea surface. The raging tsunami seemed to destroy everything. The earth is shaking. The sky and earth changed color. At this moment, even the people on Xuangwu Island felt a surge of impact. Strong men like Aokiji, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, and red-haired Shanks were even pushed back 3 or 4 steps by the strong wind. Who was actually able to fight against brother Luo Fan in sword moves? Everyone was surprised. With such a terrifying energy fluctuation, if it weren't for the defenses on Xuangwu Island, we would probably have been killed on the spot. Advertisement. How terrible. Even though they were protected by the Xuangwu beast from a distance, everyone could still clearly feel the breath of death approaching. That is a killer move that no one here can contend with. No matter who the opponent is, the person who can make Luo Fan use such a terrifying sword move must be someone who is at the same level as Luo Fan. You ate the dark fruit, right? Moreover, he is also a moon man. The black cracks in the space were shocking. As the 2 sword lights faded away, the rumbling sound gradually became clearer. If all the Decepticon members who were dispatched never returned, it would be difficult for me to report to the task. Apart from Megatron, the leader of the Moon People, the only one left is the chief of the Guards Court Decepticons. Although he regained the minds of Red Spider and Plague, and broke free from the control of Luo Fan's illusion. Although the torture was not actually manifested in the body, the 3 people whose minds were constantly on the verge of collapse were now physically weak. Although the leader sent out 4 red spiders and the newly completed cyborg soldiers, he still ordered Skybreaker to monitor in secret out of caution. Luo Fan put away his sword, and his Mangekyo Sharingan had turned back into a normal deep black pupil. So you are also a Decepticon. Luo Fan laughed when he heard Starscream calling him Decepticon. After the 3 of them were hit by Luo Fan's Tsukuyomi, their spirits were pulled into the illusion space created by Luo Fan. They remained conscious and endured the punishment arranged for them by Luo Fan. The Moon People had been on an expedition for many years without any Decepticon casualties, so Shockwave's death came as a surprise to the leader. A ball of black water grabbed Red Spider and Plague, whose faces were already as pale as they could be. It's like a fight between gods, and the mortals suffer. The black long sword, the huge square shuriken, and the strange and sticky black water all showed that the figure in front of him was the attacker who had just entered the world of Luo Fan Tsukuyomi. Advertisement. He was wearing light black armor, with a pair of equally black wings growing behind him. Half of his body was hidden in the black water, and only a pair of red eyes were visible behind the mask, without any emotion. However, when he saw Luo Fan staring at Red Spider and the other 2, causing the latter's eyes to freeze in place and not move at all, Utiandi had a bad feeling. His ability was rather strange. He ignored the defensive shield of the mythical beast Black Tortoise and sneaked in. After noticing that Red Spider and the other 2 were trapped in an illusion, he took decisive action. Your mission has failed. I am here to take you away. Squinting his eyes slightly, Luo Fan looked at the 4th person in front of him expressionlessly. The Red Spider, who was rescued from being entangled in the black water, raised his face that no longer looked like a human, and when he saw the man in black, he immediately murmured. However, at the last moment, Kuang Biao was intercepted again by Luo Fan and was still trapped in Tsukuyomi's world. If Red Spider and his companions fail in their mission, Skybreaker will just stand by and watch. After all, he didn't want to confront the leader so soon. The huge space crack slowly closed. All the light seemed to be swallowed up by the black water. Utiandi spoke indifferently. Countless sticky black waters surrounded Utiandi's body, as dark as a black hole. The mental torture in the illusion space seemed to last for decades, but the time that passed in the real world was just a moment when Luo Fan Mangekyo's Sharingan looked directly at them. In addition to the huge movement on the sea, it also proved the horrific scene that had just happened. And behind the black water, there was a black figure staring at Luo Fan. Therefore, Utiandi, who had been lying dormant and hiding his aura, finally took action. Defend. Natural enemies. Luo Fan looked at Utiandi, half of whose body was submerged in the black water, and grinned. Apart from Red Spider, who is in the 2nd place, there are other people in the Moon People's expeditionary force who can possess such strength. Chapter 229. Death Struggle. You ate the dark fruit, right? Luo Fan's calm question was like a bolt from the blue. Originally, because the uninvited guest Utiandi suddenly appeared on Xuangwu Island, although his strength was still able to compete with Luo Fan, everyone who was already on guard was shocked. No wonder this feels so familiar, it turns out to be dark fruit. These birdmen actually used the power of the devil fruit as well. Then wouldn't we be at an even greater disadvantage? Don't encourage others to be more ambitious and destroy your own prestige. You for all you. After sparkling fruit and lava fruit, the 3rd devil fruit appeared in the hands of the Moon Man. But considering that the devil fruit trees were uprooted in Raftel, it doesn't seem too surprising that the Moon People got the devil fruit. Thinking of this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief in an AQ way. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate and the original members of the Whitebeard Pirates did not look so natural. After all, Dark Fruit's previous ability user was Whitebeard's adopted son. Blackbeard. During the battle where Marineford rescued Ace, Blackbeard originally wanted to kill Whitebeard when Whitebeard was besieged and seriously injured by Marine, and take the shock fruit in one fell swoop. However, due to the unexpected episode of Luo Fan, Blackbeard was eventually suppressed to the bottom of the sea by Luo Fan and Whitebeard, and there was no news of him anymore. He died before he could accomplish his mission. The demon fruit power was cursed by the sea water, so no one believed that Blackbeard could survive. Now that the user of Dark Fruit ability has appeared, the news of Blackbeard's death has been completely confirmed. Advertisement. It's impossible to die anymore. It seems that Teach, that B*****************, D, is really dead. Whitebeard Edward Newgate muttered to himself, then snorted. Humph, you deserve to die. The Marines, who were originally a little annoyed by the fact that the sparkling fruit and lava fruit were snatched away by the moon people and mass-produced into cyborgs with the abilities of sparkling fruit and lava fruit, now looked towards the original Whitebeard pirates. The sharp blade slashed between the tentacles and the storm. With a humming sound, the pitch-black armament hockey instantly enveloped the entire four-sided shuriken, drawing a streak of black lightning in the air. Looking up, the Decepticon leader, Megatron, didn't even glance in this direction. The swift slash tore through the space, and spatial turbulence continued to surge in the tiny cracks, preventing the black water tentacles from moving forward even a single step. That's right, this devil fruit complements my abilities. Only by eating it completely can it exert its maximum effect. Therefore, he took Dark Fruit. Shockwave, expressionless, continued to chase after Alpha. Alpha wailed and flew towards Utiandi in a miserable state. The next moment, Master Utiandi, save me. The black pool of water continuously shoots out tentacles, trying to drag Luo Fan into it. A mere curse of the sea was no problem at all for the winged sky enemy. Hey, let me see what you have in your hands. I ate a bite of poop, so of course you have to be fed a bite too. His bloodshot eyes looked indifferently at the dragon-slaying sword in Luo Fan's hand, and Utiandi simply gave up trying to rescue Kwang Biao, who was completely trapped in Tsukuyomi. Advertisement. Sengoku felt a lot better when he saw the slightly strange expressions on the faces of Whitebeard, Ace Marco and others. With only Luo Fan's eyes, Utiandi threw out a giant square shuriken behind him with his left hand. Facts have proved that I made the right choice. Utiandi waved the black sword in his hand. Alpha was instantly in despair. Holding the black sword in his right hand, Utiandi flapped his wings behind him and disappeared on the spot. Countless black waters spread out from under Utiandi's body like tentacles, and soon submerged Starscream and Cyclone, who were severely injured by Tsukuyomi, in the black water. HMPH. Utiandi snorted coldly. A large cloud of black gas suddenly emerged from the sky and turned into a thick, swirling black pool. The next second, when Alpha was yelling and begging for help from the Skybreaker, Shockwave's burly figure had already loomed over Alpha's head. Blood splattered as the double-edged axe was swung. The Dark Fruit's ability was activated, and the large mass of black water that had engulfed Starscream and Plague turned into a rapidly spinning Uzumaki, which disappeared with the two of them in the blink of an eye. Utiandi tentatively spread the black water tentacles towards Kwang Biao, who still had his eyes wide open and lifeless. Utiandi spoke bluntly and nodded. When he saw the Dark Fruit on the Devil Fruit tree in the Scientific Research Department, he decided to take the Dark Fruit for himself. Although his subordinates in the Scientific Research Department repeatedly emphasized that directly taking Devil Fruit would result in corresponding genetic defects, Utiandi still did not change his mind. Clang. In the distance, Alpha saw that the black water around Utiandi actually transferred the red spider plague away, and he immediately felt like he had seen a life-saving straw. Comfortable. A dark shadow flashed by. The originally pure white wings were now covered in blood. Alpha was covered in dust and dirt, with many wounds from axe attacks on his body, and he looked very weak. Advertisement Chapter 230 King's Aura. Facing the powerful attack from Utiandi, the chief Decepticon, Luo Fan did not take it lightly. As the specific abilities of Utiandi are still unknown, Luo Fan can only be careful to guard against Utiandi's Dark Fruit abilities. Countless black tentacles grabbed one after another. Luo Fan held the hilt of the dragon-slaying sword with one hand. The 3-meter-long blade instantly burst into a dazzling golden light. Roar. Waves of dragon roars and sword sounds echoed between heaven and earth. Luo Fan swung his sword horizontally. The sharp blade light seemed to split the sea surface and instantly hit those black tentacles with bared fangs and claws. The tentacles then disintegrated and then recondensed in the blink of an eye. A giant square shuriken covered with armament hockey whizzed towards Luo Fan's crown. Luo Fan reacted quickly, and immediately bent backwards to perform the Iron Bridge movement, avoiding the attack of the four-sided shuriken. A gust of wind blew, and the black figure of Utiandi appeared behind Luo Fan at the same time, and his left hand grabbed the four-sided shuriken that was shot in the air. At the same time, Utiandi raised the black long sword in his right hand and slashed down fiercely. The long sword, which was constantly entangled by the black air, rubbed against the air, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and suddenly hit Luo Fan's body. Luo Fan's body was instantly split into two. Without any hesitation, Andi changed his gesture again and swung his long sword horizontally to the side. When the long sword and the dragon-slaying sword collided immediately. The duel between the strong depends entirely on combat awareness. At the moment when the long sword split Luo Fan's body, Andi did not feel any change in weight, and immediately realized that what he hit was just Luo Fan's afterimage. Advertisement. However, his second horizontal strike, which changed his method, was the real killer move. The dragon-slaying sword in his hand blocked the long sword wrapped in black energy, and Luo Fan's face changed slightly. From the dragon-slaying sword, Luo Fan felt a strange suction force constantly absorbing the strength of his swinging the sword. The source of the strange suction came precisely from the black gas lingering around the long sword. This guy's dark fruit ability is much better than that idiot Blackbeard. Luo Fan sighed to himself, completely ignoring the fact that he had just whipped someone's corpse. Realizing that the black energy released by Andi had the specificity of absorbing power, Luo Fan drew his sword and moved away. The knife flashed like a shadow, but was blocked by Luo Fan with Hui's magic bow in his hand. It's really a dog skin plaster. Luo Fan complained. The dragon-slaying sword was put back into the space ring, and the blazing light of the rising sun burst out. The huge pulling force directly pulled Luo Fan towards Andi. However, the scene that Andi imagined, where Luo Fan was suppressed by Conqueror's Haki, did not occur. Another equally surging aura rose from the sky, suddenly surrounding Luo Fan. Thousands of arrows condensed from the light of the scorching sun fell directly from the sky like a golden rainstorm. Luo Fan was the first to face the suppression of Conqueror's Haki of Andi and paused at first. For a moment, everyone, including Whitebeard Edward Newgate, red-haired Shanks, Sengoku Garp Aokiji and others, felt as if a huge hammer had instantly hit their heads. Boom boom boom. The other weaker ones fainted on the spot under this pressure. Black energy surged around Andi's body, and his tentacles were like black poisonous tongues grabbing towards Luo Fan. The Conqueror's Haki belonging to Luo Fan directly collided with the Conqueror's Haki belonging to Andi. Dark water cage. The black energy in Andi's hands kept twisting. Advertisement. Andi looked at Luo Fan and was surprised. At this moment, Andi, who was surrounded by billowing black smoke, looked like an evil ghost crawling out of the underworld. His black figure was filled with a strange aura. The sun is rising in the sky. Andi didn't seem to expect to be able to restrain Luo Fan in this way, and black smoke continued to emerge from the black pool under his feet. The light arrows and tentacles kept colliding, blocking all the black air that wanted to wrap around Luo Fan in front of the light arrows. The suction force shortened the distance between him and Luo Fan, and Andi swung the long sword in his hand again to make a M-shaped slash. Luo Fan, holding Hui's magic bow, let the strange suction force pull him, pulled the bowstring to its full extent and shot with all his strength. I didn't expect that you have such a strong royal temperament. Seeing that Luo Fan wanted to distance himself, Andi immediately stretched out his left hand. Conqueror's Haki. Sengoku lowered his head and clenched his teeth, with beads of sweat all over his forehead. With 5 fingers spread out, Andi's left hand was completely covered by black air. A terrifying pressure suddenly surged out from Andi's body, turning into a black substantial air pressure that directly covered the heads of the strong men on Xuanwu Island. A strange and powerful suction force directly enveloped Luo Fan's retreating body. Full of murderous intent, the shadow of the mythical beast White Tiger appeared between heaven and earth. Andi and Luo Fan looked into each other's eyes, and 2 rays of light shot out of their blood-red eyes. Haki fought back, and the people on Xuanwu Island who were originally in great pain felt that the pressure on them was instantly relieved. This Conqueror's Haki is above everyone else. The pressure continues to rise. Luo Fan's black hair fluttered in the wind, and golden light lingered around him. Their knees softened unconsciously, and they were almost unable to control themselves and knelt down in surrender under the pressure released by Andi. Chapter 231, Big Prophet. I heard Andi's slightly unexpected words. At this moment, there were only 3 black lines falling above Luo Fan's head. Wow, didn't your ancestors, the Moon People, spread lime at the entrance of the village? A strong royal temperament. How can there be such a non-mainstream name? Luo Fan felt goosebumps all over his body, and he almost couldn't maintain the Conqueror's Haki he released. Luo Fan originally suspected that Andi was deliberately fighting and talking trash to disgust him. But seeing the other person's eyes, they were red, and I had no idea how many nights he had stayed up, but they always revealed his seriousness. Luo Fan was very sure that the Birdman race on the opposite side was really very childish in calling Conqueror's Haki the temperament of a king. In comparison, the Conqueror's Haki described in the pirate's world is indeed more serious. At least this name sounds very cool. Think about it. If these strong men in the pirate's world fought against Conqueror's Haki, they would still be muttering. Ha ha ha, I have much more royal temperament than you. You have more, you have more. There are many second-rate people in your family. The black and gold Conqueror's Haki continuously released and condensed, forming huge air waves that collided and rubbed against each other, and neither was willing to take a step back. Boom. With the last terrifying explosion, a rolling air wave exploded between Andi and Luo Fan. The Haki of the two swept the energy wave, forming a huge and expanding ring in the sky. Advertisement. It's very mysterious. The two people who were blown apart by the shock wave were directly separated by a large distance. The phantom of the mythical beast White Tiger bared its teeth at the distant enemy Utiandi, turned into silver light and merged into Luo Fan. The daytime tiger armor appears again. Luo Fan was preparing to continue fighting with Utiandi for 300 rounds, but he found that countless black tentacles around him were constantly retracting. The black smoke gathered again into the black pool under Utiandi's feet. Utiandi's feet were suspended in the air above the black pool of water, and the black long sword in his hand had been put down. It was obvious that Utiandi no longer wanted to continue to tangle with Luo Fan. His goal has been achieved. A pair of blood-red eyes stared straight at Luo Fan. The black gas continued to wrap around Utiandi's body, pulling his body into the black pool of water. When only the part above the eyes had not fallen into the black pool, Utiandi slowly uttered the last words. One day, I will truly let the endless darkness engulf you. Then, Utiandi's figure fell completely into the black pool of water. The black pool twisted and turned, and soon disappeared without a trace. Seeing Utiandi leave in such a high-class way and leaving such a cruel word, Luo Fan sneered disdainfully. So non-mainstream, I advise you to pick lychees. With the help of the dark fruit's ability, Utiandi disappeared into the black water. The task reminder sounded in Luo Fan's mind. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the S++ level mission, Decepticon Invasion. Advertisement. S++ level mission, Decepticon Invasion. Decepticons have infiltrated Xuanwu Island. Host, please expel and capture the invading enemies immediately. The expulsion mission has been successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining plus 1 billion shock value, plus 1200 reverence value, and plus 10 mall lottery chances. Congratulations host for successfully capturing the second Decepticon. You get advanced gene enhancement potion plus 1 and a random epic skill, bloodline limit, Susano. The continuous reward prompts made Luo Fan unable to control the ecstasy on his face. I made money, I'm rich again this time. With a shocking value of 1 billion, plus 10 consecutive draws in the mall, I wonder how many good treasures I can exchange for. Not only that, he also captured the 2 Decepticons, Carnage and Cyclone, and completed 2 small stage missions. The system directly gave him 2 epic skills and 2 advanced gene enhancement potions. In total, it's a profit of several hundred million. Ha 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 ha, what a joy. Looking at the amount and items displayed on the panel, Luo Fan raised his head, put his hands on his hips, and laughed without caring about his image. The people who had just experienced the pressure from Conqueror's Hockey were stunned when they saw Luo Fan howling to the sky, and they looked at each other in bewilderment. Stop messing around. Lord, you are now the only line of defense against alien invasion. You can't be stupid without knowing the reason. Bloodline limit. Susano, this is the embodiment of divine power. When the user activates the Mangekyo Sharingan, which the host already possesses, they can directly overflow their own power from the body surface, forming their own martial god state, which can ignore most attacks and form their own unique weapons and abilities based on the user's state. Note: the host can activate Susano only if they have the Mangekyo Sharingan. They will not be affected by the Susano state, but it will consume a lot of physical strength. Those who are not at that level will easily become weak. It seems that because the last epic skill that was opened was Tsukuyomi, and the system gave away the Mangekyo Sharingan, this time when Luo Fan opened the box, he got Susano, and the condition was still the Mangekyo Sharingan. Not bad, not bad. Next time I meet a natural enemy, I'll drive a Susano to see whose is bigger. Luo Fan rubbed his chin and let out a sinister laugh. Chapter 232, Sharing the Fountain of Youth. The huge amount of rewards gave Luo Fan an idea. If I take the initiative to provoke the Moon People, will the system also issue corresponding tasks and rewards? Anyway, it's no different if someone calls you or you call them back. Now I finally understand why America in her previous life always liked to stir up wars. Luo Fan clicked his tongue and sighed to himself. It's really easy to make money from war. The shock value of a mission reward now is enough for Luo Fan to use up his face for a long time. After the decisive battle with Yim in the Holy Land of Mariajoy, overthrowing the hundreds of years of rule of the Celestial Dragon's nobles, Luo Fan's realm improvement reached a bottleneck. After all, there is no boss for us to show off our looks. Originally, Luo Fan was planning to use the alien world card to go to other planes of the world. I never expected this. The Moon People who were buried in ancient history just happened to show up at our doorstep. That needs to be squeezed hard, right? Hehehehe. Luo Fan rubbed his hands together, then turned back to look at Xuanwu Island. Although the 4 Decepticons, Starscream, Plague, Cyclonus and Carnage, were blocked by Luo Fan and his team in the first place, dozens of cyborg soldiers injected with sparkling fruit or lava fruit ability factors still caused considerable damage to the people on Xuanwu Island. Fortunately, there were not many casualties. Driven by the power of the exclusive skills of the mythical beast Xuanwu, the land and buildings on Xuanwu Island are constantly refreshed and restored under bursts of shining light. Ordinary people who had quickly hidden in underground air raid shelters when the war broke out began to poke their heads out one after another. Looking at the buildings that were constantly repairing themselves, everyone's faces showed an expression of relief after surviving a disaster. Looking at the silver-winged figure suspended above Xuanwu Island, everyone's eyes were filled with trust and admiration. It turned out to be the right decision to move to Xuanwu Island. Wife, let me tell you, we can only stay alive if we stay on this island and have the protection of the Lord. Advertisement. It's amazing. My house is being restored. It's the same with my house. I thought the house I just paid the down payment for was going to be demolished. Everyone was so excited that tears welled up in their eyes. In the past, under the rule of the Celestial Dragon's nobles, even if a town was destroyed by the Marines and pirates, the world government would not offer any compensation. Can you imagine yourself just finishing a busy day at work? We were finally enjoying hot pot and singing songs when we were suddenly robbed by bandits, or rather, by pirates. And the Marine who was saving the people was still fighting with the pirates, and accidentally punched you and shattered your house, which you haven't paid off the mortgage on yet. Ordinary people are in such dire straits every day. Comparing the current treatment, everyone is more determined to follow Luo Fan. Your Majesty is mighty. Your Majesty is mighty. Lord, we will always support you. The enthusiastic cheers of the people on the island seemed like waves of heat, constantly reaching Luo Fan's ears. Luo Fan looked at the ordinary people on the island who were celebrating with joy, and a smile appeared on his face. Compared to the sincere gratitude on people's faces, the shock value obtained by the system prompt seems insignificant. The white tiger sky wing slowly retracted and disappeared behind Luo Fan. Luo Fan's toes lightly tapped the green grass in the breeze. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, red-haired Shanks, Sengoku, Marine and other strong men who had just accepted the challenge gathered around. Unconsciously, all forces have subtly regarded Luo Fan as their only backbone. Old White, let's take everyone to the Fountain of Youth and have a drink from it later. Luo Fan looked at the injuries of varying severity on everyone's bodies and said. He didn't want to distribute the recovery potion to so many people, waiting for them to come and pester him every day after they tasted the sweetness. Advertisement. Whitebeard and Kaido are two typical examples. Drinking a few sips of the Fountain of Youth water can also heal injuries and restore functions. What's more, the Fountain of Youth will never dry up, it is simply a continuously refreshed blue buff. It seems like he remembered something. Luo Fan solemnly reminded Whitebeard. Remember, 1 serving per person, if you add more you will be charged. Of course, leave it to me. Whitebeard patted his broad chest and grinned. Seeing Luo Fan and Whitebeard blackmailing everyone in front of them, even Shanks couldn't help but hold his forehead in silence. The Fountain of Youth. What is that? The Marines looked at each other in bewilderment. Just a moment. Everyone felt that there was no need to be so excited and shocked. After all, no matter what it is, as long as you have anything to do with Luo Fan, it's not a strange thing. Stay calm, stay calm. A group of people constantly hypnosis themselves in their hearts. Then it's your turn next. Luo Fan looked at the killing and turbulence that were controlled by everyone. As 2 of the strongest Decepticon members of the Lunar Expeditionary Force, Kill and Blow, one of them is currently trapped tightly in the Schwantian armor. The other one knelt on the ground with lifeless eyes, like a petrified sculpture. Obviously, Tsukuyomi's torture is not over yet. Chapter 233 Transformation Puppet. There's another one here. Marco grabbed a charred and broken wing and dragged the severely injured Betas in front of everyone. Because of his stubbornness, Betas directly chopped off the Sidewinder missiles launched by the Raptor fighter, and his whole body was charred by the series of high explosions. Most of the blood and moisture were evaporated, and there was almost no intact part of the skin and surface flesh. Half of the hands and feet were blown off by the close-range explosion. The pair of wings that they were so proud of were also in tatters. It's horrible. If you sniff the air, you can even smell the burnt aroma of roasted birds and chickens. It was this guy who sank our fleet and took away the sparkling fruit and lava fruit. Marine barely recognized Betas from his miserable and distorted face that he was the culprit who had caused the disappearances and attacked the Marine fleet and took away 2 devil fruits. Marco had the good sense to let Betas go. Marco took a few steps back and threw Betas to Marine. A group of angry Marines immediately surrounded Betas in 3 layers. What are you going to do? Betas opened his bloodshot eyes with difficulty, looked at the Marine in front of him, and kept questioning in a hoarse voice. In everyone's eyes, Betas at this time was just a paper tiger that was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. It falls down with just a push. The other culprit is already dead. Don't expect to die as luckily and easily as him. Aokiji leaned down and whispered in front of Betas, whose eyes were trembling. The cold icy air penetrated into Betas' body along with the syllables uttered by Aokiji. A chill that was different from the burning sensation on the body's surface attached to all the bones and internal organs, causing Betas to scream. Advertisement. Revenge our fleet colleagues and the 2 vice admirals. Give back the sparkling fruit and lava fruit. And those hostages who were taken away. Where did you, the moon people, take them? Ahem, of course they were all captured for experiments. Facing Marine's questioning, Betas reluctantly showed a cruel and twisted smile. A bunch of lowly natives who can only be dissected alive like little white mice. Betas spoke hoarsely, revealing the truth word by word, which made everyone's eyes turn red with anger. Everyone knows that Decepticon Shockwave is now Luo Fan's puppet. Not to mention that Shockwave was turned into a puppet by Luo Fan when he attacked the world government headquarters. That guy was the 4th in command of the Decepticons and was of some use. Brother Luo Fan, what do you mean? Garp looked at Luo Fan in surprise. Perhaps the hostages abducted by Alpha and Betas have been taken by the lunar race for live experiments. Seeing Shockwave trying to stop him, Garp was angry, but he still decisively retracted his fist as big as a casserole. Marine lost a fleet, 2 vice admirals and 2 powerful devil fruits at the hands of Alpha Betas. Let lousy punch this B*********** D to death. Buzz. What's more, Betas kidnapped so many people for live experiments. In the eyes of the arrogant moon people, the humans in their world are nothing more than a group of lowly ants and natives. The armament hockey and electricity covering the double-edged axe collided with Garp's full-strength attack in anger. The moon people who despise life reveal disgusting evil in their bones. Garp, who has a hot temper, immediately rolled up his sleeves and waved his strong arms. Luo Fan threw out a small bottle. Advertisement. Aokiji frowned and asked. But when everyone heard Betas personally admit this speculation that no one wanted to think about, everyone present trembled with shock and anger. The extent to which they regard life as worthless is even greater than that of the original celestial dragons. There was a loud bang and the strong wind made Betas on the ground squint his eyes in fear. However, Luo Fan shook his head. It must have been Luo Fan who instructed Shockwave to block his attack. The violent impact force was quickly dissipated by the fighting Shockwave and Garp. A large double-edged axe stood between Betas and Garp's iron fists. Even if he killed Sengoku, Garp would not believe that Shockwave was instinctively stopping him from killing his compatriots. Once such a horrifying fact is reported, the public will be outraged and will certainly demand that the world government carry out the execution in public to appease the public anger. You are simply crazy. Therefore, Aokiji and others did not quite agree with Luo Fan's plan to turn Betas into puppets. When the series of disappearances occurred, everyone had vague guesses. But Marine will definitely take revenge on Betas. Looking at Betas, who was breathing heavily on the ground, his eyes lit up slightly, as if he felt that his life was saved. Luo Fan smiled sarcastically. Just as Garp's fist cut through the air and was about to smash Betas on the ground with one punch. Don't worry, I don't want to waste the quota for converting Shinigami slaves. Take this. A morbid pleasure of revenge surged into Betas' heart. Boom. Are you going to keep this guy alive too and turn him into a puppet like Shockwave? Chapter 234. Autopsy Success. Garp was stunned and subconsciously caught the small bottle thrown by Luo Fan. Garp opened his palm and looked. The small transparent bottle that Luo Fan threw over was filled with light blue liquid. Under the sunlight, it sparkles with bright light. What is this? Garp scratched his head. Hey, isn't this the Fountain of Youth? The sharp-eyed Whitebeard immediately recognized the liquid in the small bottle as the Fountain of Youth on Xuanwu Island. How do you know? Sengoku turned his head. Gulala. Every time Lousy gets beaten, injured when sparring with brother Luo Fan, he'll take a bath there to heal his wounds. Quote. What Lao Bai said is right. Luo Fan pointed at the Fountain of Youth in Garp's hand. This stuff, just one drop, will basically heal all the wounds on the limbs. Luo Fan then turned his finger downward. Pointing at Betas on the ground, Luo Fan showed a devilish smile on his face. As long as you don't kill him all at once, you can just cut off his P*******, chop off his wings, or scrape off all the meat and cook the bones. Just give him a drop of the Fountain of Youth, and I guarantee that he will continue to live a life worse than death next time. Luo Fan's words, every word, seemed to hit Betas' chest with a heavy hammer. Betas is like being in an icy cave. Oh. Everyone who reacted immediately opened their mouths into the shape of an oh, looking at Luo Fan with expressions full of amusement and admiration. You are the living king of hell. This bottle is not included in your price. Luo Fan added. Sengoku Aokiji and others' faces suddenly fell. Advertisement. It turns out that admiration is just a fleeting cloud. He. Lousy will have to teach you a lesson now. Such a full bottle is enough for you to experience it. Garp squatted down, shook the small bottle in his hand in front of Betas, and grinned. There was no warmth in that smile. Behind Garp, a group of Marines now seemed to have transformed into slender demonic figures, with playful eyes fixed on Betas. The terrified Betas wanted to struggle, but he had no feeling in his whole body. A low, trembling roar continued to come from the broken throat. At this moment, Betas finally understood what those abducted natives felt as they lay on the experimental beds waiting to be cut into pieces. Luo Fan didn't even bother to make Betas into his own Shinigami slave. Besides, when Marine has tortured and retaliated enough and killed Betas, he can still be transformed into a puppet. The skill, Shinigami Summon, only gives Luo Fan 10 Shinigami servants, but there is no limit to Shinigami soldiers. There are 10 places for Shinigami slaves, Shockwave has used 1, and Carnage and Cyclone will definitely take up 2. As for Starscream and the chief Decepticon Maximus with strange abilities, Luo Fan also secretly decided on their positions. I'm really looking forward to the next battle. This skill should be used to boost the enemy's numbers. Luo Fan was calculating in his mind. Since the moon people stole the devil fruit to mass-produce cyborg soldiers, why can't Luo Fan transform a bunch of Shinigami soldiers? It's a competition of human wave tactics, right? When your soldiers die, I will transform into a Shinigami soldier in front of you. The Minotaur asked you face to face if you were scared. At this time, inside the illusion space created by Tsukuyomi. Advertisement. Since Yu Tiandi failed to successfully awaken Kwang Biao's spirit, Kwang Biao is still trapped in this bloody world. Mountains of swords and seas of fire, axes chopping and sword stabbing. Various methods of punishment continued to torture Kwang Biao, almost causing his willpower to collapse. When Kwang Biao thought that his spirit would be trapped in this world forever, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the blood-red sky which had been motionless. Behind the sky is endless darkness. Everything suddenly disappeared, and Kwang Biao, covered in blood, fell into the black void with a scream. Ah! Cyclonus opened his eyes suddenly in pain. The moment his weak mind returned to reality, Luo Fan kicked Kwang Biao in the chest. Bang! The terrifying pressure turned into a white airflow and passed directly through Kwang Biao's back. Under Luo Fan's swift kick, Kwang Biao instantly flew backwards and crashed straight through a mountain. A blue bloodline remained in the air. Before Kwang Biao could cough out the blood in his throat, Luo Fan, who had instantly moved to his flying path, kicked him straight again. Bang! The spine of the flying Kwang Biao suddenly broke forward and he screamed in pain, as if a ball was kicked back by Luo Fan. A golden blade light fell from the sky and pierced Kwang Biao's chest amidst the roars of dragons. The dragon-slaying sword pierced Kwang Biao's chest and knocked him directly to the ground. With a terrifying loud noise, the dragon-slaying sword tightly grasped in Luo Fan's hand directly pierced Kwang Biao's body into the ground. Luo Fan slowly exerted force and twisted the dragon-slaying sword in his hand. The blade pierces the heart and blood vessels and slowly stirs them. The intense tearing pain made Kwang Biao let out a shrill scream. Chapter 235, Illusion Rebirth. Ah! Kwang Biao's face turned pale as he felt his heart was about to be crushed by Luo Fan's dragon-slaying sword. The arrogance he showed when he broke into Xuanwu Island was now completely gone. Kwang Biao struggled to grab the blade that was stuck in the ground and in his body, trying to stop Luo Fan from twisting the knife. Luo Fan remained unmoved and leaned forward. As he bent down to look down at Kwang Bi, his body weight also pressed on the dragon-slaying sword. The severe pain made Kwang Biao groan again. What did you just do to us? Kwang Biao stared at Luo Fan, but his eyes could not hide the deep fear. The natives of Xuanwu Island surrounded him at this time, and Red Spider, Plague and the natural enemy just now disappeared. Obviously, their action failed again. However, what frightened Kwang Biao the most was Luo Fan's strange blood-red eyes and everything he experienced in the illusion space. Although not much time has passed in the outside world. But Cyclonus felt it clearly. I have been trapped in that illusion space and have been tortured for decades. That test of spirit and will completely overwhelm Storm. Why, do you still want to try that feeling? Luo Fan saw Kwang Biao's reaction and smiled. Kwang Biao instantly forgot the pain in his body. His head was shaking wildly, almost like a rattle. It seems that Tsukuyomi's skill effect is still very powerful. Look how scared the Decepticons are. Advertisement. Compared to the torture of being in Tsukuyomi's illusionary space, the pain of having the dragon-slaying sword pierce his chest was merely a physical injury. Kwang Biao would rather die at the hands of Luo Fan than go back to that illusionary space and continue to experience the feeling of being cut into pieces and having his wounds pecked at by crows. Seeing Kwang Biao's expression, it seemed like he was recalling some horrific experience, and his face was as pale as paper with fear. Everyone was extremely curious. Brother Luo Fan, what on earth did you do to these birdmen? Whitebeard asked in confusion, stroking his crescent-shaped mustache. He was so arrogant just now, but now he's so scared. Luo Fan is the only person in prison who can make the rules. One's spirit and soul are like being locked up in a prison. Hey, if you are sure, Luo Fan showed a meaningful smile on his face, then you can't blame me. It took some people a long time to calm down from that illusion. It feels like I've been alone in that world for a long time. Think about it, as long as you are not blind. After saying that, everyone who was dragged into the illusion space by the Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly returned to the real world in spirit. What a terrible illusion. Of course. A second later, Luo Fan blinked. The feeling of being at the mercy of others is terrifying no matter how you think about it. All the people dragged into the illusion space by Tsukuyomi experienced various illusions created by Luo Fan within 1 second. Everyone exclaimed, and some held their foreheads or touched their chests, breathing heavily as if they had just experienced something unbelievable. Advertisement. The light is as red as blood. And all this happened in just a few seconds. Only 3 people involved know what happened in those few seconds. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, Sengoku, Aokiji, Garp, Shanks, and everyone who looked directly at Luo Fan's Mangekyo Sharingan felt a shudder in their bodies in an instant. I'm not dead. Ace lowered his head and kept touching his chest, still feeling scared. As that other world, or hell, Tsukuyomi, Luo Fan, who only opened his Mangekyo Sharingan for a second, cancelled the effect of Tsukuyomi. It was as if his soul was being swallowed up into the Uzumaki as he looked into those strange eyes. Everything was so real, I really thought I was going to die. Although it was just a joke, the illusion that was so real in that space still shocked everyone. In the illusion space, Ace went through a series of battles and was captured, and was eventually pierced through the chest by a lava fist from former Marine Admiral Akainu. The pain of being on the verge of death lingers in my mind. Watch as everyone's eyes turned from pitch black to Mangekyo Sharingan. Sengoku's sentiment was recognized by everyone. In their eyes, they only saw Starscream, Plague and Cyclonus attacking Luo Fan. The next second, they all froze in place, their eyes dull and motionless like statues. The Mangekyo pattern in the pupil twisted, like a black Uzumaki. Do you want to know? Luo Fan heard Whitebeard's question and glanced at everyone present. Even if only 1 second has passed in reality, your spirit may truly experience what it feels like to be imprisoned for decades or even hundreds of years in the illusion space. As long as you accidentally meet Luo Fan's eyes, you will be instantly dragged into the illusion space by him. Before anyone even realized what was happening, Utiandi stepped in to rescue the stunned red spider in PL Chapter 236, killing the storm. Now, everyone finally understood why the Decepticons were so weak. Even Huang Biao was so scared that he didn't even dare to look Luo Fan in the eye. Presumably, in the short period of time just now, Starscream and the others must have suffered horrible mental treatment under the control of Luo Fan's Tsukuyomi. A group of people couldn't help but feel their scalps tingling. Fortunately, it's one of our own. This is not the first time that this idea has come into everyone's mind. You have to try it yourself. Luo Fan put on an innocent expression, spread his hands and laughed softly. You can't blame me, everyone. It's all our own fault for having nothing to do and looking for trouble. You said it was such a terrible thing. People don't dare to try it. Everyone looked at Luo Fan with resentful eyes. Luo Fan just turned a blind eye. He pressed his elbow on the hilt of the dragon-slaying sword, nailing Cyclonus to the ground. Luo Fan reached out to one side. Under the control in midair, the Schwantian armor suddenly stood up from the ground. Red rays of light lit up at the edges of the Schwantian armor's armor parts. Click. The next second, Schwantian Wujia flew in front of Luo Fan. The entire set of armor opened, and another Decepticon was directly bounced out by the Schwantian armor. Kancha, who had been imprisoned in the Schwantian armor for a long time, gathered all his remaining strength, stared at Luo Fan in front of him and stretched out his claws. Advertisement. The hand that should have grabbed Luo Fan's neck and twisted his cervical vertebrae was tightly held by another big hand when it was just a few inches away from Luo Fan's skin. A-hole. In those murderous eyes, Luo Fan's calm and fearless expression was reflected. Shockwave stopped Kancha from assassinating Luo Fan and twisted his arm hard enough to break it. After being injured and imprisoned by the Schwantian Wujia for half a day, he didn't have much strength left. The thunder attack that he launched with all his strength and at the right opportunity was interrupted, and his arm bone was broken by the shock wave. He cried out in pain. With his other hand, he clenched his fist and smashed towards Shockwave. Shockwave remained unmoved and lifted his leg to bypass Kancha's swinging fist. With a push of his knee, Kancha's other arm was locked under his knee by Shockwave, making it impossible for him to move forward even a little bit. Shockwave placed his big hand on top of Kancha's head and slammed it to the ground. Bang! A dent was immediately created in the soft ground, and dust flew everywhere. Kancha's already scarred face suddenly came into close contact with the ground. Both Decepticons fell in front of Luo Fan. Not bad, not bad. I can make grilled chicken wings tonight. One can be cumin flavored, and the other can be made with honey sauce. How come this guy has so many weird abilities? Damn it. You think too much. Luo Fan shook his head. I didn't arrest you to take you hostage. Hostage. Luo Fan tilted his head slightly. He originally thought that these people captured him and Storm wanted to use them as bargaining chips to threaten the leader and negotiate with the Moon People's expeditionary force. Haki's incredible answer made Kancha's heart beat wildly. The words were like thunder, which immediately made Kancha and Huangbao open their eyes wide. It turns out that this was all Luo Fan's work. Well, then you will be his colleagues. Advertisement. Don't worry, it won't hurt at all. You are still so stubborn even when you are about to die. At least you are a little better than those fat celestial dragons. Just kill them all. Invisible sword energy. What? Kancha was stunned. Sharp blade. After briefly admiring his spoils, Luo Fan nodded with satisfaction. As a result, the other party didn't even want to take me as a hostage. I'm so sorry that we, the ants you call us, have the wrong reason to knock you, the most noble ones, down from the sky. I don't need to negotiate with you Moon people at all. No wonder Shockwave, a Moonman, would defect to the side of these natives. Luo Fan snapped his fingers and spoke words that no one else understood. Oro Ryo seems to taste good too. Under Huang Biao's increasingly frightened gaze, Luo Fan was like a smiling devil coaxing a child, slowly twisting the dragon-slaying sword inserted in his chest. Humph, don't think that just because you have successfully captured us with your tricks and schemes, you can stop us from taking control of the world. There was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, full of sarcasm and confidence. Even if Luo Fan was very powerful, Kancha did not think that the natives of this planet could withstand the crushing force of their leader and the expeditionary force. I am a noble moon man, and you are just a bunch of ants. Kancha pressed his face against the mud, raised his eyes with great effort, glared at Luo Fan, and said viciously. Shanks scoffed back. You damn lowly native. Don't think I will surrender to you if you treat me like this. Huang Biao's heart vessels were cut off and his heart was instantly shattered into pieces. Luo Fan pointed at Shockwave who was guarding one side of him. Natives, you have no bargaining chips at all. As for you two, your role, apart from contributing to my dinner menu tonight, is to become Shinigami slaves. Chapter 237 Forced Stripping. Huang Biao, who was still struggling to survive under Luo Fan's dragon-slaying sword, died on the spot. Kancha looked at Kuangbao's lifeless eyes and felt a sense of fear in his heart. This guy is serious. In the face of death, cruelty was driven by instinct and began to struggle. Kancha tried to break free from Shockwave's lock, but the big hand pressing on his crown was even more powerful. There is no point in letting the slaughter struggle like a loach on the ground. After killing Kuang Biao, Luo Fan pulled out the dragon-slaying sword that was stabbed in Kuang Biao's chest. He swung his sword to shake off the dirt and flesh clinging to the blade. Then, Luo Fan leisurely stretched out his hand again. With his palms spread out, he looked towards the lifeless storm on the ground. Here it comes. The Marines shivered subconsciously. A familiar, cold and dark aura emanated from Luo Fan's body. The biting cold from the inside out spread to the surroundings with Luo Fan and Kuang Biao as the center. The sky was covered with dark clouds and was extremely gloomy. The strange cold atmosphere surprised Whitebeard and the others. In the square of world government, Marines such as Sengoku, who had witnessed Luo Fan's next move, released their own aura to offset the coldness coming from the netherworld. Seeing this, other people who didn't understand what was going on followed suit. Luo Fan's eyes were constantly dyed with an extremely deep black. The whites of the eyes and pupils turned pitch black. Shinigami summoned. Luo Fan opened his mouth and slowly uttered 4 bites. The faint voice echoed deep in everyone's soul. Shinigami summon, you are the spokesperson of Shinigami. The flesh and blood of the dead will return from the sticks at your call and fight for you. Currently Shinigami servants. 1/10, Shinigami soldiers, infinity. A dark blue ghost fire condensed out of thin air towards Kuang Biao's open palm. Immediately following, advertisement. A slender figure hidden in a black robe slowly stood up from behind Luo Fan. Anyone who wants to see the true face beneath the hood of the robe can only see endless darkness beneath the hood. Shinigami's phantom appeared between heaven and earth in response to Luo Fan's call. Everyone held their breath, staring at the Shinigami shadow behind Luo Fan, their faces filled with horror. Even though it was the second time they witnessed such a scene, the Marines were still extremely shocked. The faint ghost fire floated into the chest that was torn open by the violent storm. The Shinigami phantom, which had been motionless, raised its left hand holding the huge sickle after the will-o'-the-wisp entered Kuang Biao's body. With a wave of his left hand, the huge intangible sickle immediately slashed across Kuang Biao's body. Shinigami extended his right hand again and pulled a screaming shadow directly out of Cyclonus' body. The shadow drawn by the Shinigami was the appearance of Kuang Cyclone. That is the soul of Cyclone. Shinigami grabbed Cyclone's soul and merged into the ground together, disappearing without a trace. Along with the surging soul, the cold and gloomy atmosphere that permeated everyone's heart was also taken away. After completing the deal with Shinigami, Shinigami took away Kuang Biao's soul, and the remaining body became a puppet that Luo Fan could control. In full view of the public, Kuang Biao's body, without any signs of life, slowly crawled up from the ground. With a hideous wound piercing his chest, Kuang Biao knelt on one knee towards Luo Fan with an expressionless face. Lowering his head, Kuang Biao said, "Greetings, master." How is it possible? How is it possible? Kancha's pupils trembled and he kept muttering as he watched everything happening before his eyes. This is a lie. The others were equally stunned. Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 1101. Congratulations to the host for getting a shock value of 966. Quote. Advertisement. Although they had seen Shockwave before, Whitebeard and the others really didn't know that the process of transforming the puppets could be so explosive. Everyone just felt that their worldview had suffered a 999 critical blow at that moment. Is this some kind of fruit ability? Isn't that too cool? A group of Marines looked around and saw that everyone from top to bottom had expressions of doubt about life, and they immediately smiled. Not bad, not bad. It seems that it wasn't that our psychological endurance was too weak before. We are all the same. After successfully converting the second Shinigami servant, Luo Fan signaled Kuang Biao to stand aside. Luo Fan slowly turned his head. His gaze stayed on Kancha, who was so terrified that he turned into a parrot. He was still repeating the impossible massacre when the tape suddenly got stuck. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? The tape recorder changed the line. The instinct for survival drives the killing to continue to resist. However, Shockwave's control was like a mountain, pressing down on his head. Be gentle, don't crush his head, or the transformation will not look good. Luo Fan reminded Shockwave. Damn it, I'm from the moon. You can't do this to me. You lowly ant, if you have the guts, let me go. I am a noble moon man. Don't even think about turning me into a puppet. Get out of here, get out of here. I beg you, I beg you. Ah. He went mad with fear and killed people incoherently, his eyes bloodshot as he watched Luo Fan's hand cover his face. A shrill scream followed. Chapter 238 Shinigami Ritual. A moment later, the murderer also opened his eyes wide with hatred and fear, and became a corpse on the ground. The threats and pleas for mercy made during his lifetime were pale and powerless. Kancha, who ranked 8th among the Moon People's Expeditionary Force Decepticons, became the victim of Luo Fan's knife after Kuangbao. Luo Fan used the Shinigami Summon skill again. The people who had just calmed themselves down felt their scalps tingling again as if they had been electrocuted. A bone-chilling breath struck everyone's heart. The Shinigami Phantom, who had just completed his KPI and harvested the soul of Quangbao, once again appeared behind Luo Fan wearing a black robe and carrying a sickle. Shinigami swung his sickle to harvest and kill the struggling and roaring souls. And Luo Fan has absolute control over the killing body. Not bad, not bad. The revolutionary team has indeed grown stronger by absorbing new comrades. Admiring the three Decepticon servants standing side by side in front of him, Luo Fan nodded with satisfaction. However, the three Decepticons all had hideous wounds of varying depths. Shockwave is in better condition. Kanchi's facial features were distorted, half of his face was covered with dirt and grass, and there was a huge bloody hole on Quangbao's chest. You can even see the scenery behind it when you look through it from the front. It's really terrifying. Congratulations to brother Luo Fan for adding 2 more impressive combat forces. Whitebeard gave Luo Fan a thumbs up. Although he hated the Moon People, and the way Luo Fan summoned Shinigami servants was too scary. However, he can turn the enemy's waste into his own comrades, and they are 100% obedient. Of course, this kind of deal that only compensates the enemy's capital cannot be missed. Advertisement. As for the people from the world government, they swallowed their saliva with lingering fear. Promise me, Luo Fan boy, that even if Lousy dies in battle, you won't call me back to continue working. Garp touched his head and looked at the Decepticons in front of him with disgust. Me neither. Aokiji shook his head. A bunch of Marines, with the word, rejection, written all over their faces. In addition, there is also a sense of gratitude. If I had been at odds with Luo Fan before, Luo Fan would also have this terrifying ability. It is estimated that it is not only the people on the moon who are being treated like puppets and become Luo Fan's puppets. No matter who is in the marine, it is estimated that no one can escape. That's what I said. A group of people suddenly got goosebumps. Don't worry, the number of slaves I can convert is limited. In the surging land, corpses began to emerge, those who had just died in the battle and were subsequently refreshed and buried by Xuanwu Island. The 3 Decepticon members were also ordered by Luo Fan to use the Fountain of Youth to heal their horrific injuries. Luo Fan nodded. You guys go heal your wounds first, I'll go comfort the people on Xuanwu Island. Lao Bai, take them to the Fountain of Youth, and each of them will just have to drink a cup of spring water. Everyone needs to heal their wounds before we can defeat those moon birdmen again. How could I think of such a horrible thing? Remember, if anyone drinks more than they actually want, charge him. When the time comes, we'll take our own people and kill them. That will probably scare the birdmen, right? There were hundreds of corpses, which looked a bit creepy. No. Advertisement. The land on Xuanwu Island was glowing faintly, and the soft soil began to tremble and turn. Everyone. Not. Luo Fan's eyes were dark, and he pointed his index finger forward. That's it. Bite. Okay. Let's not discuss this for now. But now Xuanwu Island and world government are allies. The toxins from that woman are very corrosive and may damage the foundation of your bloodline. It is best to treat your injuries as soon as possible. It's exciting just thinking about it. Whitebeard nodded. Brother Luo Fan is right. After everyone had left the battlefield one after another, Luo Fan turned around and stretched. Among them were people from Xuanwu Island and dozens of lunar soldiers including Alpha Betas. Shinigami summons. Luo Fan rolled his eyes speechlessly. Of course I'll leave it for those moon people. Seeing that Luo Fan, who was so wealthy, was actually doing this dishonest business, everyone secretly criticized him in their hearts, and then followed Whitebeard towards the Fountain of Youth. The ritual he was about to perform might shock others even more. All the bodies of those who died on the island were turned out and appeared in front of Luo Fan. If Marine and his gang knew what Luo Fan was thinking, they would probably be scared to death. Everyone talked at once and was very sure of Luo Fan's idea. A tiny wound automatically appeared on the fingertip, and a drop of slightly golden blood slowly dripped to the ground. The strong men of the Moon People attacked, and Luo Fan converted them into his own people and then commanded them to fight back. Although Luo Fan had previously considered pulling out the bodies of the Marine admirals who died in the Marine and recycling them. Luo Fan said, "We have all been through a great battle. If it weren't for your help, Xuanwu Island might have suffered even more serious casualties and damage." Chapter 239. Never obey even if you die. The dripping blood did not melt directly into the ground. Accompanied by a crisp sound in the void. This drop of golden red blood created visible ripples in the air. The ripples of golden light slowly spread out in all directions. All the corpses lying quietly on the ground were affected by the ripples. The next moment, all the corpses covered by the ripples seemed to be soaked in sulfuric acid, and all the clothes and flesh were dissolving and peeling off at a speed visible to the naked eye. There is no cold aura below the netherworld. There was no Shinigami's shadow appearing behind Luo Fan either. But this scene is just as terrifying as the Shinigami shadow hooking away the souls of the Decepticons. Although the light of the ripples is holy gold, wherever they pass. All the flesh and blood dissolved into nothingness like liquid. In the end, what remained in front of Luo Fan? All that was left were white corpses with their clothes and flesh washed away and even their internal organs completely gone. A final golden wave of light washed over the corpse. Suddenly, tiny, obscure golden lines were engraved on all the corpses, as if forming mysterious runes. The engraved patterns flashed with golden light. The white bones that should have been silent suddenly made a series of crisp crackling sounds. Two small blue flames appeared in the deeply sunken eye sockets of all the corpses' skulls. It looks like a pair of blue eyes. Crack, crack. One by one, white bones with blue flames in their eye sockets climbed up from the ground, supporting their seemingly fragile limbs. Advertisement. Some even reached out to straighten their crooked jaws. After a while, hundreds of resurrected skeletons stood neatly in front of Luo Fan. There were 62 white skeletons in the lead, and even wings formed of bones behind them. It was Alpha, Betas and the group of transformed moon soldiers who died on Xuanwu Island. No matter what forces they belonged to in their lifetime, now that their flesh and blood have been eaten by the evil spirits of hell and only their bones are left to be resurrected, they only have one identity left. Those are the Shinigami soldiers under Luo Fan, summoned by the Shinigami. Although their strength is far less than that of the Decepticons' Shinigami servants, the number of Shinigami soldiers that can be transformed is unlimited. Just imagine, if Luo Fan was led by a group of skeleton armies transformed from the dead, they could continue to transform and explode soldiers wherever they passed. The sea of skeletons flooded directly over, and all enemies were terrified. Luo Fan looked at the skeleton soldiers in front of him and sighed. If I keep on increasing my troops like this, won't I end up becoming a full-time necromancer? Why are you here? Murderous intent was revealed. The Shinigami soldiers, who were reduced to skeletons, could no longer be considered living creatures. There were no signs of human beings on the island except for the huge wild beasts. Another remote island far away from the waters of Xuanwu Island. Amidst the lush jungle, countless black gases suddenly emerged from the grassy ground. In the clouds above the island, a Moon Man's spaceship is quietly hidden. A terrifying hockey pressure instantly enveloped Starscream and Plague. You are the protagonist, and your biological brother has been brutally murdered. In order to avenge your brother, your dwarf teammates make armor and weapons for you, the human swordsman clears the way for you, and the elves hold bows and arrows to provide you with long-range cover. Puff. Don't worry, we are far away from that island. It won't be easy for him to track us. In the blink of an eye, the thick black air gathered in a circle, forming a surging black pool. Advertisement. Humph, if your operation can be successfully completed, I won't have to clean up your mess here. Wherever the black gas covered and spread, all vegetation was instantly corroded and withered, losing its breath of life. And the necromancer. With a wave of his hand, Luo Fan directly collected all the Shinigami soldiers in front of him into the huge space ring. Isn't it? Yu Tiandi's eyes glowed red. Luo Fan couldn't help but think of a joke. Red Spider vomited blood instantly and his breath became even weaker. Red Spider and Plague, whose faces were pale and bloodless, were thrown to the ground roughly by Yu Tiandi. The two began to cough in pain. Yu Tiandi looked down from above, glanced at Red Spider and Plague lying on the ground, and said coldly. Within the black pool, a figure covered in black light armor with only a pair of blood-red eyes exposed slowly rose up. Red Spider looked at the heavenly enemy and questioned angrily. The other side. Defend against natural enemies. Bang. It was the chief Decepticon who had fought against Luo Fan on Xuanwu Island before and rescued Starscream and Plague. Dark Fruit, which complements the ability of the defeater. With the help of the black hole transfer generated by the Dark Fruit's ability, Yu Tiandi didn't believe that Luo Fan could still find their location. It can be said to be quite hellish. Following Yu Tiandi's being thrown out of the black pool, there were two other figures. He directly summoned your dead brother to fight for you. What did you say? With a huge square shuriken on his back and a black knife slung across his waist, Yu Tiandi jumped straight out of the black pool. Chapter 240 Intelligence Error. Archenemy is the chief of the Guards Corps Decepticons. Starscream is the second Decepticon. Although it is just a difference in sequence, Yu Tiandi's strength far exceeds that of Red Spider. The terrifying pressure from Conqueror's Haki shook the already severely traumatized Starscream's mind. As if his chest was hit by a sledgehammer, Red Spider vomited blood and fell to the ground again. He could only glare at Yu Tiandi in anger. She knew very well that even in her prime she could only barely survive at the hands of Yu Tiandi. In this state, if he really angers Yu Tiandi, once the other party has the intention to kill, it will be easy to deal with Red Spider. Moreover, Yu Tiandi only needed to report to the leader afterwards and put the blame of Red Spider on Luo Fan, thus completely clearing himself of any responsibility. After weighing the pros and cons, Red Spider said nothing more. As for the Plague on the side, it remained silent from beginning to end. Snort. Seeing that Red Spider dared not speak out, Yu Tiandi snorted disdainfully. Even if I don't kill you, you will still feel the pain of mission failure when you return to report to the leader. That was a mistake in the intelligence. That damn native is not inferior to you in strength, and he has our gene enhancement potion in his hand. Starscream retorted unwillingly. The four top 10 Decepticon members acted together, and they also led 60 cyborgs injected with Devil Fruit ability factors. The result was that almost the entire army was wiped out, and only 2 of them were rescued. Such a record is a unique black history in the history of the Guards Corps and even the entire expeditionary force. It's such a disgrace. Advertisement. Are you sure he has genetic enhancement drugs? Hearing what Red Spider said, Yu Tiandi immediately turned his head. The cold red eyes stared straight into Starscream's heart, causing him to shudder. That is the most top-level secret held by our tribe. How could that native have it? The first thing Utiandi thought of was the possibility that there was a traitor within the race. This news must be conveyed to the leader. If there really is a traitor among us who has access to such secrets, the consequences will be disastrous. Plague looked solemn. Also, that Luo Fan killed Shockwave, and I don't know what method he used to transform Shockwave into a puppet. Snort. Why didn't you take action earlier? Utiandi and Red Spider understood what he meant. Utiandi's tone was as cold as an ice cave. The enemy summons the spaceship in the sky. The last remaining faction is Plague, a neutral faction that smoothly walks between the two factions and remains calm. In this way, Huang Biao and Kancha would not be captured by Luo Fan's strange ability, and the team of cyborg soldiers would not be wiped out. The leader understood this, and the other Decepticon members knew the same. If I remember correctly, you took on this task on your own. And Starscream firmly supports the current leader. The spaceship hidden in the clouds above the island began to slowly descend towards the island. Although the Decepticons have not yet truly challenged the leader's throne, 3 factions have already formed within the Decepticons. In 80% chance, he will end up like Shockwave, becoming Luo Fan's puppet. Advertisement. Soon, the faint blue halo at the bottom of the spaceship enveloped the heads of the 3 Utiandi men. Utiandi remained silent and ignored Red Spider's words. The Moon people believe that the strong are respected, and the position coveted by the enemies of nature is already the throne of the leader. Don't forget that you are not the leader. Starscream gritted his teeth. Starscream and Plague recalled the mental torture they had experienced when they were pulled into the illusion space by Tsukuyomi, and they subconsciously trembled slightly. Some Decepticons began to follow Megatron secretly. The Plague hesitated to speak. If the Tiandi-Yu who was lurking in the dark had taken action earlier, Red Spider didn't believe that the strength of Tiandi-Yu plus the 4 of them would not be enough to defeat Luo Fan. Shockwave was transformed into a puppet by Luo Fan, and the captured Cyclone and Kancha were probably in great danger. You two should think carefully about how to report to the leader when you return. What obligation do I have to cooperate with you? This time they successfully infiltrated Xuanwu Island but returned empty-handed. Xuanwu Island will definitely strengthen its precautions in the future. If it weren't for Utiandi, who had been lurking in the dark, taking action, I'm afraid the 2 of them would have been doomed. Apart from a head-on invasion, they had already lost their last chance to assassinate Luo Fan. Don't think you can suppress me by using the leader as an excuse. As for that native, Utiandi recalled the brief fight with Luo Fan, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. As the leader of the Decepticons for many years, Maximus has become unfathomable in strength, and his ambition has naturally grown. That is definitely a pain they never want to experience again in their lifetime. Did the leader ask you to lurk in secret just to let you watch? I will naturally find a way to get rid of him. Starscream was a little unhappy. Utiandi's words made Red Spider's expression freeze. Chapter 241, Foundation Turmoil. Outside the atmosphere. The spaceships of the Moon People's Expedition Force were wrapped in transparent membranes and lined up quietly. Below the fleet, through the heavy clouds, you can see the entire blue planet. Right now, inside the huge main ship of the Moon People Expeditionary Force, Red Spider and Plague, who were rescued from Xuanwu Island by Utiandi, were kneeling under the throne. The 2 men who had failed in their mission knew they had nothing to say and could only lower their heads, sweating profusely from nervousness. Utiandi stood in the dark corner nearby with his arms folded across his chest. The other Decepticon members were standing on both sides, each looking solemn. Red Spider and Plague had already recounted in detail what had happened on Xuanwu Island when they had just met the leader. Everyone thought at first that this time Red Spider led others to attack Xuanwu Island would go very smoothly. After all, this is not the first time that the lunar expeditionary warriors have occupied a planet with weak indigenous people. The Decepticons, who were originally there to watch the show, were gloating when they saw Starscream and Plague returning in disgrace. However, when the other Decepticon members heard about the advanced weapons on Xuanwu Island, as well as Luo Fan's strength and various strange methods, they felt a gloomy atmosphere in their hearts. Starscream is the second seat, so he won't lie to deceive everyone. What's more, she and Plague were rescued only by the intervention of the natural enemy. In other words, this indigenous planet that they thought was within their grasp actually still had a powerful being whose strength was at least comparable to that of Utiandi. Is this the son of the plane? Therefore, the Decepticons in other seats slowly retreated to the shadows, trying to reduce their presence. Joke. Even the 4 Decepticons including Starscream couldn't get any benefits from taking action, so wouldn't this group of Decepticons with lower sequences be useless? There was deathly silence throughout the throne room. The oppressive atmosphere made Starscream and Plague very nervous. Advertisement. After a while, the leader Megatron, who was sitting on the throne, slowly stood up from the throne. His burly figure cast a long shadow between the thrones. Under the shadows were the already trembling Red Spider and Plague. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The sound of heavy footsteps was like drumbeats hitting everyone's heart. Megatron slowly walked down the stairs, finally stopping in front of Starscream and Plagueis. Tell me, did you see with your own eyes that person holding my people's gene enhancement potion in his hand? Megatron's voice was deep, full of absolute authority and dominance. But his eyes did not turn to Utiandi who was standing in the shadow corner. Recheck the quantity of all levels of genetic drugs. All personnel who may have come into contact with genetic enhancement drugs must be investigated. Especially those in the scientific research department. Angry shouts echoed between the thrones. That is the foundation of the Moon people. But now, their genetic keys have appeared in the hands of other natives. Red Spider didn't dare to hesitate and nodded immediately. Everyone between the thrones had their brains boiling. The ghost face opened its bloody mouth, and the whistling turbulence sounded like a shrill roar from the ghost face. The gene-enhancing drug is the key for the Moon people to open their genetic treasure house. Who was so smart as to sell the gene-enhancing potion to the natives? Megatron spoke again. What is the gene enhancement potion? Advertisement. The most important secret of our tribe actually appeared in the hands of the natives. No matter how steady a leader he was, he couldn't remain calm at this moment. Red Spider and Plague, who were the first to bear the brunt of the pressure, were instantly knocked over and fell backwards. Even if I have to search their souls, I will find out who betrayed their race and me. All the Moon people suddenly felt a disgusting feeling of being NTR. That's right. Plague also raised his head. I can sense with my ability that those natives still have the energy reaction of the genetic enhancement drug they were injected with. In that corner of darkness, only two blood-red eyes were flashing with cold light. Andi, what do you think? Megatron was covered in heavy armor with ferocious edges and corners. His body as tall as a mountain stood with the light behind it, making it impossible to see his clear face. Red Spider said quickly, Leader, we are definitely not mistaken, that is the gene enhancement potion of our tribe. Megatron chuckled. The other Decepticons were quick to release Hockey to resist the leader's anger. The next moment. This is also the reason why the people on the Moon claim to be noble. Boom. Megatron was furious. There is a traitor. Utian's hostility was concise. The violent air pressure centered on Megatron, and the rolled air flow turned into a hideous ghost face visible to the naked eye, rushing forward. Who is it? Check for Gu Che. However, those domineering eyes were now looking sharply and mercilessly at all the Decepticon members between the thrones. That's really interesting. The civilization of the Moon people has achieved its current bloodline after continuously improving genetic technology over 10,000 years. Chapter 242 Disintegration. The Decepticons present felt somewhat embarrassed about the decision made by their leader Megatron. Leader, if we perform soul search on everyone, it might take a lot of time and manpower. And, moreover, the soul searching technique will cause certain damage to the target's soul. If the traitor cannot be found in the end, maybe there will be some complaints from those below. Please consider this carefully, leader. Under the throne, some Decepticon members stood up and asked for instructions in unison. The soul search mentioned by Megatron is the most humiliating torture method used by the Moon people. The person whose soul is being searched will often have all the memories in his or her brain dug out without reservation and reviewed over and over again. That feeling is equivalent to letting the Moon people take off their clothes, let down their guard, and allow outsiders to explore their brains at will. There is no privacy or secrets. If there really are people on the Moon who secretly betrayed their race and communicated with the natives of this planet. Even if the traitor hit me with a hammer and caused me to lose my memory, as long as he is still alive, I can definitely find him out from his brain through soul search. However, such a simple and crude method will inevitably cause a certain degree of damage to the soul searcher's brain during the soul searching process. Therefore, when Megatron said that he would use soul searching to track down the traitor at all costs, some Decepticons were very reluctant. No one wants their inner secrets to be pried into. Megatron glanced sideways, and his terrifying eyes like a ferocious beast swept over the Decepticons who raised objections. All the Decepticon members immediately lowered their heads, not daring to meet their leader's gaze. The suffocating pressure pressed down on their heads brutally. Don't you understand my orders? Megatron said coldly. Advertisement. Or do you have something to hide and are unwilling to accept soul search? I dare not. The Decepticon members, who were already sweating profusely under Megatron's pressure, immediately knelt down. We just feel that if we conduct a large-scale soul search, it will waste a lot of time and delay our progress in attacking this indigenous planet. So what do you, the guards, do for a living? Quote. I don't want to hear the story, I just want the result. If you, the guards corps, can't find out who those natives got the genetic enhancement drugs from, you won't be able to capture a mere native planet. Megatron snorted coldly as he swept his domineering gaze over the group of fence-sitters under the throne. Starscream glanced into the dark corner. Megatron said in a cold and low voice. Megatron, with his back to the light, showed no expression on his face. Megatron waved his hand and sat back on the High Moon Man throne. The shadow in the corner. Then there is no point for your Decepticon guard corps to continue to exist. 2 consecutive attacks have failed. Tell me, what are your guards going to do next? Why don't we let Lord Utiandi carry out this mission, and the rest of us will split up and defeat their alliance of indigenous forces one by one? Soon. Throwing the burden of Luo Fan to Skyrim was not only a strategic consideration for Red Spider, but more out of a desire for revenge as Skyrim had stood idly by and watched his own mission fail. Red Spider said, I'm afraid that only the chief heavenly enemy master can take down that native with his strength. If Megatron wanted to disband the guards, it would be easy. Advertisement. But now, the relationship between the two sides is still delicate. No one wants to be second only to one person or above everyone else. Red Spider, who had been kneeling under the throne to apologize, hesitated for a long time before finally looking up to give advice. As long as the other party does not take the initiative to break that layer of window paper and challenge Megatron's position. Andi, who had been hiding in the dark corner, slowly stepped out at this time. For a moment, the atmosphere between the thrones became a little gloomy. These Decepticons are the faction that secretly supports Megatron to take power. Megatron would naturally pretend not to see it. Megatron's words immediately made the Decepticons between the thrones feel a little nervous. Megatron's expanding ambitions could no longer be concealed, and he was well aware of his covetousness for the throne. Looking down at the subordinates under the throne, who had different thoughts. Megatron noticed that the gazes of several Decepticons had shifted, and his eyes also glanced towards Metroid, imperceptibly. Speak. Megatron was very frugal with his words. Wearing black armor with only his eyes exposed, Megatron bowed his head slightly in salute to his leader Megatron on the throne. Leader, that native has very strange abilities, and I suspect he has been injected with advanced gene enhancement drugs. His strength is far beyond ours. I think we should change our strategy. For a moment, the few Decepticon members who had originally raised objections turned their eyes to the dark corner nearby. Humph. A bunch of trash. Andi was completely hidden in the darkness, with only a pair of indifferent blood-red eyes flashing with a bright light. Chief, what do you think? Megatron's eyes flickered. As the leader and commander-in-chief of the expeditionary force, Megatron has absolute power over life and death. Shadows are like the wind. Chapter 243, Plan and Action. If I had the chance, I would finish that man off with my tentacles myself. Andi held the black sword in both hands and answered neither humbly nor arrogantly. Among the guards, only Megatron dared to face Megatron calmly. Andi didn't take Red Spider's plan seriously at all. Even if Red Spider didn't say it, Andi would personally look for an opportunity to fight Luo Fan again. For many years, apart from Megatron sitting on the throne above, Luo Fan is the second opponent who can make the calm Megatron excited about fighting. Recalling the brief confrontation on Xuanwu Island, Andi's eyes glowed red. Andi subconsciously stroked the black sword in his hand. I will cut off his head myself. The other Decepticons looked at each other, and saw surprise in each other's eyes. As the chief of the Decepticons, Megatron has always been very cool and ruthless. Even when facing the leader, he never showed any disrespect. As a result, when discussing the native, Andi actually showed signs of excitement and murderous intent. No wonder Starscream and Plague had to return in defeat. An opponent so powerful that even Andi would be interested in him would actually appear on such an indigenous planet that everyone despised. It can't be said that this native planet is lucky. This is F********** G luck. I heard that you obtained the right to use a devil fruit from the scientific research department. Megatron asked. Yes, that fruit can assist my abilities, so I took it directly. Andi was quite outspoken. Advertisement. If researchers were to purify the dark fruit's ability factors, it would improve the defect of demon fruit power being soluble in seawater, but the corresponding ability would also be weakened. Therefore, Andi ignored the side effects of the devil fruit and directly swallowed the dark fruit. The devil fruit resource is of great significance to our species' genetic enhancement technology. We will continue to have the scientific research department conduct research on the fruit's ability factors as soon as possible. As for arranging the soul search and tracking down the traitors in the clan, you will be fully responsible for it. Megatron said in a cold tone. Everyone, including Starscream, was surprised to hear that Megatron had handed over the task of tracking down the traitor to Megatron. Red Spider bit his red lips and glared at Andi unwillingly. Therefore, the two could only pray silently in their hearts, hoping that the leader would not bring down a serious crime. If anything goes wrong again, you know the consequences. Megatron fixed his eyes on Starscream and Plagueis. Xuanwu Island, which had just experienced a lurking attack by Red Spider and other moon people, quickly regained its vitality under the refresh of the exclusive skills of the mythical beast Xuanwu. As for you two, although the pressure doubled, at least my life was saved this time. Starscream and Plague's hearts beat wildly and they immediately buried their heads deeply. How is it? None of these old-timers are drinking without paying, right? At this time, everyone had already drunk the water from the fountain of youth and were sitting on the ground. I obey your orders. With his sharp eyes, Luo Fan peered through the clouds and immediately saw Whitebeard, Sengoku and others who had arrived here in advance. Including you two. Megatron turned his gaze towards Starscream and Plagueis who were kneeling at the foot of the throne. Husband. Upon seeing Luo Fan appear, Yamato, who was guarding Kaido, immediately rushed over. Before Red Spider could finish his complaints, the cold and murderous aura of oppression once again enveloped Red Spider and Plague. Advertisement. The white tiger wings behind him blew like a hurricane, and Luo Fan quickly crossed the vast land on the back of Xuanwu and came to the place where he placed the Fountain of Youth. All the Decepticon members knelt under the throne and took the order and left. Obviously, I am a good employee who firmly supports the leader. Fortunately, Luo Fan prepared for the rainy day and built many air defense measures under the town of Xuanwu Island in advance. The appearance of Luo Fan immediately calmed the panic of all the people on Xuanwu Island. Pirate's World. I obey your command. Andi nodded, and then a black gas surged out from under his feet. Luo Fan hovering in the air looked down. From time to time, emerald green light flashed on everyone's body, and the breath of life was strong, constantly recovering from the injuries on their bodies. Therefore, there were not many casualties even among ordinary people. When receiving the order, Red Spider boasted that he would complete the mission. Now, not only did he return empty-handed, but he almost lost his entire army. Luo Fan retracted his wings and landed lightly in front of everyone. Amid the surging water, Yu Tiandi's figure sank directly into the black air and disappeared in front of everyone. The second half of the Grand Line. Luo Fan smiled and opened her arms to hug Yamato. The task of dealing with that native will be given to the archer. The rest of the deployment will be carried out by all of you Decepticons. Starscream and Plague heaved a sigh of relief. After showing his face to gain some favor and signing his own name countless times, Luo Fan was finally able to escape from the excited crowd. Hateful. As the ruler of Xuanwu Island, Luo Fan inspected the towns on the island immediately after the war. Chapter 244 Add money. No, even my cheap dad wanted to drink a few more sips but I stopped him. How about it? I'm great, right? Yamato was like a child asking Luo Fan for praise. Well done. Luo Fan gave a thumbs up and reached out to touch Yamato's hair. I'll make you honey chicken wings tonight. Honey chicken wings. What the heck is that? Is otonomiyaki delicious? Yamato's eyes suddenly lit up. Of course. Luo Fan smiled. The original wings of the two Decepticons, Cyclonus and Kantia, were now lying quietly in Luo Fan's space ring. Before the young couple could continue flirting, the people who were sitting cross-legged by the Fountain of Youth to recover from their injuries began to exhale the foul air in their mouths and opened their eyes one by one. This spring water is truly magical. Sengoku looked down at his body in amazement. In the battle against the Decepticons, Sengoku transformed into a giant Buddha to fight Starscream, and was basically the most conspicuous target on the entire battlefield. Therefore, Sengoku was also the one who was most seriously injured. The toxin from Starscream ate away most of Sengoku's body. If Sengoku hadn't been a veteran and still in good health, he would have been able to rely on his strength to continuously resist the toxins from corroding his heart and internal organs. You might die. However, after drinking the water from the Fountain of Youth, Sengoku could clearly feel that the toxins accumulated in his body were being washed away. Even the old illnesses were mostly cured. It's not just Sengoku. Advertisement. Others who took the Fountain of Youth for the first time and felt its heaven-defying therapeutic effects also had expressions of disbelief. Gulala. Lousy had the same expression when he first experienced the effect of the Fountain of Youth. When Whitebeard Edward Newgate saw their surprised looks, he immediately put his hands on his hips and laughed out loud. If you had seen the Enlightenment Stone by then, wouldn't you be even more surprised? Enlightenment Stone. What is that? Hehe. That's a treasure that can double a person's cultivation speed. Whitebeard swung the Kusugakumo Kiri in his hand, and the armament haki was instantly released to form three black sword arcs that slashed towards the sky. The arc of the blade tore through the clouds with a sound like thunder. Lousy awakened armament haki because of the Enlightenment Stone. Whitebeard raised his head proudly, his crescent-shaped white beard showing off. See, it's me and Shanks who have the foresight to judge people. You guys are all behind. Being suddenly called out, the red-haired guy smiled helplessly. Sengoku is defined as equals. Garp. No wonder during the Marineford battle, even though Whitebeard was severely injured by a Kainu, he was still able to jump around like a chicken and escape safely in the end. No wonder when Luo Fan was still the destroyer, every time Marine launched an operation to siege Luo Fan, it would fail. Everyone in the Marine Corps has to accept the result even if they don't want to. Although I have never seen the Enlightenment Stone, I have experienced so many shocking things. Everyone felt that no matter what happened to Luo Fan, it didn't seem so strange. Sengoku has even begun to consider whether to keep the bottle of Fountain of Youth used to torture betas as a strategic resource. Luo Fan, are you willing to sell this Fountain of Youth to the world government? Sengoku asked sincerely. Advertisement. The invasion of the Moon People's army is imminent, and the pressure on the world government is enormous. If the main combat force of the Marine could be equipped with such a Fountain of Youth, even just a few drops, it would be enough to preserve more strength and resist the attacks of the Moon People. Therefore, Sengoku, as the supreme commander of the world government, really wants to buy the Fountain of Youth from Luo Fan. As for the idea of robbing or stealing the water from the Fountain of Youth. What kind of joke is this? Do you want to die or don't want to live? Seeing that the world government had taken the initiative, other forces also raised their hands and expressed their desire to bid for some of the Fountain of Youth. They are willing to do it even if it means paying a high price. Feeling the expectant gazes of the people around him, Luo Fan chuckled and revealed his signature smile of a profiteer. Okay, we'll discuss the price slowly when the time comes. We're all allies now, so we'll definitely give you a discount. Luo Fan said. Anyway, the Fountain of Youth is refreshed regularly, so there is no need to worry about it drying up. As long as it is not circulated widely, allies on all sides can get some of the Fountain of Youth, which may come in handy at a critical moment. After all, even if we don't take into account the Moon People's expeditionary force, there are still dozens of Decepticon members left. The strength of every Decepticon should not be underestimated. If Luo Fan hadn't kept things under control, with the world government's marine forces and these scattered groups of forces on the sea, it would only be a matter of time before the entire planet was completely defeated. Well, the greater our abilities, the greater our responsibilities. But, you have to pay extra. Recalling how he could easily break into Tsukuyomi's illusion space and rescue the two Decepticons, Luo Fan smiled. Every time you take the initiative to break into my world. Don't worry, this time, it's my turn to visit you properly. Chapter 245 Want to please. Luo Fan knew it very well. After the Moon people have suffered obvious losses against him several times, they will definitely not invest their strength to deal with him regardless of the cost again. That chief Decepticon, archenemy, might even launch an attack on him. However, the remaining Decepticon members will definitely not be given away for free. Since they cannot deal with themselves, the Moon people's target will definitely shift to the allied forces that have defected to Xuanwu Island. If they act separately, with so many Decepticons and cyborg soldiers attacking multiple places at the same time, Luo Fan will definitely be unable to cope with them all. Therefore, the only way to prevent the situation from collapsing is for Luo Fan to take the initiative. However, before that, Luo Fan still needs to make some good arrangements. After all, he doesn't have the equipment to fly out of the atmosphere yet. In the conference hall of the main city of Xuanwu Island, everyone looked solemn after listening to Luo Fan's speculation. Sengoku sighed. Your guess should not be wrong. Just because they can't do anything with Xuanwu Island doesn't mean they can't do anything with other places. We can only increase our military strength as much as possible and conduct maritime patrols. Aokiji also said, after all, we have no way of predicting where they will attack. The world government is responsible for the safety of the entire ocean. It is a sheer pipe dream to move so many islands, towns and civilians to Xuanwu Island. More island towns will rely on the marine for protection. All they can do is allocate all their forces and protect everyone to the best of their ability. However, when I think about the Moon People's expeditionary force, they have so many giant flying ships that can destroy an entire country or an entire island with one blow. Perhaps at any time, the sky will bring down terrible punishment and destroy any place without leaving any trace. Advertisement. A thick haze has been cast over the head of the world government, which is hard to shake off. It would be great if we could sell those high-tech thermal weapons and fighter jets at the mobile munitions base. Luo Fan looked at the gloomy faces of the people and couldn't help but think. System, can the weapons in the mobile munitions base also be sold? Individual firearms, anti-aircraft guns and other firepower weapons can be sold directly, and ammunition is calculated separately. The aviation fighter group and missile launchers only provide technical assistance. A transparent film enveloped the giant ship and flew downward. Yu Tiandi, who left the expeditionary force, crossed his arms across his chest, holding a black samurai sword that had not been unsheathed. The sails and flags of the entire huge ship were pitch black, without any markings. Yu Tiandi muttered coldly, the legendary Infinite Earth. Without systematic intelligent control, could they have invented missile launchers and trained a group of excellent fighter pilots? It is a mobile munitions base. The so-called hometown of the Moon people was depleted of energy in ancient times due to the explosion of technology. At the same time, seeing the people in front of him waving their money and vying to place orders with him, Luo Fan felt that he had suddenly transformed into a warmonger. As for missiles, rockets and fighter jets, it is shown that they can only be put into Bailey for technical support and there is no option to purchase them. The huge shuriken on his back reflected a cold light. In contrast, it is far less vibrant than the blue planet next to it. Even if we sell Dongfeng missiles and fighter jets to the world government. Advertisement. The Moon People Expeditionary Force far away in space. Luo Fan thought about it and it was normal. Baruka, as the people of Sky Island call it. Below the expeditionary force is a planet that is completely covered by azure ocean, with only a circle of red lines running through it. Instead, it is a smaller, slightly desolate planet orbiting near the blue planet. However, the direction in which the huge black ship was flying was not this blue planet. Among the huge fleet of spaceships, a huge ship slowly separated from the team. The system's calm reply sounded in my mind. On the deck of the huge black ship, there was only a slender black figure standing quietly. Under the visor and hood, Yu Tiandi's pair of blood-red eyes stared straight at the moon in front of him. His eyes were indifferent, without any fluctuation. A translucent panel then appeared in Luo Fan's field of vision. It is also the ancient home of the Moon people. That is the world where Luo Fan and his friends live. Under the shining of the stars, a faint circle of light flickers around the asteroid. The crowd, who were originally filled with worry, became excited when they learned that they could not only purchase the Fountain of Youth in appropriate amounts, but also the epic-making firearms that were distributed to everyone during the previous war. All the high-heat weapons that were unlocked, all clearly marked with prices, came into Luo Fan's sight. Oh, why do I feel like I'm the America from the other world? As long as Luo Fan invests in Bailey, he can purchase and refresh individual firearms and turrets, etc. As this my hometown, it has become so desolate. That's the moon. Luo Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 246 Enel. Driving his own huge spaceship, Yu Tiandi soon arrived at the moon. Spreading its jet black wings behind it, Yu Tiandi descended on the surface of the moon. Looking up, you can see the endless gray-white land that is uneven, with a crater left by meteorite impact appearing from time to time. Everywhere I look, there is desolation. In ancient times, the technological explosion of the Moon People led to the depletion of the Moon's energy. Therefore, the Moon People had to explore the outer space for ways to survive. A group of them chose the blue planet next to the Moon, split into several bloodlines and settled in Sky Island, Red Line and other places, controlling the ruling power of that planet as the spokespersons of God. Another part launched an expedition to more distant galaxies. Until today, many years later, the Lunar Expedition Force finally found the coordinates of their hometown. However, there is still no hope for this mother planet. Utiandi slowly lowered his body. Reaching out and grabbing a handful of soil from the lunar surface, Utiandi let the loose gray sand fall through his fingers. Suddenly, Utiandi's movements stopped. A pair of blood-red pupils stared at the ground not far ahead. There were actually several tiny traces of footsteps on that piece of land. Although it looks very inconspicuous and does not look like the size of a human's feet. But Utiandi was very sure that it was definitely not a trace left over from ancient times. Utiandi knelt down on one knee and stretched out a palm to press it on the land surface of the moon. Observation Haki, Mind's Eye activated. As powerful as Utiandi is, his Observation Haki instantly covers all areas within 100 miles around him. Under the perception of Observation Haki of the natural enemy. On this planet, which he originally thought was desolate and dilapidated, there actually stood a huge city. As calm as Utiandi was, he became not so calm at this moment. This planet, which was abandoned in ancient times and believed to be exhausted of energy, actually has a city, and energy fluctuations of energy reactions can even be felt. That feeling is like being the only light in the dark night, very conspicuous. Buzz buzz buzz. Dust continued to rise from the grayish-white land surface. Thick black gas continued to emerge from Utiandi's body. The black gas continued to gather and condense, forming a huge black Uzumaki again, completely enveloping Utiandi inside. The black gas dissipated, and Utiandi's figure also disappeared from the spot. Another part of the moon. The new city, Baruka. Most of the city's buildings are shrouded in golden gold, forming a sharp contrast with the grayish-white lunar land. Countless small robots traveled through the golden city, leaving behind tiny traces that Utiandi had observed before. And at this moment, in Baruka's palace, a figure lazily crossed his legs, leaning on the giant gold-made god-tier throne. The person on the throne had fair skin, a white turban on his head, and his earlobes almost reached his chest, with 2 gold earrings on his head. His upper body is naked, revealing his muscular body and 8-pack abs, and 4 tomo-shaped thunder drums are hung behind him. The lower half of his body was covered in bloomers, and his bare feet were casually placed on the throne. Not only that, the person on the throne wore gold rings on both hands and feet, and held a long stick made of the same gold in his hand. Extremely luxurious. When Utiandi released his mind's eye to perceive everything, the figure on the throne of God also opened his eyes. This person is none other than the one who once ruled Sky Island and was domineering and possessed the ability of the Logia Thunder Fruit. Enel. Advertisement. In the survival elimination match in Arpiodo, Enel had never expected that the Thunder Fruit ability would be completely ineffective due to insulation. Enel, known as the God, was defeated by Luffy who had eaten the rubber fruit. After leaving Sky Island, Enel drove his Arc Maxim to the infinite land of the moon. Using the power of his Thunder Fruit, Enel successfully activated the long-forgotten city on the moon. Baruka. The small robot left behind on the moon became Enel's best helper. With Enel's Thunder Fruit providing energy and refining gold, Baruka was soon rebuilt. Enel truly became the only god on the infinite land of the moon. However, just when he thought that his rule over this land would continue forever, someone actually broke into his divine realm. When the city, Baruka, was discovered in the mind of the natural enemy. Enel's unique observation Haki, Mind Net also detected the existence of the natural enemy. Oh, there are scoundrels who dare to set foot on God's territory again. Enel slowly stood up from the golden throne, blue arcs of electricity flashing continuously on his slender and strong body. The observation Haki, Heart Net, instantly expanded to its limit, locking onto the heavenly enemy who had been transported to the city via the dark fruit. Yeah ha ha ha, then accept God's punishment. Enel slammed the golden stick in his hand onto the ground. When Utiandi, who had just set foot in this city, instantly felt the hairs on his body stand on end. A slight numb feeling came over me. Observation Haki immediately sensed a huge danger and the alarm went off. The black air lingering under his feet instantly turned into black smoke and wrapped around Utiandi's hands. At the same time, above the sky, a sky blue pillar of lightning came with a loud bang. Dark Cave Road. Dark Fruit ability activated. The flat ground under Utiandi's feet released a small black hole out of thin air as the black air surged. The figure of Utiandi disappeared the moment the lightning column attacked the ground with great force. Boom. The sound was like thunder. The terrifying lightning strike created a blinding light all around. The black hole Uzumaki released by Utiandi was covered by the lightning column, like a greedy foodie who kept feasting. The lightning strike lasted for 3 seconds and was completely sucked into the black hole without causing any splash. Under the coverage of Hard Net, Enel witnessed with his own eyes that the divine punishment he had brought down was avoided, and his brows furrowed slightly. That strange black hole made Enel's heart skip a beat. Under the lock of his own heart net, the lightning strike of God's punishment has never missed. He could easily avoid the figure that had intruded into the infinite land that he ruled. The lightning column was continuously compressed and absorbed by the dark acupuncture points, and the black gas rushed into the air. The heavenly enemy appeared out of nowhere with its jet black wings spread and black tentacles all over its body. What kind of ability is this? It was the first time that Enel witnessed such a strange devil fruit ability. But who are you? If you enter the realm of God, you must die. Seeing that the sanctions were ineffective, Enel's entire body was covered in lightning. Bang! Enel rushed forward suddenly, and his whole body merged with the crackling sky blue lightning around him, and instantly disappeared in front of the throne. Advertisement. As the user of Logia's Thunder Fruit, Enel can transform his body into lightning, and naturally can move at the speed of light in the form of lightning in both air and electrical conductors. In this world, there are only 2 known devil fruits that can move at the speed of light. In addition to Enel's Thunder Fruit, there is the sparkling fruit that once belonged to Kizaru. However, the sparkling fruit has now been used by the Moon people to extract its ability factors and wholesale it to create modified humans, which is basically a castrated version of the human ability. Hard network perception. The sky-defying enemy remained motionless, hovering above the city of Baruka. As if quietly waiting for Enel's arrival, thunder and lightning split the sky. Soon, thunder and lightning condensed into Enel's body again. Andi turned his head slightly. A black knife slashed down. The wings behind him created a whirlwind. This feeling of being looked down upon makes Enel, who considers himself a god, very unhappy. At this moment, his eyes are as bright as those of a god. I created this city. As long as you are willing to submit to me, I will allow you to live in the kingdom of God. On the other side, a pair of pitch black wings flapped behind him constantly. He was wrapped in black armor all over his body and surrounded by black air-like tentacles. He looked like a demon flying out of hell. Countless electric snakes made crackling sounds in the air and, under Enel's control, slashed down towards the sky-defying enemy in midair. However, now, a new city called Baruka has appeared out of nowhere on the moon, and it is occupied by people. Andi's body turned into a black lightning and came directly in front of Enel. Enel raised his head slightly, squinted his eyes, and examined the natural enemy in front of him. The entire sky was suddenly filled with thunder and lightning. A mere native dares to call himself the ruler and god on my land. Enel laughed in anger and swung the golden stick in his hand towards the sky. Our ancestors in ancient times had already judged that the moon was lacking in energy, otherwise it would not have been so depleted. Andi's entire body was covered in black armor, and no expression could be seen on his face. Clang. It is blasphemy to dare to set foot on the infinite land and intrude into the realm of God. Who are you? So that's how it is. Andi understood. Andi ignored the sea of thunder above his head. In his mind, he recalled the relief murals he saw in the ruins of the ancient city of Baruka when he first came to the infinite land. Yeah, ha 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 ha, you are so shameless. God. Enel opened his arms triumphantly. Enel said to Andi. The characters depicted in the murals are wearing gorgeous and strange clothes, and have wing-like decorations behind them. Enel's eyebrows jumped. This surprised Andi. Standing before you is none other than the ruler of this infinite land, the god Enel. If we kill you, this land and city will naturally return to our hands. The black air lingering around his body was like tentacles, instantly rushing towards Enel on the ground. A pair of eyes glowing red, looking down at Enel. Enel was a little surprised when he saw wings growing behind the sky enemy. Holding a golden staff and carrying a taiko drum on his back, Enel's slender and strong body stands on the infinite land, his whole body protected by lightning. Chapter 247 Decisive Battle. The black long sword in Andi's hand was unsheathed in silence. The slightly curved blade was now continuously covered with black and purple armament haki, and was extremely sharp. Observation haki locked onto Enel in front of him. Andi chopped it down with an expressionless face. The black knife drew a perfect full moon. When, boom. The black knife and the golden staff collided with each other, causing a deafening explosion. Enel and Andi remained motionless amid the surging air waves. He slashed at the enemy who was blocked by Enel and changed his sword gestures. The knife flashes like a shadow. The continuous, M-shaped combos forced Enel to keep blocking with the golden stick in his hand. Enel, who was suppressed by Andi's sharp swordsmanship, suddenly felt provoked. Get lost. Enel shouted loudly, and lightning flashed in his pupils. The sky blue lightning, with the help of the golden stick as a conductor, instantly rushed towards Andi who was swinging a knife in front of him. Andi freed his left hand, and his palm and forearm were now wrapped in black air, which looked very strange. Andi opened his left hand, and the black energy wrapped around his left hand immediately turned into a fan blade Uzumaki, spinning rapidly. The lightning that came into contact with the black gas Uzumaki, even the light was distorted along with the Uzumaki, and was suddenly sucked into the black gas. What? Enel's eyes widened suddenly. Andi absorbed the lightning emitted by Enel at close range, and his upper body suddenly bent forward. The four-sided shuriken that was originally carried on his back flew out at lightning speed. Lightning gushed out of Enel's body, transforming his torso into lightning element, and the electrical energy around his body was instantly converted into heat energy, directly offsetting the huge shuriken that was whistling towards him. The shuriken that should have cut Enel in half was blocked by Enel's skill, flew out horizontally and returned to Utiandi's hand again. There was a dense sea of thunder and lightning above my head, and electric snakes kept rushing down. Utiandi threw a huge shuriken into the air. The metal shuriken immediately attracted bursts of lightning. Countless lightning bolts were drawn to the shuriken. Bang! Several tentacles condensed from the black gas grabbed Enel, but were blocked by the golden stick in Enel's hand. Black tentacles tightly wrapped around the golden staff, pulling at Enel. Do you think this is your kingdom of God? Utiandi looked directly at Enel in front of him. Utiandi sneered. A native dares to call himself a god just by setting foot on this land. How dare you? Enel was so furious at the provocation of Utiandi. When he ruled Sky Island, Enel happened to be defeated by the nemesis of his own fruit ability. Now, I have finally found the infinite land of my dreams and established my own kingdom of God. As a result, someone came to challenge his divine authority again. Who are you? The former owner of this land. Utian's hostility was clear as black air burst out, trying to wrap Enel up in it. There was a flash of lightning. Enel, who had retreated at the speed of light to avoid the attack of the sky enemy, had appeared in the distance. At this moment, Enel's heart was like a huge wave surging on the sea. Ups and downs. There are winged enemies in front and behind. It overlaps with the ancient figures on the murals in my memory. I see. Enel originally thought that the wings of the figures in the mural were merely decorations. I never thought that the people who once lived on this land of infinite land actually had wings. Advertisement. But even if the other party was once a native of this infinite land, so what? The infinite land now belongs to me. Enel is murderous. Amidst the lightning and thunder, Enel was like the god of thunder descending to the earth. One hand was leaning on a golden staff, and the other hand was open-palmed. The sky blue lightning immediately condensed into a long lightning-shaped spike in Enel's hand. The muscles in Enel's arms were tense, and he threw the long lightning spikes at Utiandi with all his strength. 3 long lightning thorns came one after another. Utiandi sheathed his sword. His hands, filled with black energy, clapped their hands together the moment the long lightning spikes shot in front of him. Bang! The first long lightning spike was shattered by Utiandi's palm. The black gas greedily devoured the lightning. Tiny flashes of lightning exploded around Utiandi and climbed up the black armor on his body. Bathed in lightning, Utiandi took a step forward and punched forward twice in succession. The fist, which was doubly wrapped in armament hockey and dark fruit's black energy, powerfully shattered Enel's remaining 2 lightning spikes. The black tentacles grabbed onto Utiandi's body and pulled him backwards. Utiandi fell backwards and disappeared into the black shadow. Enel secretly thought that something was wrong and used his full strength to release the observation hockey hard net to search the surroundings. Before the hard net locked onto Utiandi's breath, a ball of black gas exploded behind Enel. A long black knife stabbed out from the black air. The speed was so fast that Enel had no time to react and could not avoid it. Reacting instinctively, Enel transformed his body into lightning. Elementalization. Phew. Red blood. It splashed in front of Enel, whose eyes widened. After obtaining the thunder fruit, Enel considered himself a god. The power of thunder and lightning can elementalize Enel itself, turning it into thunder and lightning, making it immune to all attacks. Therefore, in Enel's view, it is absolutely impossible for him to be injured. However, right now, right here, under the black knife that suddenly stabbed out from the black air, Enel's body, which had already been elementalized, was still left with a wound. Blood gushed out instantly. The pain was transmitted to his brain, and Enel suddenly grimaced. The image of God was gone in an instant. The figure of Utiandi jumped out from the black air. After stabbing Enel with one blow, Utiandi swung his sword again and rushed forward. The blade is covered with armament hockey. A dark purple cyclone constantly lingered around the black knife. Seeing Utiandi's fierce slash coming again, Enel, who was already shocked by the fact that he was injured, was shocked. The golden staff waved and circled. The sky blue light shines brightly. The crackling lightning weaved into a huge electric grid, blocking Enel and the sky-defying enemy. Utiandi remained unmoved and continued to slash with the black sword as usual. With the blessing of armament hockey, the black knife in Utiandi's hand is like a divine weapon. The black blade light easily tore apart Enel's power grid. Enel continuously released lightning in an attempt to intercept the fierce attack of the enemy. However, the heavenly enemy was like a thorn in the flesh, constantly breaking through Enel's lightning defense and closing the distance between them. Advertisement. The black blade light, which was so close, cut through the void. The sharp whistling sound that broke through the air caused Enel's eardrums to sting. Enel swung out his golden staff to block the blade. Several deep cuts instantly appeared on the hard golden stick. Enel barely managed to block Utiandi's slash and retreated backwards, sweating profusely. The right hand holding the golden staff kept shaking. Blood was flowing all over the arm. How is this possible? Enel looked down at his injured arm, his face full of disbelief. 2 consecutive injuries proved to be no coincidence at all. My own elemental transformation was really broken by the enemy in front of me. Looking at Enel, whose face was filled with shock and confusion, Utiandi shook his head. Ignorant fool. Utiandi sneered. Enel, who calls himself a god and rules over the infinite earth. He doesn't even understand armament hockey. Although Enel has the observation hockey called hard net and can sense radio waves in combination with the ability of thunder fruit. However, his training in taijutsu and armament hockey is completely at a low level. After a moment, the space hole created by the space slash repaired itself. A black circular blade light was engraved in front of him in a strange way. The black cyclone rushed up and gathered around the black knife. The terrifying thunder dragon that was coming head-on was pulled by the terrifying suction force that broke through the air in this space, and its ferocious dragon shape was instantly distorted. Compared with Red Spider's toxins and plague perception, Utiondi's spatial talent is undoubtedly powerful. Boom boom. Utiondi held the hilt of the black knife with both hands, with the sharp blade facing forward, forming a vertical line. Utiondi twisted his wrists and stabbed the black knife into the air, drawing a circle. 60 million volts. The thunder dragon bared its fangs and claws and rushed straight towards Utiondi. Accompanied by the roar of thunder and lightning. Space control. This is the ability to defend against natural enemies. Sky blue lightning surged out of Enel's drum, entwining and condensing into a gigantic thunder dragon, which twisted its body above Enel's head and opened its mouth to swallow the lightning. Void sword skill. Countless lightning bolts were completely swallowed up into the other end by the turbulence of space and the pull of gravity. Enel only felt that his body was instantly pulled by a huge force and sucked towards Utiondi. Utiondi raised his hands in the air towards Enel, who still looked uneasy. Enel was completely unaware of the armament hockey that could ignore the elementalization of the Logia devil fruit and increase damage, and was still immersed in the shock and confusion of his ability being cracked. Facing the huge thunder dragon's powerful attack, Utiondi's aura surged under his feet. The dazzling sky blue light is extremely blinding. The thick black gas continued to twist, creating a huge suction force in the palm of Utiondi's hand. Enel, who was pulled towards the enemy by the huge suction force, hit the drums on his shoulders hard. Dark water. Thunder dragon. A black cyclone continued to circle upwards with Utiondi as its center. All of Enel's strength comes from thunder fruit. Within the range of the knife light, the space shattered and collapsed like broken glass. Space slash. Finally, a circular space hole appeared out of thin air on Utiondi's body, and black gas was swirling at the other end, radiating terrifying suction force to the outside. But it stopped abruptly 1 meter in front of Utiondi. Wherever the thunder dragon raged, it left behind a large area of charred marks from lightning strikes. Haki released with all his strength. Buzz buzz buzz. Moreover, after eating the dark fruit, Utiondi's ability becomes even more terrifying. Chapter 248 System Mission ended, Grand Finale. How can I repair it? Enel watched helplessly as his powerful thunder dragon attack failed to even hit Kakuzu, the enemy of the sky, and his mentality almost collapsed. After becoming the user of thunder fruit, Enel has only suffered at the hands of that insulated rubber guy. It would be fine if the attributes conflicted with each other. However, Enel was really shocked to find that no matter how hard he attacked, he couldn't hurt the enemy in front of him at all. You can't play it like this. Utiondi swung the black sword in his hand and slowly walked towards Enel. You are so weak. Utiondi spoke with a cold tone. What a waste of this lightning power. Don't think that you can prove anything just because you blocked my attack. Enel felt greatly insulted when he heard that Utiondi actually described him as weak. Thunder metallurgy. Lightning was released, melting the golden staff that Enel was holding tightly in his hand. The original golden stick immediately melted and deformed. The top of the smooth stick turned into a sharp halberd. Holding the golden halberd, Enel's fighting spirit was instantly ignited. Thunder and lightning. Enel's momentum has reached an unprecedented height. He knew very well that if he didn't use all his strength in the next confrontation, he might be defeated by Utiondi's sword. Come on. Enel's eyes were firm. The natural enemy strolling in front of him left a deep footprint on the ground with every step he took. Black gas emerged like lotus flowers. A strange gravitational force constantly emanates from Utiondi's body. Click. He stretched out his left hand and removed the huge square shuriken on his back. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His right wrist flipped casually, swinging the black sword in the air. Utiondi's pace gradually quickened and eventually turned into a sprint. Black gas rushed up and turned into tentacles to grab Enel. Facing the enemy who was almost reduced to a shadow, Enel threw the golden halberd in his hand forward. The golden halberd flying at the speed of light was hit by the black sword light that appeared in the void, and bounced directly into the sky, with electric light flashing everywhere. Enel, who had determined the direction of the enemy by throwing the golden halberd, immediately opened his arms. The surging momentum continued to rise. 200 million volts. Enel decisively released his strongest move. Thunder God. As Enel roared, lightning shot out from his eyes and mouth. The slender body continuously emanates powerful lightning. Enel released all the 200 million volts of lightning in his body. The sound of thunder almost resounded throughout the entire infinite earth. Surrounded by such violent energy and huge lightning, Enel's body continued to expand and become elemental. Finally, Enel was enveloped by heavy thunder and lightning, and expanded and transformed into a huge sky blue figure. The body of Thor, a huge body formed entirely of 200 million volts of lightning. Its hair is straight up into the sky like a Super Saiyan, and its expression is grim and its eyes are wide open. Only the long earlobes of the golden earrings proved that the figure was Enel. Enel transformed into a gigantic god of thunder and glared forward. The huge palm slapped down mercilessly. A dark shadow flashed by. Andi looked at Enel, who had released his strongest skill and transformed into the god of thunder, and snorted coldly. Swish. Andi threw the four-sided shuriken in his left hand towards the top of Lei Shen's head. The black long sword in his right hand slashed forward with a sword energy. Advertisement. The sword energy flew forward like a crescent-shaped scimitar. Void sword skill. Flying flow. The figure of Andi who activated his ability again seemed to be suddenly cut off from this world and disappeared abruptly. Thor's huge palm slammed on the ground suddenly, causing thunder to roar. A huge crater was blasted into the entire earth, but Andi was not hit. The next moment, the sword energy flying forward suddenly stopped, creating a space crack in the void. A faint black gas gushed out. Andi's figure appeared again at the place where the sword energy stagnated. The ability to control space allowed Andi to integrate his sword skills and achieve the effect of teleportation. Such a strange ability surprised Enel, who was transformed into the god of thunder. Thor's attack was powerful. A lightning strike of up to 200 million volts can almost kill an ordinary person on the spot. The entire city of Baruka was filled with thunder and lightning, and it looked as if it was about to destroy the entire city that had been rebuilt with great difficulty. Roar. The angry Enel chased after him relentlessly, wanting to kill the heavenly enemy at the hands of the god of thunder. The next second, Andi's figure disappeared where the sword energy stagnated, and appeared above the flying four-sided shuriken. Andi grabbed the shuriken and threw it in another direction. The body crossed the void and appeared above the shuriken flying in other directions. In this way, Andi's figure kept shuttling between the sword light and shuriken, as if he was performing some kind of exquisite ninjutsu. Enel took the trouble to grab the huge swirling shuriken with his big hands. The shuriken flying in the air are extremely sharp with the help of Andi's armament haki and spatial ability. Enel, who transformed into the god of thunder, grasped the shuriken in his big hand, and in an instant, 4 fingers of his palm, which was condensed with lightning, were cut off. Enel cried out in pain. He released his hand with the fingers cut off, and the four-sided shuriken immediately fell to the ground. Lightning condensed again to repair the broken finger. A blade of light froze in front of Enel's incarnation of Thor. The black figure of Andi used the void sword skill, Filiu, to teleport over and kicked Enel heavily in the face with a whip kick. The huge body of Thor fell to the side. Boom. In an instant, dust was raised high. The whip kick covered with advanced armament haki not only ignored the elemental incarnation of Thor, but also kicked him down like a cannonball. Dozens of huge lightning pillars fell from the sky shortly afterwards, covering the area hundreds of meters around Andi. While being kicked down, Enel also used observation haki to lock on to Andi's position and released divine sanction. Andi folded his jet black wings and covered his body with them. Armament haki's cyclone climbs. The wings covered with powerful armament haki have become the strongest protective shield. Even though the lightning pillars dropped from the sky and hit Andi's wings, they were always blocked by armament haki. Die. Thor stood up again from the ground and opened his strong arms. Amid the whistling wind, Thor's huge palms struck together, and terrifying shock waves immediately surged in all directions. The thunderclouds in the sky were even separated by a blank area under the impact of Thor's terrifying combined attack. Andi, whose body was protected by wings, was tightly clamped between the palms of the thunder god. 200 million volts of lightning continuously bombarded between the two palms. Just when Enel thought that this attack would definitely deal a heavy blow to Andi, Thor's huge palms began to twist. A terrifyingly powerful suction force came from the palms of his hands, and then Enel, who was transformed into Thor, had his two palms twisted and torn instantly. What? Enel was horrified. Unexpectedly, under such a powerful attack, Andi still had the strength to fight back. The two arms were twisted and absorbed at an extremely fast speed, and Enel's incarnation of Thor immediately abandoned his hands and stepped back a few steps. Where the palm had originally hit Andi, there was now only a space crack created by the sword light. The figure of Andi has appeared on the ground. He grabbed the four-sided shuriken that was intercepted and dropped by Enel, and carried it on his back again. Advertisement. Dark cave path, secret prison. Andi snapped his fingers. Countless hidden black tentacles instantly shot up into the sky from under Thor's feet. A series of pitch-black tentacles instantly tightly wrapped around Enel's incarnation of the god of thunder. The black air surging under his feet almost condensed into a huge, bottomless pool of water. Enel's heart was pounding as the black gas tentacles grasped his huge body of the god of thunder tightly, and he continued to sink into the pool of black gas. Only then did Enel realize that he had fallen completely into Andi's trap. Most of Thor's body twisted and sank into the black pool. Enel struggled desperately to break free, but found that the suction force was still pulling him. Andi's figure disappeared on the spot. The next second, a huge gash was cut in Thor's chest by the black knife. The powerful haki's impact almost caused the entire body of the thunder god to collapse. It's over. Andi's hands were surrounded by strange black smoke, and he pressed them directly on the chest of the thunder god. Bang! Thor's huge body of lightning collapsed in an instant. The raging thunder and lightning surged in all directions. The sky above Baruka was filled with lightning and thunder, as if the end of the world had come. Wait until the power of the explosive thunder and lightning gradually subsides. In the pit on the devastated ground, Enel, whose chest was cut by a black knife and left a tragic wound, was listless and fell to the ground in a big shape. Yu bent his body slightly, and put one hand on Enel's neck, with black smoke billowing. One hand held high a long black sword, ready to swing down at any time and take Enel's head. Cough. Enel spat out blood and stared unwillingly at the enemy in front of him who was suppressing him so strongly. Yu was tightly wrapped in armor, with only a pair of blood-red eyes showing no emotion. Enel started to struggle, moving his fingers to release lightning, but found that his ability was ineffective. It can't start at all. As long as the Dark Fruit ability user's hands touch the ability user, the opponent's Devil Fruit ability will be completely ineffective for a short period of time. Such a strange ability almost puts a silence debuff on Enel, whose strength depends entirely on Thunder Fruit. Totally GG. Enel was immediately disheartened. I lost. Enel stared at Yu fiercely, feeling unwilling. However, just when Enel thought that the black knife hanging above would cut off his head, Yu put away his sword and stood up. Enel. Because, at this moment, a figure was quietly appearing in the distance. You are Luo Fan. Luo Fan raised the corner of his mouth, and a green lotus hanabi instantly appeared in his hand. Moon people, it's time for us to get to know each other. The next moment, the lotus hanabi was growing wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Go ahead. Boom. Lien hanabi suddenly fell down, instantly blowing up the entire moon with a loud noise. The flames spread madly across the entire planet. Luo Fan quickly left the moon. Standing in outer space, he looked down at his surroundings like a demon. It's finally over. Luo Fan nodded slightly. I only heard a voice coming from the system. Congratulations to the host for completing all the tasks in this world and becoming the true overlord of the pirates' world. Kindness. Maybe. Chapter 1 Advent of the Hokage. Chapter 1 Advent of the Hokage. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the pirates' world. The system's cold and mechanical voice suddenly rang out, like a thunderbolt breaking through the sky. Then, the system prompt sounded again. A new world is about to come, the Hokage world, please be prepared, host. Close black lens bracket. As the countdown began, a tense atmosphere filled the air. Open black lens bracket 3, 2, 1 close black lens bracket. In an instant, light flashed, time and space twisted, and Luo Fan was instantly drawn into the Uzumaki. Konoha village, this vibrant and energetic ninja village, is now bathed in the warm sunshine. There is peace and tranquility beside a clear stream at the edge of the village. However, this tranquility was soon broken. Jiraiya was seen lying lazily on a big rock by the stream, holding a dogtail grass in his mouth, but his eyes were fixed on Naruto who was training hard. At this time, Naruto was concentrating on trying to control the chakra in his body according to the method taught by Jiraiya. This is the most basic training, treading water, which requires the chakra to be precisely concentrated on the feet in order to maintain the body's balance on the water and achieve light treading. Naruto took a deep breath and squeezed his eyes shut, concentrating as he carefully directed his chakra to his feet. Then he suddenly opened his eyes, took a step and stepped onto the water. However, in just a moment, he lost his balance and fell into the water with a splash, splashing a large amount of water. Gurgle, gurgle, Naruto struggled in the water, and finally stuck his head out of the water, gasping for breath. But he did not give up. He quickly adjusted his state and tried again. Unfortunately, the result was still unsatisfactory. With another splash, he fell into the water again, causing the stream to churn. Just like that, Naruto repeated the same action over and over again, ending in failure again and again. Advertisement. Seeing Naruto's poor performance, Jiraiya shook his head helplessly, with an expression of disappointment on his face. He picked his nose with his hand and said unhappily, "You are such a rookie, little guy. When I was your age, I was already able to perform the summoning technique skillfully." After saying that, he did not forget to cast a contemptuous look at Naruto. Pervy sage. You. Naruto pointed angrily at Jiraiya, his mouth opening and closing as if he wanted to curse, but in the end he just sighed helplessly. He was very angry because he always felt that the chakra in his body was like a wild horse that was out of control. This feeling of being out of control made him feel very uneasy, as if there was an inexplicable powerful force at work in the dark, constantly interfering with his control over his own chakra. At this moment, while the two were still playing, a strange noise suddenly came from the sky. They subconsciously stopped what they were doing and looked up at the same time. I saw a streak of fire across the sky, like a burning meteorite falling straight towards this side. There was a meteor. Jiraiya was slightly startled, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. However, when he looked closely, his expression instantly became solemn. It turned out that it was not a meteorite at all, but a figure swooping down at an astonishing speed. It's a human. Could it be that they are here to attack Konoha? Jiraiya's heart tightened, and his eyes were fixed on the mysterious figure who fell from the sky. Faced with this sudden change, he did not dare to be negligent and immediately entered a state of high alert. After all, the identity and strength of any factor that may threaten the safety of Konoha village must be clarified as soon as possible. With a loud bang, the figure of the mysterious man fell to the ground like a cannonball. The huge impact force caused the surrounding land to tremble violently, and smoke and dust spread out. The originally peaceful forest suddenly became chaotic, with startled birds and fleeing wild beasts running around. Just then, a gust of wind blew by, and Jiraiya and Naruto hurried over. Advertisement. When they looked closely, they saw a figure standing there quietly. Luo Fan slowly turned his head and scanned the surrounding environment. He thought to himself, could this be the legendary Hokage world? This wonderful scene made him mutter to himself. Coincidentally, at this moment, his sight met with two familiar faces. It turns out to be Jiraiya and Naruto, a pair of funny people. Hey, what a coincidence. Good morning, both of you. Have you had breakfast? Luo Fan smiled and waved enthusiastically towards Jiraiya and Naruto. However, Zillai did not dare to take this sudden uninvited guest lightly. He leaned close to Naruto's ear with a vigilant look and whispered, in my opinion, although this guy appears to be harmless on the surface, he might actually be a big pervert at heart. After hearing this, Naruto asked with a puzzled look on his face, Teacher Jiraiya, how can you say that? He looks quite normal to me. Jiraiya curled his lips and continued in a low voice, look at the clothes he is wearing. How can a normal person dress like that? Besides, the style of the clothes is so old-fashioned and ugly. It's simply unbearable to look at. It turned out that Luo Fan was wearing a clean white shirt and a pair of dark black cropped trousers. This modern style of outfit looked particularly out of place in this world full of ninja atmosphere. At first glance, you can tell that his style is very different from that of these country bumpkins from Konoha. Naruto, Jiraiya, what on earth are you two whispering about? Luo Fan asked curiously as he walked towards them with brisk steps. He just had a friendly smile on his face, unaware of the impending danger. However, when Luo Fan was only a few steps away from the two of them, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, Jiraiya's eyes widened, and he shouted at the top of his voice, you little b**************, where on earth did you come from? How dare you know me? Get away from me now, or you won't be polite to me. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Naruto on the side instantly became excited. He was like a chicken with blood injected, dancing and shouting, that's right, Teacher Jiraiya is absolutely right. This kid is definitely not a good person, maybe he is a spy sent by other countries. We must not let him go, we have to teach him a lesson. Before he finished speaking, Naruto could no longer suppress his inner excitement. He suddenly raised his right foot and kicked towards Luo Fan hard like a gust of wind.